Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 90, Spider-Man vs. Mr. Sinister, Part 2. If your powers have recovered a bit, can't you make the guy guarding us stop? Cyclops understood that Emma wanted him to use his optic blasts to repel their guard, but wasn't that completely redundant? Couldn't she just use telepathy to make him leave on his own? I can't, Scott. The target isn't human. He has no brain or soul. He does have observable thought waves, but I can't read them. It might be some kind of robot. Emma's answer stunned Cyclops. This guy, who looked like Human Torch, was actually a robot. Peter didn't know what had just happened. Sinister hadn't actually entered his mind. Therefore, Peter was still very nervous after hearing Sinister's words and punched Sinister with the fastest speed he could muster. As for Sinister, in those brief seconds, he hadn't touched a single one of Spider-Man's thoughts, so he just stood there in a daze, like Diavolo struck by gold experience requiem, doing nothing at all. He had achieved the ability to control the lightning within himself freely. This thunderous strike perfectly coincided with the moment Sinister subconsciously felt himself being impaled by a giant spider. As Sinister's mind suffered a massive impact and he was dazed, returning to reality. The pure white, lightning-infused fist landed squarely on his face, smashing his Victorian English gentleman's face into a mess. Teeth flew directly from his mouth, and he spun 3 times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He lay on the ground, looking at Spider-Man, who had just punched him, and realized that the leech gene he used against mutants was ineffective against him, and his mastery of the Jean Grey gene, telepathy, was also ineffective. Sabretooth's healing factor was limited, and as for Red Omega's death pheromones, they hadn't had any effect after all this time. What other genes had he spliced into this body? Magneto's gene. Without skilled development, Magneto's powers could only be used to play with coins. What other genes were in this body? He reached out, intending to use his only effective telekinesis to deal with Spider-Man, but found that Spider-Man had vanished. Combining this with previous incidents, he probably understood that Spider-Man could now turn invisible. So he chose to rip up the floorboards. The surrounding metal plates were torn up by him, used to protect himself. Then Mr. Sinister opened his mouth and exhaled red smoke. He successfully saw the moving Spider-Man in the mist. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he began to telekinetically move containers from the dock, throwing them at Spider-Man. Peter had originally intended to sneak up on Sinister, but Sinister, somehow, had acquired other mutant abilities and began to adapt to the environment. He used his telekinesis to pluck a flame from the original Human Torch, then manipulated the fire, waving it towards Peter. With flames in front and containers falling from the sky behind, Peter's path was almost completely blocked. If it were the old Spider-Man, he might have needed other methods, but the current Peter was full of confidence and needed no dodging whatsoever. His web shooters fired strands of electrically conductive web, which he then swung around. Lightning began to extend along the webs like 2 whips. Peter swung the electric whips, directly splitting the falling containers in half. He then lashed the whips at Mr. Sinister, and before the webs burned through, he first secured them around Sinister's neck and unleashed the maximum biological electricity he could generate. In his agony, Peter sensed something amiss. The prickling of his spider sense made him turn and throw a punch. Mr. Sinister, who had teleported behind him, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at his chest, pierced by Peter's fist. The blue smoke from the teleportation hadn't even dissipated yet. Oh, sorry. I remembered you have a healing factor, so I put a little more force into it. Peter, pulling his hand out, suppressed his disgust and vigorously shook it, relieved to be free of the sticky sensation. Mr. Sinister instantly collapsed. He was undoubtedly not dead and could even still stand. He tremblingly looked at the original Human Torch, issuing a mental command for Human Torch to act. The original Human Torch looked over and began to ascend. Cyclops, noticing this perfect opportunity, activated his powers with Emma's help. A spatial fissure tore open between his eyes, and a massive amount of energy poured out, directly enveloping the original Human Torch. For some reason, after resisting the blast for a while, the original Human Torch looked up at the sky and flew away as if receiving some command. The desperate Mr. Sinister watched Human Torch fly away, then looked at Spider-Man, who had lifted him up, ready to accept his fate. But just then, an unexpected person saved his life. Cyclops, having retrieved and put on his visor, walked over, saying, "Don't do that, Spider-Man. If I remember correctly, this guy is a scientist who's a repeat offender, loves doing human experiments, right? And I thought you guys killed him once already." Peter asked curiously. He had just prepared himself to kill someone, or something that might not even be human, when Cyclops suddenly stopped him. What? Cyclops paused, then realized Spider-Man had misunderstood him. Oh no, I mean, hand him over to the White Queen. We can't let him escape with telepathy again. This time, we need to solve the problem once and for all. It turned out that while Cyclops believed in the professor's ideals, he wasn't so extremely gentle. Peter, understanding this, nodded and put Mr. Sinister down. Mr. Sinister, clinging to life, shook his head and closed his eyes with a smile. The White Queen also closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she opened them with a grave expression. Mr. Sinister fooled us all. He must have anticipated a situation like this. This was just a clone he was remotely controlling with telepathy. Cyclops shook his head helplessly, then looked at the scattered Weapon X subjects, who hadn't recovered their abilities yet, and managed a smile. At least we're not empty-handed, are we? One more thing. Cyclops suddenly added, we need to destroy the gene splicing machine. We can't leave it for S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, somewhere in Malaysia, Ajax, the head of Weapon X, opened his eyes. The appearance of Spider-Man, a non-mutant, had disrupted all contingency plans. He had no choice but to abandon that body. In fact, everything had gone awry from the moment Spider-Man entered the gene-splicing machine. Looking at the disappeared signal of the gene-splicing machine, Mr. Sinister sighed. The data within it was crucial. To contend with the so-called apocalypse, he had to create a mutant capable of rivaling him. And now, only one gene-splicing machine was left in the entire world. In other words, he needed to accumulate strength and steal the device from Genosha. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Mr. Sinister left, went to the cloning laboratory, and found its head. Dr. Sarah, what was that alternative cloning project for Weapon X called again? X-23, Dr. Ajax. The blonde female scientist looked at the current supreme leader of Weapon X. Is something wrong? Perhaps we really can't capture Weapon X. Let's use your backup plan instead. The groundwork has been laid sufficiently. Now it's time to return to New York and deal with the stories that have already unfolded. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 91, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents. To be honest, the X-Men's first battle since reassembling didn't go so well. They came to capture Weapon X, only to find Mr. Sinister hiding behind them. Using the mutant ability of a leech, he almost wiped out their entire team. That sounded too embarrassing. If Spider-Man hadn't been there, they probably would have been captured along with the Weapon X crew for experiments. At that point, they'd either have to find a way to cooperate with those rotten Weapon X people, or their unreturned teammates would have to discover the anomaly and rescue them, but either scenario would have been quite difficult to stomach. Since even more people were now headed to New York, and Beast's Quinjet had been shot down by the original Human Torch, S.H.I.E.L.D. told everyone to return to New York tomorrow. As a result, Peter got 3 days off. The good news was that according to his phone messages, Uncle Ben and Aunt May wouldn't be back until the weekend, so his absence wouldn't be discovered for now. After taking all of the Weapon X members back to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unreliable temporary prison, the X-Men discussed taking turns on guard duty. The first shift was Cyclops and Emma Frost. Cyclops looked at the few individuals, stripped of their gear and confined in special transparent cells, and asked Emma, "How did you know Spider-Man could resist telepathy?" "I observed a little when he came to find you that day. This young man's mind is protected by some stronger force." The White Queen made no attempt to hide her little habit of peeking into people's minds. Instead, she openly admitted it. "When does the Academy merger begin?" "It begins when we get back." Cyclops, seeing Emma about to speak but hesitating, curiously asked, "Is there something else?" "Yes, there is. This battle shows how passive we would be if there were enemies specifically targeting mutants." Emma glanced at Cyclops, then explained, "So, perhaps Spider-Man would be a very good external ally, don't you think?" The next morning, Peter and the X-Men arrived at the flattened bunker from yesterday, waiting for their specialized transport plane. The massive helicarrier high in the sky suddenly decloaked and slowly descended. It was a huge C-17 Globemaster III transport aircraft, with the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem on its side and a specially modified Quinjet takeoff connector on top. As the transport plane slowly landed, its rear ramp gradually opened, and Phil Coulson, wearing sunglasses, walked down the ramp. He extended a friendly hand to Cyclops, Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. "I'm delighted to hear the news of the X-Men's reunion. It means our safety is assured. Pleased to meet you, Agent Coulson. The X-Men's goal has always remained the same, to find a path for mutants and humans to coexist harmoniously." Cyclops and Coulson conversed as they boarded the aircraft, followed by the other X-Men and Jubilee. Peter was probably the most curious among the group. After seeing the plane, he roughly understood who had arrived. It was the main cast of the TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., or more accurately, the main cast of the first season. At this time, Coulson's team was still one that specialized in cleaning up after the Avengers and other superheroes, and this time was no exception. They were here to retrieve the gene splicer. Of course, after the battle ended yesterday, Cyclops had gone down specially to blow up the gene splicer, so now only fragments remained. Beyond that, there was the video footage recorded by Peter's suit's eye lenses. According to an agreement between the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., such data from confrontations with supervillains should be shared. Peter himself remained somewhat skeptical, given who knew how many Hydra agents were currently within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, unexpectedly, on the way back to New York, Coulson sought out Peter, not the X-Men, saying he had something to discuss. "Oh my goodness, it's really him, an Avenger." A girl from Coulson's team gasped. Peter waved back at her friendly, then was surrounded by two others. The girl immediately asked, "Is your power a genetic mutation?" while the guy asked, "Can I see your web shooters?" Coulson politely introduced a few members of his team. "This is Simmons, the team's biologist. This is Fitz, the team's engineer. And that's Sky, our information specialist. Alright, guys, I have some serious business to discuss with this Avenger, excuse us." The few reluctantly left, and Coulson gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry, everyone gets excited when they see you. We rarely get to see a real superhero. I'm pretty excited too. I usually don't see people treat me with this much respect." Peter said with self-deprecation, then curiously asked, "I read in the Avengers files that you died during the Battle of New York." "I was dead for about 3 seconds, then I stood back up. You can tell Captain and the others I'm fine," Coulson said, pulling up a somewhat awkwardly displayed image on the table in front of him. "I have something I need to tell the Avengers. Actually, I just joined." "Yes, but you are indeed an Avenger." The image Coulson played showed the original Human Torch, who had briefly clashed with the X-Men. Coulson said with complex emotions, "According to our confirmation, this person is Jim Hammond, a former member of the Howling Commandos, the first Human Torch." Peter stared in shock at the fiery figure on the screen, then looked at Coulson, incredulously asking, "Are you sure it's him?" "That's a figure from 70 years ago. Jim Hammond is a synthetic human. I highly doubt human lifespan applies to him. But the real question is why he appeared there. We all know the original Human Torch sacrificed himself on the eve of victory, but the official story, that he was shot down by a Hydra fighter jet, isn't the truth." Coulson sighed, explaining the true circumstances of the original Human Torch's death to Peter. At the time, Soviet forces were closer to Berlin. Western Command, to ensure American forces received the honor of liberating Berlin, ordered Jim Hammond to infiltrate Berlin and kill Hitler. He succeeded. Hitler's body was found charred in the bunker, but he also failed, because Jim Hammond also fell there. Subsequently, his body was transferred domestically, and shortly after, it was stolen. Coulson looked at Peter. This was what he needed to tell Spider-Man. This couldn't be a mere story. Peter clearly understood Coulson's purpose in revealing this truth. The only entity capable of stealing and modifying the original Human Torch was Hydra. Chapter 92, Return to New York. "Director Fury originally wanted me to tell you that nothing would happen even if you left New York for 2 days, Coulson said, watching Peter prepare to leap from the Airbus. "But unfortunately, on your first day away, the rate of violent crime in New York increased by 2%. By the second day, when they confirmed you were gone, it rose another 7%. Tell Fury to listen to Spider-Man, or they'll regret it," Peter quipped, ready to jump. At the same time, he gave Coulson a heads up. "When I passed your Agent Ward, my spider sense tingled a bit. Does he have a problem with me?" "I believe you have no personal grudges," Coulson said, seemingly understanding, and opened the door. Peter cheered and plummeted from the sky. The city once again welcomed its friendly neighborhood hero, this time fully recovered and more formidable than ever. Coulson watched Peter descend, then turned to Cindy, who was approaching, and asked the agent he had trained, "What kind of person do you think he is?" "Kind." Coulson smiled at Cindy. Cindy was a woman of few words, always had been, but rarely had she been so concise and resolute. He couldn't help but ask, "That's it?" That word might be enough. Coulson watched Cindy jump out as well, and couldn't help but smile. A few minutes later, the Airbus landed on the plaza of the Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The X-Men looked at the dilapidated academy with mixed emotions, and even Logan couldn't help but remark, "We'll have to do some serious cleaning." "Yes, it needs a good cleaning," a voice said, and Angel, Warren Worthington III, walked over in a sharp suit. "Worthington Group will handle the academy's renovation. Once the teachers and students arrive, it can be put to use. Aren't you coming back?" "No, Bob." Angel shook his head, then looked at Emma. He had a contract to sign with her, but that wasn't urgent. He wouldn't return to the X-Men because he could be more effective at Worthington Group. From there, he could use his financial resources to support the X-Men, the Academy, and other mutants. However, he was here for another matter. "How's the professor?" Cyclops and Beast exchanged glances, finally focusing on Emma. A few minutes later, in the basement of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Cyclops led the X-Men into a room. In the center of the room, inside a life support chamber, lay an old man in his 70s, frail and aged. The life support machine displayed faint vital signs. I thought Charles Xavier was dead. Emma expressed her surprise, and Beast answered her. Indeed, the professor is dead. This life support system we built can only ensure that the professor's body doesn't decay, that his bodily fluids circulate normally, and his heart continues to beat. We once believed the professor would awaken, but as the world's most powerful telepath, if his body hadn't lost vitality, his consciousness should have been able to return. But now, the professor still lay there, motionless. Regardless, this was the reality they had to accept. The X-Men, only they remained. Spider-Man is back. Looking at the footage sent back by his Octobot, Otto Octavius turned to Mac Gargan. He not only survived but was doing quite well. The bullet Gargan himself fired had pierced his spine, causing permanent paralysis in his lower body, but luckily, among the high-tech items Thriller had stolen earlier was a prototype of an exoskeleton spinal nerve connector, allowing Gargan to walk normally again. Later, based on some of his own research in neural interfaces, Octavius had made certain modifications to Gargan's exoskeleton spinal nerve connector. At this moment, a metallic tail emerged from the bare-chested private detective's back. He wiped the sweat from his face, concluding another day of training. It doesn't matter if he's back. I still need to train hard and master the power I've gained. Gargan said this while punching a sandbag. Whether by luck or fate, his genome was incredibly compatible with the genetically modified Scorpion Mysterio had stolen. Although Otto wasn't an expert in genetic programming, he still managed to complete the surgery thanks to Gargan and the Scorpion's genetic compatibility, and finally, developed the first enemy capable of rivaling Spider-Man. Gargan punched the specially made sandbag. Data was transmitted back to the computer in real time. His strength exceeded 30 tons, and his speed and agility were on par with Spider-Man's. If he only had to deal with one Spider-Man, he could certainly take care of them, but unfortunately, now there were two spiders, so other issues needed to be considered. After all, in Otto's calculations, once Gargan had to face two Spider-Men, his chances of winning would significantly decrease. On Otto's computer, a green titanium alloy battlesuit had already been designed and was ready for manufacturing. Thriller's battlesuit had provided him with much help, Mysterio had helped him test Spider-Man's abilities, and Osborn Industries' Scorpion had brought the final piece of the puzzle to defeat Spider-Man. Your training will probably take several more days to complete, Mr. Gargan, Otto said unhurriedly, watching Gargan pick up a water glass with his tail. The latter was already very skilled at using the mechanical tail. And this special tail was Otto's personal gift to Spider-Man, and we all know that Kingpin doesn't like to waste time. Yes, he allowed me to stand up, to get revenge on Spider-Man, both Spider-Men. Gargan said, putting on his clothes and covering his tail with a coat. But luckily, finding and retaliating against them doesn't necessarily have to be through combat. Although I never thought Chameleon's idea was right, however. There were indeed other ways to defeat and deal with Spider-Man. Don't forget, Mac Gargan was a detective, one of New York's finest private investigators. Of course, also one of New York's most notorious and unscrupulous detectives. And what he intended to do was to use his skills and knowledge as a detective to uncover the Spider-Men's true identities, and then, when their families became targets of threats, even the most powerful enemies would become utterly helpless. Unfortunately, the zombie universe will have to wait a while, as Reed still needs time to develop the multiverse traverser. After all, for now, he can only conduct multiverse communication. Chapter 93, New Yorkers and Their Daily Grind. Peter plummeted towards the streets of Super New York like a freshly launched Helldriver. The system built into his suit immediately reported on the current crime situation in New York, and Peter instantly understood why violent crime had escalated in New York over the past 2 days, because in his absence, a new supervillain had emerged. A metal behemoth, framed like a Ferris wheel, over 5 meters tall, was rampaging through the streets of New York. This giant wheel was equipped with machine guns and mechanical claws on both sides. It ruthlessly crushed all vehicles in its path. Drivers waiting at red lights saw this thing hurtling towards them and scrambled out of their cars, fleeing. What in the world is that? Jackson Wheel's device. Jackson Wheel, former sales manager at Oscorp, faced charges of embezzlement and misappropriation. He chose to infiltrate the company to destroy accounting records, was discovered, and subsequently fired. It's speculated his purpose is to retaliate against Oscorp Industries. Who builds a big wheel just because their name sounds like wheel? Peter grumbled, spreading his arms and gliding closer to the contraption using his web wings. At the same time, he checked what the Avengers were up to. The answer was most of them were in Arizona today escorting Abomination to the newly completed Raft prison. The only Avengers left in New York were Ant-Man and Wasp. They probably weren't a match for this giant wheel, and he hadn't seen them, no idea what they were busy with. The NYPD, attempting to stop this thing from atop Manhattan's buildings, were desperate. You could ask them to deal with Shocker or Chameleon, and they'd have some hope, at least they looked relatively normal. But a two-story wheel with machine guns and mechanical claws. How do you fight that? This thing is literally a walking steel coil. Ant-Man grew into a giant, tens of meters tall, trying to block the giant wheel with his hand. The wheel, in turn, grabbed cars from the road with its mechanical arm and hurled them at the giant's head, while its machine guns fiercely raked the giant. These attacks, of course, were useless against the giant. His suit and the amplified strength from his giant size were enough to block them. But then, a shocking scene unfolded. As the giant reached out, the Ferris wheel-like contraption, at an incredibly high rotation speed, vigorously rubbed against the giant's palm, then accelerated. The massive wheel slammed directly into the giant's face, then accelerated again, bouncing away like a yo-yo and changing its path to continue its rampage. Peter, who had already landed near Oscorp Tower, couldn't help but complain. Great. Shocker, Mysterio, big wheel. Am I going to be solving problems the Avengers can't handle every week now? Hey, Spider-Man, glad to see you're in good health. Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp's voice came through the comms. At the weekend press conference, besides announcing Spider-Man and Black Panther joining the Avengers, Wasp had also officially become a full member. Of course, she was already the Avengers manager, so her membership didn't really change much. I've reached Oscorp Tower. Can your suit emit PIM particles? Peter, rushing from Oscorp Tower to the scene, looked at the smoke-filled street. Facing a huge, fast-moving wheel, his best opponents would be Iron Man or Hulk, who could deal with it instantly. But unfortunately, both of them were escorting Abomination, so he had to figure something out himself. Hold on, I'll ask Hank. I'm on the comms. Ant-Man sighed, shrinking back to normal size as he communicated with Peter. Janet has PIM particle darts she can throw. I know what you're planning, but it might not work. The probability of your reinforced web stopping it is only about 79.6%. Then it's not only Hank. Wasp was clearly very pleased with the plan and spotted Peter swinging through the city. I'm here, little spider, ready. Always ready. Reinforced webs formed a dense series of barriers at the intersection, and the big wheel paid them no mind. Instead, it accelerated and began to burst through these giant webs. The moment it made contact, PIM particles enlarged all these webs, turning the sticky white webs into giant solid glue that almost blocked the entire street. The big wheel certainly struggled to push through, and its speed involuntarily dropped. So the big wheel chose to reverse, but behind it was also filled with webs. So, it turned 90 degrees and accelerated towards a Manhattan skyscraper. With only a dozen meters of acceleration, the big wheel slammed into the building. It didn't penetrate the building. It started running up the building's exterior. How can it run on a wall? That defies the laws of physics. Ant-Man and Wasp, listening to Spider-Man, fell silent. It seemed that in New York, you were the least qualified person to say that. However, Spider-Man didn't choose to sit idly by. His web stuck to the big wheel's machine gun mount, trying to pull it off the wall, but the big wheel had already launched itself into the sky and landed on the street on the other side of the building, continuing its furious rampage towards Oscorp Technologies. As for Peter, he tried to shoot webs from his other hand to the road to increase resistance, but this thing was just an oversized steel coil with an engine, and he alone couldn't stop it. Fortunately, Peter wasn't alone. The big wheel's machine guns aimed at him, but Peter's spider sense didn't go off. Sure enough, another web descended from above, stuck to the machine gun barrel, and with a powerful tug, ripped the entire machine gun off. Cindy, doing the same to the other machine gun, then webbed the other machine gun turret. Together with Peter, they pulled hard on the big wheel. The high-speed rotating wheel finally stopped moving, leaving deep gouges on the road as it continued to accelerate. At this moment, Ant-Man, who had shrunk to ant size and was flying on a flying ant, enlarged himself again, becoming Giant-Man. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the webs fired by the two spiders, pulling with them, finally bringing the big wheel to a halt on the road. With the fall of this small Ferris wheel, another supervillain, or was defeated by the Avengers. The wheel was stopped by the Parker. Everyone's happy. Spider-Man finished, looking at his silent teammates, and shrugged. What, not funny? I thought it was pretty good. Chapter 94, The Raft Prison. I heard someone built a big wheel, mimicking Men in Black 3, to celebrate the Raft Prison's opening today. Tony, having landed, watched Jackson Whelan being pulled out of the giant wheel by the NYPD. He opened his faceplate. Peter, perched on the wall nearby, interjected, I think it's more like a Ferris wheel, though it's too small. These days, anyone dares to call themselves a supervillain. I wonder what I'll encounter next, a thief on a rocket-powered skateboard. Tony expressed genuine disdain for these supervillains who completely lacked any sense of proper image, even feeling it was a waste of resources to lock this guy up in the raft. Alright, kid, Cap and Hulk have to escort the Abomination into the raft. And we've still got work to do. Your old friends like Shocker and Mysterio are waiting for an upgrade in accommodation. Tony smiled as he assigned Peter his next task, to go meet his old friends, Shocker and Mysterio, and transfer them to the raft as well. And I believe having a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent along will put Fury's mind at ease. Tony looked at Cindy, including her in the plan. All right, let's go. The Avengers' temporary prison wasn't in some remote, out-of-the-way place, it was actually in the basement of Avengers Tower. Both Herman Schultz, the Shocker, and Quentin Beck, Mysterio, were held there. The prison was quite humanitarian. Peter actually had reservations about whether prisoners needed to be treated better than they were before entering prison. Not just him, but Cap and Iron Man, based on their different perspectives and personal experiences, also believed that criminals could retain basic human rights but didn't need special privileges. Unfortunately, the person in charge of the Avengers' temporary prison was Hank Pym. Dr. Pym was a thorough humanitarian, so, for now, they were living quite comfortably. And the raft prison was designed entirely by me, from its blueprints to its regulations. Oh, the regulations drew inspiration from Russian and East Asian models. I certainly don't think letting them play games and watch TV in prison is a way to reform them. Tony grumbled about Pym's leniency in the elevator as he led Peter and Cindy to the bottom floor. Herman and Beck were each in a cell, both looking quite well. Beck was simply lying quietly on his bed, covered with a small blanket. Hearing the door open, he pulled back the blanket for a glance, then covered himself again. Herman, however, came to the edge of his cell and, upon seeing Spider-Man, became quite excited. Hey! Spider! Little Spider! I'm here. Long time no see, Herman. Spider-Man walked to the cell door. Herman immediately complained, I've been locked up for about 10 days to half a month, and this is the first time you've come to see me. What's with the resentment? Actually, I only joined the Avengers last Sunday, and then I went on a mission in Southeast Asia. After a brief explanation, Peter watched Tony unlock the electronic door and then explained to Herman, and, you'll both be transferred to a proper prison very soon. We probably won't be able to see each other as often. Herman nodded, looking at Peter with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Spider-Man, you still remember my name. Of course, I remember. You were the first supervillain I ever met, buddy. But listen, if you ever get out, Stark Industries might have a job for you. Just try not to cause trouble anymore. As Peter spoke, he took the high-tech restraints Tony handed him. Next, they were going to escort these supercriminals to the raft prison. In many Marvel universes, the raft prison is an isolated island prison built on the Hudson River in New York. However, the raft prison built by Tony is a floating metal behemoth on the high seas, not under the jurisdiction of any country. It's worth noting that although the raft prison was funded by Tony, legally, the Avengers have no law enforcement authority. Therefore, the actual owner of this prison is S.H.I.E.L.D. They operate as an agency under the United Nations, allowing this prison adrift on the high seas to function normally and legally. It also means that the United States has no jurisdiction over the raft prison. The only entity with jurisdiction isn't even S.H.I.E.L.D., but the higher-level World Security Council. Another Quinjet landed, carrying Peter and the others. As they disembarked, Tony proudly introduced the raft's features, powered by 12 large arc reactors, capable of sustained operation for over 100 years. It can function normally with just 3 reactors running. Based on the cosmic cube's energy readings, we've developed molecular recombination and displacement disruptors. No teleportation is possible within 5 kilometers of the prison. Specialized demagnetizing fields permeate the prison, not even Magneto could move a single nail inside. Tony, with a confident air, walked towards Cap, who was checking on the prisoners. Cap, how's the situation? Pretty good. Blonsky, Abomination, Ulysses Claw, and the Shocker and Mysterio you brought, plus some other supercriminals. Cap looked at Tony and asked the question Peter had also been wanting to ask, but can the security here be guaranteed? These are all supercriminals. If there's a breakout, safety can't be assured. This is the high seas, Cap, no country within a 400-kilometer radius. Every prisoner's equipment is confiscated and transferred to Avengers Tower when they're brought to the raft. And if necessary, guys like Abomination will have special management, with special cells. Tony said with considerable confidence, to ensure the guards aren't bribed, Hank and I collaborated on designing a highly intelligent robotic guard. I handle the physical construction, he handles the system. Peter had a bad feeling. Can I ask what this guard is called? Ultron. Why? Peter felt even worse now. Will there be an AI uprising or something? Don't be silly, kid. This is the real world, not some movie or game. Tony looked at Peter as if he were an idiot. Ultron doesn't have self-iteration capabilities, and its intelligence level is lower than JARVIS. There's no danger. No danger, really? Perhaps not right now, Peter thought, deciding to remain cautious. He scratched his head and walked with Cindy and the 2 criminals towards the cells. Both Herman and Quentin, stripped of their equipment, were just ordinary people, so they were placed in standard cells. Each cell here was isolated, with transparent walls on both sides facing corridors, ensuring guards could monitor them at all times. As for the cells themselves, they were roughly 3 meters wide, 3 meters high, and 5 meters long, not too small, not too big. Inside, there was a toilet, a wooden board nailed to the wall serving as a shelf, a transparent table and chair without drawers, and a bed. Study hard, reform well, Herman. I'll come see you every time it's my turn to bring someone in. Peter then looked at Beck, whom Cindy had locked in his cell. Herman spoke up. It's fine, I'll look after him. After all, we were both sent in by Spider-Man. I said I wouldn't dig holes, but I did anyway. Chapter 95, The Transfer Student. Peter specifically researched Ultron's current state. The good news was that this version of Ultron was relatively rudimentary, not as complex and lifelike as in the movies. The bad news was that it was exactly like the rudimentary comic book version of Ultron. However, the current Ultron was indeed more rigid and stiff than JARVIS, with its version only iterated to Type 2. If this prison didn't belong to Stark Industries, Tony would definitely have used the more superior JARVIS. Peter wondered if there was a way to prevent Ultron from going rogue if there truly weren't any issues with it now. After all, Pym didn't seem like the abusive type, he appeared more like a pacifist, and since Ultron wasn't created by scanning Pym's brainwaves, it seemed feasible. This matter still needed to be discussed with Hank Pym, to persuade him not to design Ultron with the directive, strive for peace for all humanity. This logic was destined to lead Ultron's simple 0 and 1 brain to extremism. It would be better to be more practical. Hopefully, after the Ultron crisis was resolved, this robot could become a true helper for humanity. But for now, everything was settled, and it was time to go back. Peter thought, and after bidding farewell to Ultron, he left the Raft prison. Due to the American school system being essentially a homeroom-based system with guidance counselors responsible for a portion of students' academic performance, like a combination of a homeroom teacher and a psychological counselor, even with new students, there wouldn't be a dedicated teacher for guidance and education. However, after Peter finished his Thursday morning patrol and arrived at school, he was called into his guidance counselor's office. Peter, this is Cindy Moon. She's a new transfer student from Vision High School. From her grades, your class schedules are identical. The teacher, seemingly irresponsible, simply waved his hand and handed the transfer student, Cindy, over to Peter. So, can you show her around our school? Including classrooms, the library, the cafeteria, and so on. No problem. What could Peter say? He just nodded in agreement, then feigned unfamiliarity as he looked at Cindy and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Cindy. Nice to meet you, Peter. Peter didn't interact much with Cindy in his daily life, but he could tell she wasn't very talkative and was quite introverted. The two walked silently to their first class, and finally, Peter, in his awkwardness, spoke first. Ah, this is our classroom. There aren't many people. Let's pick seats first. Peter said, finding his usual seat in the awkward silence. Harry wasn't as early as usual today, so Peter sat in his regular spot, waiting for Harry to arrive. Cindy looked around the classroom and, seeing that no one was currently sitting next to Peter, walked over with her books and sat down under Peter's gaze. Am I disturbing you? No, not at all. Peter smiled and quickly explained, taking out his books to see what classes he had missed these past few days. His super senses heard Harry and Amadeus's voices, and he finally understood why Harry wasn't early. In the days Peter was gone, they had achieved the feat of always entering and leaving school together, becoming even closer as homebody friends. They walked to the classroom door, and Harry grabbed Amadeus, who hadn't realized what was happening, making him look at the very pretty Asian girl sitting in his usual seat. Who's that? I don't know, never seen her before, Amadeus replied matter-of-factly, looking at Harry with an obvious meaning. You're not seriously going to say she's Asian, and I'm Asian too, so I should know her, are you? That makes no sense. I mean, that girl is sitting next to Peter. Look, there are so many empty seats in the classroom, but she chose to sit next to Peter. Harry whispered, then saw Peter turn and look at them, nodding at Peter, who was clearly confused. Then Harry walked to the last row and sat down with Amadeus, which was also Amadeus's usual seat, only no one ever sat with him. Welcome back, buddy. Harry patted Peter's shoulder as he sat down. Peter took the opportunity to introduce his two friends to Cindy. Guys, this is Cindy. She just transferred to our school. The teacher asked me to show her around. Cindy, this is Harry, and this is Amadeus. They're both good friends of mine. Cindy simply nodded at them expressionlessly, then turned back to her book. Harry and Amadeus exchanged glances after sitting down. Amadeus actually had no idea what was going on. Harry had just patted him, so he looked over. Silence permeated between them. After about another 10 seconds, Cindy asked Peter again, am I disturbing you? No, definitely not. Harry answered the question before Peter could. Peter looked Harry up and down, then turned back to his textbook. Harry, meanwhile, sent Amadeus a text message. I think we'll have to sit here from now on. Amadeus looked at his phone and sent Harry a question mark. Harry glanced at it, then sent Amadeus a new text message. Do you think Gwen knows about this? Finally, Amadeus sent an expression of sudden realization. The difficult class finally ended. After Peter packed his things, he looked at Cindy, who was still sitting there with her book, and seemed to finally understand something. Shall we go to the next class? Cindy nodded and stood up. Finally understanding the girl's personality, Peter sighed. He could probably imagine what today would be like. Sure enough, in the next class, Cindy still sat beside him, attending class like a wooden doll, taking notes, and only acting when he spoke to her. In a way, she was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s perfect employee, as long as he wasn't on a solo mission. After school, you can participate in some school activities or something, if you have time. Make some friends. After the next class ended, Peter said this to Cindy. Cindy just nodded, then asked Peter a question. I feel like you don't have many friends either. Is there a need to make so many friends? Still, make one or two. Peter scratched his head. There was still a whole day left. Just get through it. Perhaps there were still 4 whole years of high school. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. A Tree in Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 96, School Life. Peter quickly realized an even more annoying point. Since it was the first day, Cindy didn't know where the cafeteria was, so he had to take her himself. This led to a new problem. Cindy also sat across from him at lunch. Because of this, Harry and Amadeus deliberately chose another table, whispering to each other from a distance. After Cindy sat down, she seemed to understand something and suggested, if you find it troublesome, just tell me. Today's your first day transferring. Anyway, you won't need me to take you to the cafeteria tomorrow, Peter said, hoping someone would come over to relieve his awkwardness. He thought it would be Gwen or Jessica, but an unexpected person broke the ice. Hey, Peter, can I talk to you about something? Oh, who's this? It was Mary Jane who came over. She initially thought Peter was eating with Amadeus but then saw an unfamiliar Asian girl after arriving. This is Cindy, a new transfer student. The teacher asked me to help her get familiar with the school. Peter smiled, then saw Cindy just focused on eating, so he asked, can I help you with something? Can you take a few photos for me? Peter looked at MJ, confused, wondering why she suddenly needed him to take pictures. MJ, in turn, looked at Peter in disbelief. You don't know, do you? Your photos were on the front page of the Daily Bugle. When did that happen? Oh. No way. One moment. Peter pulled out his phone and scrolled through it. Sure enough, he found the Daily Bugle's reply in his inbox. He really hadn't expected his photos of Spider-Man fighting Shocker to be published. The camera had been stuck to the wall, with no particular angles for candid shots. He had just picked one, developed it, and mailed it to the Bugle. After all, back then he was still penniless Peter Parker. Now it was different. He was Peter Parker, who could sell Spider-Man's image rights thanks to his Avenger status. Well, he was still temporarily penniless. I thought my photos would definitely be rejected, so I didn't even check. I still have $500 to collect. Peter thanked MJ, then asked, what kind of photos do you need me to take? I'd most like to interview Spider-Man, but I guess that's unlikely. MJ smiled helplessly. But can you believe it? J. Jonah Jameson is willing to give me a chance. I can interview him for his thoughts on Spider-Man. Yeah, what thoughts could JJJ have about Spider-Man? After sighing inwardly, Peter suddenly realized, oh, you mean you want me to take 2 photos of J. Jonah Jameson? Yeah, why not? No, I actually really want to meet him. Peter indeed wanted to meet JJJ. After all, as Spider-Man's #1 archenemy, few were as annoying and unavoidable as JJJ. But he wasn't in a hurry. JJJ was there, he wasn't going anywhere. Perhaps he should worry about the people who could run away first. MJ, are you talking to Peter? Carrying her tray, Gwen walked over when she saw MJ chatting with Peter. She then peeked her head in, saw Cindy, and looked at Peter, raising an eyebrow. Fortunately, MJ helped Peter explain that Cindy was a transfer student and why Peter was sitting with her, which avoided some awkwardness. Then Mary Jane looked at Gwen very genuinely. Also, I need to borrow Peter for a bit, if that's okay. He's not my property, why would you ask me? Because you'd get angry if I didn't tell you. This made Gwen quite confused. Why would I get angry? You wouldn't. Peter, having finished eating, excused himself and bolted with his tray, leaving the 3 girls standing there. Mary Jane looked at Cindy's hardly eaten tray and smiled, asking if she could sit next to her. Cindy didn't refuse, so Mary Jane sat down. Then, Gwen also sat down and began to interrogate MJ about what she had meant. Cindy looked at them and suddenly thought of something. Is Peter Parker's life always this ordinary? It seemed a bit different from what she had imagined. Meanwhile, Peter intended to confront his two good friends, but someone tapped him on the shoulder. Peter, whose mind was elsewhere and who hadn't gotten a spider sense feedback, was startled. He sighed when he saw it was Flash signaling him. "What's up, Flash? Where have you been these past few days?" "I was sick." Peter looked at Flash, who was suddenly concerned, and felt a bit bewildered. "What's wrong?" "That photo you took of Spider-Man. It was so good." Flash asked him, excitedly and expectantly, "When are you going to take another one of Spider-Man?" "Peter. I'm not Spider-Man's personal photographer, okay? It's not like we know where Spider-Man is fighting every time." Peter sighed, and Flash, realizing this, said, "Oh," and visibly became dejected. I heard Spider-Man stopped a crime yesterday. He's back. So, sorry." Watching Flash leave, Peter shook his head, then pulled out his phone again. This time, it was serious business. Since Quentin and Herman still refused to say who their boss was, Peter decided to try a different approach, have JARVIS investigate the gunman who tried to shoot him. This investigation turned up something interesting. The gunman was named Mac Gargan, a private investigator by profession. This was undoubtedly Scorpion, one of Spider-Man's villains. Peter quickly pursued his whereabouts. The conclusion was that he was missing. After being shot, he was taken away by ambulance to a hospital. However, hospital records showed that someone had come to the hospital and taken Gargan. More importantly, no one knew who did it. The hospital system had been tampered with, deleting related records and data, but the programming algorithm used was similar to the one Mysterio used to interfere with Tony's programs. In other words, the person who took Mac Gargan was the true culprit behind Shocker, Chameleon, and Mysterio. And they might already be modifying Scorpion. This person was most likely Kingpin, but unfortunately, Peter had no evidence. Without evidence, neither arrest nor punishment would be sufficiently convincing. It might even earn Kingpin a good reputation if he were to die because of this. So, Kingpin had to be branded a villain first. And Peter knew there was such a person in New York who had been collecting evidence against Kingpin. It's time to pay a visit to Matt Murdock. Chapter 97, Daredevil. Daredevil, or rather, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. He was like an urban legend, a shadow moving through the darkness. Unlike Spider-Man, no one had ever captured his photo, and even police files lacked a clear image of him. His existence could only be pieced together from the testimonies of bruised and battered gang members, or from the fleeting black blur occasionally glimpsed by passers-by between tall buildings. Some said he was a superpowered individual, some said he was a mutant, and even more outlandish rumors claimed Daredevil was a genuine demon, crawled back from hell to punish sin. But Peter Parker knew Daredevil was not only real but also knew his true identity, the blind lawyer Matt Murdock. By day, he defended the vulnerable at Nelson and Murdock, the law firm he co-founded with his good friend Foggy Nelson. By night, he transformed into the devil, unleashing his fury with fists and a billy club, seeking truth and justice for his clients. Tonight, Hell's Kitchen's night sky was still stained with neon and crime. Daredevil leaped between buildings, his acute hearing catching every whispered sin in every alleyway. Suddenly, he paused. The wind had changed. Not sirens, not gunshots, but a lighter, swifter whooshing sound, the sound of a human body moving back and forth in midair. "Spider-Man, that's odd, you don't usually come to this area." He stopped, standing beside a water tower, his billy club retracted into his sleeve. "I rarely see you in Hell's Kitchen." "Perhaps you mean here, Daredevil." Peter landed on the water tank, not fully revealing that he knew Daredevil's identity. Then, as if realizing something, he asked, "Wait, didn't the Punisher tell you about me?" "Frank and I aren't exactly close, and we both have our own things to deal with." Daredevil heard the Punisher's name and relaxed a little. Regardless of what J. Jonah Jameson said about Spider-Man, since the Avengers had invited Spider-Man to join them, he shouldn't be an enemy. What he hadn't expected, though, was that Spider-Man knew an astonishing amount. "I guess you're planning to send Wilson Fisk to prison for the third time," Peter said, understanding what Daredevil wanted to do. "Is that going to work? You've already put him away twice, but he keeps getting out. Not only that, he's even cleared of his previous charges and become a renowned philanthropic entrepreneur. Honestly, the plot of this Earth 616 was incredibly messy. For example, the events of the 3 seasons of Daredevil, which theoretically should have happened in 2015, were somehow already concluded by 2010. And after the Battle of New York, Kingpin, whom Daredevil had sent to prison a second time, was released again. Not only that, Fisk leveraged contracting construction projects after the Battle of New York to become a billionaire within months, going public and washing his hands clean, looking like a normal businessman. But at the same time, the Defender's storyline didn't seem to have happened, and the plot once again veered in directions Peter didn't understand. The entire world was like an unpredictable stage of fate. You thought you knew what would happen, but in reality, you knew nothing. Daredevil awkwardly licked his dry lips. He thought Spider-Man would agree with his code of conduct. You mean, kill Fisk? But that's not our responsibility. But you also know that the court might never sentence him to death. Spider-Man finished, looking at Daredevil, who didn't reply. Daredevil was different from him. Daredevil truly had a no-kill rule, like Batman. While Peter disliked and didn't wish to kill, it didn't mean he wouldn't do it under certain circumstances. In fact, it seemed none of the Avengers, except for Ant-Man, were extreme pacifists when it came to killing. No institution gives us the right to judge them. Actually, no institution gives us the right to go out and fight criminals either, but let's just skip that topic for now. Peter interrupted Daredevil, scratching his head, not wanting to get entangled in this issue with Daredevil. Actually, I came to you because, well, I've been investigating those who have been excavating and smuggling Chitauri items from the ruins of the Battle of New York. You think Fisk is behind it? Yeah, but I don't have any evidence. I infiltrated Fisk Tower twice, but I didn't find anything. Peter squatted on the wall, watching Daredevil in silent contemplation. This was undoubtedly an invitation to cooperate, but Daredevil needed to consider whether accepting it would violate his principles. Finally, Daredevil nodded, agreeing to Peter's invitation. Only one condition, no killing. Okay, that's the first time anyone's told me not to kill. Peter said, glancing to the side. His senses might not be as sharp as Daredevil's, but they were far beyond normal human capabilities. He naturally heard the crime happening nearby. Almost immediately, he rushed over, swinging on his web line, still wondering if Matt Murdock had some misunderstanding about him. Was Spider-Man some kind of natural-born killer? Watching Spider-Man swing towards the scene of the crime, Daredevil immediately pursued him. However, compared to parkouring on rooftops, he wasn't as fast as web-slinging. By the time he arrived, several gang members were already webbed to the wall, their weapons broken and discarded. Spider-Man hung upside down on a web line, looking at Daredevil and asking curiously, "Any questions now? If not, I'll ask mine." Seeing this, Daredevil chuckled with a complicated expression and shook his head. "Ask away, kid. What do you want to know about Fisk?" "His criminal evidence. You've sent him to prison twice, truly no leads at all." Daredevil fell silent, or rather, he was speechless. Peter's eyes widened in shock. "What? You actually don't know?" All of Fisk's current businesses appear to be legal. Peter could sense the frustration in Daredevil's voice. "I've tracked several gang operations, but they have no overt connection to Fisk, and there's no direct evidence linking them secretly either. His wife, Vanessa, used to manage his businesses, but now, she doesn't even touch them anymore." Peter frowned. If the person he had been investigating all this time was Kingpin, then he should have a sizable weapon modification factory and other equipment. But reality told him there wasn't a single trace of any of that. "All right, I have a lead here. A missing private investigator, possibly hired by Kingpin to gather dirt and investigate our identities." Spider-Man pulled out a photo of MacDonald Gargan from his pocket and handed it to Daredevil. "His name is MacDonald Gargan. See if you can find any leads on him." Chapter 98, Identity Crisis. MacDonald Gargan's finger gently traced over the densely packed photos and clues on the wall. His fingertip paused on the images of Spider-Man and Silk, like an invisible knife slowly drawing across their throats. Spider-Man, and his female companion, were the culprits who caused his lower body paralysis, condemning him to a life forever bound to that cumbersome tail. Gargan mused, pulling on his coat and hat before returning to his safe house. This was a basement in a Brooklyn neighborhood, where he reviewed his latest collected clues. The previously found clues were already clear. Spider-Man was most likely a high school student, and only 7 high schools in New York had class schedules that perfectly matched his activity times. But from there, the clues became scarce, especially with Spider-Man joining the Avengers, which further protected his identity. Still, there were ways, such as investigating which families recently saw a sharp increase in income or unexpected expenditures. He had joined the Avengers, surely, he wouldn't fail to secure some benefits for his family from Tony Stark. Then there was his female companion. In the past couple of days, the media had finally learned the codename of this female Spider-Woman who had only appeared once or twice, Silk. Investigating her was much simpler than investigating Spider-Man. For some reason, Miss Silk chose not to fully cover her face. Although half her face was obscured, the remaining clues were enough to continue the investigation. Asian, short hair, female, under 20 years old. She should be a high school student, just like Spider-Man. Judging by their activity times, the two matched up, meaning there was a high probability they were students at the same school. 4 or 5 days had passed since Spider-Man's return. McDonald had been hiding here, continuing to control his powers while relying solely on his deductions and the information relayed by Otto Octavius's little robots. He made a call to Kingpin using an old satellite phone. "Mr. Fisk, how do you like the suggestion I gave you?" There was a long silence on the other end. Kingpin didn't respond quickly. Only after a long pause did he ask, "I admit what you said makes a lot of sense, Mr. Gargan, but are you perhaps a little too eager?" Gargan chuckled. "Aren't you the one who wants to get rid of Spider-Man the most?" Kingpin's muffled and helpless retort came from the other end, "That has nothing to do with what you're saying right now." "I don't care, Fisk. I have no family, no friends, I just want money. And my spine was broken, but you're good. You're still willing to give me money and let Octavius perform surgery, so I'm willing to return the favor. Do as I say, and you'll be able to maintain control of your empire as usual. Otherwise, I'm not threatening you." Smiling, Gargan spoke of Kingpin's greatest fear. "Herman Schultz at least has an old mother and a brother, but Quentin Beck, like me, has nothing. They only have testimonies, no concrete evidence. Quentin Beck never knew or was involved in much." Kingpin wasn't trying to argue. He stood by the window of his office desk at that very moment, looking out at daytime Manhattan. Behind him was his trusted subordinate and secretary, Wesley. This capable subordinate of Kingpin, who should have died in the TV series plot, was very much alive and well, standing behind Kingpin, occasionally answering questions for him. "Actually, Mr. Gargan, I haven't done anything else besides what I instructed you to do. I did smuggle a batch of Chitauri components during the New York reconstruction project, but beyond that, I know nothing. I don't deserve to die." Gargan, on the other end of the phone, heard this news and laughed. He understood. Kingpin was indeed still Kingpin, he wouldn't just take things lying down. "This isn't a threat, Fisk. It's a detective's experienced reminder to his biggest client. You yourself said the traditional era is over. Now it's the era of costumed clowns." The call ended. Kingpin looked down at Manhattan before him, then crushed the satellite phone in his hand and threw it to the floor. "Have someone burn it clean, Wesley." "Understood. What's next, boss?" Wesley nodded. Such delicate work was definitely beyond the Prowler. Kingpin glanced at him without much thought. "Tell Otto Octavius that his time is running out too. Make sure to tell him it's not a threat, it's a reminder." On the other side, Gargan had taped up all the photos of Silk, Spider-Man, and the 7 schools. There was also a final gift from Kingpin, a student list he obtained through the city's education department. Finding a fully masked Spider-Man from that list might be troublesome, but finding a minority girl with a clear height, weight, and hairstyle was no difficult task. He quickly found the file for a girl named Cindy Moon on the Visions Academy student roster. Spider-Man was most likely also a student at this school. But it didn't matter. As long as he targeted one of them, the other would soon show up. He made the last phone call he needed. "Otto, I'm ready here. How about you? Kingpin has already warned me." Otto's mechanical claws performed the final adjustments on the huge mechanical armor before him, confirming every detail on it, and also telling Gargan where his most desired item was. "The armor has been sent through the sewer near your safe house. With your strength, finding it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Are you really not going to tell me Spider-Man's true identity that you found?" "Either one. The person you need to kill is Osborn, Otto. This has nothing to do with you." Gargan hung up the satellite phone after getting the information. Like Kingpin, he crushed the satellite phone. Then he punched the basement wall heavily, collapsing it. On the other side was New York's sewer, where a large box lay. Inside was the armor Otto had prepared for him to defeat Spider-Man and Silk. Today was Monday, a good day for school. It was now 3 in the afternoon, a good time for school to let out. It would also be Spider-Man and Silk's last time. Meanwhile, Otto finished his adjustments. He watched with satisfaction as the metal skin perfectly integrated with his exoskeleton frame, transplanting onto the massive Russian man before him. Even Otto Octavius, who never focused on fighting Spider-Man, couldn't help but feel proud of his achievement. "Perfect, absolutely, excellent. Mr. Alex, you were born for this." The taciturn man stood up and asked only one question. "Has the money been transferred?" "All the money you need is clean. Even if you're caught, it won't be recovered or used for fines. Go on, Rhino, buy our Scorpion sometime." Chapter 99, Extreme Danger. Monday, the 4th week of September, was a day Peter originally thought would be good, but it turned out to be anything but. Because today, a supervillain, without any warning, or rather, not entirely without warning, suddenly burst onto the scene. Rhino. Peter knew he'd have to prepare for Rhino ever since Oscorp Technologies' artificial metal polymer skin was stolen, but he didn't expect him to appear so quickly. He'd been busy dealing with Scorpion these past few days and hadn't thought Rhino would show up. The opponent stood 3 meters tall. Of course, he wasn't naturally that tall. That metal polymer skin, combined with a gray-black metallic exoskeleton power frame, was worn by Rhino, making him look fierce and intimidating. Relying on that exoskeleton, with some hydraulic rods exposed, he was almost entirely covered in heavy armor. The few small areas not covered were also protected by the gray metallic skin, making him look muscular. And the massive, sharp metal horn on his head, though not sharp-looking, was exceptionally thick and heavy. He looked almost identical to Rhino in the Marvel Spider-Man game, except that even his skin now had a metallic outer layer. I once met a guy named Vulture who built himself a magnificent set of wings as a weapon. Are you called Rhino? Peter quipped as he swung next to Rhino, simultaneously web-slinging his face and shocking him with an electric current. The powerful current instantly made black smoke rise from Rhino's entire body. He even opened his mouth and exhaled black smoke, but to Peter's surprise, he remained standing. He even turned towards Peter, then lowered his head and charged. Or, were you bitten by a radioactive mutant rhino? Mutant Rhinoman. A graceful backflip dodged Rhino's charge. At the same time, Peter fired strong webs, hooking Rhino's back to prevent him from crashing into anything, and pulled hard to minimize property damage. Come on, buddy, say something. Spider-Man, straining to pull Rhino, was incredibly frustrated. Are you really a living person and not some rhino robot? Or something sitting inside a rhino mech? As long as I control the damage, you Avengers won't send the Hulk, so you'll have to spend time dealing with me. As soon as Rhino's English, tinged with a Russian accent, came out, Peter was shocked. He immediately understood that this guy, who had scared away pedestrians, smashed a few shops and a dozen cars, the guy he told Captain America Spider-Man could handle alone, was actually buying time. What are you buying time for? Rhino said nothing, merely lifted an unoccupied car, and hurled it at Spider-Man. Peter Parker leaped high, directly web-slinging the thrown car and smashing it against Rhino's body. Unlike Shocker, who staggered after being hit by a car, Rhino stood firm. But his task was already complete. Economic news: Wilson Fisk, CEO of the Fisk Corporation, has surrendered to the police, admitting to 3 additional federal felonies. Now, let's go live to the scene. On the giant screen of a roadside building, Fisk appeared in a fine suit. He was already handcuffed, looking calmly at the reporters. I am very grateful to my wife. She has always advised me on what is right and what is wrong. What kind of person I could have been. She healed my psychological trauma from childhood. For my wife, I will voluntarily surrender my ill-gotten gains, pay 3 times the compensation, and provide adequate compensation to all victims' families. The devil in the white suit showed a sincere expression as he spoke. Of course, I know it's not enough to make up for the harm I've caused them. But I hope our city, our community, can become better because of my actions. Kingpin surrendered. Why? He hadn't even found any evidence, only suspicion, and Kingpin just surrendered. The Raft Prison. Connecting this to Shocker and Mysterio's transfer to the Raft Prison these past 2 days, Peter suddenly understood. This wasn't a confession, it was seeking asylum. Because if all his superpowered crimes were exposed, Kingpin wouldn't be going to a New York prison, but to the Raft Prison, which was under UN jurisdiction and outside US sovereign territory. The Raft Prison had no human guards and no forces Kingpin could develop. If he went there, he'd truly have nothing. This was also why Daredevil still thought Kingpin should be sent to prison, because now there was a prison Kingpin couldn't escape from. So, if Kingpin's business was already done for this phase, what difference did it make if he was in prison or not? In fact, any unfound evidence might have already been destroyed. Amidst his shock, Peter suddenly realized something. Rhino wasn't attacking him. My mission is complete. I've received my payment. Rhino looked at Peter calmly, appearing ready to surrender, but Peter was even more bewildered. If Kingpin was going to surrender, no one could have stopped him. Why did you need to cause such a commotion in the streets? It makes no sense. I don't know, Rhino said honestly, then further explained, I only know that they told me that if the news of Kingpin's arrest came through, it meant my job was done. I only needed to stall you, Spider-Man. You're a busybody. If I caused trouble, you'd definitely arrive earlier than the other Avengers. They even told me you'd be available at this exact time. Available now. No, Rhino didn't need to explain further. Peter had specifically set up Jarvis to monitor his friends and their families in real time to prevent potential dangers. If there was any possibility of trouble, he could immediately get them to evacuate. This naturally included Cindy, as S.H.I.E.L.D. might just be Hydra SHIELD now and completely untrustworthy. And now, Jarvis had just shown him footage of Scorpion emerging from the sewer near the Moon family's house. Alexei. I know it's you. Listen. Peter roared at Rhino, who froze at the sound of his name. You don't want to do this, do you? Then stay here and wait for the Avengers to arrest you. Having said this, Spider-Man leaped up and swung away, while Rhino, hearing his words, actually sat down obediently on the ground, propping his chin and remaining motionless. Jarvis, connect me to the Moon family's phone. Communication blocked. Then connect to Silk's phone. In a desperate rush, as soon as the call connected, Cindy heard Peter's urgent shout, "Cindy, where are you? I'm on my way home. No training today. What's wrong?" "Scorpion, I mean, McDonald Gargan, the gunman you stopped when I was dealing with Mysterio, he's been mutated into a radioactive scorpion, and he's headed to your house, you." Cindy hung up the phone. Peter gritted his teeth and then called another channel. "Cap. Tony. I need the Avengers." Chapter 100, Dire Straits. Scorpion tore up the pavement near the Moon family's house with his metal tail and then leapt out of the sewer. There had been shield detectors in the sewer, but unfortunately, his tail emitted an EMP, crippling them along with all nearby electronics. A family living near the Moon residence had actually been secretly replaced by shield agents, their purpose being to protect her family's safety should her identity ever be compromised. They immediately emerged from the house with weapons, aiming at Scorpion, yelling at him not to approach. Lethal force is authorized if the subject poses a threat. The team leader wasn't worried about lack of backup. As soon as the surrounding circuits failed, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely be sending people. The only concern was whether they'd arrive in time. This was their greatest worry. The leader raised his energy rifle, aiming at Scorpion. He looked like a high-threat target. He resembled someone wearing high-tech armor similar to Iron Man's, but the dark green coating of his armor didn't look benevolent at all. He also hadn't completely covered himself, his helmet exposed his chin, and the upper half of his face was only protected by orange goggles. The goggles were pieced together from triangles of various sizes, looking like an insect's compound eyes, constantly fixed on them. "I imagine you're all wondering what use this protection is," Scorpion said, raising his green metal tail, "but time is short, so I don't have time to play with you." As Scorpion spoke, his tail glowed green, then a powerful magnetic force generated. All metal objects on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were pulled towards him. The easiest to snatch were the weapons in their hands, which were directly torn away. Then, with a slight lift of his scorpion tail, these S.H.I.E.L.D. weapons fired upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, piercing their chests. "This is too easy." Scorpion shook his head, then walked to the Moon family's door. A few EMP-resistant automatic turrets had just risen when Scorpion's tail sprayed highly corrosive liquid, completely melting them. Then, he punched through the door and tore it open. He didn't have much time, so taking hostages was his leverage against Spider-Man and the Avengers. Scorpion knew this well. He activated his armor's infrared capabilities and looked around. He had to admit the Moon family had some brains. They hadn't run to the basement but had gone to the second floor, planning to jump out the window to the first floor to escape. "Where do you think you're going, Mr. Albert Moon Nishi?" Punching directly through the house wall, Scorpion's metal tail first tossed the husband, who was blocking the way, back into the house, followed by the wife and son. The three were roughly thrown to the ground. Scorpion walked back, lamenting, "You should all resent your daughter. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have become like this and sought revenge on you. Whatever Cindy did. I'm sure she wouldn't do anything bad," Albert Moon said, propping himself up to stand, staring at Scorpion. "If she did something bad that warrants your revenge, it's definitely because you weren't a good person to begin with." Scorpion froze for a moment at these words, then burst into laughter. After he had his fill, he sighed, "You're right, Mr. Albert. So, I'm going to do what a bad guy should do." Scorpion's tail rose again, its nozzle opening, pointed at Albert. But just before it sprayed lethal acid, a web stuck to his tail. He felt a force pulling him. Silk stood at her doorstep, hands gripping the web, pulling hard. "Get out of my house." She exerted all her strength, yanking Scorpion's tail. Scorpion, frowning slightly, reached out and grabbed the web stuck to his tail, pulling hard. "You foolish girl. Our powers are of the same origin. And scorpions are natural predators of spiders." A stronger force yanked Cindy from the doorway. If she hadn't let go in time, she might have been pulled directly in front of Scorpion and punched. Releasing and landing, Cindy quickly moved in front of Scorpion, preparing to punch his unguarded chin. But at that moment, the prickle of her spider sense told her something was wrong. Doing a hasty backflip, she barely dodged the poisoned stinger that shot out from Scorpion's chest armor. "The people who experimented on me told me this is called feral sense. A scorpion's isn't as sensitive as a spider's, but it's not useless either. It tells me when it's best to spring my trap." Scorpion smiled, his tail already aimed at Cindy's family. "And it tells me how to deal with you." Cindy instinctively fired webs at her family. Unexpectedly for Scorpion, his usually infallible acid failed to corrode the web she launched this time, but that didn't impede his actions. The best way to counter spider sense is to force the spider to make a move that will be hit, even if they know it's dangerous. Even though Cindy sensed danger, it didn't prevent Scorpion from grabbing her by the throat. After all, besides 2 hands, Scorpion also had an extra tail for surprise attacks. Deal with one first, or wait for Spider-Man to join in, now. His Scorpion sense detected the incoming danger, but there was no time to stop it. The Moon family's roof suddenly shattered. Iron Man descended from the sky, directly stepping on Scorpion, his foot thrusters scorching Scorpion's face. Then he grabbed Scorpion's tail and flew him out of the Moon house. This sudden turn of events made Scorpion gnash his teeth. His tail instantly extended countless sharp barbs, piercing the Iron Man suit. "You're asking for death, Stark." "That's what I'm telling you, Gargan." The voice from the suit wasn't Iron Man's at all. Spider-Man, sensing danger, had detached from the suit the moment he did. Then he grabbed Scorpion in midair. Scorpion, in turn, laughed wildly at Spider-Man, and then, "Kid, you planning to punch me in the face?" Peter, free-falling with Scorpion, could certainly sense the danger, but his attitude was clear. "I just told you what I was going to do, Scorpion." White lightning flashed around Spider-Man. Then, a dazzling light flickered in midair, a massive spherical lightning bolt exploded, and black smoke engulfed the two of them, plummeting vertically hundreds of meters from high in the sky to the ground. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 101, Scorpion's Rage. Scorpion never expected Spider-Man to be able to discharge electricity, and such intense currents at that. The light from the white lightning almost eclipsed the scorching sun. In the 3 seconds it took him to hit the ground, he saw his life flash before his eyes. Mac Gargan's 34 years of life rewound like a low-quality videotape. Mac Gargan was a very ordinary person with a very boring ability. He could often find connections within large amounts of diverse information. This was the beginning of his career as a private detective, but after a few cases, Gargan realized a very important and practical truth, that this mode of work simply didn't make any money. So, Gargan suddenly understood. From a certain day onwards, the doorknob of his private detective agency was gilded, his clients' briefcases concealed his specially made wiretaps, and there was always a bank account ready for transfers. He learned to openly price his clients' secrets and sell them to those who needed them more. Mac Gargan finally made a fortune, and this talent was noticed by Wilson Fisk, leading him to become Fisk's personal detective. And it became the key to his revenge. Ugh, ah. Scorpion propped himself up within his heavy armor. Unlike Iron Man, his armor wasn't powered by a reactor, nor was it like Shocker, who generated electricity from the recoil of his vibration waves. This suit, aside from some built-in mechanisms, was actually powered by Gargan himself, relying on his mutated physical body. Its purpose was to provide sufficient protection when fighting Spider-Man. He shook his head, brushed off the concrete fragments clinging to him, and stood up almost simultaneously with Spider-Man. He looked at the furious Spider-Man and couldn't help but laugh. "You're faster and more eager than I thought. Have the Avengers arrived?" Spider-Man didn't speak, just stared at him, subtle electric sparks still flickering in his hands. Scorpion narrowed his eyes. Wasn't Spider-Man supposed to be quite the talker? Why wasn't he saying a word now? Right, he was angry. He's angry. I'm not even angry yet. This is all your own doing. Then Scorpion's tail rose high, segment after segment extending his massive tail to 10 meters in length, stabbing towards Spider-Man with extreme swiftness. Spider-Man's upper body, without a word, twisted slightly, letting Scorpion's tail brush past him. Good. Next, according to Spider-Man's previous combat data, he would grab his tail and throw him. But Spider-Man didn't do that, instead, he vanished. Scorpion paused for a moment, then activated his eye lens's thermal imaging. At the same time, gun barrels opened on his mechanical tail, sweeping in all directions. The bullets missed their target, and thermal imaging showed that Spider-Man was already in front of him. Invisible, he punched Scorpion in the face. A clear crack appeared in Scorpion's eye lens, but Scorpion laughed. Rocked by the punch, Scorpion immediately backhanded Spider-Man across the face. The immense force sent the high schooler, who was just over 5 feet 7, flying back, landing steadily not far away. You think your anger will accomplish anything? Scorpion's tail mechanism began to deform, turning into an automatic Gatling gun, firing continuously at Spider-Man. He laughed manically, roaring, "You can't do anything. You got the power of a spider, and I got the power of a scorpion. A scorpion that preys on spiders." Spider-Man remained silent, uttering no words. His web shot towards Scorpion. Scorpion directly caught the web, then pulled hard towards himself. He even ignored the continuous lightning Spider-Man discharged, thanks to his armor. Although the armor's data showed various errors, Spider-Man no longer had the strength to fight back. A small price to pay was nothing. Spider-Man seemed to want to arm wrestle with Scorpion but didn't gain the upper hand. At the same time, Scorpion's tail cannon aimed at Spider-Man and began continuous firing. Spider-Man still held onto the web but jumped high to dodge, then continuously released electricity onto Scorpion. Scorpion had grown tired of playing. His tail began to deform again, the high-concentration acid-spitting mode reappearing. The strong acid corroded the web. Then, he leaped, charging directly towards Spider-Man. He crashed down beside Spider-Man. At this moment, he was incredibly furious, yet also incredibly exhilarated. He effortlessly caught Spider-Man's punch, then immediately punched him in the face. Is your fist that powerless? Scorpion, gripping Spider-Man's fist with one hand, punched Spider-Man in the face again and again. You have no idea. To get revenge on you freaks, I turned myself into a freak like you. Do you even realize? A scorpion. Praise. On a spider. Spider-Man remained silent, unmoving. Finally, he spoke. Perhaps, Gargan. He gripped Scorpion's hand as he swung another punch, then clenched it tightly. Scorpion froze, trying to break free, but couldn't. This shouldn't be happening. Spider-Man's strength shouldn't be greater than his. The scorpion tail behind him turned into a sharp spike, quickly striking towards Spider-Man, but even with both his hands controlled, Spider-Man merely kicked him in the waist, sending him sprawling. The reason I didn't answer you is because I don't know how to answer you. Scorpion had barely gotten up when he was struck hard. His wild sense buzzed, but he couldn't stop Spider-Man from pulling out an entire lamppost and swinging it at him. Because I can't find any reason to forgive you. Forgive. Scorpion laughed, his tail turning into a blade that severed the incoming lamppost again. My spine was broken by you. I became a cripple, forced to carry this thing and become a monster just to walk. And you talk about forgiveness. Scorpion received no answer, because Spider-Man vanished. Even in thermal imaging, Spider-Man was nowhere to be found, but quickly, Spider-Man reappeared. He appeared directly in front of Scorpion, abruptly, without warning, as if slicing out of the space before him, then simply grabbed Scorpion's helmet with his hand. Yeah, you don't deserve forgiveness at all. Cindy, don't worry about us for now. Looking at his daughter, who had pulled him out of the webs, Mr. Albert shook his head. Go help Spider-Man, stop the bad guy. That's what you should do. And, you must remember. Chapter 102, Spider's Wrath. Mac Gargan's fury stemmed from the actions of the two Spider-Men, which resulted in his spine being pierced by his own bullet, leaving him a permanently paralyzed cripple. To exact revenge and walk again, he had to undergo modifications, becoming a monster burdened with a scorpion tail. He believed this was the fault of Spider-Man and Silk, and thus he sought to unleash his rage. As for Spider-Man, his anger was exceptionally clear. With a roar and brute force, he tore the Scorpion's gold titanium alloy helmet in half, tossing it aside, then kicked the Scorpion flying. In the distance, Tony Stark, witnessing this, couldn't help but quip. That kid doesn't need us at all, except for a ride. The Avengers' main focus here was to seal off the surrounding neighborhoods to prevent Cindy's identity from being revealed to the media and others. As for the Scorpion, dealing with him was something Peter had insisted on handling himself from the start. Captain America, looking at the tablet in his hand, clearly understood Peter's current state. Spider-Man was unleashing his rage. The Scorpion's tail, still on the ground, continued to shift form, transforming into a razor-sharp blade that began sweeping in wide arcs. He believed Spider-Man couldn't possibly have appeared silently beside him. Spider-Man must have merely recloaked himself, why else would he have torn off his helmet? His tail fired bullets to cover the surroundings while the blade swept everything in its path. The Scorpion himself stood up, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed an unprecedented danger, but it was too late. His knee was brutally stomped from behind, forcing him uncontrollably to his knees. Spider-Man had appeared behind him, nobody knew how, and then, with immense force, violently tore off half of the Scorpion's armor, throwing it to the ground. Don't push your luck. Using strength greater than Spider-Man's and even swifter speed, the Scorpion spun around and threw a heavy punch, but he hit nothing. Spider-Man hadn't just cloaked himself, it was as if he had suddenly vanished. Peter Parker had indeed vanished. He wasn't just tearing at the Scorpion's armor, he was tearing at the very fabric of reality. In that instant, as he ripped off a part of the Scorpion's armor, he moved himself entirely onto the web of destiny between multiverses, then swiftly returned to his own universe to launch his next attack on the Scorpion. This was essentially like teleportation, the only difference being that Peter could almost only return to the exact spot he left from, with a maximum deviation of a few meters. But it was enough to shatter the Scorpion. Arg. The Scorpion missed again. The Scorpion is a scorpion that preys on spiders, and a scorpion's genes are far more powerful than a spider's, Otto Octavius had claimed. But the current reality was hard for the Scorpion to accept. He had paid such a heavy price, he had almost gotten his hostage, he had choked that girl Cindy, and he could have twisted her neck right then and there. Why couldn't he even hit one Spider-Man now? His tail constantly shifted form in his chaotic thoughts: electromagnet, cannon, blade, acid sprayer. With continuous transformations, even the scorpion himself couldn't control it anymore. He faced a silent, elusive monster that suddenly appeared beside him, tearing off his gold titanium alloy armor, the same material as Iron Man's, with bare hands, its white eyes constantly wide. "Get out. Get out here." The scorpion roared, screaming hysterically. Spider-Man emerged. He looked at the scorpion, who had only a few pieces of armor left, and finally, just as the scorpion had planned, he grabbed his tail. The scorpion seemed to smile in satisfaction. Spider-Man had finally appeared. He was a human, not some ghost or monster, not a nightmare that kept appearing and disappearing. Then, Spider-Man grabbed the scorpion's tail, spun him around, and slammed him heavily onto the ground, then spun him around again and slammed him heavily onto the ground once more. Mac Gargan felt his face slam heavily against the ground. Mac Gargan felt blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Mac Gargan spit out his teeth. Mac Gargan's entire face went numb, blank. No one came to stop Spider-Man, neither the Avengers nor anyone else. Spider-Man was well aware of his own body's durability, and also the durability of the scorpion, who had undergone similar modifications. So he just gritted his teeth, holding the scorpion's tail and slamming him heavily onto the ground, again and again. Until someone held him back from behind. "You're going to kill him." The person who yelled this was someone Peter hadn't expected: Cindy. He looked at Cindy in disbelief, but his voice was calm, almost flat. "He almost killed your family." "But, my dad said you can't kill people, at least not him." Peter saw the dilemma in her eyes. "My dad said he's not worth it." Peter roughly shook off Cindy because, in that brief pause, the scorpion's tail pierced towards their heads. Cindy fell to the ground, watching Spider-Man disappear and reappear effortlessly. Only she could sense that Spider-Man hadn't truly left, he was just gone for an instant. The scorpion's face was a bloody mess. With his teeth scattered, he let out desperate, grotesque laughs. This last attack still missed, but then, a suffocating sensation appeared. His neck was directly stomped on, making his breathing difficult. Spider-Man reappeared. He pulled up the lower part of his mask, revealing his chin and mouth. He stomped on the scorpion's back, then roared, and the entire scorpion tail along with the nerve connector on his spine was slowly ripped out from his body. Gargan's eyes widened, and he let out a wail. He couldn't feel his legs again, they had once again disappeared. Peter threw the tail aside. The scorpion was still alive. He looked at Cindy. Cindy looked at the partially revealed mask, unable to discern the expression of the person beneath it. Indeed, he's not worth it. White lightning erupted from Spider-Man's entire body. He grabbed the scorpion's leg from the ground, lifted him upside down, and thousands of volts of electricity instantly pierced through the scorpion's body. Peter then threw him aside and, using the Avengers communication system, called his new friend. "Mr. Scott, Cyclops, I need Ms. Emma Frost's help. Someone's brain needs her to handle it." Chapter 103, I Just Want to Kiss. Peter bought a sandwich and sat eating it by the broadcast antenna at the top of the Empire State Building. He didn't wait long. Cindy silently climbed up and sat beside him. Just like with Mysterio, Cindy understood Peter was waiting for her. After all, no one just sits motionless on top of the Empire State Building. "Want some?" "I bought you one." Peter picked up the sandwich next to him and offered it to Cindy. Cindy hesitated before taking the sandwich. She didn't eat it, just held it in her hand, pulled off her mask, and lowered her head. After a long while, she spoke hesitantly. "I'm sorry. Nothing to apologize for, you didn't do anything wrong. If anything, your timing was perfect. Scorpion was strong, if you hadn't arrived when you did, I might have been too late even if I had gotten there." Peter comforted Cindy. In truth, from the whole incident, she hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, she'd performed quite well, aside from getting beaten up by Scorpion, which was a bit of a letdown. Cindy still kept her head down and then said, "Thank you." She did indeed need to thank him. Peter's urgency and concern in this matter were probably no less than Cindy's own. Upon realizing that someone close to him might be in danger, he immediately rushed to the scene, even calling the Avengers to seal off the area to prevent Scorpion from escaping. In the end, he even called in a telepath to handle the aftermath. "No need to thank me. I've always been very concerned about the safety of those around me, my aunt and uncle, Gwen, Harry, and them. That's why I'm so focused on this kind of thing." Peter didn't think it was anything to be thanked for. But when I realized what was happening, I was actually terrified. Because you're a SHIELD agent, your information couldn't be guaranteed safe, and your family was threatened by Scorpion. Peter was very worried that Scorpion might have also figured out that Peter Parker was Spider-Man. If Scorpion had succeeded, would the next step be to go after the Parker family? So he was scared, and he was angry. He completely threw himself into the fight with Scorpion, and Scorpion was probably as disgusting as Carl King among the people he'd met. If Cindy hadn't stopped him, Peter had genuinely wanted to slam him to the ground repeatedly until he was dead. I'm not sure what S.H.I.E.L.D. will do, but you can probably relax. Emma Frost, the telepathic X-Men, erased all clues about you, our identities, from Scorpion's mind, and he'll never investigate us again. To be precise, he'll never be able to deduce anything from information again. If it were possible, Peter even wished the White Queen could make Scorpion senile, but the White Queen didn't do that. As compensation, she told him about Kingpin, Scorpion, and Mysterio's plans, and Peter finally found out who was behind Kingpin's funding, who provided the Chitauri parts for modification, who modified Scorpion, and who provided the high-tech theft coordinates, Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius. But now, Peter had a different problem to solve. I waited for you here because I felt you weren't in a good state. At school, and just now, what exactly were you thinking just now? Cindy lowered her head, hugging her knees, silent for a while before giving Peter a somewhat unexpected answer. I wasn't thinking anything. Huh. I don't know. I've never known what I should do. It's just, Mom and Dad said I should go to a good school, so I studied hard. They thought I should participate in the science fair to get more credits, so I went, and then I got bitten by that spider. Cindy, after gaining her spider abilities, was also at a loss. She didn't know what to do, so she accepted her parents' arrangements as usual, notified the government, and S.H.I.E.L.D. came to persuade Cindy's parents, leading to Cindy joining S.H.I.E.L.D. I didn't do it because I thought my mom and dad were always right. It's just because I didn't know what to do. I got these powers, and then what? Peter Parker, driven by his own will, wanted to help others. Carl King, driven by his own will, wanted to be a bad guy. As for Cindy Moon, she found she had no purpose of her own. She had no idea what she should do, or what she wanted to do. She was the kind of child who would just stare blankly when a teacher asked what they wanted to be when they grew up. Dad thought you didn't need to kill for someone like Scorpion, so he told me to stop you, and I listened. But I'm not entirely sure. That guy wanted to hurt my family, and I felt, I don't even know what I should have felt at the time. Cindy sighed, at least by joining S.H.I.E.L.D., they can tell me what to do. Or, to put it simply, you must have something you want to do, right? You really like reading. I saw you reading David Dickens, or maybe Balzac or something else. We were bitten by a spider. Maybe we can't immediately decide what to do with these powers. But at least we can figure out what makes us happy and unhappy. Peter quietly looked at Cindy. Perhaps you can think of something that would make you happy, but your parents wouldn't approve of. Cindy scratched her hair. Something her parents wouldn't approve of, but might make her happy. Not stopping Peter from killing Scorpion at the time. Would that make her happy? She looked at Peter Parker, the boy she had been watching and knew what he was doing since that day, the person who appeared when she and her family needed him most. If Coulson asked the question again, Cindy's answer would still only be kind person. She actually envied Peter, not because Peter saved many people or was a successful Spider-Man, but because he always knew what he was doing. Can you take off your mask? Aha, revealing Spider-Man's true identity, a good choice. Peter smiled, took off his mask, and looked at Cindy, still smiling. Cindy looked into Peter's eyes. They were black, like his hair, quite rare. When I was stopping you, I was thinking, I couldn't see your eyes. How were you looking at me then? Perhaps just like now. Cindy did something her parents wouldn't approve of, though she herself wasn't sure if she'd be happy about it. She simply wrapped her arms around Peter's neck, and then, she covered his mouth. She let go, stared into his eyes, then quickly averted her gaze, turning her head away. I didn't expect this. It's just, thank you. I wanted to say thank you. Perhaps, we could change clothes, go get some coffee on the street, and then talk more. Peter Parker watched Cindy pull up her mask and then leap from the tall building as if escaping. Peter could only nod, speaking the words he hadn't had time to finish. What else do you want to do? That sounds like hitting on someone. All right, Parker, it's getting late. Go home and give Uncle Ben and Aunt May a hug. Peter put on his mask, just about to jump off the building, when a spark of light appeared out of thin air in front of him. A spark. The spark flickered, drawing a circle taller than a man. Then, a cloaked wizard with graying temples and a goatee emerged from it, staring at Peter. Peter Benjamin Parker. We need to discuss the 23 multiversal rifts you opened in 1 minute. Chapter 104, Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, the undisputed master of magic in the Marvel Earth. He's often nicknamed the kidney-deficient sorcerer because, despite being a canonically maxed-out character in Marvel with all stats at 7, the highest being 7, and having an overpowered mechanic, he inexplicably flops and becomes a stepping stone for enemies whenever something big happens, much like the Flash, who gets banned daily. But that's not important. What's important is that it's now September 2012, and something has happened that seems to have advanced Doctor Strange's timeline. Excuse me, who are you? Strange, you can call me Doctor Strange. I am the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth. My responsibility is to protect our reality from any supernatural invasions and destructions, primarily those of a magical and rule-based nature. Strange briefly introduced himself. Peter suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, is Strange your name or a codename? My surname is Strange, thank you. Seeing Strange's gaze gradually turn cold, Peter also suppressed his smile. Sorry, I actually mostly understand what you mean. A woman named Madam Web told me about the web of destiny and totems. This is my ability, I know what I'm doing. You know nothing. Strange's gaze grew colder as he floated before Peter. Do you know how many spells I just cast to prevent our universe from emitting abnormal vibrational frequencies? I know your soul is protected by the spider totem, and you are the Great Weaver. It's your responsibility to travel through the multiverse to save your totems, but that doesn't mean you can act so impulsively. You mean my actions are like using a door to pinch someone's foot? A door should be for entering and exiting, not for pinching feet. Yes. Strange, momentarily caught in Peter's seemingly logical description, immediately reacted, then exclaimed, no. My goodness, listen, that's not how things work. So, under Doctor Strange's little magic knowledge-sharing session, Peter finally understood some basic knowledge about this multiverse. In this Marvel multiverse, every jump between universes is itself a tear in the fabric of reality. The difference is that some tears can be repaired, like the multiversal travel machine Mr. Fantastic will build using Peter's multiversal travel data in the future, while others are irreparable. There are also some special cases, such as using entities like the Web of Destiny, which inherently transcend the scope of the multiverse and have no effect on the fabric of reality itself. This is also why the 616 universes reality barrier is incredibly thick, yet Peter can still cross it. But even so, any multiversal travel will cause a vibration in both the originating and target universes. This leaves a trace, and if a civilization or individual can detect this trace, they can determine which universes have multiversal travel capabilities. And what you're doing is telling the entire multiverse that you have the ability to travel through the multiverse, that you're a human multiversal travel machine, Strange said exasperatedly, looking at Peter. What if someone discovers this and catches you the next time you cross over? You might become a tool for others to invade the multiverse. Nothing's impossible, kid. Even if you stubbornly kill yourself, someone could still use your corpse to continue all this. Alright, so I'll be watching you and cast a spell on you. This will make it harder for you to tear open spatial rifts. It'll make you think about whether it's really necessary. And once you do tear open a spatial rift, I'll observe whether it was necessary. If you, like today, just haphazardly open a spatial rift just to take down a hooligan. Strange shook his head, gravely warning Peter. I'll turn you into a human spider and throw you into the Sahara Desert. Well, that was certainly a serious warning. Peter, unfazed, quickly nodded. He probably understood the dangers of frequently using his abilities. As Strange began chanting a spell and casting it on him, Peter also chatted casually, May I ask how old you were when you became a sorcerer? 2 years ago. I only became Sorcerer Supreme a year ago. If a certain little brat hadn't been born 3 years early, I probably would have become Sorcerer Supreme 3 years from now. Strange glanced at Peter as he cast the spell. He wasn't blaming Peter, after all, Peter probably didn't even know why his destiny had been altered, leading to his early birth. Strange quickly finished the spell and prepared to leave, but Peter still stopped him. Doctor. What is it, kid? Aren't you going to join the Avengers? I've made myself quite clear, Strange raised an eyebrow. You protect the world, and I protect reality. And the world we protect has nothing that helps reality. Strange, seemingly unaware that he had been tricked into speaking, nodded. Actually, there is one thing, that Asgardian Loki's scepter. It's currently the only Infinity Stone on Earth. If you can entrust it to me, Earth will be much safer. Only. Peter exclaimed, realizing his slip of the tongue, then quickly tried to recover. You mean, there's more than one of these things? Infinity Stones are special substances, each with a unique function. In the past, the Space Stone was hidden on Earth by Odin, which was the Cosmic Cube. Now the Cosmic Cube has been taken by the Asgardians, so only one remains. In other words, the Time Stone wasn't in Strange's hands. No, perhaps the Time Stone was never on Earth. This was a huge problem. Although Strange had become Sorcerer Supreme, he had most likely dealt with Dormammu, but the absence of an Infinity Stone meant a complete collapse of the timeline. The MCU story would be even less relevant as a reference for this universe. Then what if they're all gathered? Peter took a deep breath, calming himself. Strange, however, seemed to have truly only come to warn Peter. He left without even answering Peter's last question. Peter looked out at Manhattan, and for the first time, had an unrealistic feeling. The future was shrouded in a thick fog. Would Infinity War really arrive in 2018, just like in the movie? Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Stay Alert. After receiving the news from Strange, Peter decided to immediately report to the Avengers. He told Uncle Ben he'd be home late today, then, while organizing his thoughts, he swung to the Avengers Tower. To his surprise, besides Captain America and Tony, Black Panther T'Challa was also there. We've already gotten the general information from the video Jarvis sent back. Tony rubbed his temples. He instinctively wasn't too fond of that Doctor Strange. I never knew Earth had a completely useless sorcerer protecting it. Too bad Thor's not here, otherwise I'd definitely have to ask that blonde little prince if he reported to, what's his name? The Sorcerer Supreme when he entered the country. The key now is that Loki's scepter, another Infinity Stone, is in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. And what happened today is enough to prove that S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be trusted. T'Challa's voice carried a natural gentleness, neither annoying nor hard to hear. As a foreigner, he clearly pointed out the biggest problem exposed by the attack on Silk's family. There was a big problem within S.H.I.E.L.D., they couldn't even protect the safety of their own agents. But Peter was also concerned about something else. Guys, didn't you notice? The Cosmic Cube is one of the stones, so Loki came with another stone, and he even brought an army. Peter told them the most troublesome thing, someone is collecting these stones, and one of them is still on Earth. Captain America and Tony exchanged glances. This was exactly what they worried about most, the next possible alien invasion of Earth. If they viewed Loki's previous invasion as Loki's personal revenge, then Peter had just given them another reason for an alien invasion. Captain America looked at Tony. He knew exactly what Tony was planning, so he answered directly, there's no way Nick Fury will hand over the scepter. But the fact is, Nick Fury can no longer control all of S.H.I.E.L.D. The scepter isn't safe at all in S.H.I.E.L.D., Cap. Captain America sighed. He didn't retort that it would be safer with the Avengers, just looked at Tony, but we can't just raid S.H.I.E.L.D. Then we can steal it. That wouldn't be raiding, right? Tony. Don't lecture me, Steve. This is about world safety. We can't put everything on this already problematic S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark looked at Captain America, we have to take responsibility. At this very moment, Nick Fury had no idea that Tony had already set his sights on Loki's scepter, which had yet to yield any results from research. In his Washington headquarters, he was furious, unleashing a barrage of expletives. A level 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, her identity information has no protection whatsoever. Anyone can just look up her file and kidnap her family. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. full of useless imbeciles? The eye-patch-wearing Black Egg ranted at the level 8 agents present, both in person and via video conference. Last month, I guaranteed the Russians that S.H.I.E.L.D. security was even stricter than your Lubyankas. Now we've become MI6, riddled with KGB agents. The agent in charge of information has been held accountable, a level 8 agent said awkwardly, but Nick Fury just chuckled. Many might think this was a work error, but Nick Fury was certain it wasn't. This was undoubtedly a serious information leak. However, someone interrupted Nick Fury's continued outburst. He saw Alexander Pierce, the World Security Council's S.H.I.E.L.D. liaison and his only direct superior, standing outside the door. I'll deal with you all later. Coulson, come to my office in a bit. With that, Nick Fury left the conference room and walked over to Pierce. Pierce put an arm around Fury's shoulder, talking as they walked. I heard all about it, Nick. This isn't normal. It doesn't look like a typical information leak, what do you think? Same here, sir. The whole thing looks like someone gave it the green light. Facing his old superior and officer, Fury was very attentive. Pierce patted his shoulder, whose people do you think it could be? The Russians. Well. Fury scratched his ear, ever since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the Russians haven't had the ability to challenge us. S.H.I.E.L.D. was nominally an agency under the United Nations, but essentially, it was an organization led by the US and spearheaded by Britain and France. The Russians naturally wouldn't join. Theoretically, the Russians indeed had this possibility, but the problem was, there was no motive. Moreover, once discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D., their limited intelligence network would suffer a huge blow. So, Nick Fury didn't believe the Russians were behind this. Of course, Alexander Pierce had other ideas. I recently received intelligence that the Russians are planning to form a superpowered team to rival the Avengers. It's not just the Russians, the East Asians and the British are doing the same. Nick Fury couldn't help but show a troubled expression. But the Avengers aren't under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, sir. That's what you're going to do. Pierce's attitude was clear, bring the Avengers into S.H.I.E.L.D. Tell the Avengers that if they don't join S.H.I.E.L.D., they essentially have no law enforcement authority. Oh, and can you put Scorpion's detention location in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Maybe we could use someone like him. Nick Fury frowned, watching Pierce leave, and finally headed to his office, where Coulson had been waiting for a long time. Sir, you called for me. What do you think about replacing Silk's family with LMDs, just in case? Coulson thought for a moment before realizing Fury was actually asking him. He replied, perhaps asking for their wishes would be more appropriate. What about Scorpion? Pierce seems to want to recruit him, saying we can always use desperate people. Well. Coulson shrugged helplessly, we should ask the victims. Fury, who had thrown both problems to Coulson, nodded, and finally asked one more question. Can you and your team take charge of investigating this matter? Coulson was about to agree, but then he suddenly remembered something. I'm afraid not, sir. Spider-Man said that he sensed Ward is dangerous. Nick Fury turned and stared at Coulson for a long time. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Hail Hydra. That evening, Alexander Pierce returned to his Washington residence. As he opened the door, confirming that the cleaning staff had finished for the day, he walked into the kitchen intending to open a bottle of red wine for a quiet drink. He was surprised to spot someone sitting in the living room. Actually, I don't mind you visiting, but you should at least pick a better time. Not like now, when S.H.I.E.L.D. just had a minor incident. Pierce walked into the dimly lit living room, wine glass in hand, only to find that the person sitting there wasn't who he expected. He let out a dry chuckle. I thought it was the Winter Soldier. Your residence isn't exactly secure, Alexander. Haven't you noticed that? Questioned thus, Pierce sat down, looking at the men before him. In the darkness, only a blurry human silhouette was visible. His voice carried a mocking tone. Pierce smiled helplessly and settled into his seat. You know, theoretically, within Hydra, you, Strucker, and I are equals. There's no need for you to come here personally. Of course, I do, Alexander. I need a little help from S.H.I.E.L.D. Silently observing the men, Pierce took a sip of red wine, waiting as the other tossed a thin, transparent mask onto the coffee table. Pierce recognized it. It was a disguise mask used by S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, the other person threw down another item, a thicker-looking mask with various bullet holes of different sizes. Pierce curiously picked it up and asked, "What's this?" The remnants of Project 3, stolen by a Russian. He then called himself Chameleon and ran around doing dirty work. He died in New York recently, and my people found his face. The silhouette in the darkness slowly spoke. It's a very useful face, isn't it? With it, I can become anyone. Pierce remained silent, waiting for the other to continue with his next move. And then what? You can become anyone. Even ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can do that. Chameleon's face might be unique, but it's not worth this man making such a fuss. I need to become a superhero. Pierce understood instantly. The Silk identity information, you leaked it. Of course. The other person showed no qualms about his actions. I probably know what you're thinking, Pierce, and I must tell you, you're right. Nick Fury will suspect us because of this. He's Jack Fury's son, that truck driver, and Peggy Carter's student. When it comes to knowing and being wary of us in this world, he's probably the most sensitive. And at this moment, you still chose to leak the information, because even Nick couldn't possibly figure out why Hydra would leak information about a superhuman, especially information that the Avengers are quite interested in. This was a smokescreen, and also Hydra's test of Nick Fury. Whether Nick Fury already knew Hydra was entrenched within S.H.I.E.L.D., and how much he understood and investigated it, were things they needed to know. More importantly, the information about Silk was completely unrelated to Hydra, so even if it was leaked, the worst-case scenario was that Nick Fury would know Hydra already suspected him. In the better scenario, Nick Fury would inevitably get bogged down in investigating the non-existent connection between the Silk leak and Hydra's interests, thereby greatly diverting his attention. And that would give the person before him the best opportunity to become a superhero. After all, while S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a mere facade for Hydra, the Avengers, as a new organization, had no Hydra tendrils that could spread within it. If he could infiltrate the Avengers while Nick Fury was lost in a fog of investigation, then perhaps they could completely dismantle the Avengers from within. However, Pierce still didn't understand one thing. Why the urgency? Our plan is progressing very smoothly. Everything is proceeding according to Zola's algorithm. Project Insight has already begun in an orderly fashion. Tony Stark has helped us create his own grave. Pierce swirled his wine glass, looking at the other through the blood-red wine. This sudden move of yours could disrupt our rhythm, make Nick suspicious, and potentially lead to Project Insight's failure. Because Project Insight is doomed to fail. Pierce frowned. He had never heard of such a thing, so he couldn't help but ask, why? Arnim Zola's algorithm has a fatal flaw, a flaw we completely unexpected before. The other slowly stated the reason. The Avengers, almost every single one of them, broke Zola's calculations. Zola didn't calculate that gamma rays could turn a scientist into a green monster, nor did he calculate that Stark could surpass his arrogant father's limits and develop new elements to survive. Zola didn't calculate that a god would descend to Earth with his hammer, nor did he expect an impossible scientist to actually break the conservation of energy to grow and shrink. Every single Avenger made Arnim Zola's so-called future-predicting algorithm look like a joke, including the alien invasion in the Battle of New York and the 2 successful experimental subjects of Project 2, Spider-Man and Silk. And for Hydra, the most crucial one. Their calculations did not account for the existence of their mortal enemy, Captain America, still being alive. When the Avengers were added to the algorithm as a variable in Hydra's plan, Hydra began to realize that their grand future had turned into pure illusion. Therefore, to create Hydra's world of no freedom, absolute security and order, the Avengers must be eliminated. And what could be easier than becoming a superhero and infiltrating them to destroy the opposition? Pierce's brow smoothed. He thought of a good idea, an excellent means and method for a heroic debut. So, he smiled and extended his hand to the person before him. Tell me your persona. I'll prepare your identity information. I look forward to the birth of a brand new superhero. Hail Hydra. In the darkness, the silhouette spoke without moving. Hail Hydra. Alexander Pierce raised his wine glass, smiling at the other, then drained it and called out his name. Baron Zemo. Zemo here is closer to the comic book depiction than the MCU, as one of Hydra's leaders. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Finally at Ease. Rikers Island Correctional Facility, located on Rikers Island in New York, is New York's most crowded and largest prison. At its peak, it housed over 10,000 inmates. Due to a shortage of rooms, many low-risk prisoners had to share a single room with dozens of others, some rooms having as many as 50 beds. It was said that Kingpin, who announced his surrender yesterday, would soon be incarcerated here. He had served time here before. But Kingpin's arrival wasn't the reason for the blaring sirens and frantic search by guards at Rikers Island today. They were making such a fuss because a prisoner had escaped, and even worse, per the warden's orders, they couldn't tell the outside world who had broken out of prison. As they frantically searched, a bald, powerfully built black man in a prison uniform emerged from the Hudson River on the west side of Manhattan, in the Hell's Kitchen area. He looked around, stripped off his uniform, and tossed it into the river. After confirming no surveillance cameras were nearby, he slipped into the chaotic Hell's Kitchen. He'd had other names before, but those names no longer mattered. From today on, he had only one name. Luke Cage. Today was a good day for school. Everything finally seemed to have returned to the simple, monotonous routine from before the semester began, no supervillains, no chaotic incidents. Peter finally relaxed in late September. Thinking back, in September alone, he'd fought Shocker, Chameleon, Carl Malice, Mysterio, Big Wheel, Rhino, and Scorpion. He'd gone to a parallel world to stop Miles's rise, oh no, to prevent Earth 700 Spider-Man from dying. He then returned to witness the X-Men's reformation, traveled abroad to Madripoor for a major battle with Weapon X, and then thoroughly thrashed Mr. Sinister. What a full and busy September it had been. He hoped things wouldn't be so eventful in the future. And Cindy's kiss, well, it was probably better not to include that in the summary. Speaking of which, Peter glanced at Cindy sitting beside him. After yesterday, their relationship was, understandably, a bit awkward. Cindy wasn't talking to him much, though that was strange to say, as Cindy wasn't very talkative to begin with. She was the kind of girl who would hide her face behind a book and shrink away if she noticed she was getting attention. The main issue was that Peter would occasionally catch Cindy peeking at him, and when he tried to say something, she wouldn't want to talk further. It was strange, but there was nothing he could do. He'd never been in a relationship in either of his 2 lives and didn't know how to handle it. He wondered if he was falling into one of life's 3 great illusions. Most importantly, it seemed no one in the entire Avengers team could offer him any advice. Cap's views on romance were quite conservative, stuck in the last century. Tony was a playboy, but he'd become speechless around Pepper. Hank never pursued girls, Janet chased him, and who knew how she managed it. Hulk, well, Banner and Betty still hadn't gotten anywhere. And Black Panther, King T'Challa's love story probably wasn't a good reference either. As for Thor, Peter had honestly never even met Thor. Maybe Thor doesn't exist. Maybe he's just a lie the Avengers made up to deceive aliens. Cindy heard Peter mumble this completely nonsensical statement, glanced at him again, and then went back to reading her book. Hey, guys, good news. As the most social member of their trio, Harry ran back to his seat with exciting news and shared it. Guess what I found? New Comic-Con news. Harry looked at Peter disdainfully. How old are you, always thinking about playing? He shook his head mysteriously, then looked at Amadeus. Guess what good news it is, Amadeus? I'm guessing it's not about the school trip to the Arecibo Observatory in November, is it? Harry's face instantly fell, because, without a doubt, Amadeus had guessed correctly. The Arecibo Observatory, currently the world's largest and soon to be the second largest telescope, was one of the world's eyes of heaven, incidentally, this facility later collapsed in 2020 when a supporting cable for the feeder platform broke, destroying the entire telescope, leaving only one eye of heaven in East Asia. But at least for now, this one was unique to the US. And because the Arecibo Observatory was far away on the island of Puerto Rico, US territory, it counted as an overseas trip. Isn't that supposed to be an astronomy club activity? Peter asked curiously, then saw the strange looks from Harry and Amadeus. Only then did he realize that he seemed to be too immersed in his Spider-Man superhero career, to the point that he wasn't aware of things happening at school that he should know about. That was quite embarrassing. No, Peter, it's a reward. Simply put, the school is planning to organize a student science competition team for research into alien civilizations. After all, New York really was invaded by aliens once. Harry explained to Peter, assuming Peter had been sick and missed the information. As long as you can participate in their questionnaire and answer the questions, you can join this competition team, and then we can go see the Eye of Heaven. Cool, I should have time. I'll go online and check out the questions when I get home. Peter nodded, and Cindy, after hearing this, asked Harry, can anyone who gets a high enough score join the competition group? Of course, otherwise how would us freshmen get to go? This little interlude quickly passed. It wasn't until after school that Cindy called out to Peter, though they didn't discuss yesterday's events. I think that science competition is a bit off, just like the Baxter Building internship. It might be arranged. Perhaps. You can ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to check it out. My spider sense isn't reacting at all. Peter didn't think there was any problem. If every event in his life was arranged, he'd have to wonder if his transmigration was also planned. It couldn't be that ridiculous, right? Are you going on patrol after school? Not today, I have some things to do. Mary Jane wanted him to do an interview for Jonah Jameson. Cindy and Gwen both knew about this, but Peter felt it was better not to say anything. Saying it would, how should he put it, make his spider sense buzz. Then do you need my help? No, thanks. Peter smiled. All the villains have been defeated. New York should finally be peaceful now, right? Chapter 108, Identity Crisis. Jonah Jameson, or JJJ for short, Spider-Man's greatest enemy, his most terrifying nightmare. Well, not really. If you already know that JJJ across the entire multiverse will never have a good word for Spider-Man, then you'll naturally accept, or rather, ignore his bluster. Sometimes you might even find his words quite endearing, as long as you disregard the biting sarcasm. Do I look okay? To Mary Jane, Jonah Jameson was definitely a big deal, owner and editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, proprietor of the largest neutral newspaper. Any one of those titles was enough to make an ordinary high school student aspiring to journalism nervous. That's why she kept asking Peter over and over again about her outfit. She wore minimal makeup, just a simple white shirt paired with a long skirt, and high heels, though Peter thought she was already quite tall. He decisively pressed the shutter, then checked his camera. You look great, MJ, very photogenic. I've been an extra in TV shows, but this is different. Mary Jane took a deep breath to calm herself, looking at Peter with a mix of jest and envy. You don't seem nervous at all, really. Share your secret. Maybe it's because I'm not here to interview for a Bugle internship, so I'm not in a hurry. Peter's words were a bit of a brush-off. His most excited moment was genuinely the first time he set foot in the Avengers Tower. As for later, he'd seen the Avengers so many times that there was no need to be nervous. After taking a few more photos of MJ, assuring her she looked excellent on camera, MJ nervously entered the Daily Bugle building. After explaining her purpose to the front desk, they took the elevator to the top floor. There, Mary Jane first found Mr. Robbie, one of the Daily Bugle's editors. The white-haired black man smiled when he heard MJ's intentions and led them to Jonah Jameson's office door. Jonah's office door was open, and Robbie knocked on it. Jonah, the Midtown High student is here for the interview. Oh, right. I set aside 15 minutes for her to interview me. If Jonah wasn't yelling at employees or ranting about Spider-Man on TV, he looked like a very amiable man in his 50s, almost an old man. He smiled as MJ and Peter entered, not saying anything, just glancing at Peter before looking back at MJ. Hello, Mr. Jameson, I'm Mary Jane Watson from Midtown High. MJ introduced herself first, then introduced Peter to Jonah. This is Peter Parker, my classmate. He has provided photos for the Daily Bugle. Parker. Muttering the name, Jonah suddenly remembered who Peter was. I remember now, the photographer who dared to film that monster and Spider-Man fighting on the rooftop. Haha. Jonah nodded, indicating for Mary Jane to sit opposite him, wanting to see what kind of exclusive interview Mary Jane had prepared for today. After sitting down, Mary Jane calmed herself slightly, then asked the question she had prepared. Almost all of New York knows that your criticism of Spider-Man is exceptionally severe. Spider-Man has been with the Avengers for over a week now, yet your criticism hasn't stopped or lessened. Where does this hostility towards Spider-Man come from? Jonah Jameson paused when he heard the question, then burst into laughter. Peter seized the moment, pressing the shutter to capture a shot of Jonah laughing heartily. After laughing for a while, Jonah waved his hand, looking at Mary Jane with amusement. Ms. Watson, first, I need to clarify one thing, I have no personal grudge against Spider-Man. Jonah said something that even shocked Peter. Actually, I deeply admire and envy Spider-Man. He's using his abilities to save lives and help others. But MJ, bewildered by the question, looked at Jonah, wondering what he was talking about. Then why do you slander Spider-Man on television? Slander? Did I? Perhaps, but that's because we don't know what's hidden beneath Spider-Man's mask. Maybe he really is a criminal. Maybe he's nothing at all, just an ordinary person wearing a mask. Jonah earnestly explained his stance on Spider-Man. These superheroes, they appear out of their own sense of responsibility. In such a situation, what is a masked person? We don't even know who they are. You need to understand, miss, these masked vigilantes don't have many constraints. Vigilantes themselves don't have legally authorized enforcement powers, yet they choose to act. Masked vigilantes are even worse, because we don't even know who they are. What if the person under the mask becomes a robber? But they're still wearing the mask, so we'll think they're a hero. That's very dangerous. But the Avengers know. But we don't. Jonathan raised his voice, just as he did on radio and television. It's our responsibility as media professionals to monitor them. We must always remind that arachnid freak that I'm watching him. After his outburst, Jonathan realized something was amiss and quickly sat down. All in all, I trust the Avengers, they must fully understand Spider-Man's identity. But the problem isn't there. The problem is that Spider-Man, as that role model, actually set a bad precedent. Now, superpowered individuals can imitate Spider-Man, not reveal their identities, and just roam around doing heroic deeds with a mask on, completely disregarding their own safety, and whether their powers are even enough to handle everything. Jonathan calmly stated Spider-Man's first flaw, making more and more people blindly overconfident. The mask is just a cover, making people ignore their own insufficient abilities. And there was more than just that one flaw. Also, we have no way of distinguishing whether this person genuinely wants to be a hero, Jonah said. What if the person under Spider-Man's mask is a bank robber? Of course, the Avengers wouldn't allow that to happen, but what about others similar to Spider-Man? Why do they wear masks and pretend to be heroes? What if they just want to cover identity, actually waiting for their next crime? How can the safety of masked vigilantes be guaranteed? As for Spider-Man, he was merely a concrete example of these people. My apologies again for the confusion with the chapter number. Is there anything else I can help you with from this web novel, or another text you'd like translated? Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Your September Isn't Over, Spider-Man. Jonah Jameson didn't hate Spider-Man as an individual. This was the first time Peter had realized this. It was as if he was only now encountering such a mild JJJ in the universe. However, Jonah, as always, hated masked heroes, no matter the reason. This time, though, the reason was slightly different. Jonah Jameson hated masked heroes because he believed such behavior was an unwillingness to take responsibility. People who wore masks didn't need to be accountable for the person beneath the mask. And others couldn't hold the person beneath the mask accountable either. A mask was a form of self-protection, implying that even if you messed something up, you could just change masks and slip away. Perhaps Spider-Man wouldn't do this, but that didn't mean those who wanted to imitate Spider-Man wouldn't. Because of this, Jonah Jameson had always vehemently attacked Spider-Man. Every masked vigilante unwilling to remove their mask was potentially a supercriminal. They were unsupervised by any external authority, bound only by their own morality. Once their morality failed to restrain them, they would become criminals. And Spider-Man, as the most famous and successful masked hero, was the one Jonah most fiercely criticized. This battle between him and Spider-Man would never cease, unless Spider-Man was willing to take off his mask. So, you actually approve of Spider-Man's vigilante actions, but you don't approve of him wearing a mask, Mary Jane simply summarized, but Jonah corrected her. Not quite, young lady. I greatly admire and commend these superpowered individuals who don't use their abilities for crime, but for the right things. However, whether superheroes have the right to enforce laws, make arrests, or even, like some extremists, judge and execute criminals, remains a controversial topic of societal discussion. For me personally, I lean towards superheroes also needing a certain degree of oversight in exchange for legal enforcement powers. After Jonah finished speaking, he reminded Mary Jane, if you plan to come to the Daily Bugle, you must first understand that the news industry places great importance on phrasing. For the same event, incorrect phrasing can distort the speaker's original meaning. The Daily Bugle pursues the basic principles of news, truth, accuracy, and timeliness. But you have no objectivity whatsoever when it comes to Spider-Man, Peter couldn't help but complain to himself, holding the camera behind him. I understand. Mary Jane happily wrote down this information, then asked a few more questions. As time passed, the 15-minute interview quickly flew by. As per the Daily Bugle's requirements, Mary Jane needed to go home, organize the news into an interview transcript, and send it to the Bugle. If the Bugle's HR thought it was good, Mary Jane would get the internship. And apparently, if you can keep it up through college, you'll pretty much be hired as a full-time reporter by the Daily Bugle. Mary Jane seemed very happy, not necessarily because she could work at the Daily Bugle, but probably more because she had been recognized, which made her quite delighted. Thinking of this, she looked at Peter somewhat unexpectedly. "Jameson seems to really like your photos, especially the one where you're laughing. It's a shame you turned down his internship offer as a Daily Bugle photographer. Weren't you planning to apply for a website maintenance internship at the Bugle before?" "At that time, I didn't know I could become an intern at the Baxter Building." Peter shrugged. Life was indeed full of surprises. But he hadn't completely rejected Jameson. After all, he could still send Spider-Man photos to JJJ as a freelance photographer. If chosen, each photo was worth $500, which was quite a generous sum for him right now. As for the war between Spider-Man and Jameson, it probably couldn't be decided now. The attack on Cindy's family further proved the necessity of Spider-Man wearing a mask. Without absolute certainty of being able to protect those around him, he still wouldn't choose to remove his mask. Thinking of this, Peter also recalled Norman Osborn's promise to him that Oscorp would fully support Spider-Man's operations. He was quite tempted, but he couldn't get a read on Norman Osborn himself, especially since Harry's attitude towards Norman was quite hostile. Should he reveal a bit of information to Harry and ask for his opinion? Mary Jane pulled Peter out of his thoughts. "Peter. What's up? It's still early. Let me treat you to a meal. After all, you helped me so much today. Jonah really liked the photos, and that'll earn me a lot of points." Facing Mary Jane's invitation, Peter thought for a moment before agreeing. "Just no big meals. I still have to go home for dinner tonight. Even if there was a big meal, I wouldn't have time to treat you." The two walked to a coffee shop, chatting and laughing. They indeed couldn't order much, just a cup of coffee and a few gingerbread cookies. They sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, still discussing Mary Jane's performance earlier. "I think you'll be fine. You didn't get stage fright at all, and your questions and answers with Jameson were very smooth. But I feel like many of my questions weren't very good." Mary Jane put down her coffee cup and brushed a few strands of hair from her forehead. "I forgot several of the questions I prepared, or didn't ask enough." Peter wanted to say something encouraging, but his spider sense was clearly warning him of danger nearby, and it was growing. He saw Mary Jane's eyes widen instinctively and the flying car reflected in them. Peter instinctively grabbed Mary Jane's hand and pulled her behind him. "Watch out." The car, rolling endlessly down the street, ablaze with flames, shattered the coffee shop's glass exterior wall, but fortunately, it only crashed through the glass before stopping. Mary Jane opened her eyes, startled, looking at the car wreckage that had stopped just in front of them. "Oh, we're really lucky. Are you okay, Peter?" "I'm fine." Actually, Peter had shattered the glass with bioelectricity, otherwise, the car crashing through would have caused secondary injuries. The car also didn't just happen to stop, he had reached out and stopped it. Fortunately, no one nearby seemed to have seen it, and modifying the coffee shop surveillance footage wouldn't be difficult. But the biggest problem was the reason for all this. Peter had just seen it, Rhino rampaging through the street. "What's up with you, man? Weren't you captured obediently yesterday? Why are you out again today? You were so compliant yesterday, were you messing with me?" Peter thought, pulling Mary Jane aside. "Mary Jane, you need to find somewhere to hide." "What about you, Peter?" Peter took out his camera and smiled. "Of course, I'm going to take some photos of a superhero fighting a supervillain." Chapter 110, Rhino far surpasses 100-ton king. Rhino, Alexei Mihailovich Sisevich, was rampaging through the streets of Manhattan because he needed money. Kingpin had given him $2 million, which he thought was enough, but it wasn't. So he broke out of jail, stormed into a bank, directly hauled out the gold from the vault, cradled it in his arms, and then stampeded through the streets, planning to find a place to exchange it for cash. But now he faced two problems. First, he was so huge that no matter where he hid, he couldn't escape various high-tech surveillance. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. Second, he didn't know how to exchange this money. If Kingpin hadn't been locked up, it would have been easy to say, but the problem was Kingpin was locked up. The only good news was that he brought gold, not dollars, so it should be easier to spend. And then, there was the third problem. Dense webs suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking an entire road. Rhino lowered his head, clutching the gold, and charged straight through the thick webs, but didn't notice that a manhole cover beneath his feet had been secretly moved by Spider-Man. He stumbled into the hole and fell to the ground. "Alexei, what's going on?" Didn't we have a good talk yesterday? The police didn't put you in shield because of your good behavior, not to make it easier for you to break out. Peter, while trying his best to stick Rhino to the ground with webs, didn't forget to ask what exactly had happened. Just got arrested yesterday, and today you're robbing a bank. What were you thinking? Rhino honestly replied, I found out I didn't have enough money, that's all. Peter Parker sighed helplessly. Sometimes, dealing with honest people was a hassle because they were simply too honest. You can't just rob a bank because you don't have enough money. If everyone robbed a bank when they were broke, banks wouldn't be able to open, would they? Rhino, who was on the ground and getting up, his mind briefly blanked. After thinking for a while, he finally understood it was a rhetorical question. I need a lot of money, and no one will lend it to me. Ah, maybe you could discuss it with me, or with Stark. You know, he's pretty rich. Peter tightly bound Rhino with 5 layers of reinforced webs. Honestly, Rhino was a troublesome opponent, possibly the first enemy Peter couldn't deal with, even after his recent power upgrade. Osborn, when designing the metal skin, had already considered features to avoid electrical conductivity, and invisibility wasn't very useful for stopping Rhino. If he were hit by Rhino, it would be no different from being hit by a 100-ton king, and 100-ton king might even be easier to hide from. However, in response to Peter's suggestion, Rhino simply roared and broke free from the webs with brute force. He stood obediently, picked up the gold bars, then tore open the roof of a nearby car, stating emphatically, "No." Rhino wrapped the gold bars around his arm with the car's sheet metal, rejecting Spider-Man's proposal. "I can't do that. That's extortion, blackmail. I need to get the money like this, deliver it, and then get caught by you again. That's how bad guys get the punishment they deserve." Spider-Man was silent. Spider-Man was shocked. "No. Dude. Haven't you thought about how much damage you've caused along the way, how many people got hurt? Worse, someone almost died." Spider-Man, completely unable to grasp Rhino's logic, wailed. Rhino, however, nodded. He had undoubtedly considered this, and therefore, he was willing to take responsibility. Any punishment beyond a fine, even the death penalty, was acceptable to him. But before that, he needed to get rid of this money. So, after grabbing the gold bars, Rhino exerted all his strength to break free from all the webs on his body. Ignoring a full-power electric shock from Spider-Man, he swiftly ran to the side. Peter, meanwhile, held onto his back with webs, pulling hard in the opposite direction. Theoretically, Rhino hadn't undergone any serum treatments or genetic modifications. There should be an ordinary person beneath that armor. But unfortunately, that was just theory. Peter felt an unprecedented pull from Rhino's run, stronger than Scorpion, even more absurd than the giant wheel he once pulled at full throttle. Undoubtedly, Spider-Man was taken for a ride by Rhino. His feet resisted on the ground with all their might for a short while before leaving the ground. Peter didn't react immediately, but then, when he slammed onto the ground, he understood what was happening. He was still holding onto the web, and thus he was being dragged along the street by Rhino. Okay, time for a different approach. Tying a web around his waist, Peter began to emulate Bully Maguire, sticking webs to nearby buildings. Continuous strands of web connected to buildings, dragging Rhino, creating enough pulling force to stop the behemoth. He could feel the pull again. There was no doubt this method was working. However, just then, Peter saw a burly black man in a hoodie and hood crossing the street with his head down, seemingly completely oblivious to a massive Rhino charging towards him. In a few seconds, Rhino could easily crush the men into pulp. So Spider-Man shouted loudly, "Look out." But it was too late. The incredibly strong Rhino crashed into the burly men, sending him flying. But unexpectedly, Rhino actually slowed down because of it. Peter himself was thrown off due to the inertia, forcing him to snap his own webs, otherwise, he might have been pulled back by them. He landed steadily on a nearby building wall, twisting his head to watch Rhino quickly escape with the gold bars. On the other side, the black man remarkably got up from the ground, unharmed. He looked at his body, which had been hit, with lingering fear, then seemed to understand something. He glanced around, then swiftly ran away. Peter watched this scene in astonishment. This black man was undoubtedly also a superpowered individual. However, this victim wasn't the main problem at the moment. The problem was still the escaping Rhino. Peter prepared to jump and continue the pursuit, but the air pressure that appeared in midair stopped him. A helicopter appeared between the high rises, slowly descending. Facing the strong wind from the rotor, Peter shielded himself from the dust brought by the helicopter with his hand, looking at the black, one-eyed Nick Fury standing on it, looking at him. "Forget about Rhino, Spider-Man." Nick Fury looked at Peter with a serious expression. "Leave him to the Thunderbolts. I need your help. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a big problem now. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 111, Thunderbolts. S.H.I.E.L.D. has investigated thoroughly. Alexei Mihailovich Sitsovic, a Russian gang enforcer, a Russian-American. He left the gang a few years ago and works as a dockworker. Nick Fury recounted the story of Rhino to Peter. He had a very loving wife, and she suffered from a very rare blood disease. He accepted Otto Octavius's modifications because of her illness. Peter understood. It probably wasn't just accepting the modifications. Wilson Fisk had also paid a sum of money, a sum that Alexei found very satisfactory at the time. However, the cost of treatment likely exceeded the scope of what this Russian strongman, who had never seen much money in his life, could imagine. He thought Fisk's payment was enough, but it wasn't, so he went out to rob banks. We can use a man like him. I plan to recruit him into S.H.I.E.L.D. No sooner had Nick Fury finished speaking than he saw Spider-Man's uneven eyes, signifying doubt. Meanwhile, watching the rampaging Rhino tearing through the streets, Hawkeye Clint Barton landed the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet. We're facing a humanoid Rhino whose charging speed and strength can contend with the Hulk, and all the support you get is a bowman, a spy, and a little girl who can phase through walls. Clint self-deprecatingly made no effort to hide his sarcasm. This so-called Thunderbolts team consisted of only 4 members, Hawkeye as the leader, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Ghost Ava Starr, and Goliath Bill Foster, who could grow to giant size. Undoubtedly, the only one in the entire team who could effectively deal with that rampaging Rhino was Goliath, who, like Ant-Man, used Pym particles. I heard Hank Pym once had a strength contest with the Hulk, so, good luck, Bill. Watching Goliath jump out of the Quinjet, Black Widow sat in the co-pilot's seat, looking at Hawkeye somewhat oddly. Ant-Man actually had a strength contest with the Hulk. Yeah. Hawkeye nodded affirmingly. Didn't you read the S.H.I.E.L.D. report? A giant over 10 meters tall was thoroughly slammed to the ground by a 3-meter-tall green bare-assed kid. Natasha nodded, about to speak but stopping herself, while Ghost sighed at the remark, put on her mask, and phased out of the plane. Spider-Man wasn't optimistic about Nick Fury's plan. I'm not very optimistic about your Thunderbolts. Mainly, there's no way to deal with Rhino. He didn't quite understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. had only put together 4 people. Couldn't you have chosen more people? No sooner had he spoken than the massive Goliath was knocked to the ground by the charge. His enormous body then crushed the street, potentially causing more severe collateral damage than Rhino's rampage itself. Nick Fury sighed, placing his hand on the microphone near his ear. What are you doing, Barton? It's handled, sir. Standing on the Quinjet, Clint Barton put away his bow. He had never expected Goliath to take down Rhino, but Goliath could help distract Rhino's attention, allowing him to fire an arrow laced with a powerful tranquilizer. Rhino had been modified to be barely human, but his internal organs were still human level. See. My team can handle all of this, and with just a bit more money, I can continue to expand my team. Nick Fury seemed to be showing off to Peter, but Peter told Nick Fury something else. I'm not sure you'll succeed, Fury. I think Alexei might demand to serve his prison time before joining your team. Then Peter ignored the dark look on Nick Fury's face. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Yesterday, Wilson Fisk announced his surrender. Today, more than a dozen large gangs emerged in New York. I don't care what their situation is, but I'm certain of one thing: these gang members are not normal. Nick Fury brazenly hacked into Peter's mask system, transmitting one eyewitness report and file after another to Peter. These files covered various aspects and areas of New York. Almost all districts showed a very significant rise in crime rates after Fisk's surrender, but this was different from what Peter had experienced. He distinctly felt that not so many things had actually happened. So, there was something wrong here. You mean, someone is faking the data, trying to make New York look like a crime haven? Peter realized Nick Fury was about to say something, and he also wanted to hear what this master spy thought. That's what you need to figure out. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a lot on its plate. We don't have time to spend too much effort on New York. Then can't you find another Avenger? Peter sighed helplessly. In September alone. I can't even remember how many things happened. Can't I get a few days off? Nick Fury pursed his lips and shrugged. No one's forcing you, Spider-Man. I'm just giving you the information. As for what you decide, that's up to you. Anyway, you know the Avengers won't send you out of New York for missions. Peter sighed helplessly, taking the batch of files. NYPD Police Station. Matt Murdock arrived to meet Wilson Fisk as his lawyer. Even Matt himself was quite surprised that Fisk had chosen him as his counsel. He walked into the detention room, listened as the police officer who should have been standing by quietly left, adjusted his sunglasses, and looked at Fisk. What are you thinking, Demon? I'm thinking if you're waiting for me to celebrate your victory, Fisk. This is no victory at all. If your spider friend hadn't been so close on my heels, I might still be in my company. But, you have a point. Fisk couldn't help but laugh. This really is a kind of victory. Matt also laughed. You won't get out so easily. Why should I rush out? My people are tightening their defenses, my forces are withdrawing, and then, you will understand. Fisk smiled, shaking his head. Who truly protects this city, who keeps chaos from spreading? The truly terrifying thing isn't a powerful, clear objective, demon. The truly terrifying thing is unconstrained chaos, chaos that even the Avengers cannot handle. And because I can no longer suppress them, they are coming. Chapter 112, Jessica Jones. On the third floor of an ordinary apartment building in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, New York, one door bore a simple sign, Alias Investigations. Matt Murdock arrived at the office door and knocked. A chaotic rustling sound came from within. Matt mentally pictured the occupant scrambling to tidy things up, and waited patiently for the door to open. A woman in her 20s opened the door. Seeing it was Matt, she couldn't help but sigh. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered tidying up. I wouldn't call sweeping all the trash to one side, tidying up, but you seem to be doing well, Jessica. Matt smiled and entered the apartment. This woman was Jessica Jones, a superpowered individual with flight capabilities and superhuman strength, as well as the owner and sole employee of this detective agency. The two had met through a unique case. To make a long story short, Jessica had killed a psychic, superpowered pervert named Kilgrave. Matt, as her defense attorney, had successfully argued for her innocence, and their connection stemmed from that. Matt's cane tapped on the floor. Listening to the subtle vibrations echoing back and the sound of Jessica typing on her keyboard, he walked to the wall and asked Jessica, "You changed your pictures?" Matt Gargan, the infamous Gargan. Jessica Jones didn't directly answer Matt's question. "Didn't you ask me to find him? I posted some clues about him on the wall." "Ah, yes, about that." Matt scratched his head awkwardly, then offered an embarrassed smile. "You don't need to pursue it anymore. Jessica. Yesterday, the modified Gargan attempted to kidnap a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's family member and was arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. Matt adjusted his glasses, a bit sheepishly. Just as they had started investigating Gargan, everything came to an abrupt halt, much like with Kingpin. He had received definitive information from Spider-Man that Kingpin had indeed hired Gargan and some other supercriminals. He had also hired a scientist named Otto Octavius to help him modify Chitauri weapons. Conservatively, just from Gargan's hints, Kingpin had earned approximately $2 billion from these weapons, enough for a massive transition. As for the true situation, there was undoubtedly more. However, this couldn't be submitted as evidence in court. Memories extracted by telepaths were explicitly illegal evidence, and illegal evidence couldn't be used to press charges against Kingpin. Hearing this, Jessica Jones stopped typing. She took the laptop off her lap and looked at Matt. "If you just wanted to tell me that the Matt Gargan problem has been resolved, you could have just called me. Since you specifically came all this way, it means, you have something else, right?" Matt sighed and nodded, then sat on the sofa. "I met with Fisk today. He seems very eager. Eager for the greater chaos that will emerge once his influence in New York diminishes." Jessica Jones listened silently as Matt finished, frowning. She understood what Matt meant. Undoubtedly, as a detective, Jessica was more familiar with the criminal underworld of Hell's Kitchen than Matt, and thus more easily perceived where the problems lay in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen has been restless since yesterday. I'm not sure if it's because Fisk left, but you can approach it from that angle. Matt nodded and thanked her. Kingpin definitely knew something. He had been suppressing certain things, or rather, gangs. These people would surge forth once Kingpin's power weakened. And this was precisely what Kingpin wanted to see. Until he made Matt admit that Kingpin truly was protecting the city. So Matt needed to stop the newly emerging gangs. He had to prove to Kingpin that New York didn't need his presence. He thought carefully for a moment, then looked at Jessica Jones again. "Has anything noteworthy happened recently?" Jessica thought for a moment, then started searching for recent cases on her computer. Matt listened to the sound of Jessica typing. Soon after, her lazy voice rang out. "Ah, there's a missing persons case here. Looks very strange. A girl named Tandy Bowen suddenly disappeared, no trace. Her family is quite wealthy, and she rarely runs away from home or anything. Why do you say it's strange?" Jessica heard Matt's question and reiterated what she had found, scattered gold jewelry on the floor and nearby surveillance footage. According to the surveillance, this girl didn't leave the building. "I'm sorry, you can't see it, but she vanished into thin air. And the jewelry wasn't taken." Jessica made her assessment. "This is a kidnapping, no doubt. Someone kidnapped Tandy Bowen for specific reasons, but there's no identifiable motive for the kidnapping." Just as Matt was about to continue discussing with Jessica, his other phone rang. Matt recognized the ringtone. It was his good friend Foggy. He apologized to Jessica, then answered Foggy's call. "Oh, really? Okay, I know. We'll discuss it tonight." Slightly curious, Jessica asked Matt, "What's going on? You look so serious." "There's a case. A client came to our firm, discussing whether we could take on his request. Matt smiled helplessly. The client is an escaped convict from Seagate Prison ***. But he keeps claiming he's innocent, even now at the law firm. Jessica Jones nodded, not yet realizing the seriousness of the problem. He has superpowers, invulnerability and immense strength. Matt's words sparked some curiosity in Jessica, but then Matt's next words made Jessica realize that this man was a lot of trouble. He said his abilities weren't acquired by accident, but through human experimentation. The US military conducted human experiments inside the prison, creating a supersoldier serum. Matt sighed, then looked at Jessica. This time, he really needed Jessica's help. I need you to help me investigate this man named Luke Cage. We must determine who he is. Chapter 112, Jessica Jones. On the third floor of an ordinary apartment building in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, New York, one door bore a simple sign, Alias Investigations. Matt Murdock arrived at the office door and knocked. A chaotic rustling sound came from within. Matt mentally pictured the occupant scrambling to tidy things up, and waited patiently for the door to open. A woman in her 20s opened the door. Seeing it was Matt, she couldn't help but sigh. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered tidying up. I wouldn't call sweeping all the trash to one side tidying up, but you seem to be doing well, Jessica. Matt smiled and entered the apartment. This woman was Jessica Jones, a superpowered individual with flight capabilities and superhuman strength, as well as the owner and sole employee of this detective agency. The two had met through a unique case. To make a long story short, Jessica had killed a psychic, superpowered pervert named Kilgrave. Matt, as her defense attorney, had successfully argued for her innocence, and their connection stemmed from that. Matt's cane tapped on the floor. Listening to the subtle vibrations echoing back and the sound of Jessica typing on her keyboard, he walked to the wall and asked Jessica, "You changed your pictures?" Matt Gargan, the infamous Gargan. Jessica Jones didn't directly answer Matt's question. "Didn't you ask me to find him? I posted some clues about him on the wall." "Ah, yes, about that." Matt scratched his head awkwardly, then offered an embarrassed smile. "You don't need to pursue it anymore. Jessica. Yesterday, the modified Gargan attempted to kidnap a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's family member and was arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. Matt adjusted his glasses, a bit sheepishly. Just as they had started investigating Gargan, everything came to an abrupt halt, much like with Kingpin. He had received definitive information from Spider-Man that Kingpin had indeed hired Gargan and some other supercriminals. He had also hired a scientist named Otto Octavius to help him modify Chitauri weapons. Conservatively, just from Gargan's hints, Kingpin had earned approximately $2 billion from these weapons, enough for a massive transition. As for the true situation, there was undoubtedly more. However, this couldn't be submitted as evidence in court. Memories extracted by telepaths were explicitly illegal evidence, and illegal evidence couldn't be used to press charges against Kingpin. Hearing this, Jessica Jones stopped typing. She took the laptop off her lap and looked at Matt. "If you just wanted to tell me that the Matt Gargan problem has been resolved, you could have just called me. Since you specifically came all this way, it means you have something else, right?" Matt sighed and nodded, then sat on the sofa. "I met with Fisk today. He seems very eager. Eager for the greater chaos that will emerge once his influence in New York diminishes." Jessica Jones listened silently as Matt finished, frowning. She understood what Matt meant. Undoubtedly, as a detective, Jessica was more familiar with the criminal underworld of Hell's Kitchen than Matt, and thus more easily perceived where the problems lay in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen has been restless since yesterday. I'm not sure if it's because Fisk left, but you can approach it from that angle. Matt nodded and thanked her. Kingpin definitely knew something. He had been suppressing certain things, or rather, gangs. These people would surge forth once Kingpin's power weakened. And this was precisely what Kingpin wanted to see. Until he made Matt admit that Kingpin truly was protecting the city. So Matt needed to stop the newly emerging gangs. He had to prove to Kingpin that New York didn't need his presence. He thought carefully for a moment, then looked at Jessica Jones again. "Has anything noteworthy happened recently?" Jessica thought for a moment, then started searching for recent cases on her computer. Matt listened to the sound of Jessica typing. Soon after, her lazy voice rang out. "Ah, there's a missing persons case here. Looks very strange. A girl named Tandy Bowen suddenly disappeared, no trace. Her family is quite wealthy, and she rarely runs away from home or anything." "Why do you say it's strange?" Jessica heard Matt's question and reiterated what she had found, scattered gold jewelry on the floor and nearby surveillance footage. According to the surveillance, this girl didn't leave the building. "I'm sorry, you can't see it, but she vanished into thin air. And the jewelry wasn't taken." Jessica made her assessment. "This is a kidnapping, no doubt. Someone kidnapped Tandy Bowen for specific reasons, but there's no identifiable motive for the kidnapping. Just as Matt was about to continue discussing with Jessica, his other phone rang. Matt recognized the ringtone. It was his good friend Foggy. He apologized to Jessica, then answered Foggy's call. "Oh, really? Okay, I know. We'll discuss it tonight." Slightly curious, Jessica asked Matt, "What's going on? You look so serious." "There's a case. A client came to our firm, discussing whether we could take on his request." Matt smiled helplessly. "The client is an escaped convict from Seagate Prison ***. But he keeps claiming he's innocent, even now at the law firm." Jessica Jones nodded, not yet realizing the seriousness of the problem. "He has superpowers, invulnerability and immense strength." Matt's words sparked some curiosity in Jessica, but then Matt's next words made Jessica realize that this man was a lot of trouble. He said his abilities weren't acquired by accident, but through human experimentation. The US military conducted human experiments inside the prison, creating a supersoldier serum. Matt sighed, then looked at Jessica. This time, he really needed Jessica's help. "I need you to help me investigate this man named Luke Cage. We must determine who he is." Chapter 113, Luke Cage's Story, Part 1. Luke Cage sat in the reception area of Nelson and Murdoch Attorneys at Law, looking around nervously. He wasn't sure if it was safe, constantly glancing left and right. When the door opened, he immediately turned his head and watched the bespectacled lawyer with a keen smile as he walked in. "Oh, I'm sorry, are you?" "Yes, I'm blind." Matt smiled and sat down, placing his cane on the table. "But that doesn't mean I'm not a good lawyer, Mr. Cage." "I didn't mean it that way." The burly man named Luke Cage placed his hands on his lap. Matt sensed his movements, clearly recognizing it as a habitual gesture. This man, in prison, perhaps due to lack of space or not being allowed, had developed the habit of not placing his hands on the table. However, Cage's words still surprised Matt. "I mean, you actually exist." Some of the lower-tier inmates in Rikers Island prison always talked about a blind angel lawyer, a good person who operates from a moral standpoint. Matt let out a slightly surprised then understood. "That's why you came to me. You think I can help you?" "Yes, I mean, you might be the only one who can help me." Luke sighed. "How should I put it, from the beginning? Start with how you ended up in prison. You claim you're innocent, so how did you get in?" Luke Cage sighed deeply and began to tell his story. As a typical black New Yorker, Carl Lucas joined a gang from a young age, like most black youths. A young hoodlum couldn't achieve much, and with Kingpin's rise at the time, Carl Lucas and his crew mostly just collected protection money in a few neighborhoods. He was tall and burly from a young age, he just had to stand there, no need for violence, and most people would obediently hand over the money. In the gang, Carl Lucas met a good friend who brought him into the gang and taught him the rules. This man was Willis Stryker, a black man from the slums like Carl, who had also been in gangs since childhood. It was in the gang that Carl learned skills like driving. Later, with Willis's help, he successfully left the gang and became a truck driver at the docks. Although his income wasn't high, he had escaped that gang lifestyle. And because of his gang background, Carl wouldn't be questioned by others. However, Carl, who genuinely intended to leave the gang life behind, also refused proposals to transport smuggled goods for his former gang. Until that day. That day, Willis Stryker, who was still in the gang, called Carl, saying he had accidentally gotten involved in some big business, had been shot, and was about to die. Carl hesitated for a moment, then drove to find his friend, but the other party didn't get into the car. Instead, he frantically threw a box into Carl's car and said that even if the police caught him, he wouldn't die, but if this box was lost, he would definitely die. So, Carl absolutely had to protect the box and wait for him to come back for it. At the next intersection, I was caught by the police. They opened the box and found it was a whole box of high-purity addictive drugs. Plus, I knew a lot of people from my past in the gang, so they prosecuted me for assisting in smuggling. Luke Cage himself couldn't help but laugh. He thought it was his good brother, thought he was just helping his brother escape. But what happened? In the end, it was gang retaliation. Because Cage refused to help them smuggle, they had Cage sent to prison. Matt listened to the first half of Cage's life, when he was still called Carl Lucas, and frowned. Luke Cage was just Carl Lucas's name reversed and slightly altered, simple and convenient. And he quickly discovered the problem. "And, you probably didn't have money to hire a lawyer, Southwest the court must have appointed you a defense lawyer at the time." "Yeah, what else can I say? The gang's smuggling operations for the past few years were all pinned on me. Thank goodness our gang wasn't very capable, or else I'd also have a share in transporting, stealing corpses, and human trafficking. The problem here is that the police have eyewitnesses and physical evidence. You don't, and Willis won't come forward to defend you." Matt quickly understood the first difficulty in Cage's case. There was almost no evidence to overturn the case. The police caught him red-handed, and Willis wouldn't voluntarily defend Cage. Even more, we can't find new evidence to file an appeal. Matt first explained the initial trouble, then reminded Cage, and that's not the only problem. Regardless of whether you committed a crime before, escaping prison is itself a serious felony and won't go unpunished just because you're innocent, Mr. Cage. Even if your smuggling charges could be dropped, you would still face charges for prison escape. But I'm innocent, Luke Cage said indignantly. Matt, accustomed to all kinds of clients, clearly understood the other party's feelings, and from his heartbeat, he could tell the other party wasn't lying. This was an innocent person, at least someone who believed himself innocent. What I'm telling you is not the facts, but the law, Mr. Cage. I hope you understand that. From a factual perspective, I believe the only situation in which you were guilty was that you wanted to help your friend, you wanted to take him to the hospital, and he might have been being pursued by the police at the time. And this, undoubtedly exceeds the sentence you were tried for. Matt's smile faded, but his tone remained quite gentle. I believe we can agree on this point, right? Luke Cage sighed, then nodded. You're right, lawyer. Good. Matt smiled, then continued his earlier statement, and after that, it's also a fact that you escaped from Rikers Island prison, isn't it? That's what you need to face now. Cage sighed heavily. I had to do it. If I didn't, I would have died. Excellent, that's the key point. What happened in prison seriously threatened your life. Matt's unfocused eyes looked at Cage and stated the final strategy, and what we need to do is prove that. Escaping prison was your only means of protecting your life, and for that, you'll need to tell us what happened next. Chapter 114, Luke Cage's Story, Part 2. Carl Lucas, due to his most trusted friend, ended up in Rikers Island prison. His parents had passed away, leaving him alone. Since he wasn't a high-profile criminal, had no influential connections, and no money, he naturally didn't get a good cell and had to squeeze in with most of the other inmates. Rikers Island prison wasn't a private facility, it was a federal prison, so inmates didn't have long working hours. But that didn't mean you could do nothing all day. On its 1.67 square kilometers of land, there were tens of thousands of inmates and over 5,000 guards. Due to lax supervision and internal corruption, fights, brawls, and assaults on guards were common occurrences. While Carl Lucas himself was young and strong, he wasn't serving time for a gang, so he was isolated and vulnerable in prison. He was often ganged up on, but perhaps because of this, he surprisingly honed a set of combat skills in prison. And just when I was about to give up hope, one day a group of people came. They specifically selected some inmates. I don't know what their criteria for selection were. Luke Cage recalled that day, sighing involuntarily. He remembered a military officer standing before the selected prisoners, saying to them, "You are the scum of society. You are trash. You are a pile of dog st. But you should feel lucky, because even dog st can be useful. Today, we have chosen you, you useless, good-for-nothing individuals, to give you an opportunity. An opportunity to dedicate yourselves to the country. The nation plans to create another Captain America, and he might have the honor of being born from you trash." Carl Lucas would probably never forget that officer's roar. He bellowed, forcing each inmate to choose, either receive a $5,000 medical subsidy and participate in a new super soldier serum experiment, or go back to their squalid cells. Carl, perhaps not thinking straight at the time, blurted out a question on a whim. "If it succeeds, can I get a reduced sentence?" The officer then sneered and glanced at him. "Have you ever seen a Captain America locked in prison?" Matt, listening, frowned. "So, you voluntarily joined the super soldier program, despite the hint of coercion." "If I had known what would happen, I wouldn't have joined even if you killed me," Cage sighed, but before he could continue, Matt interrupted him. "Did you sign any agreement, statement, or contract with the military?" "No, it was just a verbal inquiry." Cage seemed to realize something. Is that important? Perhaps very important. Continue. So Luke Cage took a sip of water and continued his story. Once they joined the program, the inmates' treatment improved. They were moved to a separate floor on the island, each with a private cell. Carl Lucas began to wonder why these prisoners were chosen. He started interacting with the other selected inmates and unexpectedly deduced a pattern. These prisoners were all physically strong, had no history of drug addiction, had not committed federal felonies, and generally had no gang or other affiliations. In other words, the chosen ones were all clean. This relaxed Carl somewhat, but what happened over the next 2 days chilled him to the bone. One by one, inmates went off to participate in the so-called experiments, but none of them ever returned. He asked the guards, but the answer he received was, the skin test was unsatisfactory, so they were sent back to their original prison. What a joke. Why couldn't the skin tests be done together? Why did they have to be tested separately, and only 1 or 2 people per day? At this point, Carl Lucas knew very well that he was probably going on a one-way trip, but there was nothing he could do. He was just an ordinary, strong black man, powerless to act. The most despairing thing is never death itself, but waiting for death. Even more despairing is not knowing how you will die. Matt heard the trembling voice of the formidable man with bulletproof skin before him and couldn't help but offer comfort. Are you all right? I'm fine. I remember the person who left 2 days before me, and the others. I don't know what happened to them, but I remember everyone's face. After about a month and a half, everything finally ended. It was my turn. Carl Lucas was led to the entrance of a basement on the island, but unexpectedly, the guard didn't take him inside. Instead, he unlocked the door and told him to go in by himself. As soon as he opened the door, Carl smelled a terrible stench of blood. He cautiously moved forward. The basement was lit by white wall lamps all the way, casting a pale, eerie glow. There was only one-way path, leading to a fixed spot in the corridor. It was like hell. Carl walked to the laboratory's main door. As he pushed it open, he nearly vomited. All of his fellow inmates were there, every single one of them. They had been disemboweled, all their internal organs removed, their skulls sawed open, their brains missing, and then they were hung on hooks like slaughtered pigs. They were lined up in 2 rows, like an honor guard. Row after row of internal organs were labeled and placed in different small jars. They were neatly arranged in glass cabinets on both sides. Some organs showed severe mutations, some even glowed green, and others had grown abnormally large. Carl heard Japanese, because he had seen Japanese people at the dock. He recognized the rare Japanese curse words. Then he saw an elderly Japanese professor, holding a freshly severed head, smiling at Carl as he walked closer, and greeted him in English with a Japanese accent. You've arrived. I tried to escape, but out of nowhere, a group of masked people in black clothes appeared, knocked me out, and tied me to their operating table. Then I don't know what happened. When I woke up again, I was being exposed to bright lights. It hurt so much, and then I just broke free from the shackles on the operating table. The men in black came to stop Carl, but their katanas shattered against his body. In the panic, Carl, now with bulletproof skin and superhuman strength, escaped the prison, smashed through the prison walls, and jumped into the Hudson River. And then, I knew they were definitely looking for me. So I changed my name to Luke Cage. I've heard your name, you might be the only one who can help me. Matt silently nodded. But illegal human experimentation by the US military, Japanese scientists, super soldier serum. These were matters he wasn't suitable to handle. But, as it happened, he knew an Avenger. Chapter 115, Midtown Girls Band. Okay, I understand. Walking down the school hallway, Peter frowned as he listened to Matt Murdock's description on the phone. The reason Nick Fury entrusted him with the affairs of New York after Kingpin's surrender was because, in Fury's view, the security situation in New York was nothing to make a fuss about. As the saying goes, under the Emperor's feet, the best place. Under the Avengers' noses, what kind of trouble could New York stir up? At most, a few new gangs would emerge after losing Fisk's control, and these new gang leaders wouldn't have Kingpin's level of financial resources or control, leading to only temporary chaos. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't entirely without support. Wasn't Cindy a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? She would definitely obey your every command, Peter Parker, so just use her as you wish. But now Daredevil was telling him that a super soldier named Luke Cage had broken out, claiming that Rikers Island had been conducting illegal human experiments all along, and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't even know about it. More importantly, no one believed S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know. So Peter had to work overtime today. Without further ado, he had to ask for leave this afternoon to go to Rikers Island and also check on Kingpin, who had just been incarcerated today. Only Fat Kingpin could surrender on Monday, be sentenced on Tuesday, and move into a luxury cell on Wednesday. However, before that, he had to do one more thing. He arrived at the practice room of Gwen's band and waited for the girls inside to finish rehearsing a song. After the music gradually died down, Peter knocked on the door. The sound of their conversation inside seemed to pause, then the door opened. As expected, it was Mary Jane who opened it. She was the band's lead singer and guitarist, and closest to the door. Gwen was the drummer, the least convenient one to open the door. Hi, Peter. Mary Jane was completely unaware that Peter was actually there for her. She generously opened the door and asked, "Are you here to see Gwen?" "No, actually, I'm here for you." Peter's words seemed to chill the atmosphere, but the instigator was oblivious to the mood in the air. "It's about yesterday. I need to talk to you about what happened after I left. Is this a good time for you? Or should we talk alone?" "Let's talk alone." Mary Jane smiled, apologized to her bandmates, took off her guitar and set it aside, then followed Peter out of the practice room, closing the door behind her. Liz and Betty, also part of the band, looked at Gwen, who stared back at them expressionlessly. "What's wrong?" That handsome guy, is he the childhood friend you always talk about? Betty had just finished speaking when she received a definite affirmative from Liz. Definitely. I saw him in class with Harry. He must be that Mr. Parker. So Gwen glared at them, and then what? Aren't you curious about what happened between them yesterday? I know what they went to do yesterday, Gwen sighed helplessly, explaining. Didn't MJ get an internship interview offer from the Daily Bugle? Peter had a photo published by the Daily Bugle before. So she wanted Peter to help her take some interview photos. She told me about it, and Peter was there too. But her two bandmates still looked unconvinced. I didn't know interviews needed photos too. And that sentence just now, after he left, means Mr. Parker left midway. What did he leave to do? What did he leave to do? Without even thinking, Gwen knew Peter had gone to be Spider-Man. Gwen rolled her eyes at the two of them and retorted, so what do you want me to do? Go eavesdrop on what they're saying. Betty and Liz fell silent, looking at Gwen. After just 2 seconds, Gwen stood up, leaning on her drum kit. Come on, let's go listen to what they're saying. Actually, Peter and Mary Jane weren't planning to talk about anything else. Their conversation began with what happened after he left yesterday. I followed him and took some pictures. What happened yesterday was because of Rhino. I saw it on the news later, Mary Jane said with a smile, though she carefully looked at the live broadcast but couldn't find Peter anywhere. Did you take any pictures? That's what I was going to say. While I was filming, I overheard Rhino and Spider-Man talking. I heard some things. Rhino didn't want to rob a bank, he did it because his wife has a rare disease, and someone gave him a large sum of money to undergo modifications. But that money wasn't enough to cover his wife's treatment. A classic villain backstory, Mary Jane nodded, and then Peter hesitantly expressed his idea. I know this sounds difficult, but perhaps the interview draft you submit could say something different, like. Mary Jane sighed. You want me to give up my interview with J. Jonah Jameson and submit the report related to Rhino instead? Or submit it after I get the internship? Peter said nothing more, just nodded. This was undoubtedly a very risky move, because even if she got the Daily Bugle internship, as an insignificant intern, Mary Jane was unlikely to get the Daily Bugle to adopt this report, and it might even affect her internship career. Mary Jane didn't object directly but asked Peter a question. Why do you want to help Rhino? Because. I thought this might help him, so I did it. Mary Jane looked at Peter for a moment, then took out her phone. Let's exchange contact info. You can send the photos to my email later. Maybe J. Jonah Jameson will find this report very reasonable after seeing your photos. Peter sighed in relief and smiled. Thank you, Mary Jane. Just call me MJ, like my friends do. Mary Jane, who had finished adding his contact, pointed at Peter with her phone. Also, don't forget, you left yesterday without finishing your meal. Next time, it's on me, Peter said with a smile and a wave, then frowned as he looked into the distance. He saw Gwen peeking out, then sighed as if understanding something, looking at Mary Jane's newly added contact on his phone, and shaking his head helplessly. Never mind, first, he had to go to Rikers Island to see what was really going on. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 116, Rikers Island. Rikers Island Prison, a massive prison located right in New York, with only one bridge for entry and exit. Why had I never thought of coming here before? Peter, who had taken the afternoon off, entered Rikers Island Prison without seeking anyone's help. He didn't use his Avenger identity for prior notification but instead infiltrated directly using his stealth mode. Since most of Rikers Island was actually reclaimed landfill, the entire prison island was, by all accounts, abysmal. As for the security, this prison reportedly had 1,500 incidents of inmates assaulting guards annually, so he didn't have high expectations for its defenses. Mr. Peter used his eyepiece's scanning system to scan the main structure of the prison. According to Matt, Luke Cage had escaped from the basement, breaking through a wall and jumping into the river to break out. That made things easy, given the American efficiency of a federal public prison like Rikers. That broken wall surely hadn't been repaired. Sure enough, the invisible Spider-Man didn't take long to find the wall. Following nearby traces, he located the prison floor that must have held Luke Cage and other experimental subjects. He quietly took a guard's keys, opened the door, and then stealthily slipped inside. Best Spy Spider-Man is here. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak loudly or interact with others while invisible. The eyepiece displayed the surroundings, analyzing that the last time someone was held here was the day before yesterday, which was exactly when Luke Cage escaped. In other words, the moment they discovered Luke Cage's escape, they immediately transferred and evacuated everything. Their reaction was indeed swift. Peter then found the basement of the building, but it had been boarded up with several wooden planks, a straightforward solution. Peter frowned at the sight. After confirming there were no other passages through his scan, he violently removed the wooden planks when he was sure no one was around, opened the door, and walked in. All along the way, he was vigilant for potential enemies, but both his spider sense and various scans indicated that nothing particularly dangerous was happening. No, strictly speaking, there was nothing there at all. The basement was a vast, empty space, permeated only by a faint smell of blood. There wasn't even an incinerator or gas trap prepared for intruders like Peter, which made Peter feel a bit unaccustomed. But truly, there was nothing there, only ventilators circulating the air, constantly scrubbing away the scent of blood. The villains didn't intend to confront them head-on, they simply vanished without leaving any provocative messages. Efficient, organized, and goal-oriented. Peter recorded everything as evidence, simultaneously using the scratches on the floor to deduce the previous layout and overall scale of the laboratory. But, beyond that, Peter didn't know. But he knew someone who might have information, and that person happened to be on Rikers Island. That person was Kingpin. Kingpin, who had once again taken up residence on Rikers Island, was very familiar with the place. He had secured a well-appointed suite and was shaving his beard, clad in an orange prison jumpsuit. He heard the sound of an unwelcome guest. After putting down his razor and wiping his face with a towel, he walked out and saw Spider-Man suddenly appear in his suite, smiling helplessly. "If you plan to make a move here, all of New York will know what happened, Spider-Man," Kingpin said, sitting on the sofa and looking at Spider-Man. Peter didn't waste words, directly asking, "Do you know that illegal human experiments are being conducted underground in this prison?" Kingpin genuinely paused when he heard that. In truth, he really didn't know that such horrific experiments were being carried out beneath Rikers Island, especially since the experimental subjects' backgrounds had omitted gang members. But that didn't mean Kingpin was completely unaware. After a pause, he slowly said, "I don't know about this matter, but I know there are often inexplicable kidnappings in New York, and those who are kidnapped never return." Kingpin found it somewhat strange but didn't pursue it. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, Kingpin also felt that the other party was not simple and saw no need to get involved in murky waters. As for the supersoldier serum, it was either S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military. But Kingpin was unwilling to tell Spider-Man these details. More details? Why should I tell you? Peter thought for a moment and said, "I've been to another universe. There, your wife is Vanessa, and you have a child named Richard." Kingpin paused, then looked at Peter. "Are you threatening me?" "No, I won't threaten you. But I want you to understand one thing, I'm watching you constantly. Don't use any idiots to probe my true identity." Spider-Man glared menacingly at Kingpin. "If my family is in danger, I'll go after your wife. Now, tell me what happened." Otto Octavius was on the run. The high-level laboratory provided by Kingpin was no longer a safe haven. Although he had always dreamed of such a lab, it seemed insignificant compared to surviving and getting revenge on Norman Osborn. If he had to give up, then so be it. Not only that, considering Shocker and the others had moved to the safer Raft prison, Dr. Octopus had even abandoned several as yet undiscovered hideouts in the sewers for absolute safety. But he was cornered in the sewers. "Dr. Otto Octavius, pleased to meet you. You can call me Dr. Agama." An elderly Japanese scientist, accompanied by a group of men in black, appeared in the sewers. Otto was surprised to discover from their thermal signatures that these black-clad guards were all cold, lifeless bodies, not a single one was alive. This sparked a strong interest in Otto. Was this some kind of necromancy? "What do you want?" "I don't recall knowing any Japanese people," Otto said with a hint of self-deprecation, but the other didn't agree. "I've read your papers, the research Norman Osborn stole from you. You are undoubtedly a genius. Join us, Dr. Otto, we can give you the best chance for revenge. Don't you want to stand before Norman Osborn and utterly crush him?" Otto seemed to catch a crucial clue. "You just said, stand. Yes, stand." Agama, realizing the fish had taken the bait, smiled, awaiting an answer. Sure enough, Otto Octavius extended his mechanical tentacles and shook hands with him. "This is a temporary collaboration. My knowledge and technology in exchange for a healthy body." Chapter 117, Felicia Hardy. The clue Kingpin provided wasn't much. In essence, for years, there had been illegal trafficking and kidnapping of people from New York's prisons and impoverished areas. As the underground king of New York, Kingpin had conducted a brief investigation and concluded. This matter was either orchestrated by official channels or by megacorporations like Stark or Osborn. It far exceeded the scope a New York gang leader like Kingpin could control, so he chose to completely ignore it. Anyway, nobody cared about these poor people from the slums or the prison inmates. If they died, they died. Instead, Spider-Man had even helped him explain where these missing people had gone. Upon learning this, Matt stated that he had a way to handle such matters. He had a detective friend currently investigating a strange disappearance case, which could perfectly help her. Peter also got the name of the missing person, Tandy Bowen, the future dagger. After that, Peter had no more leads. After all, he had nothing. What else could he do? So, he continued to attend school as usual the next day. In the afternoon, there was a detective club activity, but he couldn't possibly let the detective club investigate these cases. Putting everything else aside, it wouldn't be safe. Thinking this, Peter submitted his deduction report. Senior Jessica really enjoyed writing cases and having club members deduce them, never tiring of it. Although, to be fair, Senior Jessica's writing skills were quite good, and her deduction segments were clever. But Peter's mind wasn't on it today, so Senior Jessica pointed out several errors. The deduction result itself wasn't wrong, but there were omissions in the details that could be refuted. I still don't understand why, out of dozens of people on the roster, only 3 of us come to the detective club every week. Peter looked bewildered at the club activity room. The detective club must have been quite large and well-funded, otherwise, it wouldn't have such a big activity room. But now there was no one there, and even the new recruits were just the 3 of them. Jessica looked at Peter, pouting unhappily. "All right, kids, it's time to tell you the truth about the detective club." Jessica sighed helplessly before revealing the truth about the detective club. Most of the detective club members are like you, math and science prodigies, constantly immersed in various competitions and high-level internships. Besides me, hardly anyone else is here. As for new recruits, we really only recruited the 3 of you this year, since I was the only one who showed up on club recruitment day. If the guy who was supposed to come with me could have made it back from Europe, I wouldn't have only gotten 3 people. I think I heard someone talking bad about me. A sudden voice interrupted Jessica's complaints. The 4 of them simultaneously turned their heads to look at the person who had opened the door to the detective club's activity room. It was a silver-haired girl wearing a short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, with sunglasses pushed up onto her head. Her long hair fell to her collarbones, the ends slightly curled. Her sapphire-like eyes swept over the new members. Her standard oval face, paired with delicate features, always carried a smile that gave off a comfortable and languid feeling. This was absolutely the prettiest girl Peter had ever seen, no one could compare. Amadeus simply lowered his head, and Harry, well, he mumbled incoherently, likely speechless. Senior Jessica, seeing this incredibly beautiful girl, excitedly jumped up and hugged her neck. "Felicia. You're back from Europe." Felicia. Peter, drawn by the name, looked at the girl, then at Jessica. "President, an introduction." "Oh, this is my good friend, same grade student, Felicia Hardy. She was originally supposed to be our detective club's vice president and attend recruitment with me, but unfortunately, she went to Europe for a while and didn't come back. Felicia, you promised me you'd be back by the start of school." You see, with Felicia standing there, our detective club would definitely recruit a lot of new members. "Sorry, but I really had something important." It really was Black Cat. Black Cat, Felicia Hardy, was a character who wasn't exactly a hero nor entirely a villain, similar to DC's Catwoman. She was a master thief but often sided with heroes to assist them. Most importantly, or rather, completely unimportantly, Black Cat was one of Spider-Man's girlfriends in the comics. Peter was surprised by 2 things, how young she was, and how quickly their paths crossed. After thinking for a moment, a question suddenly came to mind. Most people who applied to the detective club just by seeing Senior Felicia definitely wouldn't deduce that such a beauty is a means for the detective club to recruit them. They'd fail your president's exam and be rejected. Peter started by using a flaw in Jessica's own words. If they came for deduction, their primary focus shouldn't be Senior Felicia, should it? Felicia looked at Peter with a hint of surprise, then asked Jessica, "Who is this smart and generous boy?" "You've found a good new recruit. Putting everything else aside, at least his deductions are pretty good. Peter Parker, freshman." Jessica also introduced the others. "This is Harry Lyman and Amadeus Cho." Felicia also greeted them. "Good afternoon, boys. Like Jessica, I'll be a regular in the club. If you think Jessica's questions are too difficult, you can tell me, and I promise she'll make them simpler next time." Jessica grumbled discontentedly, while Peter finally asked the question he wanted to ask. "Senior, when you went to Europe, did you go to London? I really want to visit the Sherlock Holmes Museum at 221B Baker Street, and other places in London are also nice, like the London Eye, the Shard." "No, I didn't go to London." Peter waited for Felicia's next sentence. "I went to Budapest, that's a really nice city. And Warsaw, oh, and Vienna." Felicia spoke as if it were obvious, but Peter was certain that for a fleeting moment, she had glanced at him, and his spider sense had felt a slight tingle. In other words, the Felicia Hardy, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was already Black Cat. Peter didn't continue asking because, as expected, Senior Jessica blocked Felicia's gaze, predictably asking Felicia for photos of her European trip, thereby helping Peter escape Felicia's scrutiny. Chapter 118, I am a cat, a happy black cat. What did Felicia Hardy do in Eastern Europe? The answer was, Peter had no clue. According to Jarvis, no priceless artworks were stolen, nor did anyone named Black Cat appear. She hadn't even been active last night. Felicia had returned to New York yesterday. So, what did Black Cat do in Eastern Europe? A search for Black Cat would reveal that a spirit cat did indeed exist in this world. At the turn of the last century, she was a famous phantom thief active in New York, but she had disappeared 7 or 8 years ago. Are you sure there's nothing suspicious, Jarvis? I have connected to all available surveillance that the Avengers can access and confirmed that no subject meeting the description has appeared. Peter had merely said that, based on his spider sense, something might happen tonight, but he couldn't specify what. He couldn't exactly describe the opponent's costume just based on a spider sense, could he? I shouldn't have kept the recording on when I went to another Earth. Now it's hard to make up an excuse. Peter thought helplessly, when Jarvis promptly delivered the information Peter was looking for. Abnormal behavior detected, matching description requirements. High-definition photos transmitted from a distant Stark Industries surveillance satellite showed a silver-haired woman in a black bodysuit appearing on New York skyscrapers and moving rapidly. Judging by her direction of movement, the building with the most valuable assets on her path was Oscorp Tower? You really need to self-reflect, Norman. Ask yourself why it's always you. On the other side, Black Cat leaped across the gap between New York skyscrapers, reaching the vicinity of Oscorp Tower. She looked left and right. From this building to Oscorp Tower across the way, the straight-line distance was about 50 to 60 meters. She retreated to the other side of the rooftop, turned, took a deep breath, then ran at full speed and leaped. Extraordinary physical capabilities granted her superhuman jumping power, but even so, Black Cat still couldn't jump directly to the required position. She landed on the outer wall of Oscorp Tower, sliding down a dozen meters on the concrete wall with her specialized gloves before stopping. Then she took out her grappling hook gun, aimed, fired, and pulled herself up. If only this crappy gun's hook was longer, then I wouldn't have to do these extreme jumps. Muttering under her breath about the outdated gear left by the older generation, Black Cat extended her hand, using the sharp claws on her glove to scratch a small hole in Oscorp's glass. Then she reached in, opened the window, and flipped inside. Phew, that was quite simple. For a cosplay enthusiast, yes. Spider-Man effortlessly lowered himself upside down on a web, looking at Black Cat who had just entered the building, then posed a profound question. I just saw you jump dozens of meters. Were you bitten by a radioactive cat? Black Cat's costume wasn't merely a figure-hugging suit like in the comics. Or rather, since Peter had been reborn into this world, he hadn't seen anyone besides himself who genuinely wore only a tight suit to fight. Her costume was more like a lightweight version of some Bale-era Batman armor, but even without being skin-tight, it still managed to accentuate Black Cat's shapely figure. She placed her hands on her hips, flicked a strand of silver hair from her face, and couldn't help but laugh. I've heard of you. Are you always this annoying? In fact, most people like me. Spider-Man, who had flipped in through the window, casually closed the window with the hole in it. Only criminals and supercriminals dislike me. Do you dislike me? That depends. Black Cat smiled. Before Peter could say, I agree, his spider sense blared. Then a flash of light appeared, bright enough to blind anyone. Black Cat, however, turned and ran, immediately entering the corridor of Oscorp Tower. Her target seemed very clear. She went straight to a lab door, then took out a specialized key card, swiping it on the electronic lock. With a series of ominous-looking sparks, Black Cat opened the reinforced door, then immediately closed it. Based on what she knew, this door was strong enough to withstand a full-power hit from the Hulk. A second hit was another story. Even if Spider-Man pursued her, he wouldn't be able to open the door quickly. Black Cat walked to the control panel and turned on the system. As expected, it required authorization, so she took out a transparent print from her belt and placed it on the verification device. It contained someone's palm print. As the scan completed, the system automatically opened, the surrounding lights came on, and then one metallic door after another slowly rose. Is this it? Black Cat watched the metal doors slowly rise, then suddenly jumped at a voice beside her. What's this? Startled by the voice, Black Cat instinctively performed a roundhouse kick, but her leg was directly blocked by Spider-Man's raised arm. Peter was quite surprised by the power of that kick. It was definitely not a move a normal human could make. Combined with her earlier jump, it gave him a bold idea. You weren't actually bitten by a radioactive cat, were you? How did you get in? I didn't even see you. Should I tell her that her flashbang wasn't as strong as my electricity, and that I can actually turn invisible? Peter internally grumbled, simply smiling. Who knows? Maybe Oscorp didn't clean well and left some spiderwebs around. Anyway, what are you looking for? I'm looking for... Before Black Cat could finish speaking, the surrounding lights suddenly turned red, and Peter's spider sense blared severely. I'm not sure what's happening, but we'd better get out of here. Warning, illegal activity detected. Right now. Black Cat looked around and saw that the door they came through was now sealed by a thick metal gate. As she searched for another exit, the system suddenly turned green again. Authorized person Spider-Man detected. Alert cleared. At this moment, not just Black Cat, but Peter himself was stunned. He watched Black Cat turn to him in disbelief. "You have the highest authorization for Oscorp Technologies." "I have the highest authorization for Oscorp Technologies." Peter repeated Black Cat's words, then looked around in confusion. How did I not know about this? Chapter 119, Who? Green Goblin. Norman Osborn was roused from his not-so-deep sleep by the company's highest-level alarm. He jolted upright from his bed, then looked confused after hearing the report of Spider-Man's vocal signature detected. "Green Goblin, connect me to the gene editing lab's holographic projection." Norman, seeing that his pajamas were still somewhat presentable, rubbed his face and groggily watched as Spider-Man confronted a woman in a black suit in the gene programming lab. Hello, Norman. "This friend entered your lab, looks like she's investigating something, so I just followed along." Hearing Spider-Man say this, Norman was relieved. "Thank you for protecting Osborn Tech's property, Spider-Man. I'll leave it to you then." "Wait, Norman, Norman watched as Spider-Man looked at the woman, then asked, "Why do I have the highest authorization for your lab?" "Because you are my, and Dr. Richards' finest work. We both trust you." Norman gave a kindly smile, then yawned. "If you need help, talk to Green Goblin. He's my AI butler." "Who?" "Green Goblin." Black Cat, who had overheard the conversation from the side, listened to Spider-Man's murmur. "Who names their AI Green Goblin? That's just too weird. Norman Osborn said you're his finest work." Peter felt the coldness of her gaze, and the reappearance of his spider sense. He heard Felicia's almost icy question, "What do you mean?" "It's literal. I was bitten by a gene-programmed spider from Osborn Tech and gained powers." "Human experimentation?" "No, an accident." "Right," Spider-Man was an Avenger, and from his reaction just now, he seemed unaware of these things too. Black Cat first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the raised doors. Inside the doors were various animals, mostly lower arthropods, such as scorpions, spiders, centipedes, even bees, and butterflies. Peter raised an eyebrow. He thought Osborn Tech would research all sorts of animals, but he didn't expect them to be stuck on arthropods. He wondered if they'd researched locusts. Could they make a Cayman rider? Peter looked around, seeing Felicia still tinkering with the computer, and couldn't help but reach out. "I don't know what you're planning, ma'am, but you are undoubtedly breaking the law. Even if you think you're doing the right thing, shouldn't you give a reason?" No, never mind, it's none of your business." Black Cat hesitated to speak, but ultimately chose not to trust Spider-Man. She continued her own search, finding that she couldn't delve into the deeper archives. Not only did she lack permission, but her hacking program had also failed, making it impossible to access the archives. So, before Spider-Man could stick her hand with his web, she raised her hands. "Can you let me go, seeing as I haven't actually done anything?" "You broke a window." "Felicia. I can pay for it." "So, you didn't find anything?" Whether intentionally or not, Spider-Man began to search for data in front of Black Cat. "Let's see what you're looking for." Savage Force Project Operation Plan, Restricted Notes. Peter saw an entry, text recorded by Project Lead Jonathan Drew during an experiment. "The possibility of curing amyotrophic lateral sclerosis with gene splicing technology, Jonathan Drew." Peter looked at Felicia, feigning casualness. It seems Dr. Jonathan's reason for overseeing the super soldier research was to develop a treatment for ALS. ALS. Hearing this, Black Cat immediately pushed Peter aside, standing in front of the control console's computer, looking at the record. She couldn't help but frown, muttering to herself. "How is this possible? Looks like you know Dr. Jonathan's family, and don't forget, you're essentially just wearing an eye mask." Standing behind Black Cat, Peter's hand moved to the side of the computer's touch screen, beginning to operate it. He wanted to see what Black Cat was really planning to do. Black Cat had initially intended to leave, but when she saw Spider-Man beginning to retrieve information she couldn't access due to insufficient permissions, she resisted the urge to leave and chose to keep watching. After all, Black Cat is a cat, and cats are always full of curiosity. She clearly understood what Spider-Man meant. Her identity could be exposed at any moment. But since Black Cat chose her current attire, being discovered was inevitable and destined. In other words, she hadn't intended to hide her identity much anyway. She watched as Spider-Man delved deep into the system, opening many files, and smoothly discovered some things Black Cat wanted to know. However, what Black Cat most wanted to know was an email that Spider-Man hadn't opened. Her quick eye spotted it, and she clicked on the email. The content inside quickly made Black Cat feel like her world had crumbled. It was an empty folder, there was nothing inside. Peter glanced at the document's name, which read, Weapon Projects Progress Report. Various weapon projects. Considering this was a research base for super soldier projects, these projects were likely all super soldier related. But why was Felicia looking for these things? Does it have something to do with your unusual physical abilities? You're trying to find the person in charge of this project. Peter deduced Black Cat's actions, coming to the conclusion that Black Cat wasn't inactive in Eastern Europe, but her actions weren't about wealth or treasure, they were related to super soldier projects. Did she go to Eastern Europe because of the Soviet Union's super soldier serum project? Peter was becoming increasingly confused by Black Cat's motives. Unfortunately, the list of super soldier projects you're looking for isn't here. Hearing this, Black Cat probably understood what Spider-Man was going to say next. After all, what else could a superhero say to a failed thief? But it's actually quite a coincidence. Recently, I also encountered someone who escaped from prison. He suffered inhumane abuse in prison but underwent super soldier modification and gained superpowers. Peter had made a correct gamble. Felicia, who had been about to leave, heard this and immediately turned back, staring at Peter. You said just now, there's another survivor. Black Cat stared at Peter, stating her demand. I want to see him. Chapter 120, The Truth of the Erskine Serum. So, you're here to look for information on the Super Soldier Serum Project. Why? Because it involves human experimentation, and you're one of the victims. Peter tried his best not to reveal any clues or information he knew, to prevent Black Cat from discovering the connection between Spider-Man and Peter Parker. So, he had to ask some rather foolish questions. Surprisingly, Black Cat didn't immediately dismiss the question but instead looked around. We need to get out of here, out of Oscorp Technologies. Then, I might tell you. Spider-Man narrowed the eyes on his mask, glanced at Black Cat, then snapped his fingers. The closed laboratory door immediately opened. Then, Spider-Man gestured for her to go first. Black Cat rushed out ahead, seemingly not wanting to be caught by Spider-Man. Spider-Man shrugged, then followed. Even if she had superhuman physicality, she couldn't shake him. Besides, he had already attached a tracker to her boot when he caught her kick earlier. So, Spider-Man dutifully shut down the system, closed the door, looked at the radiated spiders that Dr. Jonathan had researched for treating ALS, and as for who they were meant to cure, that was probably self-evident. Peter just watched the computer completely shut down, then left the lab. According to the tracker's report, he found Black Cat. Well, he didn't. The tracker was discarded on the rooftop. As soon as Peter landed and picked up the tracker, another flashbang rolled to his feet. He backflipped off the building, avoiding the troublesome A1 high flash. He then returned to his original spot and saw Black Cat waiting for him. I noticed my boots were a few grams heavier, so I returned your little toy. Black Cat sat on the casing of a rooftop ventilation fan, smiling as she rested her chin on her hand, looking at Spider-Man, who had just executed a perfect backflip. And, should we talk now? Alright, first. Why are you cosplaying as Catwoman? I'm not. I'm not wearing cat ears on my head. Black Cat was speechless for a moment, then shook her head, finally dropping the topic. This is just what my mentor looks like, okay? You mean Walter Hardy, the famous prowler? How interesting, he has a 17-year-old daughter with the same hair color as you. Black Cat gave a cold, ha-ha, and said nothing more. Just as Spider-Man had said earlier, her disguise, if thoroughly investigated, would reveal her identity. Of course, that's assuming one could see Black Cat's full face. Most people didn't have that ability. Walter Hardy was last seen in 2003, in Budapest, Hungary, and his daughter appeared in Budapest a few months ago. She has the same long silver hair as you, very beautiful. Black Cat sighed, asking the question again. Are you always this annoying? Peter's answer was the same. Only criminals and supercriminals find me annoying, so, do you want to talk about why you want to investigate the super soldier serum? Black Cat looked at Spider-Man. She was still unsure why he was so interested in her, or if she should trust him. But considering what Spider-Man had said earlier, she decided to take the initiative. Then you first. You said the Avengers found an escaped super soldier human experiment survivor. What's that about? On Rikers Island, an escaped convict found a friend of mine. He said the US military forced him into human experiments, most people died, only he survived and became a super soldier. Spider-Man briefly explained the situation, then looked at the somewhat impatient Black Cat. What's wrong? You said nothing at all. Thanks for the compliment. I didn't compliment you. A somewhat exasperated Felicia sighed, then asked the first question, that survivor, did he simply gain enhanced physical abilities, or did he get other powers? Peter seemed to understand something upon hearing the question. You mean, there's something wrong with the super soldiers? The super soldier serum had problems from the beginning. More accurately, the Erskine super soldier serum that Steve Rogers was injected with had problems from the start. Black Cat gathered her thoughts and began from the beginning. Almost everyone believes that Red Skull became Red Skull because the Erskine serum he was injected with was a failed product, and Captain America was injected with an improved version. But that's not true, they were injected with the same serum. Makes the good better, makes the bad worse. Peter recited what Dr. Erskine had historically said to Steve Rogers. Black Cat paused, then nodded. That wasn't just a description. The true effect of the Erskine serum wasn't to create super soldiers, but to make the good better, make the bad worse. Red Skull became Red Skull because he yearned to become the next Führer, to replace Hitler and establish a Hydra empire rather than a Third Reich. As for why Captain became Captain, it was simply because he was a genuinely good person, who yearned to be a soldier capable of defeating evil enemies. That escaped convict became invulnerable, which means his inner desire was not to be harmed. Peter explained Luke Cage's changes to Felicia, simultaneously realizing, in other words, the true effect of the Erskine serum is to reshape users based on their inner thoughts. But because Captain's inner thought at the time was to become the best soldier, the US military concluded that the Erskine serum's effect was to create super soldiers. Therefore, all US military super soldier projects based on the Erskine serum since the end of the war had failed, they either created substandard products or outright died. They could only develop severely diluted super soldier serums, as any successful replicated product had too many side effects. They had no idea that these side effects were the true effects of the Erskine serum. And the Prowler appeared in Eastern Europe at the beginning of this century. He was there to steal Russia's super soldier serum. Peter understood completely. In the 1970s, the Soviet Union created its second successful super soldier, the Red Guardian, which greatly shook the US military. This meant that the Soviet Union had broken through the limitations of the Erskine serum and could now recreate, or even mass-produce, super soldiers. Due to the KGB's strict lockdown, the US military only took action after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, at the beginning of this century. They sent their best thief at the time, the Prowler. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 121, Mutual Unmasking. At that time, Walter Hardy's true identity had already been discovered by the CIA. He had retired from his life of crime years ago and had his own family and children, so he wasn't looking for trouble. Thus, what followed was simple. The CIA might not have many other skills, but they were remarkably adept at coercing people with threats to their families. So, Walter Hardy was forced to accept a mission, to go to Russia to steal. The hope was to exploit the chaos following the collapse of the Soviet Union to acquire a mature Soviet supersoldier serum. There was actually a significant flaw in this plan. If the Soviet supersoldier serum could also be mass-produced, then why hadn't the Soviets mass-produced super soldiers? However, Walter didn't need to consider this, he just needed to execute the mission. Finally, it was said that in Budapest, the cat completed his mission, but he didn't return alive. Only a corpse returned to the Hardy home. The CIA said nothing, only that Hardy had been discovered by the Russians and ultimately shot dead in Budapest. That's how it was. He brought back the supersoldier serum, but he didn't come back himself. Black Cat recounted the entire story in a calm voice. Peter was about to ask something when he found Black Cat tossing him a test tube. Analysis revealed a trace amount of radiation in the test tube, and even more striking was the symbol on the tube, the Hydra insignia. What the cat ultimately found was not a Soviet-developed supersoldier serum, but a Hydra-developed one. For this reason, it was highly probable that a Hydra mole within the CIA killed the cat, then brought back a supersoldier serum that, at least on the packaging, wasn't Soviet-developed. It was precisely because of this that the US military discovered the true purpose of the Erskine serum itself, thus initiating new research. Luke Cage was a result of this research. Peter had always known Hydra likely existed, but he had no proof. Even Nick Fury and Coulson had been evasive and indirect in explaining the situation to him. The instant he scanned the test tube, Peter cut off JARVIS's video link and demanded that JARVIS delete any video evidence. JARVIS, how are Captain and the others doing? The Avengers are still searching for leads on Jim Hammond near Southeast Asia. That's right, ever since the Avengers learned from Peter that the original Human Torch, Jim Hammond, had appeared in Madripoor, they had deployed en masse, especially the Captain. When the Captain heard that his comrade might have been transformed into a biological weapon, he immediately deployed without hesitation. So now, the only Avenger left in New York was Spider-Man. Notify them to return as soon as possible. There's secret information here that must be kept confidential, Peter said, putting the test tube back into his pocket. I'll take this thing back to the Avengers Tower. Is that okay? No problem. Everyone knows that only Captain America can solve this. But are you sure you need to be this cautious? Peter shrugged. Facing Hydra, everyone needed to be cautious. Who knew how many departments Hydra had infiltrated? So, the cat didn't find the Soviet supersoldier serum, but another kind. He hid this thing, and only special people can find it. Peter looked at Felicia. He now understood why Felicia possessed superhuman physicality. She had been injected with the same Hydra supersoldier serum as the Winter Soldier, enhancing her physical abilities. Otherwise, how else could she deal with such terrifying enemies? The underground lab on Rikers Island has been dismantled in an emergency. There's nothing left. Peter told Black Cat, to save the girl from making another futile effort. She just nodded, then walked backward, asking, "Then, will you arrest me? After all, I didn't steal anything, and you even retrieved the information from Osborn Industries. If all this ends, will you not follow in the cat's footsteps and be a good student?" Black Cat just smiled, walked to the edge of the rooftop, then leaned back, using her grapple gun to quickly leave. Peter watched her retreating figure, thought for a moment, then swung home with his web. The Avengers weren't around, so Peter first put the empty test tube into a safe, then specially concocted some web fluid and filled the area around it. All that was left was to wait for Captain and the others to return. Hydra and the US military, these matters required the entire Avengers team to handle. After all that, Peter swung home. He had faked feeling unwell and gone to bed early to sneak out. Uncle Ben was responsible for distracting Aunt May so she wouldn't blow his cover. From the lack of messages from Uncle Ben, the deception was quite successful. Now it was time to go home and sleep. Back home, Peter quietly snuck into his room on the second floor. Relieved, he pressed the spider emblem on his chest and took off his mask. Just then, his spider sense flared. He instinctively shot a web, sticking an object thrown from outside his window to the wall, then looked out. In the distance, Black Cat stood on a rooftop, waving at Peter Parker, then turned and left. Peter had no idea what had happened. He looked at the object stuck to the wall and ripped it down. It was a simple radioactive isotope detector. As long as it detected the radiation energy of specific radioactive elements, it could provide a rough location. And he had just held a test tube that once contained a supersoldier serum, which had residual radioactive elements. In other words, as long as he had touched it, unless he went to the Avengers Tower for a complete radiation decontamination, or even changed suits, he would definitely be detected. She had been tracking him since she pulled out that test tube. And no matter how he looked at it, as long as he took that test tube, he would definitely be tracked by Black Cat. Peter smiled self-deprecatingly. He had thought he could control Black Cat the whole time, but in the end, she had turned the tables on him. But it didn't matter. If Felicia Hardy knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man, and Peter Parker also knew Felicia Hardy was Black Cat, then neither had any leverage over the other. They were simply on equal footing. No masks, I guess that's a kind of honesty. See you tomorrow, Felicia. Chapter 122, Rally the Troops. Join the team. Peter woke up the next morning to bad news. Captain America and the others couldn't return for now. A group of supervillains calling themselves the Masters of Evil suddenly appeared in Southeast Asia and engaged the Avengers in guerrilla warfare. These entirely undocumented supervillains, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, caused immense destruction. It seemed unlikely the Avengers would be back anytime soon. This was quite a coincidence, as Luke Cage had only escaped a few days ago, and the success of the experiment suggested that the US military's human experimentation project was advancing rapidly, perhaps even reaching a crucial final stage. At such a time, the Avengers were unable to return, making it hard not to draw connections. The test tube Felicia gave him indicated that Hydra had likely infiltrated the US military super soldier program. Hydra first leveraged the Soviet Union's power to develop the super soldier serum used by the Winter Soldier, and then, after the Soviet Union collapsed, they used legitimate and flawless methods to transfer Soviet research findings to the United States for continued research. This organization, rather than being called Hydra, might as well be called a parasite, growing its strength by latching onto other nations. Without others, it would be utterly useless. But the current problem was that the Avengers once again didn't have time to deal with this, so the matter fell to Peter. And Peter? He wasn't entirely without help. Black Cat knew some things but had no direction for investigation in New York, while Matt and his friends likely had a direction but didn't know many details. He needed to gather all these people. Only through collaboration could they find the hidden illegal experimenters and Hydra operatives. So Peter sent Matt a message, hoping to find a place for all participants to gather. Matt quickly replied that he would pick a spot. Peter wondered how a blind man could read his texts and reply so quickly. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. In this matter, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the least trustworthy. Peter suspected that Cindy reporting this would only accelerate the tension on Hydra's side, so it was better not to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. Until Hydra was uprooted, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s role might be actively detrimental. And when Hydra was uprooted, S.H.I.E.L.D. would probably cease to exist anyway. The X-Men were also problematic. Spider-Man seeking out the X-Men might draw unwanted attention. In contrast, Daredevil and his crew, being involved in smaller-scale activities, were less likely to be noticed. Additionally, there was Felicia. She definitely knew more. For instance, how was she so certain that the US military was currently conducting a super soldier serum project and that it had reached a point where she needed to stop it? Though it sounded strange, Peter was indeed curious why Black Cat was now trying to stop all of this. There had to be a reason, right? Hopefully, Felicia would share more information today. Looking at the surprisingly unexpected meeting location Matt had replied with, Peter put away his phone and went downstairs. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were already waiting at the dining table, discussing the news of the past few days. New York seemed to have become less peaceful recently. The Avengers' busy overseas missions and Kingpin's imprisonment had caused a surge in ordinary crime rates in New York. In this area, which S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers overlooked, everything was getting worse. Doesn't sound good. How are things at the FEAST Center, Aunt May? The number of people seeking help has clearly increased recently. More and more people are becoming homeless. Aunt May's brow furrowed with worry. It was clear that New York's current situation was indeed grim. Peter could only reassure her that things will get better while finishing his breakfast, then headed off to school. Midtown School of Science and Technology in late September was as ordinary as ever. After homecoming, the entire school had temporarily returned to its usual atmosphere. No one paid attention to the hidden talents within the school. After all, it was just a public high school. Peter put his backpack away as usual and returned to his seat. Cindy was already in her seat, as always. As soon as Peter sat down, he heard her ask, "Why were you out so late last night?" Now Peter somewhat understood Black Cat's mood yesterday. "I received top-secret intel that needed to be handled." After giving Cindy a vague answer, Peter remembered something and added, "Don't tell S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. I suspect S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be safe either." "I understand." Without needing much explanation, Cindy nodded in agreement and added, "If you need anything, I'm always available." "Thanks." Next was figuring out how to contact Felicia. After all, there was no detective agency activity planned for today, and since they weren't in the same grade, Peter had no idea what her class schedule was. Unexpectedly, this problem turned out to be unusually simple. "Heh, you know what? That senior girl yesterday, Felicia Hardy, she's on the school basketball team." Harry was truly Harry. He immediately provided Peter with useful information. Peter gave him a strange look and asked, "How do you know that so clearly?" "I asked Liz." "You could ask Cindy, or, even if she doesn't know, you could ask Gwen or MJ. Peter gave Harry another strange look, but he now knew where to find Felicia after school. At the gym after school, Felicia, warming up, greeted a not-so-unexpected visitor. She saw Peter Parker not far away, apologized to her teammates, and then jogged over to Peter. "Need any help, Littleman? Jessica's homework is too hard for you." "Perhaps." After all, who would have thought the killer was the detective? Peter smiled meaningfully, looking at Felicia, who just smiled back without speaking. He then extended an invitation. "I'm having a masquerade ball, and some like-minded friends will be attending. I can't find any friends to go with, so, can I invite you?" Can't find anyone." Felicia looked deeply at Peter, then smiled, "Sure, but you'll have to tell me where it is. Let's exchange contact info, kiddo." "I'm not much younger than you," Peter grumbled inwardly as he exchanged numbers with Felicia, then sent her the meeting location for the evening, the rooftop of the FEAST building in Manhattan. Chapter 123, The Feast Meeting. The Feast, a private charity relief center located in Midtown Manhattan, New York, is funded and operated by the renowned Chinese-American entrepreneur and philanthropist Martin Li. Aunt May also works here, and after becoming Spider-Man, Peter specifically came here to help Aunt May a few times. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to check on Martin Li. What put his mind at ease was that both his spider sense and scans indicated that the Feast had no issues, and Martin Li was not Mr. Negative. At least, not yet. Peter was the second to arrive. The first was Daredevil, who had been waiting on the rooftop of the Feast building since early evening, only nodding slightly when Spider-Man arrived. Today, Peter wasn't wearing his high-tech suit but his old costume, inconvenient, but without any high-tech equipment. The key was safety. Next to arrive were Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. Luke was quite sensitive, looking around nervously. Jessica, on the other hand, sat to the side, lost in thought. Another familiar face also showed up, the Punisher, Frank Castle, who had gotten wind of the meeting from who knows where. He sat there bored, looking ready to go on a killing spree at any moment. Felicia was the last to arrive. When she showed up in her Black Cat costume, everyone else was quite surprised, as no one had mentioned she would be coming. When Peter said there was someone else, they had expected Captain America. Even Felicia herself hadn't expected the costume party to be attended by such a motley crew. She had thought it would be a few Avengers. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen. I thought he was just an urban legend. Every urban legend has a basis, miss. Daredevil ignored her comment and turned his gaze, though he couldn't see, to Spider-Man. Everyone you called is here. Alright, let's go over it again. Usually, I use this line to introduce myself. Peter analyzed the current situation. Mr. Cage escaped from Rikers Island prison and told us that the US military is conducting illegal human experiments to research a supersoldier serum. And according to the information provided by Ms. Black Cat, these experiments are not part of the US military's usual operations but are derived from a Hydra serum stolen from Soviet territory. Information flowed and was shared at this moment, largely revolving around the following points. The US military is researching the Erskine serum, which modifies the recipient based on their inner thoughts. However, this serum has an extremely high fatality rate. Luke Cage was the only test subject to survive. At the same time, because the Erskine serum research failed, after the collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 21st century, Walter Hardy, the Cat, was blackmailed by the CIA to go to Russia and steal a Soviet version of the supersoldier serum. However, what he stole was a Hydra supersoldier serum. After obtaining a sample of the genuine supersoldier serum, the US military is now experimenting with the original Erskine serum. This indirectly implies that it was the Hydra serum that made US military scientists understand the true purpose of the Erskine serum, thus advancing their research progress. Furthermore, according to Kingpin's description, there have been disappearances and human trafficking incidents involving homeless people and the poor in New York over the years, backed by a powerful force Kingpin couldn't afford to provoke. It's worth noting that when Kingpin was arrested by the FBI, he manipulated his controlled corrupt NYPD officers to fight with the FBI. This further confirms the opponent's power, making it highly probable that it's the US military, which requires a large amount of human experimental material. Finally, individuals like Tandy Bowen, who were not originally part of the missing persons demographic, also mysteriously disappeared. There is no direct evidence yet of a direct link, but it can be tentatively included. Hydra has not only infiltrated the Soviet Union but also the US military. Jessica Jones, after gathering the intelligence, summarized, the Cat's death is the most suspicious part. Even if he died, his mission was completed, but the supersoldier serum container he delivered back had no Hydra markings, which is inconsistent with previous descriptions. In other words, this was very likely orchestrated by Hydra. They swapped the serum container's packaging to allow the US military to proceed with their research as planned. Or, perhaps the US military itself was already entirely infiltrated by Hydra. However, this is unlikely. If that were the case, there would have been no need to discover the issues with the Erskine serum and initiate research so late. It's highly probable that before this, even with Hydra's infiltration, they couldn't access the blood samples drawn from Captain America used to replicate the Erskine serum. But once the Hydra serum was in place, the US military's new research project gave them this opportunity. In other words, the current US military's research department is very likely controlled by Hydra. Daredevil offered a very grim conclusion. Everyone looked at Spider-Man. If they, this group, were to confront the US military, it would undoubtedly be a futile effort. Only the Avengers could confront them on all levels. The Avengers will stand with you, I can assure you of that. But I have to tell you something, I have reason to suspect that S.H.I.E.L.D. has also been infiltrated by Hydra. Peter delivered a very bad piece of news to everyone, along with its ripple effects, so, until the Avengers return to New York, to avoid tipping them off, I can't inform them. And considering the time factor, it's highly likely that only we can stop Hydra and the US military. Where do we start? Felicia looked at Peter. This was the most crucial question now. After a moment of thought, Peter made a deduction based on the additional information he knew about Dagger Tandy Bowen. Since Hydra immediately relocated the experimental equipment from under Rikers Island, it indicates their experiments have reached a critical stage. Now they have blood samples from Steve Rogers and Luke Cage. They will most likely analyze these two samples to determine what influences the success of Erskine serum injections. If Tandy Bowen was indeed kidnapped by Hydra, it must be because her DNA also meets the requirements for Erskine serum injection. The Avengers base has Captain's blood information, but we can't conduct tests there. Is there anywhere else that can help? Oscorp could also help, but considering the Project Beast Force is at Oscorp, it's likely already been infiltrated by Hydra like a sieve. At this moment, Daredevil had a solution. I have an acquaintance, he might be able to help. We also need to draw Hydra out, to attract their attention. Luke Cage, who had been silent, finally spoke. As the initial focus and core of this storm, he looked at everyone present. Right. We need to buy enough time. If I reveal everything, if I blow this wide open, can we buy ourselves time? He looked at Daredevil. I have an excellent lawyer, he can definitely buy me enough time. Chapter 124, Daniel Rand. Manhattan, Rand Medical Company headquarters, top floor. As the chairman and largest shareholder of Rand Medical Company, 29-year-old Daniel Rand stood upright in his office, recalling the meditation techniques he learned from ancient Eastern countries. He struck a standard Tai Chi opening pose. Ignoring, unheard, holding the spirit still, form will naturally rectify itself. One had to admit, a foreigner reciting Zhuangzi in at least a grade 2 A-level Mandarin while practicing Tai Chi was a rare sight anywhere. Especially with him currently wearing a long blue gown, it was even more peculiar. Unfortunately, the leisurely morning hours were always short. Daniel, who was adjusting his mental state, was still affected by worldly affairs. With a series of irritating knocks, he calmly said, "Come in. Mr. Rand, attorney Matt Murdoch is here." "Matt. Please, show him in quickly." Daniel smiled. Matt, feigning to be an ordinary blind lawyer, walked in with his cane. Daniel enthusiastically stepped forward and embraced him. "Long time no see, Matt, what brings you here?" In his ear, he heard the devil's whisper. "I need Iron Fist's help, Daniel." After the embrace, Matt immediately smiled and explained his purpose. "Nothing much, just came to see you. After all, the lawsuit to help you reclaim your father's inheritance from your uncle was a tough battle. I always have to check if my wealthiest client to date has any more legal issues to handle. Right, just like what happened yesterday. We need to talk about private, friendly matters. Please close the door, thank you." Watching his assistant close the door, Daniel's expression also became serious. "What happened, Matt?" Daniel Rand, a martial artist who once trained in the mysterious eastern holy land of Kunlun, had an intersection with Matt beyond Rand Medical Company's legal issues. This was because Matt's master, Stick, had once prevented the evil Japanese organization The Hand from finding a path to Kunlun. Daniel knew that, generally, the problems of Hell's Kitchen wouldn't be difficult for Matt, and with Fisk incarcerated, Matt should theoretically be having an easier time. It's a big problem. Recently, or rather, for the past decade, there's been a large-scale human trafficking and disappearance cases across New York City. I just got news from a few friends. The US military is kidnapping people for human experimentation, creating supersoldier serums. Upon hearing US military, Daniel's brows furrowed deeply. He took a deep breath, about to respond, but Matt's grim revelation wasn't over, and it's highly likely that Hydra has infiltrated the US military. These human experiments are even being aided by Hydra. Hydra? The Hydra that fought Captain America in World War II. Daniel gave Matt a strange look and retorted, "Are you sure? I thought they were wiped out back in World War II. I thought so too, but considering Captain America has been revived, perhaps Hydra has followed suit." "All right." Daniel didn't dwell on Matt's joke. "Do you need my help to deal with those guys?" "No need, but most importantly, we need a lab where we can conduct blood sample analysis, and it has to be guaranteed that no one can disturb us. Rand Medical isn't a huge corporation, so the chances of Hydra targeting it are slim. As someone in the medical device industry, Daniel could certainly arrange this." He simply nodded and patted Matt's shoulder. "Leave this to me." "Thanks. Oh, and if you ever need Iron Fist's help, just say the word." So, who exactly is this Daniel Rand? Jessica Jones had lost count of how many times she had asked this question. To this, Daredevil could only reply helplessly, "A friend. When his father was young, he went on an expedition to the east and almost fell off a cliff, but he was saved by the locals. Later, his father returned home and founded Rand Medical. Once he achieved success, he took his wife, son, and brother on a trip to the east to thank the locals who had helped him. However, what the elder Rand didn't expect was that his brother harbored ill intentions. While climbing Kunlun Mountain, his brother took advantage of the lack of witnesses and surveillance nearby and pushed his family down the mountain. The elder Rand also didn't expect that the locals who had saved him earlier were actually from a secret realm called Kunlun. They discovered the Rand family again and saved the dying Daniel, just as they had his father. Daniel stayed there for 10 years, finally returned to New York, reported to the police, and eventually I helped him send his uncle to prison in court. Jessica half-jokingly retorted, "What did he do there for 10 years? Learn Kung Fu?" Matt smiled and confirmed. "Yes, he's quite good at boxing." Jessica seemed to understand something, raised an eyebrow, and quickly skipped the topic. "So what we need to do now is compare Luke's and Captain America's blood samples. Your Avenger friend says he can get Captain America's blood sample, but how are you going to get Luke's blood? He's invulnerable. Last time he cut himself with a chainsaw, it didn't even leave a white mark. What kind of needle can pierce his skin?" "About that." Matt smiled without speaking. Dressed in his uniform, he opened the door to the medical laboratory, and there was a muffled thud. Jessica Jones was surprised to see the invulnerable Luke Cage being punched senseless, quickly clutching his nose, while Spider-Man held a test tube, catching the flow. "You all right, buddy?" The steadily flowing nosebleed quickly satisfied the need for samples. Luke held his nose, tilting his head back, his voice muffled, "I'm fine. I've taken harder punches before, I mean, it felt harder." "Man, that was quite a punch." Daredevil smiled at Jessica. "If we have an Avenger whose punching power can easily exceed 20 tons, trust me, even if that person is invulnerable, they can still be punched until their nose bleeds." And the scientist responsible for the analysis? You wouldn't happen to know one, would you? Daredevil remained silent, listening as Spider-Man put the collected blood samples into the centrifuge. This Avenger was multi-talented, there was no need to hire another scientist. Chapter 125, Stirring the Grass to Startle the Snake. Peter didn't pay much attention to these details. Instead, he simply projected the centrifuge-separated blood samples onto the computer screen via an electron microscope, then compared the non-human genome to the human genome within them. Since the super soldier serum essentially integrates into the human genome, this gene comparison was actually greatly simplified. By comparing different mutated gene targets, we can find out which of Luke's genes are similar to Captain America's, allowing them to bind with the Erskine serum, the original super soldier serum. And then? Jessica asked, looking at the busy Spider-Man. Peter simply replied, the principle of the super soldier serum is to activate the reverse transcriptase and reverse transcriptase enzymes in the super soldier serum injected into the subject's body through beta-ray radiation, converting the protein components in the serum into RNA or DNA sequences that can adapt to the subject's gene sequence, participating in subsequent cell division and replication processes. So if Luke and Captain America were able to receive the super soldier serum injection because of specific gene sets, or at least if Hydra believes so, then we can find a clue. We can extract DNA fragments from those non-human gene sets and compare them to find similar fragments, and then... Jessica looked helplessly at Daredevil. I didn't understand a single word. Then just listen to what needs to be done. Ready, Cage. We need to go. Daredevil simply acted according to the plan. Honestly, appearing here in broad daylight made him a bit uncomfortable, but it couldn't be helped. This matter was indeed urgent, so much so that Peter had even taken a day off specifically to deal with it. There was nothing more Luke Cage could do in the lab now, so they were off to execute another part of the plan, stirring the grass to startle the snake, while this side was left to Spider-Man. Simultaneously, a satellite phone rang. This satellite phone was connected to the Fantastic Four's private satellite, the world's smartest people's communication channel. Peter borrowed it, hoping to maximize his evasion of Hydra surveillance. On the other end of the line was Black Cat, who had already infiltrated a hospital. She sat with her legs crossed in front of a computer, swinging the satellite phone in her hand. Any progress? Of course. According to the leads from our detective friend, the church hospital where Tandy Bowen regularly goes definitely has a problem. All patient blood samples from this hospital are sent to one of its labs for testing. The purpose of the test is unclear. Black Cat typed on the keyboard, easily breaching the hospital's insecure systems and retrieving potential targets. If we temporarily filter for individuals under 40, with no genetic diseases, no history of drug addiction, and no disabilities, there are still many. Due to the American healthcare system, most doctors are family doctors who have complete medical histories for each of their patients, which makes information gathering very convenient. Did you bring the program I sent you? To search social media for keywords, looking for missing persons or other reports. According to Jessica Jones, Tandy Bowen went missing just a few hours after Luke Cage's jailbreak. Combined with knowing she was Dagger, Peter could boldly predict she was also one of Hydra's experimental subjects. And Black Cat, as a thief with specialized skills, was naturally the best person to complete this task. I joined the detective agency 2 years before you did. I know better than you how a detective should operate. Currently, there are 3 individuals matching the criteria. Tandy Bowen is one, and the other 2 are. Peter noted down the names and residences of these 2 individuals, then handed the information to Jessica. Giving this kind of task to a professional detective was, naturally, the simplest thing to do. As for the more fundamental genome information, even if he knew it, Peter couldn't widely compare it with hospital databases. That would only expose him. All this preliminary preparation was necessary, as the next step was to stir the grass to startle the snake. Luke Cage was the one stirring the grass. To draw out the snake, Luke suggested that he directly sue the US government, thereby attracting Hydra's attention. However, Matt proposed a better option, for Luke to become a superhero, at least a temporary one. This would help him gain a better public image and leverage in public opinion. Even if it came down to a court case later, the impression a victim of US military human experimentation who still chose to become a hero would leave on a jury would be completely different from just a victim. As for where a super soldier like him could take action, it could only be said that with Kingpin imprisoned, New York City was certainly not lacking in various gang wars. In a residential building in Manhattan, an intense shootout was taking place. The police captain in charge had cordoned off the area but wasn't taking any action. He casually sipped his coffee, listening to the gunshots inside. A gang shootout was happening here. 2 gangs were fighting for control of the building. What did a gang shootout have to do with him? Neither side was Kingpin's people anyway, so he didn't need to get involved in this messy situation. He'd just wait for them to finish, then the police would clean up. A mother knelt beside the police captain, pleading bitterly, "My child is still inside. You can't just stand by and watch." I'm very sorry, madam, but I need to be responsible for the safety of my officers. The captain sipped his coffee, shaking his head. If you truly care about your child's safety, you should choose a safer neighborhood instead of living with these gang members. The gunshots inside gradually subsided, seemingly signaling the end of the battle. The police captain put down his coffee, preparing to go in and retrieve the bodies of the gang members and the lady's child. Suddenly, the third-floor window shattered, and 2 gang members were thrown out, smashing into a police car. Then, the captain watched, dumbfounded, as a muscular, bald black man, carrying a small boy, leaped from the third-floor window. His white tank top was riddled with countless bullet holes, but he himself was completely unharmed. The man walked up to the captain and handed the child he was carrying to the woman. She was incredibly grateful, thanking him profusely, and asked for his name. There seemed to be a moment of hesitation. Luke didn't even use his current fake name. My name is Powerman, madam. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Luring the Snake Out. So, our little test subject ultimately chose to become a superhero, madam. Dr. Koyama adjusted his glasses, looking at the news report, and respectfully inquired of Ophelia, or rather, Madam Viper. Unlike Otto, Koyama was a member of Hydra, or rather, his faction, the Hand, had joined Hydra during World War II for their own purposes, becoming this vast organization's eastern tendril. He, therefore, understood how powerful Hydra truly was. As for Ophelia, he had seen this woman since he was a child, and even his father had seen her. It was said that Madame Viper had never aged from World War II to the present day. This woman held the secret of immortality, but that wasn't the main point. More importantly was her standing within Hydra. Few people in the entire organization had more say than Ophelia, due to her seniority and capabilities. A childish idea. What? Nothing more than hoping to attract the attention of the Avengers or the Fantastic Four, and then expose everything, Ophelia replied to Koyama's question. In her opinion, the men posed no threat. Continue your experiments. What's the progress? Very poor, but we have made some progress. 2 individuals survived the preliminary experiments, a white girl named Tandy Bowen, and a black male named Tyrone Johnson. They will be able to survive the upcoming strengthened supersoldier serum. Strengthened. Ophelia glanced at Koyama, frowning. Don't do anything extra. Yes, madam. How much longer do you need? Not long, madam, a week at most. As long as Hydra can keep the Avengers occupied for a week, everything will be fine, Koyama said respectfully, completely disregarding how troublesome it would be to keep the Avengers occupied for a week. But Ophelia merely swept her gaze over him before retorting, what if we bring that fellow back? Which fellow? Oh, you mean? Looking at Luke Cage, who was rescuing people on the screen, Koyama smiled happily. That would only take 3 or 4 days, madam. I will bring him back to you. Luke Cage didn't know if his actions were effective. He had been fighting as Powerman for an entire day, seemingly attracting media attention, but what about Hydra? After knocking down a gang member, Luke seemed to want to vent all his anger, letting out a roar. Just then, he heard a familiar voice, a voice he didn't want to recall. Fugitive Carl Lucas located, pursuing now. Willis Stryker. Hearing his former friend, the men who had framed him and sent him to prison, actually appear before him, Luke Cage turned around furiously. His former friend now wore a modified, high-tech riot suit, holding a dagger. The surrounding individuals were all clad in similar armor, each wielding different weapons. In addition, each of them bore different snake heads emblazoned on their armor. Sorry, buddy. But your hero game is over. All of New York will understand that you're not a superhero, but a criminal who luckily gained powers and escaped from prison. Willis Stryker spoke as he approached, feigning an approachable demeanor. You should have learned from me and left the gangs early. I've joined Viper Security Group now, codename Rattler. I'm a decent man doing a decent job. You should have stayed in prison until your sentence ended, and then come out and be an honest person. Blaming the victim. Luke, consumed by rage, charged forward. He possessed superhuman strength and impenetrable skin, what could possibly stop him? Rattler simply approached Luke Cage and swung his dagger. The dagger vibrated violently and emitted a piercing ultrasonic wave. In a short time, Luke's eyes became bloodshot, and he painfully collapsed to the ground. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand up, then punched out at Rattler before him. Rattler's dagger released a gray-green toxic gas. Cage inhaled the gas, then uncontrollably coughed and fell to the ground. Rattler looked at the fallen Cage, shrugged helplessly, and put away his weapon. Nerve gas, brother. It would be fatal for others, but for you, it should only mean lying down for a few minutes. Sorry, no weapon can pierce your skin, so I had to use an inhaled method. Lying on the ground, Luke Cage felt as if his brain was severely burned. He gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. How did you know about my abilities? The government hired us, Cage. Rattler finally cracked a smile. What do you think? Viper Security Company, also part of Hydra. Ignoring Cage's furious glare, Rattler signaled to his companions behind him. All right, fellas, escort our guest into the car. Remember to check him for any tracking devices or anything. A sudden red blur descended from the sky, intervening in the dispute. Seeing the figure, Rattler's pupils severely constricted. Daredevil. You're real. People always said that, and Daredevil himself was too tired to explain. I know you, Viper Security Company. We're fulfilling a government contract, assisting in the arrest of a dangerous superpowered criminal. I know. That's why I didn't stop your operation. On the contrary, I called the police for you in advance, so you won't have to make another trip. Police. Hearing this news, Rattler looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. But what's wrong? Does your government contract also give you the authority to detain and interrogate criminals? Daredevil's retort left Rattler speechless. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly called his boss. Then, hearing the sirens of police cars behind him, he begrudgingly agreed to Daredevil's request, instructing the other Viper security employees to clear a path for the police, watching as the officers led Luke Cage into a police car. Rattler had intended to ask Daredevil some questions, but when he turned his head, Daredevil had vanished, making one wonder if he had ever been there at all. Author's note: as is widely known, the Viper Gang in the comics is a villainous organization. Here, it has been changed to a security company, just a different disguise. The Viper Gang in the EMH animation looked rather odd. Chapter 127, Feigning Cooperation. It would actually be better if I handled this. After all, an Avenger is far more convincing than an urban legend. Listening to Spider-Man's lament on the other end of the satellite phone, Daredevil, who had already shed his costume and returned to his Matt Murdock guise, couldn't help but chuckle, comforting the young man on the other end. But you said it yourself, if you show up, it will put Hydra on even higher alert. Conversely, while Daredevil is an urban legend, neither his abilities nor his threat level are significant, so even if Hydra finds out, their vigilance won't increase much. In the initial plan, the intention was truly to have Luke Cage swallow a tracker and then locate Hydra's new base. However, Jessica Jones raised two questions regarding this. First, how to ensure the tracker's signal wouldn't be jammed inside the Hydra base, and second, how to guarantee that Hydra's attitude towards Luke Cage would be capture, not execution. Therefore, Matt was there not just to promptly prevent Serpent Solutions from taking Luke and handing him over to the police, but also as a contingency. If Hydra chose to execute Luke on the spot, Daredevil would appear to confront them. If Daredevil couldn't solve the problem alone, he had even called for backup. All in all, until Hydra's headquarters were found and a direct confrontation initiated, Spider-Man had best avoid public visibility. Serpent Solutions' eventual decision to take Luke also confirmed part of their hypothesis: Hydra indeed needed Luke. And hearing the name, Serpent Solutions, Peter thought of Marvel's Serpent Society. How to put it, he honestly didn't have much impression of this entire organization. He couldn't remember who its members were or what their abilities were. The only one he vaguely remembered was Madame Viper, Ophelia, whose right face seemed disfigured, and who had received blessings from the demon Thawne, granting her immortality or something. But most crucially, Madame Viper herself was an absolute high-ranking member of Hydra, and the Serpent Society was her dedicated enforcer group. This further confirmed Peter's suspicion: all of this truly was Hydra behind the scenes, not merely a conclusion drawn from simple deduction. As for what happened after Luke Cage's arrest, that was a problem for the lawyer, Matt Murdock, to solve. I won't say a word until I see my lawyer. At the police station, Luke Cage, possessing superhuman strength and unbreakable skin, chose neither to escape nor to defend himself. Facing police interrogation, he sat obediently in the chair, handcuffed, repeating only that one sentence. It drove the police crazy. Buddy, you're just a dock worker, where would you get a lawyer? And you don't have family or friends, otherwise would you hire one now? The perplexed police suddenly heard a knock on the door, looked towards it, and received a shocking piece of news: the lawyer for Carl Lucas, who claimed to be Luke Cage, had arrived. You actually have a lawyer? So the police saw a smiling Matt Murdock. He arrived very promptly, so promptly that his arrival was almost seamless with Cage's entry into the police station. Was it strange? A coincidence? It was meant to be a coincidence. To tell the other side, we planned this. Excuse me, I need to consult with my client first. As he spoke, Matt pulled out a few green Franklins and smiled. The police understood, took the money, and left, leaving only Matt and Luke to synchronize their stories in the interrogation room. Just like we discussed, you'll tell the police your story. How you were wrongly imprisoned, how the US military and government mistreated you, how they transformed you into a super soldier, and how you had to escape because of the abuse, then used that power to fight for justice. In a certain room at the police station, a recording device captured the entire conversation happening in the interrogation room. It was a lawyer's subtle persuasion. It's not the judge who ultimately decides your fate, but the jury. You need to tell a good story. In this story, you must be the victim, a kind person, to make the jury sympathize with you. So that's why you made me pretend to be a superhero. Exactly. Matt Murdock's excited voice echoed in the recording room. These days, everyone loves superheroes, especially repentant superheroes like you. You've already saved many people, your presence is already on social media. Next, the focus will be on compensation from the federal government. They illegally conducted human experiments on you, so sue them for that reason. And secretly leak the news to the media. You must leak it to the media, otherwise your safety won't be guaranteed. Think about it. When the media hears news of human experimentation by the US military, they'll swarm like sharks smelling blood. Then you can extort a hefty sum from the federal government. Ophelia cut off the recording. She had originally wondered if Daredevil had some scheme, but no, this Luke Cage, at the end of the day, wasn't really a superhero, he was just a common thug. He hadn't anticipated Hydra's involvement behind all of this. Normally, without the serum sample from Black Cat, it would have been impossible to discover. The only troublesome part was that lawyer, he was threatening to take this matter to the media. If that happened, there might not be enough time to get Luke Cage into the lab. Ophelia, pondering how to eliminate the lawyer and extract Luke Cage before everything was exposed, suddenly came up with an idea. However, this idea required a bit of setup. Weren't they planning to tell the media about the superhero angle, sensationalizing it and causing trouble for Hydra? But all of this was actually very easy to resolve. If Luke Cage voluntarily broke out of his cell and escaped from custody, then the superhero narrative would fall apart. They only needed to find someone within the Serpent Society who could control Luke Cage's strength and bring him out. However, no one had yet received the complete super soldier serum, they still needed to wait. Just then, Ophelia received a new message from Yamashiro. He once again needed a batch of volunteers with specific gene sequences. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Ventilation shafts aren't as comfortable as in movies. Matt and Luke Cage successfully delayed the Hydra agents and confirmed that the so-called Viper security company was most likely a front for Hydra. This was great news, providing them with a convenient target for investigation. Naturally, the best candidates for infiltration were Spider-Man, with his invisibility, and Black Cat, a professional thief, though she hadn't actually stolen much, it seemed. It was then that Black Cat finally understood why Spider-Man could appear beside her when she infiltrated Oscorp, even though she hadn't seen anyone. So, as a spider, you can not only crawl on walls but also turn invisible. Yeah, spiders aren't like little cats, no one finds them strange anywhere they go. If a normal person saw a spider, they'd probably grab a feather duster and give the place a good cleaning. Peter said this as he crawled from the ceiling into the Viper security company. As a security company, this enterprise actually owned a 13-story building as its headquarters in New York, demonstrating its considerable strength or strong security awareness. For safety, Spider-Man had specifically changed into his old suit with no high-tech gadgets and old web shooters. Besides an old miniature communicator, he brought nothing else. At the same time, Peter was the first to enter the Viper security company. After all, there was no guarantee of the company's internal safety, so it was better for him to go first. By the way, who exactly were the Viper gang again? This organization was quite obscure. Peter only remembered a few guys who looked more like snakes than humans. But at least for now, Viper Security Company seemed to be just a mercenary organization equipped with some high-tech gear. As Peter tried his best to recall any memorable-looking members of the Viper gang, he crawled from the bathroom ventilation shaft all the way into the elevator shaft. He looked down, the bottomless abyss of the elevator shaft staring back at him. Why do all villain organizations like to build their bases underground? Looking at the bottomless elevator shaft, Peter couldn't help but complain. He then slowly climbed down. It seemed no one would have expected an invasion from here. He encountered little resistance along the way, just constantly delving deeper and deeper. Then the communicator's connection broke. He looked at the deep passage above, then below. Below was water, undoubtedly, their secret was hidden underwater. Spider-Man moved up a bit to restore communication. After clearing his throat softly twice, Felicia's voice came through the communicator. What's the situation? Hard to say. It looks like the Viper gang isn't land snakes but sea snakes. Don't know how deep they sleep. Peter said, accelerating his web swing back inside the security company. They can't hide everyone underwater, otherwise personnel flow would be a big problem. Besides that secret base, where else do you think the Viper gang, the security company, would hide its secrets? I think Viper gang sounds pretty good, rolls off the tongue better than security company. Felicia said something Peter hadn't expected at all. I'm in there, server room. Where are you? Don't be dramatic, little spider, just stealing something. Plugging a USB drive into the Viper Security Company's main computer, Black Cat also entered the ventilation shaft. You should worry more about the cleanliness of these vents. If there wasn't any other way in, I really wouldn't want to crawl through here. On the bright side, no one would ever think someone in the real world would actually be able to climb into a 13th floor ventilation shaft. Peter chatted with Felicia as he crawled through the ventilation shaft, but he soon stopped because Black Cat was lying in his path, smiling and shaking her communicator. Hey, why aren't you invisible anymore? Because no one can see me. Then why are you still wearing your mask in a place like this? Because there's a lot of dust in the ventilation shafts. Peter couldn't help but scoff, completely different from ventilation shafts in movies, right? Dust and mold everywhere, sometimes spiders, rats, or other stuff. And you have to make sure this 3mm galvanized steel sheet can bear your weight and not make any sound in the process. Having given Felicia a clearly unsatisfactory answer, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, then rolled over and lay on the pipe, taking out a phone. I definitely need to take a shower when I get home. No, several days of showers. Luckily tomorrow's the weekend, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain the smell on me to my classmates. That's the benefit of wearing a mask. Peter looked at the program flickering on Black Cat's phone. Wait, you're processing information with a phone. It's a palm top, but it's pretty much the same. Don't worry, if anyone tries to trace the signal, they'll only trace it back to their own server room, since we're right here. Felicia rummaged for a while, then suddenly found something, handing the phone to Peter. Wait, isn't this the girl Detective Jessica has been looking for? Peter took the palm top, looking at a comatose girl being placed on a stretcher cart and transported into an elevator that could go underwater. The two exchanged glances, confirming what had likely happened. Then, Peter quickly used the palm top to pull up several other video clips. There's no footage of them bringing these people in, but these people definitely left through Viper Security Company. That elevator must lead to Hydra's new secret lab. Are these the targets you found matching the criteria at that hospital? Felicia took the palm top, held it up, and confirmed the footage. Then, Peter noticed something unexpected. He actually saw someone he knew being strapped onto a stretcher and taken into the elevator. Martin Lee. You know this Asian man? He's a wealthy man from Chinatown who runs a soup kitchen specifically for the homeless. Black Cat then put down the palm top and looked up at Spider-Man's head. You do community service too? Why not? It's very meaningful. Felicia sighed. All right, now that we've found out what we need to do, what are we waiting for? Peter answered the question. Waiting for the Viper gang to be lured out. Chapter 129, at the soup kitchen. On the last Saturday of September 2012, Peter Parker woke up early and headed to the soup kitchen where Aunt May worked. Peter occasionally helped out when he had time. And today, he indeed noticed significantly more homeless people than before Kingpin's incarceration. New York's underworld lacked a social organization capable of replacing Kingpin. The NYPD simply didn't want to, nor did it have the power to manage these affairs. A significant portion of police officers were corrupt, bought by Kingpin. The remaining few, like George Stacy, were dedicated officers who, despite their willingness, were powerless and unlikely to climb higher in rank. The Avengers, with the exception of Spider-Man, largely didn't concern themselves with the minutiae of New York life. And Peter alone couldn't solve all these problems. With Kingpin imprisoned, his subordinates began consolidating their power, and the rise of new gangs inevitably caused a certain degree of unrest. If, during this process, as many gang forces as possible could be expelled from the communities they once occupied, and this unrest could be ended quickly, that would be a decent outcome. If Peter Parker were Superman or the Flash, he might try to clean up the entire city of New York in a day, but unfortunately, he wasn't. Hey, Aunt May. Peter entered the soup kitchen and found Aunt May, explaining his purpose. I heard you say last time that the soup kitchen had a lot more people needing help, so I came to see if there's anything I can do. Oh, Peter. Aunt May smiled with a hint of helplessness. We're managing just fine. You just started high school, you should focus on your studies. Mr. Lee and I can keep the soup kitchen running normally. I finished all my homework before coming, you know me. Peter picked up on Aunt May's topic and asked, where's Mr. Lee? I haven't seen him. It's strange, actually. Mr. Lee hasn't been to the soup kitchen for 2 days now. If he doesn't come today, it'll be 3 days, Aunt May said with a touch of worry. I called the police, but they said Mr. Lee was fine. If Mr. Lee still doesn't come back, I'll have to ask George for help. He'll definitely be fine. Peter reassured her, then asked, is there really nothing I can help with? The new girl in the back kitchen is baking cookies. Why don't you go see if they're ready and then help hand them out to everyone? Peter nodded in agreement, walked to the oven in the kitchen, intending to ask if the cookies were ready, but saw Felicia, her silver hair simply tied back, wearing an apron with a little black cat print, holding a baking tray. With a flip, a whole tray of cookies tumbled onto a plate, piling up into a small mound with the cookies already there. She flipped the baking tray back, turned, saw Peter, and smiled a greeting. Peter was dumbfounded. "How are you? Why is Felicia-senpai here?" What a strange question. Felicia tilted her head curiously, asking in return, "Why not?" It's very meaningful. Watching the speechless Peter Parker, Felicia couldn't help but laugh. She took out another tray of cookies and poured them onto the plate. "All right, don't just stand there. Divide the cookies on the plate and hand them out. Since you're here, you might as well do something before you leave, right?" Peter nodded, then looked at the cookies piled on the plate. As he took out small dishes, he asked, "How many cookies did you bake?" "Right now, 5 per person, I guess." I asked the person in charge here how many people are staying, then checked how much flour there was. "Excuse me." Pouring another tray of cookies onto the plate, Felicia placed the baking tray on a heat-resistant mat, wiped the oil off it with a towel, then joined Peter in dividing the cookies into portions. "I didn't know the person in charge here was also named Parker. Is she your mom?" "She's very kind." "No, she's my aunt. My parents died in an accident 3 years ago. She and my Uncle Ben have been raising me ever since." Felicia's expression stiffened for a moment, then she apologized softly. Peter just smiled. It wasn't an offensive remark, and he wouldn't mind such a thing. The cookies were quickly divided. The two of them carried small plates, distributing them to the homeless people in the soup kitchen. The cookies Felicia baked were already enticing just by their smell. The pure scent of baked wheat, combined with the aroma of butter and white sugar, and the fresh out of the oven, still warm to the touch temperature, was a rare treat for these often hungry homeless people. After they finished, the two also helped fix the old TV's bad signal in the soup kitchen. Peter fiddled with it for ages, but Felicia just gave it a couple of taps, and it worked. It wasn't until nearly noon that news finally arrived. Peter pulled out his phone and checked the message. The NYPD precinct in Harlem had been vandalized, and the detention room where the superhero known as Powerman was held had been damaged. This news, of course, didn't come from the media, but from Detective Jessica Jones. It was time. Peter and Felicia exchanged glances. Peter first told Aunt May he had to go, and then Felicia also said her goodbyes a moment later. After all, they were just volunteers, not employees of the soup kitchen. Aunt May didn't stop them, only feeling a little regretful that she hadn't managed to get the two kids to stay for dinner. Peter climbed to the soup kitchen's roof and retrieved his hidden old suit. Just as he finished putting it on, he heard a sudden voice, "You're changing clothes here. This isn't exactly a private space." Spider sense characteristic of not alarming when no danger was detected once again caught Peter off guard. Startled by Felicia, who had already changed into her black cat costume, Peter touched his chest. "I'm pretty sure you weren't here when I put on my pants." Who would have thought a guy could change slower than a girl? Felicia laughed, sitting on a nearby flower bed. "By the way, nice body." "Thanks. This time I really am complimenting you." Felicia stood up. "I'll be too slow getting there on my own. Can I hitch a ride? If you don't mind me holding your waist." Peter looked at the smiling Felicia. "No problem. So the plan is, we let our Powerman cause a ruckus, and then we go save all those poor people who underwent human experimentation. It's not just one Powerman. Spider-Man, now fully masked, and Black Cat leaped off the soup kitchen roof together. Spider-Man put his arm around Black Cat's waist, swinging towards the Viper Security Office building. Those are New York's defenders. Chapter 130, A Surge of Chi. Luke Cage was certain there wasn't a single good person in the entire police station. The reason was simple: from the time he was arrested yesterday until almost noon the next day, he hadn't eaten anything, not even a drop of water. He didn't know if it was because he was black, or if they just intended to starve him. This state was incredibly agonizing. Cage didn't know how much longer he could endure. He sat bored on the bed, recalling everything from his transformation from Carl Lucas into Luke Cage. He remembered everything and found that his happiest moments were when he was helping others, and his most relieved moments were when he stepped forward to draw Hydra's attention. Perhaps it wasn't because he truly wanted to help others, but because the former was unrelated to his own suffering, allowing him to be single-minded, while the latter was the moment he could save and change his own fate. He had finally made up his mind. And another moment that would decide his fate had arrived. As the wall of the detention room groaned, the entire concrete wall was violently ripped away. A man who appeared even larger than Luke Cage looked at him. "Luke Cage. The boss sent me to rescue you." "Who's your damn boss?" Seeing Cage's demeanor, the mercenary was unsurprised by his attitude. He raised his hand, about to release nerve gas. Luke held his breath, preparing to punch him. It was at this moment that things changed. "Hey-ya!" Like a shout from an old Hong Kong martial arts film, a person in a green outfit descended from the sky. Wielding his right fist, which glowed with golden energy, he slammed it fiercely onto the hulking man's head, then shouted, "I am the Guardian of New York. The immortal Iron Fist from the East. I have been waiting for you, jailbreaker." A question mark appeared over Luke Cage's bald head. "No, Who was this guy? Dressed in a high-collared green outfit that looked like a cloak, with no zippers or buttons, revealing his bare chest, showcasing his 8-pack abs and a dragon tattoo. His white skin had no connection to the east. His lower half was white linen pants paired with cloth shoes. The most ridiculous part was his mask, which looked like a yellow scarf wrapped around the upper half of his face, with 2 eye holes poked out. Where did Matt Murdock find such an immortal iron fist? The arriving super soldier also hadn't expected this. In Hydra's contingency plans, they were supposed to face Daredevil, and Daredevil was, after all, just a normal human, so one super soldier could handle him. But what in the world was this? Immortal Iron Fist. But Iron Fist didn't give the opponent time to hesitate. He simply settled his stance, concentrating chi in his fists. Golden energy surged forth, as if a golden eastern dragon coiled around him. He let out a loud roar. A surge of chi. Then, in just a few seconds, dozens of punches, imbued with mighty golden energy, struck the giant. Each punch sounded like a drumbeat, the impact like muffled thunder, until the final blow, when Iron Fist slowed his punch, then delivered a heavy strike. The silent thunder suddenly exploded, the golden energy completely detonated, flashing with dazzling light between Iron Fist's fists. The giant flew backward for dozens of meters, slamming into the wall of another building. Luke Cage glanced at Iron Fist's fist. "You, dressed like that, seriously? Matt's uniform isn't much better." Iron Fist could only manage that one sentence after a long pause. He wasn't good with words, but it didn't matter. As long as he shouted, a surge of chi, that was enough to handle everything. Ophelia, watching all of this live from the underground base, sighed. Fortunately, they had already prepared a contingency plan in case Daredevil tried to break out the prisoner and their side failed. With her command, all of Viper Security Company's personnel moved out. They would brand everyone assisting Luke Cage as accomplices, and then eliminate them all. As soon as the rifle fire ceased, Daredevil leaped down from the rooftop, wielding his billy club and quickly knocking down a Viper Security Company guard. The Punisher and Daredevil joined the battle, blocking the rear road, meaning that the 4 of them had now surrounded these people. This was a trap, Ophelia immediately concluded, but so what? Without the Avengers, what could 4 street-level heroes possibly do? But, this wasn't all. In fact, there weren't 4 people, but 5. Viper Security Company's helicopter had just lifted off when it was yanked down. Jessica Jones flew in midair, beat the helicopter pilot, choked him unconscious, then landed the helicopter and walked over to Daredevil. "She can fly," Iron Fist said, utterly shocked. I thought none of us could fly. I'm more curious why she can pilot a helicopter," Luke Cage said, charging into the crowd. The 5 street heroes thus plunged into a chaotic battle with Viper Security Company. Amidst the chaos, Ophelia was frowning, feeling that this was a trap. But could Daredevil and his allies really wipe out Viper Security Company on their own? Even if they dealt with Viper Security Company, how would they deal with the US military further back? Unless... The Hydra base alarm suddenly blared. Ophelia looked up at one of the screens. Spider-Man and an unknown woman in black battle armor had actually infiltrated the base without being noticed. It was at this moment that Ophelia finally realized. What is Pierce doing? What is Zemo doing? And Strucker. Spider-Man just popped up, and not a single person noticed this. Are the rest of Hydra utterly incompetent? The exasperated Viper took a deep breath and grabbed her communicator, issuing orders. Send word, deploy the super soldiers. Eliminate Spider-Man. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 131, The Lab Beneath the Deep Water. Most of Hydra Security Solutions personnel had been redeployed due to the escalating battle, making it easier for Peter and Felicia to enter the seemingly bottomless elevator shaft. Since Felicia couldn't climb walls, their descent became Peter holding her with one hand while slowly lowering them with his webs, all the way down to the water's surface. From here, Peter's assistance was no longer strictly necessary. Black Cat already had good physical conditioning, and Peter had brought the updated breathing masks from Avengers Tower, handing one to Black Cat. Felicia had initially intended to use her father's old gear, but seeing the newer model Peter offered, she didn't refuse. They both took the equipment and prepared to move. They submerged themselves at once, following the elevator shaft all the way down. As they descended, they eventually saw the end of the elevator shaft, where an elevator door appeared at the abyss's bottom. Peter turned on his light in the darkness, then gestured to Black Cat before swimming to the elevator door and opening it wide. Immediately, a torrent of water rushed into the tunnel. Black Cat quickly darted inside, and Spider-Man instantly closed the door again, preventing the entire tunnel from being flooded by the Hudson River. Felicia complained, wringing her long, soaked hair. Yesterday I climbed a ventilation shaft, then took a shower, and now I'm diving underwater. Does working with you always involve these kinds of places? I think that's pure slander. Peter naturally wouldn't admit that Spider-Man had to be associated with sewers and ventilation shafts. Spider-Man, of course, flies among skyscrapers. How could he be immersed in sewers? It must be slander. Felicia chuckled, saying nothing more. The two walked along a seemingly endless corridor. After a long distance, they finally saw another large door. Peter looked back at the distance and concluded. We should be directly beneath the Hudson River right now. Are you sure? Felicia was a bit surprised, then realized something. If they couldn't defeat the Hydra agents inside, escaping would be incredibly difficult. It meant they'd have to climb up from the riverbed while evading attacks. Of course I'm sure. Spiders have an excellent sense of direction. Peter, who had reached the door, suddenly extended a hand, stopping Felicia. Watch out, danger ahead. Felicia was quite surprised and looked at Peter. But at that moment, Peter didn't explain. Instead, he lunged, tackling Felicia to the ground, thereby dodging a fatal energy blast. Felicia, sprawled on the ground, looked with lingering fear at the gaping hole blown in the doorway. They've already found us. Probably found us a long time ago, Peter said, cloaking himself and looking at Felicia before he completely vanished. Remember to take care of yourself. I might not have time to look after you. You take care of yourself first, little spider. You deal with these guys, I'll go rescue the prisoners. The completely vanished Peter shrugged, but since no one saw it anyway, he swung directly into the lab. This was a massive hub, at least several thousand square meters. The one who attacked them just now was dressed like a snake, with arms and legs, but a huge snake tail. This person had used their tail to fire the laser. Hello there, friend. What's your name? No, never mind, don't tell me. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares. A Hydra operative, still focused on the enemy, suddenly heard a voice right beside him. Then, a flash of electricity later, he was shocked until smoke streamed from his orifices. Peter had originally intended to rip off this person's tail, just like he did with the scorpion, but it seemed impractical. Not only was this tail much more securely attached than the scorpion's, but several other oddly shaped individuals appeared around them. Compared to the normal people in Hydra security solutions outside, these new arrivals were absolute freaks. So Peter opted to use the guy's tail as a hammer, swinging it to hit several of them at once before throwing him aside. After releasing the bioelectricity, his invisibility wore off. At this moment, a legless Hydra operative, modified with mechanical prosthetics, wrapped his tail around Peter's leg, intending to strangle him. Not only that, he raised his hands, and sharp, poison blades popped out from his mechanized forearms. I am Viper. Die, Spider-Man. Viper roared. I'm not afraid of your electricity. Actually, you don't look like a snake at all. You even have 2 arms, Peter said, grabbing the descending blades with both hands, then forcefully yanked, tearing off his bionic arms. Viper let out a pained howl, then Peter directly tore him off his body and threw him aside. And now, you look more like a snake. Another Hydra supersoldier charged forward. Peter threw a punch, which the opponent effortlessly caught. The opponent didn't speak their codename but instead opened their gaping maw after gripping Peter's hands, a literal gaping maw. The mouth was clearly a result of mutation, larger than Peter's entire head. My god, do you guys never brush your teeth? What's your codename? Stinky Breath Snake. Kicking the opponent, Peter sent them flying over 10 meters away, then threw them aside. He then webbed the newly risen automated turret, completely sticking and tearing it off, and slammed it onto the large-mouthed individual. The opponent, despite being hit, surprisingly remained lively and even bit through the turret. Oh. I don't even want to imagine what you normally eat if you enjoy that so much. Spider-Man. You're mine. A sudden voice interrupted Peter. He turned to see a woman in a brown, snake-like outfit charging towards him. She had 2 steel claws implanted on the backs of her hands, just simple steel claws. Sorry, but you didn't pay Wolverine his royalties. Peter said, webbing the opponent and then giving them a round of electroshock therapy with bioelectricity. And, as you know, metal conducts electricity well. Chapter 132, Dr. Octopus's world collapses. Hydra isn't short on supersoldiers, what they lack are supersoldiers that meet Hydra's specific requirements. They have plenty of muscle with combat power beyond ordinary soldiers, but supersoldiers like Captain America and the Winter Soldier are few and far between. And unfortunately, Madame Viper doesn't have such exceptional supersoldiers under her command. For example, among Madame Viper Ophelia's Serpent Society, there are many supersoldiers with enhanced abilities. Most of these individuals are failed experiments from the Weapon Upgrade project, but not completely failed to the point of death. These half-failed individuals were then incorporated into Viper's Serpent Security Company. Take Bushmaster, for instance. His limbs were modified, with his lower body resembling a snake and his upper body fitted with 2 prosthetics. Then there's Cottonmouth. In addition to being a special forces soldier skilled in combat, his bite force was significantly enhanced during experiments, allowing his mouth to extend like a real snake's, large enough to swallow a human head, with a bite force capable of crushing steel. And there's Copperhead, who cosplays as a single-clawed Wolverine. She has a 20-centimeter long blade implanted on the outside of each of her arms. Since they're externally mounted, she doesn't have a healing factor. Ophelia sighed. Currently, Anaconda from the Serpent Society was charging into battle with Spider-Man. This woman possesses the unique ability to extend her limbs by 50%, making herself resemble a snake, and she also has super strength, capable of twisting and deforming a steel pipe 2 feet, 61 centimeters in diameter and 1 inch, 2.54 centimeters thick. Her opponent was just a spandex-clad freak who could punch with 22 tons of force, support hundreds of tons of overpass for several minutes, turn invisible, climb walls, and discharge bioelectricity. Nothing to be afraid of. Yeah. How the hell are they supposed to fight him? Ophelia's so-called super soldiers weren't super at all, they were quickly beaten down one after another. She frowned, discussing tactics, when she suddenly noticed that the woman who had been following Spider-Man on the monitors was gone. Without even attempting to stop Spider-Man or considering capturing Luke Cage, Ophelia instantly concluded that everything was over. However, she didn't plan to interfere further. After all, one purpose of these individuals was to destroy the lab, and the other was to rescue the test subjects. So Ophelia simply used her communicator to notify the 2 scientists she had hired, Dr. Koyama, Dr. Octavius, you need to evacuate immediately. You have at most 5 minutes to reach the escape submarine. As Ophelia spoke, she opened a cover in the main control room and pressed the self-destruct button. 5 minutes later, the base would initiate its self-destruct sequence, and the Serpent Security Company's access tunnels would be destroyed beforehand. By then, even Spider-Man would be buried beneath the Hudson River. Further entanglement was meaningless. It was better to have her subordinates stall Spider-Man. Even the loss of an entire laboratory would be a huge gain if it meant eliminating an Avenger here. A competent manager needed to assess the situation. Hydra had infiltrated America, they weren't short on resources, what they lacked were scientists capable of advancing their experiments. As long as Koyama and Otto Octavius were alive and working for them, Hydra wouldn't be considered a failure. However, upon hearing this news, Dr. Koyama frowned, because he had just completed a new batch of super soldier experiments, and 3 test subjects who had undergone preliminary testing were already strapped to the examination tables, undergoing experiments. Giving up now was truly a pity. He glanced at the time, then took a deep breath, looking at the 3 individuals on the test tables, deciding to take one last gamble. A Caucasian girl, an African-American boy, and an Asian man. These 3 would test the new generation of super soldier serum Koyama had created. As for Otto Octavius, he wasn't as fanatical. He showed no emotion upon hearing the news, merely asking curiously, "May I ask what has happened?" He received a surprising reply from Madame Viper. "Spider-Man found our underwater base. Now I'm initiating the self-destruct sequence to bury him here." Spider-Man. Otto Octavius's voice rose an octave, followed by an unspeakable rage. Why is it Spider-Man again? Madame Viper was also helpless. Thinking about it, Otto's last job was working for Kingpin. Kingpin, who had battled Daredevil for years, started losing men and resources as soon as Spider-Man got involved. None of the numerous modified warriors Otto created for Kingpin could defeat Spider-Man. And now, he wasn't even working for Kingpin anymore, nor was he researching anything to combat Spider-Man, yet Spider-Man had pursued him even here. So Viper thought Otto might be naturally at odds with Spider-Man, while Otto only believed Spider-Man must have been sent by Osborn. Otherwise, there was no explaining why Spider-Man was here again. Yes, he, Otto Octavius, wasn't a good person, but did this pest really have to chase him every single day? Otto Octavius was furious. He decided he would settle the score with Spider-Man. But that was for later. First, he had to shut down the current experiment, secure those symbiotes, and pack them away. And just as he was operating the equipment to collect those items, Felicia happened to sneak into the lab. With just one glance at the people being consumed by the symbiotes, Felicia couldn't help but sigh. The symbiotes disintegrated under ultrasonic vibrations, turning into a puddle of goo, while the experimental subjects had vacant stares, clearly finished. Felicia shook her head, quietly approaching. She saw 5 empty slots on the wall, with only one pure black viscous substance not taken out for experiment. She wondered why. She glanced at the monstrous life support tank that was frantically collecting symbiotes, then took out her electronic lockpick and pressed it against the wall. With a crackling sound, all the electronic locks on the entire wall instantly failed. Felicia then picked up the canister and cradled it in her arms. The not at all cute black symbiote inside, the moment the canister was picked up by Black Cat, revealed its ferocious eyes and fangs, gesturing at her, but unfortunately, a symbiote without a host was very weak and couldn't even break the glass canister. "Oh, you're really not cute." "Neither are you, madam." the moment the containment device failed, Otto Octavius understood what had happened. His mechanical tentacles lunged viciously towards Black Cat. Chapter 133, First Battle with Dr. Octopus. Madam Viper initiated a 5-minute self-destruct countdown, but in less than 2 minutes, the 4 modified Serpent Society members under her command were effortlessly thrashed by Spider-Man and tossed aside. I can understand why you call yourselves serpents to sound menacing, but you really didn't need to turn yourselves into actual snakes, Peter remarked, pulling Viper's large tail and tangling it with the others, tying them into a knot. These guys had modified themselves so much that their bodies were incredibly flexible, making them perfectly suited for getting tied into a large knot. Just as Peter bundled the Serpent Society members into a heap and threw them aside, a tremendous crash echoed from a nearby room. Then Felicia nimbly darted out, tossing a glass jar towards Peter. Peter instinctively entangled it with his web, caught it, and looked at the ferocious creature inside, momentarily stunned. Isn't that venom? Where did you get this? Oh. Chasing her out of the room was a 4-tentacled monster confined within a life support pod. He shoved 4 jars containing symbiotes onto a drone for extraction, then picked up a nearby forklift and hurled it at Felicia. Felicia dodged while looking back, calculating where to jump for safety. But it was clearly unnecessary. Peter sent the forklift flying back with a kick, simultaneously tossing the glass jar back to Felicia. Don't drop it. It's a very dangerous bioweapon inside, Felicia explained as she caught the jar. Peter nodded in agreement. He was probably the most familiar with symbiotes in this world. Oh, if this universe had null, then he'd be the second most knowledgeable about symbiotes. So why did you steal this thing? Who knows? Last time it was the super soldier serum, this time it's this. We always have to take something from them. Felicia smiled, omitting the word Hydra. This was still a prearranged understanding between Peter and the others. Although they now knew their enemy was Hydra, the organization itself was in deep cover. Therefore, it was best not to reveal that they knew Hydra was behind it, limiting the conflict to them versus the US military and the American government, allowing for more room to maneuver. If Hydra found out they knew, it might lead to a relentless, no-holds-barred conflict. Ultimately, even Peter wasn't sure of the full extent of Hydra's infiltration in America or how deeply it had penetrated. If they couldn't root out all of it at once, or at least completely cripple most of the Hydra organization, they might just alert Hydra and cause even greater destruction. Of course, this had nothing to do with Dr. Octopus, whom they were currently facing. Spider-Man. Seeing Spider-Man ruin his plans once again, Dr. Octavius felt his world crumbling. He simply couldn't understand why Spider-Man kept hounding him, why Spider-Man had to obstruct everything he tried to do. So, Octavius used his mechanical tentacles to rip an entire section of the floor and hurled it at Spider-Man. The base was about to self-destruct anyway, might as well use it. Peter finally met this universe's Dr. Octopus. He told Felicia, go find survivors, then leaped into the air, soaring over the metal floor and sticking a web onto Dr. Octopus's face. Long time no see, Dr. Octopus. Watching Dr. Octopus rip the web from his face with his tentacles, Peter observed this version of Dr. Octopus. He somewhat resembled the one from the Ultimate Spider-Man animated series, but in a much worse state. He had completely encased himself in a life support pod, his limbs retracted inside, and his voice had a distinct electronic, synthesized quality. Undoubtedly, Dr. Octopus's vocal cords were no longer functioning normally. Considering your determined spirit despite your condition, how about you just surrender? Peter spoke as he dodged the tentacle attacks. It seemed because Dr. Octopus was truly paralyzed, his control over the tentacles was even stronger than that of the female Dr. Octopus from Earth 700. Even with metal arms, these tentacles were agile, and even if Peter managed to quickly grab and knot them, Dr. Octopus could unravel them remarkably fast. However, Spider-Man had an ability that even Dr. Octopus couldn't defend against. He disappeared. Dr. Octopus, who had already suspected something, now grew even more agitated. He had begun to suspect that Spider-Man's abilities had undergone a secondary enhancement, and now it was confirmed. Invisibility and bioelectricity were new abilities he hadn't seen before, and he hadn't upgraded himself to counter them. He was no match for Spider-Man. As for Peter, he could quickly take down Dr. Octopus, but the problem was that Dr. Octopus had encased himself in a life support pod. What Peter was truly worried about was, what if he accidentally killed him with too much force? Although Dr. Octopus had clearly committed many bad deeds, on one hand, in most Spider-Man works, Dr. Octopus isn't beyond redemption. On the other hand, in many cases, Dr. Octopus and Norman Osborn have intricate connections. If he could glean some information from him, it would be crucial. After all, sometimes, killing a villain is simple and satisfying, but the messy things behind them would remain unknown. As Spider-Man, Peter Parker still had to handle things cautiously. If you kill a villain on the spot and don't know what bombs they've planted, it would be your fault if more people died later. Of course, this doesn't apply to those who don't care about such things and would feel no responsibility even if bombs killed people. As Peter tried to tear off one of Dr. Octopus's legs, his spider sense blared. Then a massive battle tank rolled out, and a woman stood on its roof, directing the tank to open fire before looking at Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octavius, execute the retreat order. But Symbiote Sample 1. Your importance as a scientist is more valuable than a sample. Madam Viper watched Spider-Man constantly dodging artillery fire and issued a direct command, retreat immediately, Dr. Octavius. Chapter 134, Cloak, Dagger, and Mr. Negative. Felicia was still searching for survivors. In the limited time she had, she saw a woman leave a room, then deftly slipped inside, finding herself in the main control room. She didn't realize the woman who had just exited was Madam Hydra, the actual controller of this underwater base. However, she still discovered the self-destruct countdown, which had only a little over 3 minutes left. In an instant, Felicia fell into self-doubt. Why is this happening? Why did Hydra immediately activate the self-destruct sequence as soon as they arrived? Are they underestimating me that much? Without time to ponder the problem, Felicia immediately opened the prison cells holding the kidnapped individuals from the main control room, then connected to the intercom. The base's self-destruct sequence has been activated. Only 3 minutes left. Stating the situation in the simplest terms, without even telling the victims to flee, the soldiers and security personnel who heard the news were already in chaos. They had never imagined that a base funded and managed by the US military would so easily choose to self-destruct. Only Madam Hydra herself understood why. The base was being targeted by an Avenger, which meant it was targeted by all Avengers. Even if Spider-Man were killed here, the Avengers would quickly track them down. One laboratory was a small matter, being discovered by the Avengers, leading to the revelation of Hydra hiding behind it, was a major one. As the saying goes, he who hesitates is lost. Madam Hydra chose the simplest solution directly. Otto could only glare at Spider-Man hatefully. This time, the two of them had truly made an enemy of each other. In the future, when he sought revenge on Osborn, this damned bug would surely come to hinder him. So, he absolutely had to formulate countermeasures specifically targeting Spider-Man's enhancements to ensure he wouldn't be unable to deal with him. As for now, considering there were only 3 minutes until self-destruction, it was best to run. Peter really wanted to pursue Otto and the woman who was most likely Madam Hydra, but with the formidable auto-aiming firepower erupting from that battle vehicle, Peter had no choice but to focus on the behemoth. Who would throw a tank into a riverbed base? Aren't they afraid of blowing a hole through the base? Peter entangled the previous forklift and hurled it towards the tank. Thanks to Dr. Octopus for the forklift. A Viper security guard had just emerged from a door when he was sent flying by Black Cat, who leaped up and hit him with the jar containing the symbiote. Then, she forcefully ripped open the automated lab door, revealing Madam Hydra inside, who was just about to take the mountain away. The experiment has reached its most critical moment. All 3 individuals have been injected with the new super soldier serum. I only need 1 minute. You might be dead in 1 minute. Madam Hydra said, raising her hand and firing a shot at Black Cat. Black Cat, quick as a flash, ducked, and the bullet grazed her head. Madam Hydra looked over in surprise, saw Black Cat and the jar in her hand, and raised an eyebrow. Super soldiers. Where did you get the super soldier serum from? Who knows? Maybe I just picked it up on the side of the road. Felicia said, looking at the operating table. The 3 test subjects had already been placed inside and injected with the serum, undergoing Vita-Ray control. She deftly dodged Madam Hydra's bullets, quickly darted to the lab's control panel, and swiftly pressed the abort button. Ophelia immediately fired her weapon, but the mountain pulled Ophelia back. What are you doing? Saving your worthless life. As sparks erupted from the control panel, Ophelia dragged the mountain away. This guy didn't seem likely to leave until the experiment was finished, so some forceful methods were necessary. As for Black Cat, Ophelia estimated she wouldn't be able to defeat another super soldier in a short time. Time was tight, so it was better to escape. Felicia, confirming their departure, went to the operating table and opened the 3 experiment pods one by one. Unexpectedly, none of the 3 people inside had died. An Asian, an African, and a Caucasian, all alive. Felicia didn't recognize any of them, but she had seen a picture of the Asian man at the charity banquet today. He should be Martinley, the sponsor of the charity banquet. Hydra must be truly desperate to even kidnap this kind of wealthy individual. Glad to see you're all still alive. Felicia smiled at the 3 people and pointed to the lab door. We're leaving now, what about you? Where is this? The black boy said, raising his hands, only to see them turn into pure black, like mist. What's happening to me? You've been subjected to human experimentation, injected with super soldier serum. You should know about this, right? Felicia shook her head helplessly, looking at the others. We don't have much time. This place is about to self-destruct. We need to get out quickly. But Felicia ignored him because the other 2 had also mutated. White light spots appeared on the white girl's face, forming patterns, and the Asian man's entire body turned an inverted, negative-like color. They were all confused by their changes, but the result was that they simply weren't listening to what Felicia was saying. 3 people, and all of them mutated to some extent. Did this mean Hydra's plan succeeded? Felicia didn't know. She only knew that if they continued to linger, everyone would soon be at the bottom of the river. Everyone. Listen to me. You've been illegally subjected to human experimentation, and now their illegal experiment has been discovered, so they've activated the self-destruct sequence within the base. I know you're worried about your condition, but at least you're not dead, okay? Felicia yelled helplessly, there's an Avenger outside right now. Can we talk about whatever's happening after we escape? Finally, these troublesome individuals moved. Felicia left the lab and saw the tank, now smashed by a forklift, and a soaking wet Spider-Man. The way we came in is gone, the passage has been blown up. After Peter finished speaking, explosions erupted from all directions. Felicia was about to ask what to do when she noticed Peter staring at the jar in her hand. You're still carrying that? Can't leave empty-handed, always gotta take something. Can this get us out? Perhaps. Peter took the jar containing symbiote number 1 and violently ripped it open. A viscous black goo spilled out onto his hand. The origins of Cloak, Dagger, and Mr. Negative have been simplified and slightly altered here. Most Marvel character settings and stories have become a pile of crap of code, so appropriate streamlining makes them more suitable for creative writing. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, I am Spider-Man, you are Venom. Light, memory, brightness. The black symbiote spread in silence. Typically, each time it encountered a new host, it would share their memories and understand their past. But this time was different. The mind of this host, dressed in strange clothing, seemed to be protected by something. It seemed to be a giant spider. The symbiote didn't think much of it. It simply continued to spread and cover the host's entire body, following its instincts. I know you have your own thoughts. The symbiote was startled. It didn't know why this host would say such a thing in its mind. Did he truly know what it was doing, or was he just talking to himself? The symbiote remained silent, continuing its symbiotic state, pretending to be just an alien slime creature without independent consciousness. But the voice sounded again. I know you're observing me. You are a symbiote, at least that's what they call you. The symbiote fell silent. The view before it suddenly brightened. The symbiote transformed into the giant, viscous creature it usually became after possessing others. And what appeared before it was a small human, only about half its height. This was the little human's inner world. He wore a red and blue suit, but no mask, and extended a hand towards it. Nice to meet you. I'm Peter Parker. The symbiote's eyes narrowed. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, then extended its tongue, licking its teeth. Peter Parker seemed a little afraid, but not terribly so, which was strange. The symbiote silently watched him. Are you okay? Peter said, coming here from another planet, with no others of your kind, being caught and experimented on in a lab. This isn't your world. You must be very scared, right? The symbiote remained silent, but it bent down, looking at Peter. No, we are not afraid of humans. Nor afraid of loneliness. The symbiote fell silent. It thought of when it arrived in this world with that meteorite, a pure, new world, full of humans. Besides the 5 of them, there were no other symbiotes. It could be stubborn and say it wasn't afraid of human torment, but loneliness. Different images suddenly appeared around them, the memories of this small human. Unlike others, this little human helped his own kind without seeking any reward. You want to save them. The symbiote understood why Peter Parker had released it. It was simple, even if Peter didn't talk to it, it could still do all of this after bonding with him. But he wanted to talk to it. I want to save them, and you can save them too. Do you want to be a superhero? What was a superhero? It didn't understand the concept. From Peter Parker's memories, combined with its own thoughts, it began to try and understand as much as possible. Hero are those who use their power to help and save others. It didn't understand, the symbiote had no concept of this. Super, extraordinary, unique, amazing. Its eyes lit up. It was a very ordinary, even weak, member of its species. It wasn't super, but if it was with this person, it could become super. If we save people together, we can become superheroes. Peter smiled and nodded. Yes. Can I eat people's brains? Even if it's just the bad guys you mentioned. Peter paused, then shook his head. I don't think so. For Earthlings, that's a bit too hard to accept. But I need phenethylamine, lots and lots of phenethylamine. The symbiote stated its price, if no brains, I need several times the amount of chocolate. Alright, Tony Stark would pay for that. So, it's a deal. One last thing. The The symbiote finally grasped Peter's hand. A name. I have no name. A unique, extraordinary name. A dangerous spider attacks its opponents with venom. I am Spider-Man, and you are Venom. All this mental conversation happened in mere seconds. Within those few seconds, the symbiote had already covered Spider-Man's body, but it didn't seize his consciousness. Instead, it merged with his suit, transforming into a pure black Spider-Man suit with only white eye lenses. Explosions erupted from all directions. The lab's ceiling had collapsed and cracked, and the Hudson River's water began to pour in. The now black-suited Spider-Man, under the gaze of others, reached out towards the crack in the ceiling. Instantly, massive black gelatinous tentacles directly covered and propped up the entire ceiling. The symbiote covered the crack, blocking the river water from pouring in. Peter, supporting the entire lab, turned to look at Felicia. Is everyone here? Not many left, only a dozen survivors. They should all be here. Felicia looked at Peter in his black suit. Are you, all right? Pretty good. We talked it out. I'm Spider-Man, and it's Venom. The side wall of the lab also began to explode, and the wall crashed towards them. Peter extended his other hand, and infinitely extending black claws deflected the debris. Then he shouted for everyone to gather closer. In the crowd, he naturally saw Cloak, Dagger, and Mr. Negative, who couldn't control their powers. After today's events are over, you all need to come to Avengers Tower for a checkup. Don't worry, we don't charge. Peter said, shouting to the surroundings, is everyone here? If you're all here, remember not to forget to breathe in a bit. The symbiote continuously extended from behind him, quickly forming a massive sphere that enveloped all the survivors. Then he retracted his arms, and the entire lab began to collapse completely in the explosions. A wave rose above the Hudson River due to the explosion. Then, people on both sides of the river saw black biomass tentacles shooting skyward. These tentacles latched onto the shore, bringing Spider-Man, Black Cat, and all the survivors ashore from the riverbed. Peter retracted all the tentacles. Venom on his body didn't have that obvious biomass feel, instead, it looked like a sleek black combat suit. I contacted the Avengers Quinjet. JARVIS will take you to Avengers Tower. Peter took out his phone to make arrangements, then looked at Felicia. I need to go help Matt and them. Can you take care of these people? Yes. Felicia said, stepping back and looking at Peter's new suit. So, just plain black. No decorations at all. Wait, I think there can be. Peter first had Venom simulate the suit's web patterns, like the black suit in the movies, but felt it was a bit strange, so he changed it to large white spider emblems on the front and back of the suit. How does it look? Very cool. Felicia smiled. And it matches my suit too. Oh. I hadn't thought of that. Peter said, backing away, watching the Quinjet land. He nodded at Felicia. See you later. I'll be done soon. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Spider-Man, clad in black. Peter Parker had never felt so energized. He felt like his energy would never run out. What's more, with a single swing, he'd leap nearly a kilometer through the air. Coupled with the glider's Venom simulated, one web swing could almost traverse the entire width of Manhattan. However, this Venom didn't have the various shape-shifting abilities of the Marvel Spider-Man game version. Instead, it was more like the movie version of Venom, basic but effective. You are strong. In contrast, that was the symbiote Venom's own, well, symbiote's feeling. Symbiotes could greatly enhance a host's overall attributes, but not all hosts could perfectly withstand a symbiote. This was also why many of Hydra's experiments failed. The test subjects they found couldn't perfectly synchronize with the symbiote and would ultimately be consumed. But Peter Parker could perfectly adapt to the symbiote, and he was already strong himself, leading to an even greater amplification. This made Venom even more confident. Though it was weak alone, its host was strong, and their combined power might not be weaker than other symbiotes, perhaps even stronger. Thanks, buddy. I didn't realize you were so powerful, holding up an entire lab and rescuing everyone. Landing on the glass facade of a tall building, Peter looked at his black-clad self, then at Harlem in Manhattan. Sirens blared there. The battle between the Defenders and Viper Security Company was far from over. Perfect, he could go help out. Launching a web line, Peter moved swiftly. He saw the smoke and dust rising from the ongoing battle between the Defenders and Viper Security and quickly swung towards it. At this moment, the Defenders were clashing with Viper Security Company. It wasn't even much of a struggle. Most of the Viper Security employees who had rushed to join the fight weren't super soldiers. After all, those failed super soldiers not only had questionable combat effectiveness but also poor appearances. Viper Security Company still wanted to appear as a legitimate mercenary company, so it was better not to trot out these ugly melons and split dates. However, they had indeed brought out armored vehicles and assault rifles. "Don't kill him, Frank." Kicking two enemies down in midair, Daredevil spun around and kicked another enemy in the head. Then he whipped out his billy club, broke a man's arm, and retrieved it. The Punisher merely shot the security guard under his foot in the wrist and leg, then, with a backhand, plunged a dagger into the throat of an enemy charging with an electric baton. "Don't worry, Red, he just passed out." Luke Cage withstood the bombardment of infantry cannons with his bare body, then charged towards a wheeled armored vehicle and flipped it over. Behind him, Iron Fist leaped, ing off a wall a few times before kicking off again, smashing an armed helicopter out of the sky with a single punch, then safely pulling the pilot down from high altitude. Jessica Jones, meanwhile, gently lowered another helicopter by its tail rotor. The security company soldiers weren't fools. Seeing the rapidly spinning propellers approaching, they all fled. "We've been fighting for almost an hour," Luke Cage said, easily tearing apart a soldier's bulletproof vest and sending him flying. "How much longer do we have to fight?" "Didn't you hear it?" Jessica Jones, who had just punched someone flying, retorted to Daredevil, "Hear what?" The sound of swinging webs. The black-suited Spider-Man descended from the sky, kicking up thick dust. He half-crouched on the ground, his hands pressed to the concrete. Everyone looked at Daredevil, and finally, Luke Cage couldn't help but comment. "Who can hear the sound of web swinging?" The battle instantly paused. Everyone stared at the black-clad Spider-Man, half-crouching motionless on the ground, wondering what was wrong with him. It wasn't until Rattler, the commander of this unit, stood up. "Spider-Man, we are executing a government contract, please leave immediately." "Oh, about that, I just wanted to say that your little club underwater is finished. We found a lot of eyewitnesses and physical evidence." Spider-Man, still crouched, added, "And so are you." The black symbiote had spread onto the nearby ground and building surfaces. Black tendrils erupted from the ground and walls, instantly covering several hundred meters, knocking down all Viper security personnel in one go and sticking them to the walls. The surrounding hundreds of meters became a black symbiote hellscape, tangled together, looking like something out of a horror movie set. Once he confirmed everyone was knocked out, Peter had Venom retract all its tendrils. Looking at the downed, incapacitated security personnel, Luke Cage remained silent for a moment before looking at his own hands. "I was going to ask if the Avengers were still recruiting." "Welcome to the Avengers Unwanted Misfit League," Jessica shook her head, while Peter stood up. Rattler, playing dead on the ground, understood what had happened. Although he didn't know how Spider-Man could control the symbiote, he knew its weaknesses. So he secretly placed his hand on the ultrasonic switch of his dagger. Then, he was instantly ensnared by a symbiote arm extended from Spider-Man, lifted into the air, and slammed heavily onto the ground. His dagger was snatched away by Spider-Man and crushed into a pile of scrap metal in his hand. He hadn't even had time to get up before Luke Cage pulled him to his feet. Cage looked at his old acquaintance who had framed him and thrown him into prison, and smiled. "Hello there, old friend. Carl, you know, I always..." Luke Cage delivered a headbutt, knocking Rattler unconscious, then tossed him to the ground. He'd settle the score later. "Is everything resolved?" "Half resolved. Their commander activated a self-destruct sequence the moment we entered. I only managed to rescue people from the bottom of the Hudson River. But we have eyewitnesses and physical evidence. The wreckage of the lab at the bottom of the Hudson River can't be hidden. Oh, and this new suit I'm wearing. This is actually an alien life form they found, a symbiote. Venom, say hello to everyone." Venom's head peeled back from Peter's, revealing its sharp fangs. "Greetings. That's certainly not adorable." Ignoring Jessica Jones's comment, the symbiote looked at Peter. "Can't I really eat these people? They seem like bad guys." "We agreed no eating people, buddy." "Then I want enough chocolate." Author's note: as is widely known, the Viper Gang in the comics is a villainous organization. Here, it has been changed to a security company, just a different disguise. The Viper Gang in the EMH animation looked rather odd. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Defenders. The last day of September 2012 was a Sunday, but media professionals don't get days off. On this day, J. Jonah Jameson once again unleashed his fury on the big screen. Just yesterday, we confirmed that Mr. Luke Cage, the superpowered vigilante codenamed Power Man, who had been illegally detained by the New York Police Department, has regained his freedom. This is due to Spider-Man's successful raid on an illegal supersoldier laboratory located at the bottom of the Hudson River, where over a dozen citizens forced into supersoldier experiments were rescued. Spider-Man has proven he can fulfill the duties of an Avenger, at least for now. It seems for stealth, he donned a brand new black suit, which, frankly, makes him look more like a villain than a superhero. At this point, Jonah Jameson on the big screen paused slightly before changing his tune. But that's not the real issue. The real issue is, why can a department illegally conducting human experiments operate under federal authority, employing a private security company? And why can this company use armored vehicles and helicopters in New York City? Can we truly still trust our government? Or, could this be intentional retaliation from an opposing political party? Don't forget, this is an election year. The politically neutral Daily Bugle was the first media outlet to receive Spider-Man's tip. They went to the Hudson River to photograph the lab's remains. Thanks to Matt Murdock's earlier strategy, New York's major media outlets had already been tracking Luke Cage. The subsequent battle between New York's street-level heroes and Serpent Solutions also became part of the story. The confirmation of the underwater supersoldier research facility and Luke Cage's claims that the US government had been illegally experimenting on homeless people and prisoners caused a frenzy. However, for now, no one knew that Hydra was actually behind it all. Everyone engaged in fierce discussions and even heated debates over who was responsible for the illegal human experiments. Especially since it was an election year, this incident likely meant that President Ellis of the Democratic Party was facing an uphill battle for re-election and would probably be forced to step down. But for now, none of this concerned the street-level heroes who had triumphed over their enemies. The freed Luke Cage joined everyone in celebrating at the underground bar Daredevil frequently visited. "We saved New York," that might be an overstatement, but at the very least, we saved a dozen lives. Perhaps such terrifying things will still happen elsewhere, but not today, and not here. Matt, still in his uniform, raised his glass and drank. Black Cat sat to one side, swirling a glass of red wine, while Peter next to her asked, "Are you old enough to drink?" "Nope, I don't turn 18 until tomorrow," Felicia said, knowing what Peter wanted to ask. She swirled her red wine glass. "This is pomegranate juice." "Really?" Peter naturally expressed his doubt. Felicia didn't explain, offering the wine glass to Peter. "Want a taste?" Peter wasn't sure how to respond, but a helpful voice from Venom rescued him. "That's red wine." "That's red wine." That's odd." "Before you said anything, it was definitely pomegranate juice." Felicia smiled, narrowing her eyes, and sipped her red wine. "What about you? Orange juice or milk?" Peter hadn't actually ordered anything. He quickly changed the subject. "So, what are your plans next? Maybe you could become a street-level hero like them, or just go back to normal life. Anyway, your father's situation can't be resolved anytime soon." Felicia simply raised an index finger and placed it on Peter's lips, signaling him to be quiet, even though his mask was in the way. "Let me guess, you're worried I'll get bored with a normal life and go looking for thrills. Or follow the old path of the cat and become a thief." Felicia chuckled, withdrawing her finger. "How could I?" Peter breathed a sigh of relief. He's not a super soldier, after all. "Peter. Don't worry, I won't make a little boy uncomfortable. But if one day, you or your friends need something tricky stolen, you can come find me. Consider this one a favor I owe you." Peter's thoughts suddenly shifted, "So if you owe me many favors, I can ask you for help many times." Felicia raised an eyebrow. "Trust me, you won't get that chance." The Punisher didn't come to the gathering. He was alone, probably in some dark corner, preparing for his next cleanup operation, which others wouldn't approve of. The others chatted about recent events, and Peter watched them, then suddenly thought of something, stood up, and walked over to them. "Hey, guys, I just thought of something." He looked at these four street-level heroes, deciding to push things toward their intended course. "Even though we've now taken down a base for illegal human experimentation, it's also a fact that with Kingpin in prison, New York's major gang factions are fighting among themselves, escalating the scale of gang warfare. Even I can't look after all of New York at once, and the Avengers have to be deployed worldwide. But here, I see you all. New York has its own heroes. Perhaps, one of you alone isn't strong enough, but if you can form a team, maybe a single outing could prevent a street war." "That's what I wanted to say too." Matt nodded, looking at the other three. "We have a detective, a lawyer, a millionaire, and a former gang member. We know this city very well. If we unite, we can help more people. Fisk believes that with him in prison, new gangs will rise in New York, bringing new chaos. He's trying to prove to us that so-called masked vigilantes can't make New York better, they'll only make it worse. So we need to tell him he's dead wrong. We'll bring a brand new New York. We'll prove him wrong." Iron Fist was the first to applaud, then asked a crucial question, "So what should we call ourselves?" "The Avengers Unwanted Scraps League." Everyone laughed, and Luke Cage then offered a suggestion, "How about Heroes for Hire? A lawyer, a detective, I can moonlight as a security guard, we're all hired help. The Defenders. We defend the city from its enemies." Ultimately, it was Daredevil who offered the best-sounding name, "We'll call ourselves the Defenders." Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Let me see if you're developing normally. The first day of October 2012 was a dreadful Monday. Students had to go to school, and wage slaves had to go to work. Peter Parker also had to go for a checkup first thing in the morning. After all, both Venom and the three modified super soldiers needed comprehensive examinations. And because the Avengers were still away, yes, they were still in Southeast Asia, Peter went to the Baxter building to see Mr. Fantastic for his physical. Cloak, Dagger, and Mr. Negative were also having their checkups there. Your physical condition is exceptionally good, but what surprises me more is this alien organism called a symbiote. It's truly unique. Hello, I am Venom. Venom's head popped out of Peter's suit, then started eating the chocolate Peter offered. Aside from anything else, this guy had an enormous appetite. Luckily, Peter didn't have to pay for its food, otherwise, Peter Parker would quickly face a financial crisis. What do you think, Dr. Reed? This organism is essentially a molecular polymeric creature. Its structure is completely molecularized, even if most of it is destroyed, as long as a little remains, it can regenerate into a complete whole. Reed said, his eyes wide with excitement as he stared at Venom. Venom, startled by the unnaturally large eyes, immediately shrank back. Furthermore, these molecules can combine with inorganic matter. This means that most of the symbiote on you right now is actually inorganic matter combined with true biomass. Of course, there's nothing bad about this. It means the symbiote can absorb other substances to expand its volume. Peter had already witnessed this. Whether it was lifting the underwater laboratory or single-handedly defeating all the Viper Security Company's personnel, Venom could cover enough area to defeat enemies in extremely short order. Moreover, according to my examination, if you combine with the symbiote, your performance should be far beyond this. The symbiote should be able to temporarily transform its host into a similar structure, meaning you could, for a certain period, penetrate certain terrains like the symbiote, or even completely mimic other appearances. Peter then looked at Venom. Can you do that? No, I cannot. Venom answered honestly, powerful ones can, but I am not a powerful one. Alright, if Venom said it couldn't, then Peter would just assume it couldn't. However, you should note that this organism feeds on phenethylamine. Likewise, as its host, you will also be affected by phenethylamine. When your brain releases phenethylamine, the feedback will be amplified, and phenethylamine is generally responsible for emotional feedback. In simple terms, my emotions will become extreme, and my desires will be amplified. Peter remembered clearly the effects the symbiote would cause, both on a scientific level and from his memories, so he asked this, and Reed OED and nodded. Young people these days are really good, they grasp things so quickly. Peter and Venom exchanged glances, then Peter shrugged, I don't think there's any problem. Venom and I can work things out. There shouldn't be any issues. I don't think this is a problem either, Venom answered honestly. No matter how much Peter Parker's desires were amplified, how far could they go? Probably from being New York's friendly neighborhood to being Earth's friendly neighborhood. So, what about those three people, Dr. Reed? The outcome was pretty much what Peter had expected, or rather, what was bound to happen. Cloak and Dagger had gained powers of darkness and light. The former could turn himself into a part of darkness, becoming immune to physical attacks and a certain degree of energy attacks, allowing for long-distance teleportation. The latter gained the ability to release light energy, the biggest benefit being that she could glow at night, and also throw daggers of light energy, which could both harm enemies and heal allies. Their energies complement each other. If they can't use their abilities on each other in time, they themselves will be in danger, Reed said, restoring his body, which had been twisted from observing the symbiote, to its original state. I'm trying to find a way to solve this problem, but for a short time, they'll probably have to rely on each other. Reed explained the situation of the two, just like in the comics, their abilities had flaws. Peter listened and nodded, but didn't say much. As for whether this world's Cloak and Dagger intended to become heroes or wait until Reed found a way for them to no longer need each other, that was their own choice. In contrast, Peter was more concerned about another issue. Martinly had already awakened his Mr. Negative abilities. If he couldn't control them well, he might become an enemy. This world's Martin was a purely good person, more like his character in Marvel's Spider-Man game. He hadn't gone astray yet, and Peter didn't want him to. His situation is a bit complex. He himself seems to have a bit of a split personality, so the super soldier serum gave him two completely different abilities. One is the ability to heal others, and the other is the ability to stimulate and extremize people's inner violent emotions. In addition, he can also emit a certain degree of energy. Reed told Peter the results of the examination, but the most crucial thing is that no matter which power he uses, his own emotions will shift in a certain direction. Sounds serious, but I have an idea. Peter thought of an idea, or rather, a temporary solution. I know a street-level hero called Iron Fist. He should be able to teach Martinly how to control his powers, how to find balance between his two abilities. Anything else, Dr. Reed? Oh, right, when are you doing your next multiversal jump? I need some data here to advance my research. Peter was speechless. If I sense something, it means a Spider-Man in another universe is in danger. I still think it's best if nothing happens. Reed OED again. Indeed, wishing ill upon Spider-Man in other universes wasn't good. In that case, I'll be going, Dr. Reed. I still have school. Watching the black-suited Spider-Man leave the laboratory, Reed sighed. His counterpart in another universe was teaching him how to build a multiversal jump machine, but the problem was insufficient data. If Spider-Man could just traverse the multiverse one more time, just once, he would have enough data. Hey, Reed, I heard little Spidey was here. Johnny Storm walked into the office, then only saw Reed calculating, and understood something. I missed him again. Chapter 139, Spider's Gift to the Cat. Finishing his first day of October classes, Peter Parker walked out of school. Changing costumes was becoming increasingly easy now. At first, he had to find a place to change for half an hour, then it was a portable suit, and now Venom could complete the transformation in just 1 second. You're hesitating. Venom's voice echoed in Peter's mind. Peter sighed, he knew what Venom was referring to. He was somewhat inclined to accept Osborn Tech's sponsorship to see what big plans Osborn was cooking up, but at the same time, he worried about Harry, who was clearly dissatisfied with his father. I have to figure out a way that works for everyone, don't I? Hacking the school's surveillance and setting it to loop, Peter looked around, then used Venom to pry open Felicia's locker. He placed a box inside. Venom completed all this while expressing its confusion. Then why don't you tell him you're Spider-Man? Peter was momentarily at a loss for how to answer Venom. Do you trust him? We've only known each other for a month. We only met yesterday. That's because he knew Venom's nature, but Peter didn't say that out loud because the logic didn't follow. If he could accept Venom simply because he knew its characteristics, then there was no reason to hide it from Harry. Why hide it from him? You're right, we'll tell Harry I'm Spider-Man, and then figure out a win-win solution. That's much simpler than not telling him and then trying to figure it out. I'm a genius. Venom said proudly, helping Peter lock Felicia's locker after he closed it. The moment Felicia placed her hand on her locker, she immediately knew someone had tampered with it. Thinking it over carefully, there was only one person in the entire school who would have a reason to do such a thing. With a displeased expression, Felicia opened her locker. Surprisingly, the person who opened it hadn't pretended nothing happened. Instead, they had left something inside, an exquisite gift box, with a greeting card featuring a crude drawing of a black cat, and a sticky note with a small spider web drawn in the corner. Undoubtedly, the person who left this box intentionally wanted to tell Felicia that they had prepared a gift for her, and they had used a method only a thief would, picking the lock. And he also knew she wouldn't go home until after basketball practice, so by the time she saw it, not many people would notice the box. Looks like Spider-Man's art class wasn't great either. Felicia, in a much better mood, raised an eyebrow and placed her hand on the box. She briefly considered checking if the box was safe, but dismissed the thought and picked up the sticky note instead. I noticed you're still using your old equipment, so I figured these things would make you owe me another favor. Felicia raised an eyebrow, then opened the box. There wasn't much inside, a brand new grappling hook gun, which looked better than her own, a pair of orange goggles with silver-gray frames, which Felicia picked up to see tactical information flashing across them. A new pair of gloves, which seemed even more convenient than her own. A dark silver belt, cleverly designed with many discreet storage compartments, and it wouldn't reflect too much light at night. In the very center of the belt was a cute, geometrically drawn cat head. Oh, you're really cute. Felicia picked up the belt, though it was unclear if she was referring to the belt itself. Just by picking it up, Felicia could tell that these pieces of equipment definitely had trackers inside, but after a moment's thought, she decided to ignore it. Wouldn't it be fun to occasionally take a few spins around certain large museums at night, just to keep Peter Parker from sleeping soundly? Maybe he would even genuinely worry that she was stealing something and come running out in the middle of the night to find her. Felicia thought, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. She didn't intend to completely defy Peter Parker, but she also didn't plan on being obedient. What kind of cat would be obedient? A few hours later, as night fell over Manhattan, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the thinly clouded expanse. Felicia Hardy put on her costume, donned the new equipment given by someone, and activated the tactical information display on her goggles, looking at her target. New York was vast, with many places for Black Cat to explore, and Black Cat wasn't a thief who specifically stole from the poor and innocent. Since Kingpin's surrender, countless gangs, large and small, had sprung up. Some were merely transient figures in New York's underworld, soon to be completely forgotten. But some gangs had complex, intertwined backing, involving many different individuals, and even truly possessed the capital to rise. They dreamed of becoming the next Fisk. And their various files and passwords, dealings with politicians, evidence of illegal activities, smuggled dangerous goods, these were far more thrilling than bank vaults and safety deposit boxes. This was what a cat should pursue. New York, Manhattan, Rikers Island Prison. Kingpin had just finished dinner and was watching news on TV about Spider-Man and the Defenders busting a secret U.S. Army human experimentation base. After seeing the news, Kingpin, furious, instantly transformed into a desktop cleanup master, sweeping everything off the table onto the floor. He wasn't angry at Spider-Man. Spider-Man was a meddling Avenger. Kingpin knew full well he couldn't be a match for the Avengers, so he never intended to defeat Spider-Man. The Avengers couldn't possibly keep an eye on New York all the time, and as for Spider-Man, there were always ways to keep him busy. This was Kingpin's confidence that he could still wield immense power. But Daredevil and the others were different. These individuals genuinely stayed in New York. If they united, they could cause devastating damage to Kingpin's business. After smashing everything, he took a rest, then sighed. Thinking it over, there wasn't no way to deal with the Defenders. So he just needed to figure out a way to keep Spider-Man busy while his business operations were underway. He rang a bell, summoning a prison guard. "Do you need anything, Mr. Fisk?" Kingpin smiled and nodded to the guard. "I need to make a phone call." The prison guard nodded and handed a satellite phone to Kingpin. Kingpin dialed a number, then gave instructions to the other end. "Could you inform Sergei Kravinov? Just tell him his brother died at Spider-Man's hands." Chapter 140, next stop, Wasteland, and the Iron Spider. Crumbling buildings were scattered across the desert. A vibrantly colored off-road vehicle sped across the wilderness. An old man, a bow on his back, drove into the distance, sipping alcohol. Ahead lay the colossal skeleton of Giantman, sprawled on the ground like a cross, serving as a landmark. Pym Cross, that was its name here. A faint spider mark, almost imperceptible, grew clearer as the old man advanced. He drove into a dilapidated small town. A divine hammer, stained with the blood of a god, stood upright in the ground, and numb people knelt before it, praying. The old man, without a word, drove his car to the entrance of a garage, walked upstairs, and opened the door to his daughter's room. "Ashley, you." The dream ended. Peter sat up in bed. He had just told Reed that he wouldn't be traveling to other universes so soon, but it seemed the flag had been collected remarkably fast. But, a Wasteland universe. Why a Wasteland universe? Most Wasteland universe stories were the same. Villains banded together, chose to swap opponents, then killed most of the heroes and ruled the world. Though this plot didn't really hold up under scrutiny. For example, how did a Mysterio-controlled Wolverine kill all the X-Men? Others aside, how did he take out telepaths? How did he defeat Kitty Pryde? Peter didn't remember the specific designation of the Wasteland universe, but he knew there was more than one. The earliest Wasteland universe was actually a side story of the Fantastic Four. In that branch, the future of the Wasteland universe saw Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman return from a time tunnel, gathering surviving heroes and their descendants to restore the world, ultimately battling Galactus. The other universe was the widely known one, the universe where stories like Old Man Hawkeye, Old Man Logan, and Old Man Quill took place. However, neither universe seemed to fit the requirements of the Web of Destiny. True, there was a Spider-Man in that universe, Hawkeye, and Ashley Barton, the daughter of that world's Spider-Man. But the problem was that the entire story of that universe wasn't centered on Spider-Man, and its development had little to do with him. To exaggerate, it wouldn't even make a difference if that world's Spider-Woman died. What happened? Venom poked his head out of Peter's wardrobe, asking. Peter shook his head without replying. He was still thinking about it. At that moment, his phone rang. Peter picked it up and checked the message. The Avengers were back. A few minutes later, at Avengers Tower. "So, your next destination is a world where we all died. Wolverine killed all the X-Men." Emma Frost could just shut down his brain directly. Tony Stark, having returned, could only describe the news as preposterous. How did they kill Thor? The Absorbing Man absorbed the magical energy of a hero I don't know, and lightning controlled by Magneto. The Absorbing Man had already appeared in this world, got thoroughly beaten by the Hulk, and was now sent to the Raft prison. You mean Thor was beaten to death by the Absorbing Man with magical lightning on his fists? Tony sighed helplessly. When he first heard the news, his PTSD from the Battle of New York, the fear of not being able to protect the world, almost flared up. But after hearing the story of another world that Peter had seen, he sighed in exasperation. His PTSD didn't flare up, but his high blood pressure almost did. How could the people of that Wasteland universe be so foolish? Alright, we already know you have a very DC-like new suit and your alien friend. Do you need anything else if you want to go to that Wasteland universe? Peter hesitated. He had originally thought about taking something, but now it seemed unnecessary. Were there any incredibly powerful individuals in the Wasteland universe who could defeat Venom? Besides a Black Bolt, it didn't seem so, but Black Bolt in the Wasteland universe wasn't an enemy. Wasteland Hulk. Just a weakling who got soloed by Old Man Logan. His combat power seemed even worse than the uncorrupted Old Man. The traitorous Thunderbolts. It's hard to say if they combined could beat Venom. Chocolate. Peter finally summarized everything he wanted, lots of chocolate. That's all I need. Venom needs to eat this. Venom also popped out a small head, startling Tony slightly. Yes, lots of chocolate. Tony smiled. All right, but you'll have to figure out a way to carry it and ensure your alien pet doesn't sneak any. Conveniently, I've prepared a small gift for you. As a student, you need a good backpack. A good backpack. Could it be? Tony Stark snapped his fingers, and a brand new Iron Man suit rose from beneath the floor. Its colors were still Iron Man's classic red and gold, but it largely referenced Spider-Man's costume design. The red-based armor had a massive golden spider on its chest. Additionally, the forearms and shins of the armor were painted gold, and the eye lenses were also reformed in gold. The biggest highlight, however, was the 3 sharp, pure golden metal claws on its back. I didn't give it a number because it's for you, the Iron Spider armor. Thank you very much, Mr. Stark. Peter didn't expect Stark to build this so quickly, but thinking about it, from the Battle of New York to the Extremis virus invasion, in less than a year, due to his own anxiety, Tony Stark had created over 30 Iron Man suits. Designing this probably only took him a few hours. Captain and I both agree on one thing: you're too young. He thinks you need more training, and I think you need armor to protect yourself. Tony snapped his fingers as he spoke, and the Iron Spider armor demonstrated its excellent storage capacity, transforming into a hollow metal backpack. Venom immediately mimicked 3 huge, sharp biomass claws behind Peter, then transformed itself into a backpack as well. Tony Stark just stared at Venom, then watched Peter tell it to go back. Take it, kid. It's not worth much anyway, since I already built it, and I didn't expect you to bring out an alien symbiote. Tony said, drinking milk. Oh, and black and white really doesn't look good. Then, thank you, Mr. Stark. Peter lifted the metal backpack. To be honest, it probably weighed dozens of kilograms, but for him, it was no different from a regular backpack. All right, a new day. First, go to school. Based on previous experience, there are still a few days before heading to the wasteland. He should prepare well during this time. Oh, Mr. Stark. Remember to check the things I stored in the safe, and you need to shut down JARVIS and all network devices. Tony Stark paused. He didn't know that Peter had filled a safe with webs to prevent JARVIS from scanning the patterns on them. He just felt that something was very wrong. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, the Spider-Man support group is officially formed. Tuesday was an ordinary day, even the detective agency had no activities. Peter arrived at school, his new backpack camouflaged as ordinary fabric by optical camouflage. Today was also special because last night Peter had told Harry that he had something to tell him after lunch. Amadeus could wait, it wasn't about special treatment, but because Harry needed to discuss Norman Osborn. After all, only Peter knew Harry was Norman's son, and at school, Harry still introduced himself as Harry Lyman. And that was why Peter needed to talk to Harry alone. I once thought that perhaps the seniors in the detective club were actually holding their club activities at noon to avoid us newbies. Harry walked into the club room, closed the door, then watched Peter put down his backpack and take something out. He looked at him curiously. What are you doing? I'm setting up equipment to cut off our phone signals, to prevent eavesdropping, and to check for any cameras in the club room. None. Looks like the detective club truly is a huge blind spot. No one would think there are criminals hiding in a detective club, haha. That haha was ambiguous as to whom it referred, but Harry looked at Peter strangely. Are you okay, buddy? Did you do something wrong? Like hack into some big company's data? Peter was stunned by Harry's guess, then turned to look at Harry. Of course not. Then why are you being so mysterious? All right, I'm going to tell you something now. Don't be surprised after you hear it, because I have something even more important to tell you. Harry nodded, waiting for his brother to drop some earth-shattering news. Then he saw Peter Parker tell him very seriously. I am Spider-Man. Oh. Peter looked at the unreactive Harry, puzzled, thinking Harry already knew he was Spider-Man. But that wasn't it. Harry turned and said, is there some sort of comic convention recently? Or are you planning to? Peter sighed and let Venom cover him. In an instant, the black and white suit covered Peter entirely. Seeing this, Harry gasped, clutching his chest, looking at Peter in disbelief. You're Spider-Man. I just said so. I know. Harry took a deep breath of disbelief, then nodded. You're Spider-Man. You just said that too. Harry took a few more deep breaths to compose himself, then sat down. Peter, meanwhile, put away his black and white suit, waiting for Harry to recover. After a moment of silence, Harry finally reacted, my best friend is a superhero, even an Avenger. Oh my God. And you actually told me. Yeah, there's a reason for it. I got my powers because I was bitten by a genetically modified spider from Osborn Industries. Osborn Industries. Hearing that name, Harry understood something and looked at Peter. He then took a deep breath and nodded. Now he finally understood why his dad, who was never satisfied with any friends he made, was so amiable to Peter last time. My dad must have said something to you about it being Osborn Industries property or something, right? Actually, what he told me was that he hoped Osborn Industries could sponsor Spider-Man's activities and provide me with technological support. Peter didn't reveal his true reason for wanting Osborn as a backup. Who could have imagined that a bunch of Spider-Man villains would emerge from that company? In a way, Osborn Industries could truly be considered the source of all evil in the Spider-Man series. Harry seemed to understand something else, pondering whether Spider-Man needed Osborn Industries for technological assistance. It seemed unnecessary since Spider-Man had the Avengers backing him, with Tony Stark providing technical support. But then again, since that spider was a creation of Osborn Industries, perhaps Osborn Industries could provide more specialized help to Spider-Man. Harry was still debating, but he didn't realize that Peter Parker had already thought of everything for him. After I saw your dad that day, I went home and looked up Dr. Emily Lyman. She's a great scientist, researching technologies that yield almost no immediate returns but are crucial to humanity. This might be an opportunity, Harry, a chance to inherit your mother's legacy. When his mother was involved, Harry's mind suddenly seemed to light up. He looked at Peter and asked, somewhat uncertainly, you mean combining Osborn Industries support with my mother's experimental projects? Spider-Man's identity is a secret, so he definitely can't reveal the location of any secret base you arrange. You need a lab with a legitimate cover. Do you mean this is a chance to restart my mother's experimental projects? Harry suddenly understood. Of course, he didn't have the ability to restart these projects yet, as he didn't understand the specialized knowledge. But as long as these projects of his mother's were preserved, then everything would be possible. The key was to preserve them first, to prevent them from being abolished by his father or the Osborn Industries board. Harry excitedly stood up, hugged Peter, then released him. You don't know. I can't express how grateful I am, Peter. Harry chuckled incoherently. I've always wanted to preserve my mom's research. Anyway, thank you. It's far from a done deal. Your father still has to agree. He'll definitely agree. That greedy old man certainly sees a profit, that's why he wants to sponsor you. Harry laughed, then realized something. Wait, who else knows you're Spider-Man? Gwen. She found out. And what about Amadeus? Harry felt like Peter was about to reveal some big secret and quickly tried to stop him. Peter just shrugged. He should be here soon, I told him. Amadeus might be smarter than we think. Just then, Amadeus Cho opened the detective club door. Once he closed it, Peter once again demonstrated the miracle of instant costume change. I am Spider-Man. Oh, this is truly unexpected. You really? Before Amadeus could finish, Harry added, actually, my last name is Osborn. I'm Harry Osborn. Oh, I already knew that. Chapter 142, what do you mean my transmigrated teammate is Deadpool? At this point, things were quite simple. After school, Harry went to Norman to explain the project. As Harry expected, Norman Osborn readily agreed, promising to establish a dedicated Emily Osborn Research Center. In reality, this would serve as Spider-Man's exclusive secret base, outside Avenger jurisdiction and solely for Spider-Man's benefit. The only thing that struck Harry as odd was Norman Osborn's attitude when he learned about all this. It was as if he thought, my son is finally achieving something, actually able to help Peter Parker. It made him curious when exactly Norman had started to fixate on Peter and see him as the ideal son-in-law. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that this secret base was indeed being established. The Emily Osborn Research Center, sponsored by Oscorp, was temporarily located in the top-floor attic of an apartment building in Midtown. Peter noticed that the location seemed to be Dr. Octopus's lab from the Marvel's Spider-Man game, a strangely coincidental happenstance. Meanwhile, Amadeus, though hesitant, agreed to join this support team. Thus, for the time being, before the lab was fully set up, the initial roster for the Spider-Man support team was confirmed. All that was left was to return to daily life. We are pleased to announce that, thanks to the efforts of lawyer Matt Murdock, the jury has finally found Mr. Luke Cage innocent. It was unclear if it was because Luke Cage was an unmasked superhero, but J. Jonah Jameson's tone was notably cheerier. And the defenders, formed by these heroic individuals who bravely exposed a government's illicit human experimentation conspiracy, have already begun their operations in New York. They are cooperating with the police and combating increasingly rampant gang crime. These are the true protectors of New York. Not that swinging, black-clad Spider-Man who comes from who knows where. Wow. The joyful exclamation didn't come from Peter, but from Gwen, whom Peter was swinging above Manhattan. To avoid exposing Peter's identity, she wore a homemade masked outfit, which, sure enough, resembled Spider-Gwen's attire, just without any actual spider powers. Precisely because of this, Peter nervously landed with Gwen on the rooftop of a tall building. Gwen seemed quite unfulfilled. She ripped off her hood and eagerly asked, "Can you swing through the city like this every day?" "Not every day. Maybe a few days off. Perhaps." Though he'd never actually taken a day off. "Can we do it again?" That felt amazing. Gwen looked at Peter with great anticipation, but the information displayed on his eye lenses indicated there was no time. No, a new situation has arisen. I need to go help. Do you need me to take you down?" "Oh, no, I'll just take this jacket off and put it in my bag." Gwen smiled and waved at Peter, "Remember to be careful." Peter waved back, then leaped off. Gwen, watching the rooftop entrance behind her, let out a long breath. She wondered when she'd get to experience something like that again. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, clad in black, swung through the city. He wondered which clueless supervillain had decided to cause trouble now. He landed on the ground and saw Chief George Stacy's patrol car and his subordinate officers' vehicles glued to the ground with superglue. Wait, superglue. Dodging a stream of viscous liquid superglue that barely grazed him, Peter muttered, "No, please don't let it be him," as he turned to see the guy with two specialized water guns, a large bag of money on his back, roaring at him, "I am Pastepot Pete. Die, Spider-Man." Peter Parker had never been so speechless about his own name. He couldn't even complain to this guy. "Why do you have Peter in your villain name? Can't you change your name? Like Trap King or Master Trapper? Pastepot Pete. The only advantage of that name is it'll make people laugh themselves to death." Peter sighed helplessly, firing two webs. But the Pastepot Pete across from him burst out laughing. "Haha, you're doomed, Spider-Man, because my superglue. I clogged your gun barrels. No need to thank me." Pastepot Pete blinked twice. The next second, his water guns exploded, and an overwhelming torrent of white superglue enveloped him entirely. Peter helplessly waved, walking towards Chief Stacy and his officers. Thank you, Spider-Man. Our police department's current weapons are completely useless against this kind of superglue." Chief Stacy sighed, then suddenly remembered something and said to Spider-Man, "Oh, right, earlier there was a guy in a red spandex suit who said he wanted to help, but he got glued inside the toy store over there. Do you want to go check on him? He said he was here to help you." "Help me? Red spandex? Could it be Daredevil?" Matt shouldn't be that bad. "Please don't be Ant-Man," Peter thought as he walked into the toy store, where he saw a thumb sticking up from a blob of superglue, as if it were cosplaying the Terminator. Peter thought for a moment, and a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He then controlled Venom to pull the person out of the superglue. This was the second time today Peter had muttered, "No, please don't let it be him." And it was the second time he received no response. "Hey there, little spider." Since his mask was stuck with superglue, Wade Wilson's scarred face was pulled out, revealing his wide, joyful grin. "Did you miss me? How are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the Raft prison?" No doubt, they thought it was pretty inhumane to put a mutant gene controller on a cancer patient. Deadpool said, putting his hand on Peter's arm, "I heard you're going to cameo in Mad Max. Interested in taking the Canadian who hates Australia the most on a rampage? So, the Avengers released you because they want you and me to go to the wasteland world together." "Yes, because old Wade is immortal, and his nature isn't bad. He can be dealt with just money. But it's not time yet." Wade's smile was quite frightening. "Since I'm here, the plot time must have arrived." 3, 2, 1, bang. Peter's spider sense, unprecedentedly, screamed. It was as if the wasteland world had undergone some drastic change, accelerating the arrival of that time. Mad Max is considered the foundational work of all wasteland culture. The original trilogy of this film series was Australian. It is well known that Wolverine's actor, Hugh Jackman, is Australian, and Deadpool, both the character and the actor, are Canadian. Chapter 143, Old Man Hawkeye and... Where did these two motor mouths come from? Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye, former Avenger. After the war that ended everything 45 years ago, there were no more superheroes. Barton was now just an ordinary bodyguard, earning a bit of money by escorting goods for his employers. He had just fought a multiple man, a former X-Man who tried to rob him. Everything should have been perfectly normal, until his last arrow, an arrow from the never-missing Hawkeye, went astray. This shouldn't happen. Oh no, don't you dare. Watching the multiple man escape, Old Man Hawkeye narrowed his eyes, but a sudden, inexplicable gunshot made him wary again. The multiple man, who had fled into the distance, collapsed, his head shattered by a single shot. He heard two voices from his memory, voices that should have been very distant. Do you really have to kill someone the very second we arrive in this universe? Come on, Spidey, everyone knows this is a classic movie trope, the protagonist doesn't finish off the villain and then causes a ton of trouble. Trust me, that old man should be thanking us. Besides, this is multiple men, this definitely isn't all of his duplicates. Hawkeye rubbed his eyes, he couldn't believe what was before him, Spider-Man in a symbiote suit, and Deadpool. He initially thought he just had presbyopia, or perhaps he was old enough to be hallucinating. Until he heard his employer ask him, do you know these two, Clint? Yes, Spider-Man and Deadpool, they really appeared before him. Were they ghosts from the past, or a miracle of resurrection? Peter. Wade. Is that you? A very awkward silence passed between Spider-Man and Deadpool, then Deadpool laughed, slinging an arm around Spider-Man's shoulders. Wait, you have the same name as that pastepot Peter. If you say, pastepot Peter, again, I'm going to stuff your head into a rock. Oh. Deadpool's head practically leaned against Spider-Man, you're so kind, you don't even want to press my mutant gene suppressor button. Alright, Hawkeye was sure now. This was Spider-Man and Deadpool. There was no mistaking it. A few hours later. After completing the delivery commission and confirming with an old friend, the former vigilante, Dr. Midnight, that he had glaucoma and would soon go blind. So, you're Peter from another universe, I mean Spider-Man and Deadpool. Looks like you're still wearing Venom. Old man Hawkeye glanced at Peter in the rearview mirror, offering a kind piece of advice, listen to an old man, what you're wearing isn't good stuff. We get along great. I know Venom has some side effects. Hawkeye was about to say something else when Venom's head popped out from Spider-Man's body, yes, we get along great. Truly the multiverse, where all sorts of strange things can happen. So, you're here because you were affected by some web of destiny and came to find this universe's Spider-Man. Hawkeye sighed with a sense of emotion, too bad, you're 45 years too late. This universe's Spider-Man died 45 years ago. Actually, the person I'm looking for is a spider totem, it doesn't need to be my own counterpart. I know who she is, her name is Ashley Barton, old man. Hawkeye suddenly chuckled. Ashley was his daughter with one of his ex-wives. If she was a spider totem, wouldn't that mean she'd become a new superhero in the future? While this wasn't strictly true, it gave Old Man Hawkeye a sense of comfort and hope. As for Peter, he still didn't know why the web of destiny had brought him here. The last time the web of destiny trembled was because the spider from Universe 42 went to Earth 700. But the Wastelands universe doesn't have any involvement from other universes' storylines, so how could it trigger the web of destiny? Looking at the surprisingly silent Spider-Man in the rearview mirror, Hawkeye asked with concern. Why do you seem so down, Peter? Hawkeye didn't mention whether it was because of the pastepot Peter, as the guy was wearing a symbiote now, and his temper could be unpredictable. But perhaps that was good, the Wastelands needed a bit of a fiery temper. Well, one minute I was swinging through New York City with a girl, the next I had to pull this guy out of a pile of superglue and bring him here. Peter sighed helplessly and painfully, and then he kept telling me, from the street to Baxter Building, that I should wear red. Of course Spider-Man should wear red, just like Deadpool should wear red, Wade said, completely unconcerned by Peter's complaints. Hey, old man, where are you taking us? First, to visit an old friend, then we'll go home, to my daughter's place. Hawkeye said as he drove the car near a farm. A seemingly robust old man was repairing his fence. Wade looked over and exclaimed, why do all Wolverines have to look like Hugh Jackman now? Ever since 2000. Like all Deadpools have to look like a cross between a Sharpay and Ryan Reynolds. Shut up. You three-faced freak. The two spoke while watching Old Man Hawkeye chat with Old Man Logan. Wade, naturally, continued the conversation. Generally, this is where the protagonist lives a peaceful life and doesn't want to come out of retirement. Then, they'll definitely have events like their last good friend dying or their family dying to make him pop his claws. You think Logan is the protagonist of this story? Hey, Logan's popularity is only below yours, and on par with that World War II Boy Scout. Wade looked at Peter. Between a Wolverine comic and a Hawkeye comic, anyone knows which one sells better, unless the Wolverine comic sells big first, and then they release a prequel comic for some derivative character. Peter shrugged, that was indeed true. He looked at Wade and asked, do you think it's better for him to come out or not? Aha, you want his help, but you don't want to ruin his peaceful life. Deadpool laughed, think about it, either he lives like he is now, with his heart as good as dead, or he awakens as I said, with his heart even more dead, making him suffer immensely. Those are the only two outcomes for this old guy. So, if he could join us now, perhaps it would be better. Deadpool didn't intend to answer, but then he saw Spider-Man staring at him and suddenly realized. Wait, you're not planning for me too. Then he was kicked out of the spider buggy by Peter. Actually, there are 3 motor mouths. Hawkeye's comic persona is also a master of self-deprecating humor and talks quite a lot. In Marvel's popularity polls, Spider-Man is consistently first by a significant margin, while Wolverine and Captain America are consistently second and third by a significant margin. Yes, Captain America can consistently rank in the top 3 of Marvel's popularity list. Chapter 144, Old Man Logan. Logan, my old friend. Old Hawkeye walked with a smile towards Old Man Logan, who was mending a fence on his farm. I brought some gifts for my son, the latest game console and batteries, when they were still in production. What are you doing here? The aged Logan asked, hammering a wooden stake while looking at Hawkeye. The latter's smile faded. You know why. For revenge. For justice. Logan sighed, drove in the stake, and wiped the sweat from his brow. In the distance, he saw 2 people sitting on Hawkeye's well-maintained spider buggy. They looked somewhat familiar, but he was old. He couldn't see clearly who they were. He couldn't even smell who they were. To hell with justice, Clint. Logan stood up, looking at his old friend. Justice died 45 years ago, God damn it. Only fools still think about justice. That's not necessarily true, Logan, I also brought 2. Suddenly, something red flew out of the spider buggy and landed headfirst in the ground. Logan silently stared at the red but sticking up in front of him for a long time, then finally choked out a phrase. What the fuck? Yeah, it's me, your old pal Wade. Can you pull me out of your dirt? Logan looked at Hawkeye again. Where did you dig this guy out from? He didn't just come out of some corner, Hawkeye said a little awkwardly. He's from another universe, along with another Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Logan looked at the black-suited Spider-Man who got off the spider buggy. As he walked closer, the symbiote suit receded, revealing the classic red and blue costume underneath. Logan rubbed his eyes. So Reed Richards was right, other universes really do exist. And you think, with 2 young kids from other worlds, you can end all this. Even if Red Skull, now the president, died, there were still others, Doom, Magneto, even Banner. These monsters had already taken over this world. Never mind if these 2 could help Clint get his revenge, even if they did, would this world truly become better? Actually, we're just here to find a girl. Once we find her, we're heading back. Deadpool pulled his head out of the ground, then dusted himself off. Peter walked over to old Hawkeye's ear and said a few words. The previously speechless old Hawkeye's cloudy eyes lit up again, and he chuckled. No need, Logan. How to do it is my business. Old Hawkeye laughed, took out the money he earned from this escort mission, and handed it to Logan, but we still need a guide, right? Who knows where old Banner is? If we take care of that guy, you'll pay less rent each year. Even if we die there, you can drive this cool spider buggy back and sell it. No loss either way, right? Logan looked at them, and after a long silence, he pulled the game console from old Hawkeye's hand. I'll go tell Maureen and the kids. Watching Logan go back into the house, Hawkeye smiled and asked Peter, who had given him the idea, do you think if he follows us all the way, he'll have a change of heart? I don't know. Peter shrugged, but it's better than now, right? A few minutes later, Logan emerged, wearing a jacket and a hat. He simply said, get in the car, coldly. Then Hawkeye smiled and led everyone into the car. Logan, as the guide, sat in the passenger seat, while Deadpool and Peter sat as usual in the back. After starting the spider buggy's engine, old Hawkeye, in high spirits, turned on the car's stereo. All the leaves are brown, and the sky is gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. As night fell, the smell of roasting meat wafted from the Hulk gang's territory. In the final battle 45 years ago, even the villain alliance couldn't defeat the Hulk. Red Skull unleashed dozens of nuclear bombs on the Californian wasteland. The intense explosions and nuclear radiation didn't kill the Hulk, but they completely fried his brain. From then on, the Hulk became a true monster. The first thing he did was rape his cousin, She-Hulk Jennifer, in the ruins of the nuclear blast, because she was the only woman who could withstand the Hulk's power. After that, the Hulk's bloodline continued on the wasteland. Under the guidance of their monster daddy, they became a new generation of monsters, a group of intelligent, utterly wicked scoundrels. Logan thought this, leaning back in the spider buggy and drinking. Those 3 suicidal idiots had found a nearly empty tanked car halfway and driven off, leaving Logan a few kilometers away. If they wiped out the Hulk gang, they would return safely. If not, Logan could escape from a few kilometers away. Logan drank half the bottle of wine, sighed at the silent distance, then got into the spider buggy and drove towards the Hulk gang's encampment. Halfway there, the night suddenly turned to day. Flames erupted from afar, followed by a mushroom cloud spewing from the gradually extinguishing fire, and finally, a deafening explosion roared out. Oh my! Logan knew it had begun. An unmanned old heavy truck crashed into the Hulk gang's encampment, carrying all sorts of bombs that Deadpool and Hawkeye had painstakingly put together. These bombs might not kill Bruce Banner himself, but they would have no problem killing the green-skinned offspring he spawned. Oh my god. Deadpool, riding his motorcycle into the sea of fire, pulled out his 2 adamantium swords. Ordinary weapons couldn't kill these bastards. No problem, Wade, have special treasures. One by one, the Hulks who weren't at the explosion's epicenter hadn't even gotten up before Deadpool decapitated them. Deadpool stylishly sheathed his swords, performed a classic Akira slide stop in the middle of the fire, then patted his butt, looking at Spider-Man, who descended from the sky and kicked a Hulk's spine in half. Seriously, Spidey. With Wade here, you just need to hold them down. I'll do the killing. I'm not sure if they even count as people anymore. Peter glanced at the cooking utensils overturned by the bomb's shockwave and the skeletons inside, which the Hulk gang had been preparing to feast on. I'm just sure if I really went all out, I wouldn't have much psychological burden. Before he finished speaking, an arrow plunged into that Hulk's head. Old Hawkeye stood handsomely at the very edge of the battlefield. Then leave the dirty work to us, kid. Actually, there are at least 4 versions of the Wasteland universe. Although Old Man Hawkeye and Wasteland Avengers can be loosely connected, they contain countless bugs. Therefore, all details mentioned in this book's Wasteland universe are paramount. The song Hawkeye is listening to is California Dreamin', an American anti-war anthem from the Vietnam War era. Chapter 145, Clearing Out the Hulk Gang. The explosion was not the end of the battle, on the contrary, it was merely the beginning. Although most of the Hulks had been killed by the massive blast, dozens of mangled Hulks still stood up. They didn't possess the powerful healing abilities of their banner father or grandfather, but their vitality remained terrifyingly tenacious. One Hulk after another stood up, their gazes fiercely fixed on the 3 reckless individuals who had charged into the camp. For them, the death of their comrades was nothing to mourn. There were plenty of women in the wasteland anyway, just capture them and breed, and it would all be fine. Flay them alive. One Hulk roared, leaping towards Spider-Man. Peter activated the backpack on his back, and the iron spider armor instantly covered his entire body. The 3 mechanical arms behind him clamped down on the Hulk, hurtling through the air, then Hawkeye's specialized arrow shattered that Hulk's skull. Green blood splattered on the armor's faceplate, and Peter was surprised to feel no emotional reaction. Although he hadn't personally killed them, he had indeed witnessed their deaths and hadn't stopped it. This wasn't him respecting the laws of this wasteland, it was simply that when he saw what was in the pot, he understood one thing clearly. Any normal person had the right to punish these beasts. These guys could no longer be considered human, they were simply animals. 3 Hulks targeted the aging Hawkeye, seemingly the weakest link, and charged forward. Hawkeye first drew his bow, precisely firing an explosive arrow that pierced the first Hulk's eye, watching its head explode. Then, a second arrow, a rope arrow, tangled around the next Hulk's feet. As he stumbled, Hawkeye stepped on his head and fired an arrow at the 3rd charging Hulk. This arrow pierced the Hulk's body. Liquid metal covered the opponent's face, then completely incinerated them. As the Hulk plummeted from midair, Hawkeye, without looking back, drew his bow and, with a specialized metal arrowhead capable of piercing these inferior Hulks' heads, shot through the head of the Hulk under his foot. These little brats are too weak, far worse than their old men. They can't even beat an ordinary old guy with a bow and arrow. As the battle progressed, these Hulk descendants gradually lost their life force, falling one by one. It was at this moment, when all the chaotic sounds finally ceased, that a trembling, ancient voice finally spoke. Who's making all that noise? A gaunt old man emerged from a cave behind the camp, seemingly awakened by the massive explosion. When he saw Spider-Man and Deadpool in the clearing, he revealed an unusually excited smile. What did he see? Were they just 2 boring imitators, or real, genuine heroes? This was Bruce Banner, suppressed for too long. Since the post-apocalyptic war, neither Red Skull nor Doom had been willing to fight him. They would rather abandon the entire West Coast than eliminate that terrifying Hulk. In order to pursue a satisfying battle in his final years, he had thoroughly humiliated that old geezer Wolverine, and the land rent had been increasing year after year. He hadn't expected Wolverine, despite his iron bones, to truly have no backbone left, enduring such humiliation. He wondered if he had to kill Wolverine's wife and children someday before the guy would finally unleash his claws. But there was no need now, because today, opponents had arrived who were enough to satisfy him. Ha ha ha, you're too kind. It's one thing to come yourselves, but you even brought a bonus gift. Bonus gift. The aging Hawkeye, seeing Bruce Banner's gaze, mockingly fired an arrow at Banner. Although his vision was far from what it used to be, this arrow was incredibly precise, flying straight towards Banner's head. However, the elderly Banner merely extended his hand, caught the arrow midair, and then snapped it. Then, he leaped high. His emaciated body crashed onto the ground, creating a massive crater. This was the current Bruce Banner, who had, over a long period, used his abnormal personality to erase other Hulk personalities. Even without transforming, he possessed superhuman strength far exceeding the other Hulks in the Hulk gang. Come. Heroes. Let's see what you're truly capable of. Banner roared, then saw a grenade roll to his side. This wasn't an explosive grenade. The small-range ultrasonic burst instantly made the old man painfully fall to his knees. Deadpool, wearing headphones and wielding a katana, walked over, revealing his smile. You know, we don't have enough money for that many CGI effects, so big guy, you're out. The sword swung down. The adamantium katana landed on Banner's neck, almost decapitating him, but halfway through the cut, rapidly expanding green muscles stopped the blade. Deadpool yelled, "Not good," and was then pushed to the ground by the rapidly expanding Hulk. Neither Peter nor Deadpool, nor Hawkeye as a local, had ever seen a Hulk like this. His body was bloated and enormous, his once astonishing muscles had disappeared, replaced by green flab. His frame was even larger than before, easily over 5 meters tall. His head was almost hairless, and his green skin had many scars and decaying flesh, making him look incredibly bizarre and terrifying. The Hulk grabbed Deadpool, who was pinned under his butt. No, I warn you not to. Juggernaut already did that in the movie. Deadpool, whose arms and legs were each held by one of the Hulk's hands, screamed. The Hulk ignored Hawkeye's arrows hitting his face, instead grinning savagely as he ripped Deadpool in half, then tossed him aside. He looked at Spider-Man, clad in the Iron Spider armor, and scoffed. Are you really Spider-Man? Just watching your teammate get beaten without doing anything. Firstly, I'm pretty sure Wade won't die. Secondly, he's buying me time. The Hulk froze. Buying time. Buying time for what? Buying time until the flames aren't so scorching. Venom seeped out from the armor's seams, instantly enveloping Peter's entire body. But this time, Venom wasn't simply covering Peter's body or armor, it continuously expanded, eventually transforming into a massive monster nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, even more ferocious eyes, a gaping maw full of fangs, and a long, flicking tongue. How about a fight with a more evenly matched opponent, you bastard? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, The Death of Wasteland Hulk. A massive, bloated green fist smashed into Venom's face. Venom's fangs shattered, its face completely distorted. A huge, well-muscled black fist slammed into Hulk's face. Hulk's teeth were knocked out, his expression becoming even more twisted. Now that's what I call a punch. Hulk roared with laughter, expressing his exhilaration. How long had it been? How long since he'd had such a satisfying fight? For 45 years, he hadn't had a good fight, and it had to be an evenly matched opponent like this to be truly satisfying. This fight wasn't Peter's doing, it was entirely Venom operating on its own. It merely needed a host to stabilize its existence. Venom wasn't considered powerful within its own species, but a symbiote's strength depended not just on the symbiote itself, but also on the host. In this state of wild outburst, Venom could absolutely fight the Wasteland Hulk to a standstill. Or rather, the Wasteland Hulk's combat power had severely weakened after years of no opponents, compounded by old age, frailty, and a brain fried by radiation. Venom was fighting with no pressure at all. A 3-meter-tall muscular monster and a 5-meter-tall bloated monster exchanged blow after blow, fist to flesh. Punch after punch. The ground began to crack, then collapse. As their punches grew stronger, the collapse spread. Deadpool had just yelled, "Someone save me," when old Hawkeye dragged his upper body out of the combat zone. "Thanks, normal person. Could you bring my lower half over too?" Deadpool said expectantly. Hawkeye looked at the two behemoths fighting, then at Deadpool's lower half, which seemed to have been repeatedly stepped on, and nodded reluctantly. "I'll try my best. Otherwise, why don't you think about how to regrow one? That sounds like it might be a good idea." Deadpool looked at his lower half, which had just been stepped on again, and let out a motionless sigh. "Oh, my left leg, oh, my right leg, oh, my." Venom and Hulk exchanged another punch. In pain, Hulk instinctively bit down on Venom's muscular arm, but beneath it wasn't Peter Parker's arm, just a mass of pure symbiote. The arm he bit exploded, transforming into black shackles that tightly bound Hulk's neck. Hulk raised his fists and slammed them onto Venom's face, punch after painful punch, but Venom remained unchanged. It pulled Hulk fiercely, then pressed Hulk's head into the ground, smashing it repeatedly. The ground continued to collapse, finally kicking up a massive cloud of dust. "That's it. Give that guy what for." Old Hawkeye roared with excitement. His eyes were getting worse by the day, but today, he saw the dawn of hope. Starting with that damn banner, was the wasteland finally going to change? Logan walked over to them. He had come to help, but it seemed unnecessary now, so he just parked his car to the side and asked, "How much longer until they're done fighting?" Half of Deadpool made room for him. "Who knows? Considering this is a Spider-Man fanfic, I think Venom will win." Hulk, being ground into the dirt, was building up his rage. He opened his mouth and roared. In the deafening fury, Venom began to break apart, unable to maintain its shape. Hulk continued to roar, until the iron spider inside revealed its sharp claws, and two of the mechanical arms from its back directly pierced Hulk's eyes, stabbing into his brain, and then twisted. "It's all over, Banner." "Over?" To Peter's surprise, Hulk, whose brain had been turned into pulp, actually grabbed his mechanical arm, ripped him down, and punched him away. He had lost his eyes, but he was still alive. Hawkeye cursed and drew his bow, but Logan was a step faster. He walked towards Hulk. He still didn't reveal his claws. But he picked up the two katanas Deadpool had left behind. Logan walked behind Hulk, then directly used the two katanas like scissors, clamping down on Hulk's neck, intending to sever his head. But even with his strength, it wasn't enough to rip Hulk's head off. Hulk sensed the enemy behind him and reached backward, trying to throw Logan off. Logan held on tightly, refusing to let go. This was the best opportunity, Peter realized, and he rose and lunged towards the battlefield. As long as he helped Logan sever Hulk's head, everything would end. The pitch-black symbiote instantly covered Logan's entire body, causing his strength to immediately surge. Explode. Intensify. The adamantium katanas almost sliced off Hulk's head, just a little more. Just a little. Venom opened its massive maw, bit down on Hulk's already half-severed head, and with a powerful tug, ripped it clean off Hulk's neck. It held it in its mouth for a second, then spat it out directly. The greenish head rolled to the side, then transformed into a human head. Bruce Banner, codename Hulk, former Avenger, 45 years a villain and cannibal. Dead. Venom retreated from Logan's body, returning to the approaching Peter, and popped its head out. "You didn't have to kill him. You're welcome." "Oh, okay. Also, radiated brains are disgusting. I'm not eating human brains here." "I don't think you should eat human brains anywhere," Peter thought, but didn't say it aloud. Venom would hear it anyway, now that they were bonded. Old Hawkeye, on the other hand, walked over happily and patted Logan on the back. "Haha, old pal, still got it, huh? You guys could have handled it without me, but I have farm chores to do early in the morning and I'm in a hurry to get back, so I gave you a hand." Logan finished, then looked at the cave where Banner had stayed, exchanging a glance with Hawkeye. "Do you think the rent they collected is in there?" "I'll take a share for Ashley's upbringing, and you can take the rest back to share with the neighbors," old Hawkeye smiled. Even though Banner's dead, his brats might not all be gone. But then again, Banner's dead, what are we afraid of his little pups for? "Remember to show your claws, old pal." Only half of Deadpool, still on the Spider-Mobile with Hawkeye, shrugged, looking at Peter approaching. "See? Didn't I tell you?" Venom definitely took out the Hulk in the end. Chapter 147, The Web Gods. Hammer Falls, Tanya's auto shop. Due to Peter and Wade's arrival in this universe, the sequence of some events went awry. Old Hawkeye had previously taken Peter and his companions to take down the Wasteland Hulk. Bullseye, Red Skull's top assassin, who discovered Hawkeye had wiped out multiple men, had already killed Hawkeye's former employer and tracked him all the way to his ex-wife's house. His goal was simple, to experience the joy of killing a superhero one last time before he died. So, once he confirmed Hawkeye could still put up a fight, he eagerly rushed over. Unfortunately, Hawkeye wasn't at his ex-wife's house. Still, Bullseye was determined to find out Hawkeye's whereabouts. So he stood there quietly, waiting. Then, a mixed-race little girl walked out of the auto shop and stood in front of Bullseye. "Are you some kind of pervert, staring at my house?" "Relax, little girl, I'm just looking for your dad." His transplanted bionic eye displayed her identity information. "Is he home?" "This isn't his home. He only comes around here every few years when he makes my mom mad." The bionic eye's lie detector showed the little girl was telling the truth, which disappointed Bullseye a little. He pulled out a steel fork, intending to play a friendly joke with the girl. Just then, his bionic eye rapidly alerted him to a surge in nearby energy. Suddenly, he saw a red vortex appear out of thin air, and a person stepped out of it. Almost before Bullseye could react, heavy machine gun fire raked his body, turning him into a bloody pulp. The little girl, Hawkeye's daughter Ash Barton, looked in astonishment at the men who emerged from the vortex. He wore heavy, high-tech armor, painted in a red and blue combination. Ash had seen this kind of outfit before. At home, there was an old Spider-Man costume with the same color scheme. Who was this person? "I am War Spider, from the Web Legion that spans the multiverse." War Spider raised his right hand. Clearly visible on the gauntlet of his power armor was a ring on his middle finger, inside of which was a vibrant, moving spider. "Ash Barton of Earth, 21923, you possess the potential to break moral shackles and conquer your universe. I invite you to join the Web Legion." "What? Get away from her." Hawkeye, returning home, witnessed all of this. His eyes widened in fury, and he drew his bow and notched an arrow. But Peter was even faster. His spider sense, at that moment, screamed more terrifyingly than it had when facing Wasteland Hulk. In an instant, he brought Venom with him for a flying kick, sending Warspider sprawling. Warspider had initially intended to open fire, but upon seeing who attacked him and receiving the information from his spider lantern ring, he was greatly shocked. "You are not the spider totem of this world, nor are you a member of the Legion. How did you come to this universe? I was wondering why this universe was causing the web of destiny to tremble. How about you tell me first, what exactly is your Legion?" Peter controlled Venom to rip out Warspider's arc reactor from his chest. Losing his power source, Warspider raised his right hand at the last moment. The spider lantern ring flashed, and a red vortex appeared behind him, about to envelop him. At this moment, Deadpool yelled, "Baby throwing knife," and tossed an adamantium dagger, which embedded itself in Warspider's forehead. Both Hawkeye and Peter turned to look at him. What? He's from a powerful Legion, wearing a lantern ring, going around the universe recruiting strange Spider-Men to join them, and then they recite an oath. Deadpool looked at them. "Don't you think they deserve a stab?" Earth 51821, Web Legion Headquarters. The Web Legion is a multiverse-spanning organization. Its purpose is to help spider totems who are unwilling to be heroes and are unburdened by morality to conquer their own universes. This organization was founded by 2 powerful totems who had conquered their own universes, and later, 3 more spider totems who had conquered their universes single-handedly joined. Within the Web Legion, these powerful totems who could conquer their universes by themselves are called the Web Gods. The Web Gods possess the means to traverse the multiverse, and they create spider lantern rings for their members to invade more multiverses. Of course, to avoid, or rather, delay, the heroic Spider-Men from discovering them and forming an opposing organization, the Web Legion does not recruit spider totems with heroic tendencies. But despite such caution, accidents still happened. When Warspider's body returned to the Earth 51821 headquarters, he also brought back relevant information. This visual data recorded by his armor was not uploaded to the information headquarters but was intercepted by the Web Gods. It seems another Spider-Man has mastered the ability to traverse the multiverse. The Web God speaking was a spider totem completely covered in a black symbiotic exocostume. In his universe, he replaced Null, the god of symbiotes, becoming the new symbiote god, but he couldn't restrain the ideological corruption of his universe's venom, thus assimilating his world. This shouldn't be using technology or anyone else's power. I felt the power of destiny from him. Phoenix Spider burned with flames. She was Jean Grey from a certain universe. After being bitten by a radioactive spider, she awakened her mutant and spider abilities. Then the Phoenix Force found her, and she eventually became the Dark Phoenix. The gods then looked at the giant lantern in the sky. Imprisoned within it was Carl King from a certain universe. He had consumed his entire universe, becoming the Spider Swarm, but even the Web Gods, who were not good people themselves, disdained to associate with Carl King and instead trapped his consciousness within a specific spider's body, turning him into a lantern beast, used for traversing the multiverse. As a side note, this idea was proposed by another absent Web God, Spiderpool. He was Wade Wilson from a certain universe. While seeking a cure for cancer, he was bitten by a spider, gaining a healing factor and spider abilities, as well as the ability to infect others through bodily fluids. He unleashed a biochemical crisis in his universe and conquered it. That's the patriarch. Finally, a clearly African spider totem spoke. He wore traditional African tribal attire. As he spoke, he caught a spider that had split off from Carl King. He was Anansi, the god of lies and stories in Akan mythology, and the world's first spider totem. I will bring him back, or stop him. Chapter 148, The Spider God Descends. In the second-floor office of Tanya's auto shop in Fallout Town, Peter, Deadpool, Old Hawkeye, and Old Hawkeye's daughter Ashley were discussing what had just happened. After dealing with the Hulk, Logan had returned home to guard against other surviving Hulks. He wasn't particularly interested in getting involved in superhero affairs, so Peter decided to let him be. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, while cleaning up the shattered remains outside his ex-wife's place, discovered that the guy taken down by Spider-Man's painted war machine was actually Bullseye. He retrieved the Necrolock, Deathlock and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., cybernetic eye Bullseye had transplanted, washed it clean, and thoughtfully fiddled with it in his hand. Now, Peter was complaining about Deadpool's recent actions. What were you thinking? I already removed the arc reactor from his chest, we could have kept him for questioning. Peter was truly furious. That organization, the Web Warriors, was undoubtedly the key, possibly even the cause, of the Web of Destiny's tremors, and then you just cut him down with one slice. You never said that guy was also supposed to be protected. On the contrary, you've always believed your multiversal granddaughter was the key, okay. So I was protecting your precious granddaughter, alright. Deadpool yelled back with equal high decibel fury, why would I protect a rapper in spider camouflage who might even be a Skrull? If I wanted to kill him, why would I even bother removing his reactor? Can't you see that? You don't kill anyone anyway, do you? Even if you wanted to, you've never actually killed anyone. So how was I supposed to know you wanted to keep him alive? Peter felt a headache coming on. His spider sense was still buzzing, though not as intensely as before. There must have been something wrong with that spider war machine, otherwise, a mere Spider-Man version of War Machine wouldn't have made his spider sense go off the charts. But the guy was dead, and not only dead, his body had been sent back to deliver a message. Who knew if that was why his spider sense kept blaring? Ashley Barton had no idea what was going on. Still a spirit girl, she rubbed her hair. Yesterday, she had beaten up a chubby kid who owed her protection money, along with the guys who beat him up. Today, she was told that Bullseye, the president's chief marshal, died in front of her, and that her waste of space dad's companions, her grandfather from another world and his friend, had taken down the Hulk. She paused for a while, then asked her dad, who was still fiddling with the cybernetic eye, without much hope, "They came for me." They were, but now it sounds like they came for the person who's looking for you. Because she had witnessed Spider-Man's powerful strike that removed the arc reactor, Ashley told Peter everything she knew about the Web Warriors, but apparently, she didn't know much. However, after hearing their dialogue and seeing their appearance, it was clear that one of their founders must have been a Spider-Man version of Deadpool. And they weren't a heroic team but rather a group dedicated to helping ambitious spider totems conquer various worlds. What else? After seeing the body of the Spider War machine return, would they choose reciprocal retaliation, or would they disappear without a trace? Peter would soon find out. His spider sense roared in his brain like never before, his head throbbing, his vision blurring. But at the same time, he seemed to see a gigantic web, constantly vibrating. It was the web of destiny itself trembling, as if. An immensely colossal spider was walking on the delicate web, so much so that the web couldn't bear the weight. And as the giant spider drew closer, the vibrations of the web became increasingly pronounced. The pained Peter stood up, then fell to his knees. Ashley also painfully collapsed onto the bed. Her abilities weren't as prominent as Peter's, and her spider sense wasn't as sensitive, but even she felt immense pain at that moment. "Are you okay, little spider?" "Ashley. Ashley, are you all right?" Both expressed concern for their respective spider totems. Peter struggled to his feet. The pain lessened. Something had appeared. Peter darted out of the room and onto the streets of Fallout Town. This was the place with the strongest superhero atmosphere in the wasteland, with all sorts of superhero merchandise scattered everywhere. In the very center of the street lay Thor's Mjolnir, which had fallen there when Thor died. No one seemed to notice the young man in the iron spider suit without his mask. Behind him, Deadpool, old Hawkeye, and the curious Ashley also followed. They followed Peter's gaze and looked up at the sky. They saw a spiderweb, starting from a single point and spreading across the entire sky. The spider sense was gone, even more terrifying, it had vanished. Peter felt no danger at all. Only countless dense spiderwebs exploded completely, tearing open the sky above Fallout Town, revealing a massive crimson scar. Within the scar, phantoms flickered, and then a figure floated out from within the scar. It was a black man, dressed in traditional West African tribal attire. With a wave of his hand, the webs retracted, stitching the sky back together. Then he landed in front of Thor's hammer, separated from Peter by the numb ordinary citizens who were praying to Mjolnir, begging for a god to descend upon the world. "I once challenged the king of the gods with lies, bringing stories to the mortal realm. I made humanity believe that I was a facet of my divine father, and with lies, I drove the gods from my universe. Thus, I became the only god in the entire universe, a god who conquered his own universe." Peter put on his iron spider mask. The built-in database analyzed the figure's words, and Peter stated the conclusion of the analysis: "You are Anansi, the Ghanaian god of lies and stories." "Indeed, I am, Chief." Anansi gave a polite, smiling bow. "I formally invite you to join our spider army. You possess the power to freely traverse the web of life and destiny, which is precisely what we urgently need. In exchange, we can offer you power, protect your universe and family. And, we can also tell you a secret. A group of monsters called the Inheritors are preying on spider totems across various multiverses, and the Web Warriors can protect the spider totem's safety." "Conquer." Peter suddenly countered, "Is that how you recruit people?" "Yes." "Is there anything strange about that? If you're recruiting and you don't fear the Inheritors, what are you preparing for?" Peter probed. "The Hive." Anansi, unexpectedly, fell silent. It really was the Hive. Anansi thought for a moment, finally preparing to say something, but before he could finish, a gigantic steel beam came hurtling through, directly striking Anansi and sending him flying. Subsequently, almost all the metal structures in Fallout Town were yanked into the air. A shriveled, emaciated old man floated in midair, glaring furiously at the god from another realm. "Get out of my territory." Author's note. Anansi is the son of Niam, the father of the gods in Ashanti mythology. There are also legends that Anansi is one of Niam's incarnations, who transformed into a spider and wove the entire world with his webs. Marvel Universe's Anansi first appeared in Spider-Man, Fairy Tales issue number 2, from Earth 7082. His world has no superheroes, only a mythological one. He is recognized by Marvel as the first spider totem. This novel has again taken liberties. His power level roughly aligns with the main universe Thor. The way he conquered his universe is as he stated, he severed the connection between the gods and the world. Anyway, his universe had no other superheroes. The god of stories as a divine identity is truly an overpowered existence in Marvel. The hive that PP mentioned at the end of this chapter is not Hydra Swarm or AIM. The author mentioned it in the group, or some deep fans of American comics might know who it refers to. The setting of the Web Warriors is a foreshadowing for a series of future Spider-Verse stories, because American comics are classic, spaghetti code, so various problems arise. For example, Morlun has been feasting on the entire multiverse for decades, but the Spider-Men haven't noticed anything. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Magneto will protect everyone. Magneto of Earth 21923 was very old, so old he had Alzheimer's. This was quite normal. After all, he was already an old man during the golden age of heroes. Now, 45 years later, he was over 100 years old. He once believed Red Skull's words, thinking that after all heroes were annihilated, mutants would thrive under his leadership. But he was wrong. The villains simply didn't know how to govern a nation. Red Skull even bombed all American forces unwilling to submit to him with nuclear weapons, turning the entire United States into a wasteland. For some unknown reason, no new mutants had been born since that year. The mutant territory saw fewer and fewer mutants, further proving Magneto's initial choice was wrong. Now, he was old, very old. He would see illusions of his son, Pietro, and daughter, Wanda. If he hadn't relied on his children's trust in his parental affection that day to kill Wanda, allowing the absorbing man to absorb Wanda's magic, Thor might not have died, and the world might not have fallen. His youngest daughter, Lorna, might not have left him either. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. This was the only phrase the ruler of the entire American Midwest, a shriveled, emaciated old man, spoke every day. Every morning, he would rise and, looking at his silent children by his bed, he would shriveledly ask them, "What do you want me to do?" Wanda and Pietro never answered. Until today, at Hammer Falls, a heavily monitored area within Magneto's territory, an otherworldly visitor appeared and looked formidable. So, with the help of his illusory children, he attacked this stranger. Peter was once again bewildered by this universe's utterly illogical and reckless development. And what the hell did you protect? Besides the hammer, the entire Hammer Falls was about to be pulled into the sky by you, wasn't it? If the Iron Spider suit hadn't already been demagnetized, he would have been pulled into the sky. You see, this universe really isn't friendly. Anansi suddenly reappeared beside Peter. Peter looked at him, puzzled. Weren't you blown away? Please, even Loki can easily cast illusions, let alone me. I'm the one who banished Loki. Your universe is Loki. Anansi couldn't help but laugh. Child, the concept of gods isn't like that. Gods are creations of magic passing through human thoughts and consciousness through stories, modifying reality. Essentially, all gods of the multiverse originate from the same concept, it's just that their appearances and physical forms vary in the human consciousness of different universes. I am the god of stories. I control stories, so I prevented magic from passing through all stories except Anansi, which is why I banished the gods. It's not that I actually banished a group of beings called gods. Peter looked at him, silent. Anansi seemed to understand Peter's thoughts and nodded helplessly. All right, I'll tell you why I'm doing this. It has nothing to do with what you said. That Hive Queen, she's confined beneath the web of destiny, so you don't have to worry about her for now. Anansi raised his hands, saying resignedly, as for what you just asked, what if you refuse? That doesn't matter either. I am the god of stories. Even if modifying an entire universe is a bit difficult, modifying your life is effortless. Unlike you, a special totem, we pay a considerable price to travel through the multiverse. So, if you join us, it will be much easier for us. Then you'll have to deal with Magneto first. Anansi smiled indifferently. I'll be right back. Hello. Hi. Konnichiwa. Looking at Deadpool's hand waving in front of him, Peter looked at him and first stated the important matter, that Spider-God is an enemy. And there's no doubt we can't persuade him with words. Have you thought of a way to deal with him? Deadpool said, while following Peter's gaze to Thor's hammer in the center of Hammer Falls, instantly cheering, oh. Yes. That's right, pick it up, little spider, then thoroughly spank that black Spider-Man's butt. We don't want any black Spider-Man. Watching Peter grasp the hammer handle, Deadpool cheered, pick it up. Come on. You can do it. I can't. Peter, after holding Thor's hammer for a few seconds, shrugged, can't lift it. Deadpool froze, then looked stunned. You didn't even try. Because I knew I couldn't pull it out, okay. Ashley admitted she had hoped her otherworldly grandfather could lift the divine hammer she had been trying to wield since childhood. But it still didn't work. It seemed these two were destined to die here today. And her useless father had, predictably, run away. Now, it was up to Magneto to see if he could defeat that so-called god. Meanwhile, Magneto, mumbling, understood the true meaning of his imagined children. The enemy couldn't be defeated this way. The metal in Hammer Falls was simply not enough, and he couldn't destroy ordinary people's lives. That's how it is, that's how it is. Countless iron sands spread from the ground, firmly binding Anansi, then dragging him away from the town. Magneto instinctively controlled every iron atom in the surrounding earth, forming a solid cage to trap the enemy. He tried to control the iron atoms within the enemy's body, but found nothing, because the opponent simply had no iron atoms. He then tried to control the biological magnetic fields within the opponent's body, but also found nothing. Magneto looked at his enemy with confusion. He began to suspect that all of this was his own delusion, that there was no such enemy, and that he was just having another episode. Anansi, meanwhile, laughed. He broke through the shackles Magneto had set with brute force. These shackles were indeed terrifying, but he was a god, probably the only god in this universe. How could a god be defeated by mortals? You are strong, mortal, but to challenge a god, you are not qualified. The enemy before him was real. In Magneto's cloudy eyes, an unidentifiable light flickered. He made an incomprehensible whimpering sound, then a gigantic shadow loomed over, blocking out the sky. It was the shield helicarrier that had crashed to the ground, which he had unconsciously moved into the sky. Magneto stared blankly at the helicarrier in the sky, then seemed to understand something, controlling the helicarrier to crash heavily onto Anansi. Die. Villain. Chapter 150, God War, Part 1. A whole floating aircraft carrier descended from the sky, crashing onto Anansi. Did the spider god die? From within the ruins, a violent noise could be heard. Then, a completely unharmed Anansi burst out, charging directly at Magneto. Magneto controlled the magnetic field around him, strengthening his physical body, and even this swift and fierce attack left him unscathed. The clouds in the sky completely dissipated from the impact. Magneto was unharmed, but Anansi wasn't planning on killing him with a charge. On the contrary, he grabbed Magneto's face. Magneto saw himself saving Hammerfall. The terrifying alien lay dead from his attack, his scorched body on the ground, filled with swords. This was the fate of anyone who challenged Magneto. He saw his deceased children, Wanda and Pietro, finally smiling and no longer silent. Wanda. Pietro. The old man stared blankly into the distance and was then killed by the spider god twisting his neck. Magneto, who had reigned supreme and ruled a quarter of America for an era, died just like that. Well, on the bright side, at least America is half safe now. Old Hawkeye's voice rang out next to Ashley. Just as she was about to ask what her cowardly, useless old man was doing back, she saw a shocking sight. Hawkeye had put on his Avengers uniform again, but he wasn't wearing that ridiculous mask because his left eye had been replaced with a prosthetic eye, the very same prosthetic eye taken from Bullseye's corpse just a few hours ago. What, you weren't going to send your old man into a fight blind, were you? This is your stepfather's handiwork, and it turned out quite decent. P.S. Ashley's stepfather is Ultron Mark 8. Clint Barton smiled, hesitated for a moment, and then placed a hand on his daughter's head. To his surprise, his daughter didn't say anything this time. Take your mother and your stepfather and leave. Protect them, Ashley. What about you? Me. Old Hawkeye drew his best bow, with 3 quivers full of arrows on his back. Don't worry about me. I'm an Avenger. Ashley was silent for a few seconds before turning to go home, while Hawkeye watched the thing slowly descending from the sky. According to the data from the Necrolock prosthetic eye, that thing was terrifyingly strong, almost on par with Thor. This is a death wish, Hawkeye muttered to himself. All right, finally, we can talk. Anansi landed in front of Peter. Deadpool, yelling yay, charged forward, only to be thrown aside by Anansi's webs. He looked at Thor's hammer next to Peter and couldn't help but laugh. You want to try it, right? But you can't lift it. What a shame. In just an instant, before either Venom or the Iron Spider suit could react, Anansi rushed in front of Peter, violently tore off the helmet of the Iron Spider suit, and pinched his jaw. His eyes emitted a dazzling white light. Let me see your story. A very typical Spider-Man story. Let him go. Old Hawkeye shouted while firing an arrow at Anansi. Anansi reached out and stuck a toy Captain America shield from a stall to stop the arrow, all while savoring Peter Parker's story. Very good, very exciting, you dare to deceive me. With a sudden strike, Anansi was sent flying backward, smashing through several buildings in hammerfall. The shocked Hawkeye looked at Peter, who was holding a hammer no one could lift. His body was releasing lightning, Peter's own bioelectricity. He raised Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, and with a roar, released all of his bioelectricity into the sky. The once cloudless sky began to grow heavy from the lightning coming from below, and dark clouds started to gather. Then, lightning that could engulf Peter's entire body descended from the sky, pouring into his body. Even Venom, which had an innate aversion to lightning, felt very comfortable. A vast power surged into Peter's body, and lightning gathered around him. The iron spider suit underwent subtle changes, seemingly transforming from a smooth suit into something more like armor. He simply retracted the helmet. Meanwhile, Anansi, who had been smashed into a residential building, wiped away the blood that the hammer blow had drawn from his mouth, got up, and began to laugh heartily. Interesting. Interesting. A mortal, trying to deceive the god of lies. Anansi laughed and charged toward Peter. You're the first mortal to ever do that. Really? I thought a lot of people had boasted about their great deeds to you. Peter swung Mjolnir and then threw it with great force. Anansi easily dodged it, but then he saw the webbing hook to the back of the hammer. Next came Peter's fist, covered by venom and swollen several times in size, being flung by the hammer. And all those things you boasted about to them. The giant fist smashed into Anansi's face, sending him flying backward. He flew for several kilometers, leaving both of old Hawkeye's eyes, his original and his new prosthetic, in a state of shock. Peter then activated his suit and flew toward the place where Anansi had landed. Anansi flew without any obstacles, straight and fast from the immense force, until a mountain range caught him. A huge crack appeared on the mountain face from the point of impact, and the hundreds of meters of the mountain above that point shattered into giant boulders that began to tumble down. Then, circles of rapidly rotating dark clouds gathered. Peter raised Mjolnir above his head, swung it in circles, and then made a motion of smashing it down toward Anansi. Thousands of bolts of lightning then descended from the sky, one after another, striking the spot where Anansi had been hit. When the lightning ceased, Peter landed with Mjolnir in his hand. The area had been flattened by the impact and the lightning, and Anansi, looking completely unharmed, clapped his hands as he walked toward Peter. I have to say, you really surprise me. How long have you been a totem? Half a year? Or 8 months? You're better at fighting than most other totems. And coincidentally, I love dealing with people who only know how to fight. Countless skyscrapers rose into the air, and time seemed to return to Manhattan in 2012, the place where everything began. That day, the day Uncle Ben took Peter to the bank to deposit money, a day unlike any other. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 151, Godly Battle, Part 2. You must understand, as the first spider totem, I've witnessed countless spider totems, and many of them were named Peter Parker, Anansi's voice said, as some of Peter's memories gradually faded. So I find it very strange that you are so unique. Peter found himself forgetting everything about that matter. He knew he had gone through it, but he had forgotten what choice he made. Is your uniqueness because you know the future? Peter unconsciously retorted, don't you know? No, I can't see your memories. I can only see the story. Everything returned to normal. Peter remembered he was there to participate in an underground boxing match. However, he couldn't remember why. But since he was there, he participated dutifully and left with his winnings. Just then, he heard a woman's cry for help. That man's a thief. Stop him. Peter looked at the person running toward him. The person seemed to be holding a gun. He looked around, picked up a beer bottle from a trash can, and threw it. The aim was perfect, and the bottle hit the person's head with just the right amount of force. Did you really have to help like that? The woman morphed into Anansi. She walked over to the unconscious robber. Did you have to take this guy down? To show how different you are from all the other Peter Parkers, huh? At that moment, Peter's memories came back. He kindly offered a suggestion. How about you get rid of the bottle? The problem wasn't the bottle. Would you be willing to not find something else to stop this guy, and let Ben Parker die just like the other Ben Parkers in other universes? The moment you got your spider powers, this scene was destined to happen. Anansi thought about it and suddenly laughed. The next second, Peter lost his memory again, finding himself in a police station because the bottle he threw had cracked someone's head open. In the end, he was acquitted by the jury. But you killed a man. He died because of you. You can never forget that the power you wield can easily kill people. Anansi's whispers gradually merged with the world. Peter experienced a robbery again, just like the last time. But his hands were trembling. He thought of the robber he had accidentally killed. So, he chose to use his modified web shooters to trap the robber. Suddenly, Peter appeared on a street. He failed to stop Null. Null was consumed by flames, but Peter could only hold Gwen's bones. He threw the Spider-Man suit into a trash can. Anansi smiled happily, but in an instant, Peter Parker sprinted back, picked up the suit, and hastily put it on, because a new crime had happened outside, and someone else needed his help. He couldn't bear to watch a second person die in front of him. Anansi let out an angry curse. Damn. He began to write a new story. Next was Cindy. Peter arrived too late, and she was killed by the Scorpion. Next was MJ, who was crushed into a bloody pulp by a car. The next was Felicia, who died in a Hydra base. Time and time again, Peter Parker would throw away the suit. But time and time again, when he witnessed another life about to be lost, Peter Parker would act, returning and putting on the suit again. Damn. 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 Anansi appeared in front of Peter. He stood there like a normal person, begging Peter. Can you please want something? Do you want women? I can get you every girl you've ever met. Do you want to be the master of the world? I can give you world after world. Do you even want me dead? Peter grabbed Anansi by the throat. I'm right here. Peter broke Anansi's neck and tossed him aside, but nothing happened. But can you please not run off to save someone just because you think Spider-Man is needed? Peter looked at Anansi seriously and shook his head. I never thought the world needed Spider-Man. Anansi shook his head helplessly. Then what the hell are you doing? Making myself feel better. Because their deaths won't be my responsibility. I did the best I could. Anansi took a deep breath, but then he suddenly thought of something. He laughed, and Peter's memories dissipated once more. He looked around blankly, finding that his leg was broken, and he was walking down the street with a cane. Not far away, superheroes were fighting, but he was just an ordinary person with no superpowers. In that case, I shouldn't interfere with the superheroes' battle. Peter thought to himself, watching the Avengers fight their enemy. The enemy seemed to have gone mad. Magneto even killed his own daughter to give the absorbing man more power. But Peter couldn't get involved. He didn't have any superpowers. Yaha. A cane struck the absorbing man's leg. Thor, who had been badly beaten, saw this and urgently shouted, "Stand back. Mortal." Peter didn't say anything. He just raised his cane and hit the absorbing man's leg again. He lifted Mjolnir, shattered all the illusions, and turned everything back into a normal platform. Only Anansi was left, sitting on a stone stool, sighing helplessly. It was all an illusion. My illusions couldn't make you lose your memory. I was just reenacting and adapting stories. But it's a shame, I can't guide the protagonist's thoughts. Anansi sighed again. This is why I hate heroes. The Legion won't even try to recruit heroes. You're like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. Or, you could choose to kill me. Anansi laughed. Fine, he gestured to Peter. Put down your hammer, throw it aside, and revoke your powers as Thor. I can kill you right now. Peter looked at Anansi, and the two seemed to be at a stalemate. But then, to Anansi's surprise, Peter offered a solution. Perhaps we can solve this problem another way. What? Let's make a bet, and we'll write this bet as a story. Anansi was intrigued. What do we bet? If I win, you and your Legion can never enter this universe. If I lose, I'll revoke my powers as Thor. Peter looked at Anansi and laid out his condition. But the bet must meet one of my requirements. Anansi closed his eyes. He knew that the current Peter also had godlike power. Fine, what is your requirement? Let's start the bet first. A moment later, the two were sitting at a card table. Before the cards were revealed, Peter finally stated his requirement. I demand that the location of the bet be at my timeline's East University. Though confused, Anansi placed the story in the requested setting. And then, the story goes like this: two men are gambling, and then. Peter swung Mjolnir at Anansi's head. And the contract of the gods was, at that moment, invalid, which was far beyond Anansi's understanding. He was defeated by the very logic of the story he created himself. They were arrested because, in this country, gambling is illegal. Mjolnir struck the god of lies in the head, sending him flying once more. Chapter 152, Divine Battle, Part 3. This was the second time Peter had tricked Anansi, and it sent him flying. This time, a stunned Anansi didn't get a chance to recover because Peter immediately slammed the Mjolnir into his chest, then followed up with blow after blow, aiming each one at his head. Ultimately, Peter was able to fool Anansi because he explained that this so-called wager was a story. A story needs to follow logic, and naturally, it can be manipulated by logic. If it were a pure lie, Anansi would have had much more room to wiggle out of it. 80. Another blow landed on Anansi's head, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. However, Anansi was unharmed, save for a few minor scrapes. He laughed as Peter continued to strike him again and again, catching each blow with his face. Peter stopped his assault. He covered the entire mountainside where Anansi had been sent crashing with lightning. The Anansi he had been relentlessly beating then gradually vanished. The real Anansi, who had only rested for a minute or two, sat on the side, looking at Peter. "Don't you get tired? Hitting me with that useless hammer of yours over and over?" Peter looked at Anansi and countered, "What about you? Don't you find using illusions boring? I'll just find you every time." Anansi laughed, stretching his limbs. It was obvious that neither of them could defeat the other. Anansi understood that the young men in front of him had a determined enough will that the battle would surely end with his own departure. However, even though Anansi knew the inevitable outcome, it didn't mean he was willing to leave just like that. Even if he couldn't kill Peter Parker, who was wielding Mjolnir, he could still teach him a lesson. "You know, compared to our kind, we're exceptionally outstanding. When you became the spider totem, the power you received was almost unimaginably strong," Anansi said with a smile. "But there's one difference. You are human. And I was born a god." He charged at Peter. Peter swung Mjolnir to meet him head-on, but he hit another illusion. Then, his back was caught by a strand of webbing, and Anansi spun him around several times in the air before throwing him. Before Peter could react, Anansi rushed forward and pinned Peter's face. "You are just a Spider-Man among mortals, but I am the Spider-Man among gods." The two of them once again streaked across the sky above Hammer Falls and flew toward another mountain range. Old Man Hawkeye cursed, dug Deadpool out from under the rubble of a house, and shouted, "We have to go help." "Are you serious? That's clearly not a fight the two of us can get involved in." Deadpool, who had crawled out, said to Hawkeye. "Don't worry, Spider-Man never disappoints. After all, everyone's making money off him, right? Who would beat their most profitable IP to a pulp while also using him as a pawn for someone else, right? I don't care about that. I only care that an Avenger is under attack." Hawkeye yelled, pointing at the Fantastic Four's flying car strapped to the back of the spider buggy. This thing was originally held by the Hulk gang's kids. After they took out the Hulk gang, Old Man Hawkeye took it back. The reason was simple: it could fly. Deadpool looked at the flying car, stared for a moment, and then slapped his thigh. "A flying car? Say no more, I'll drive. Old Man Sanders, you just have to shoot. Shoot as much as you can. Aim for the one-shot kill. I've been alive for 70 years, and I've never missed," Old Man Hawkeye said, climbing into the passenger seat. "So having only one daughter definitely wasn't my fault." As he was speaking, Old Man Hawkeye saw Ashley putting on her grandfather's old uniform, but without the mask. He was stunned and yelled, "What are you doing, you little brat? So my asshole dad won't look down on me for the rest of my life." Ashley retorted as she climbed into the flying car, which was now hovering in midair. She patted Deadpool on the shoulder. "Mr. Drive. All right, there's a line I have to say here, for our brave hearts." Deadpool took a deep breath, drove the flying car up into the sky, and shouted, "Freedom." Peter, however, was not feeling free. Anansi had been pressing his face into the ground, dragging him across an entire mountain. A 5-meter deep trench was plowed into the side of the mountain range. If Venom hadn't suddenly reacted and knocked Anansi away, Peter probably would have been dragged for a while longer. He threw his hammer at Anansi, releasing countless bolts of lightning to prevent any illusions from appearing. But Anansi didn't try to dodge Mjolnir from a distance. He had been standing right next to Peter the whole time. The moment Mjolnir flew back, he revealed his true self, shot webbing from his wrists, stuck it to Peter's chest, yanked him close, and punched him away. "What are you now? You're not Thor. You're Spider-Man." Anansi rubbed his hands together. Without looking, he reached behind him, caught the hammer Peter had summoned back, and slammed it to the ground. He then shot webbing from his wrist to stick Mjolnir to the ground. "You have to know, I'm quite happy. As a mortal who has tricked the god of lies twice, you're not bad. You've also found something that can stand against me, but you're not Thor. And not all Thors can stand against me. The power of a god depends on the strength of their reality. The only reason you can contend with me is because you're from the most powerful reality, Universe 616. He walked over to Peter, grabbed a tentacle that Venom had shot out, and ripped a piece of Venom off. "You win, kid. I can't kill you, and I can't bring this world into the Legion's fold, or alter your life." As Anansi said this, he raised his fist. "But I'm going to show you how badly you can lose when you cross a god." Peter tried to stand up, but Anansi punched him back to the ground. As Anansi was about to throw a second punch, he sensed an arrow flying toward him from behind. He casually shot a strand of webbing to intercept it. However, Hawkeye's arrow grazed the webbing and hit Anansi directly. It didn't cause any damage, but it did create a flash of light. As Anansi swung his fist, his body began to shrink infinitely. That was the last Pym particle arrow. I was saving it for Astra. Old Man Hawkeye said, looking at the fallen Peter. You got lucky, kid. 2 chapters in a row, so the protagonist doesn't get beaten. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Thunder of a Myriad Bolts. The moment Anansi shrank, Peter, with the help of Venom, got back on his feet. He swiftly tore apart the webs Anansi had set and picked up Mjolnir again. How do you feel, kid? Old Hawkeye got out of the car and walked over to Peter, who was holding the hammer. Peter shook his head. I'm okay, but he's definitely not gone for good. He'll be back. Anansi's right, just because I found a way to counter him doesn't mean I can beat him. I'm not Thor, and I can't win this way. So what do we do? Peter was trying to think of a plan, but then, they saw Anansi returning, infinitely enlarging himself from the quantum realm. The latter sighed as he looked at old Hawkeye, and before Peter could react, he shot a web from his wrist and connected it to Hawkeye. Instantly, Hawkeye's eyes became vacant, even though one was a prosthetic. He seemed to be seeing something. Noticing this, Deadpool charged forward again, was punched to the ground by Anansi, and also fell into a vacant, dazed state. Next was Ashley, who had been the last to charge. All 3 of them were down in a single blow. They're much simpler than you. Each of their desires is easy to fulfill, and they will lose themselves in it. I don't even know what wish to give you. The only world you would be satisfied with is a perfect world that no longer needs any superheroes, a world that doesn't even exist in universes without superheroes. Anansi said with a hint of exasperation, and if I were to show you a perfect world like that, it would only prove that you can still hold that hammer. From start to finish, the illusions or stories Anansi created for Peter were meant to make him lose the worthiness to wield Mjolnir, but it seemed impossible. Peter looked at Anansi, then suddenly said something. Actually, this hammer isn't hard to pick up. For you, maybe so. No, I'm serious. Peter's words made Anansi look at Mjolnir, and he asked in disbelief, you mean, are you saying that anyone can actually lift this hammer? That it's just lying there for the taking? That was pretty much it. When Peter had taken hold of Mjolnir, he had heard Thor's dying call, anyone who was willing to be a hero, willing to protect this world on the brink of destruction, could lift Mjolnir and become the new Thor. So, in the final moments of his life, Thor had relaxed the conditions. But for 45 years, those who had tried to lift the hammer were all bullies or greedy individuals who overestimated themselves. The oppressed civilians, the silent heroes who had lost hope, no one had ever thought they could lift Mjolnir, unaware that as long as they had the courage to try, anyone could. And it also reminded me of how to defeat you. Anansi was stunned, then he started to laugh. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you serious? Do you really think you can beat me with that hammer? Yeah, why not? Looking at Anansi, who was standing not far away, Peter took a deep breath. He didn't choose to charge forward but slammed Mjolnir heavily onto the ground. He wasn't attacking the ground, he was using his power as a patriarch totem to tear through the fabric of reality. Then, Venom spread out from the iron spider suit, grabbing Anansi's limbs and pulling him toward the rift of the multiverse. What are you doing? Anansi resisted the symbiote's pull and asked. Peter, meanwhile, extended Mjolnir into the spatial rift and asked a question. I was thinking, if there's a hammer that can lower its requirements enough for a Spider-Man to lift it, how many other Spider-Men in the multiverse could lift Mjolnir? You want to use the web of destiny to summon the spider totems who have lifted Mjolnir in the multiverse to help you. Anansi laughed with disdain. You fool. Such people are few and far between. What can a handful of lightning bolts do? A handful. I guess liberal arts majors aren't good at math. Peter gripped Mjolnir with both hands, having Venom use all its strength to pull Anansi closer. As he opened the rift, he used the divine power on Mjolnir to resonate with the entire multiverse through the web of destiny. Peter could see that neither Miguel nor Anansi used the web of destiny to travel the multiverse, only he could see it when he traveled. The difference was that only a spider totem could resonate with the web of destiny, and he was now searching for those Spider-Men who were worthy of Mjolnir. Don't you know that even a fraction of a countless number is still a countless number? Upon hearing this, Anansi's face changed. He looked at the hammer still in the of reality in disbelief. He understood that if this immense power didn't hit him, it would have nowhere to go and might even destroy the entire planet. He began to tear at the symbiote on him, but Venom was clinging to him precisely to prevent him from escaping or being an illusion. How could it let him go? Anansi shot a web at the mountain, sticking to the peak to stabilize himself. And it was at that moment. Ashley Barton broke free of Anansi's control and bit through his web. No. Losing his anchor, Anansi was yanked by Venom to Peter's side. Then, a blow, gathering the power of all the Spider-Thors in the multiverse who had responded to Peter's call, smashed into Anansi's face. This was the third time he had been hit by a punch in the same manner. This time, the immense power didn't send Anansi flying. The pure white lightning struck Anansi and then pierced through the atmosphere, heading straight into deep space at a speed faster than light, dissipating into the cosmos. Anansi's already dark skin was now steaming. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Peter sighed, placed Mjolnir on top of him, and then sat down, utterly exhausted, watching Ashley try to lift the hammer without success. "How did you wake up?" "I dreamed I was the boss of the entire wasteland." "It was a great dream, except for one thing, my useless old man was cheering in it, too." Ashley looked at Hawkeye, who was lying on the ground having a pleasant dream. "Those two things, making my old man proud and me becoming the boss of the entire wasteland, can't exist together. A story can't satisfy two diametrically opposed dreams," Peter said, looking at Ashley. "The only way to solve that problem is to find a new one. After all, you can't replace your father. That part about Mjolnir isn't something I made up, it's a real setting. In certain situations, Odin and Thor can relax the worthiness criteria for Mjolnir. In the DC vs. Marvel crossover, when Superman returned Mjolnir, Thor explained it that way. Though I think Superman could have lifted it even without the relaxed conditions. Anansi is probably the enemy I've spent the most time on so far. He's been in 4 chapters and still isn't dead, so he's quite impressive." Chapter 154, Beneath the Web. After a long while, Deadpool and Old Hawkeye woke up. Old Hawkeye looked at his daughter and the resting Peter, momentarily confused about what had happened. Only Deadpool, upon waking, sighed with a sense of lingering desire. "Oh no, I dreamt I was the greatest superhero, famous both at home and abroad, even surpassing Wolverine in popularity polls. I thought you'd say you became the greatest movie star." Deadpool sat up, glanced at Peter, then stood up and patted his butt. "Nah, that's Ryan Reynolds' dream, that loser. Only a guy who can't get a movie made in our universe and is still wallowing in the failure of Green Lantern would dream like that. I'm not Ryan Reynolds, I don't need to be a movie star." With that, Deadpool took off his mask. "I am, without a doubt, the sexiest man in Canada." Ashley, seeing Deadpool's face, almost threw up, while Hawkeye burst into laughter. He then looked at Anansi, who was perfectly toasted on the outside, tender on the inside, and completely unconscious. "So, what are we going to do with this guy? Are you just going to keep him pinned down with Thor's hammer?" "I don't know. The combined might of all the Thor spiders in the multiverse couldn't kill him. Just this hammer definitely won't do it." Peter shrugged helplessly. That last move might not have been multiversal level, but it was at least beyond single entity. Regardless, the fact that such immense power hadn't killed Anansi proved he was a formidable opponent, at the very least having a huge health pool. Ashley, who had been watching the whole time, asked a question. A lot of lightning bolts flew into the sky. "Where did they go?" "I don't know," Peter answered honestly. "I just followed my gut and sent them to wherever they were needed, I guess." Just as he said that, Anansi woke up. He looked at the hammer pressing on his chest, tried to move it, but couldn't. "I should have had the Phoenix handle this. She's not afraid of this thing." "The Phoenix?" Hawkeye was startled by the word. "You guys have a Phoenix?" "Of course. The Spiderweb Legion is far more powerful than you think," Anansi chuckled. You're just the weakest of the Spiderweb gods. Asterisk. Anansi fell silent. He lay on the ground, turned his head, and looked at Peter and Deadpool who had stolen his line. He stayed quiet. Deadpool simply shrugged. "See? I told you. It's always this line. These villain organizations always pull this one, sending one minion after another to give the protagonist experience points." Peter scratched his head. As long as it wasn't the Phoenix from the main 616 universe, Peter's last attack could at least have fought her to a standstill. But the problem was that if the Spiderweb gods were indeed gods, there were probably more than one, and Peter couldn't fight them all. Just then, Anansi did something unexpected. He began to recite a rhythmic verse. "The day is dim, the night is deep. Into the earth, all things do creep. Justice is lost, the gods' power reaps. The multiverse falls, into the spiderweb's keep. It's that. It's that." Deadpool suddenly cried out in alarm, while Peter was speechless. Did these guys really have a Lantern Corps oath? As Anansi spoke, he made a sudden retching motion. A ring with a spider sealed inside appeared in his mouth. Anansi smiled and left them with his final words. "Don't worry, Patriarch. We won't carelessly send the spiderweb gods to stop you. Every time a spider totem who can shake the universe crosses the multiverse, it causes the web of life and destiny to tremble, weakening the web's seal on the Hive Goddess. That is, if the web of destiny has truly told you who the Hive Goddess is." With a shimmer, Anansi vanished. Peter's spider sense returned to normal, and it trembled continuously until it gradually subsided. Only then was he certain that Anansi had truly left. They won't send other spiderweb gods. That just means they can send regular multiverse spider totems, right? What's the difference? Peter complained internally. Hawkeye, however, asked with concern, what is this Hive Goddess he's talking about? She's probably the reason the spiderweb gods are recruiting. She's a multiversal-level goddess named Shathra. Peter then explained who Shathra was, of course, feigning that the web of destiny had told him. Shathra was the daughter of Gia, the most powerful of the 4 ancient gods. Gia wanted her daughter to create a celestial map for all of humanity in the multiverse, and Shathra's solution was the Great Nest, a hive-like model where every human soul could grow and evolve in solitude until it eventually merged into the hive consciousness of the Great Nest. However, Shathra's sister, another deity named Neith, created a superior celestial map called the Great Web, which would later become the Web of Life and Destiny. In this web, human souls were not confined to individual hive cells or merged into a hive consciousness. Instead, they formed a symphony of souls through the threads of the web, each with its own free will. Gia ultimately chose Neith's Great Web. Shathra, enraged by the chaos brought on by free will, decided to destroy the Great Web and replace it with her hive to end the chaos caused by free will. Of course, she failed, and her body was sealed beneath the web of destiny, unable to escape. Shathra was a very obscure villain, so why would Peter know about her? Because her story arc immediately followed the comic book event Spider-Verse, after the web of destiny was destroyed. Peter, after finishing the event, naturally sought to find out what happened after the web of destiny was destroyed, which is how he learned about her. A multiversal-level evil god. Hawkeye's voice changed. What would happen if she escaped the seal? She would undoubtedly replace the web of destiny with her hive, which would rewrite the reality of the entire multiverse, and all humans in the multiverse would lose their free will. But don't worry, the web of destiny is currently unbreakable, as long as those so-called spiderweb gods don't go running around everywhere. Peter added a mental note, or if someone completes the ritual to destroy the web of destiny. Step 1. Find the other. Rub his blood on the web of destiny so that the spider totems will no longer be hosted by living beings. In the original comics, the other was his clone Cain, but now nobody had cloned him. Step 2. Find the bride. Let the bride's blood flow through the threads of the web of destiny, and there will no longer be any randomly appearing spider totems. The bride was Cindy, Silk, so she was a top priority for Peter to protect. Step 3. The heir. This was the youngest spider among all creations. When the first 2 steps were completed, killing the heir would cause the web of destiny to collapse. The heir was probably the newest, recently born spider temple in the entire multiverse and was a bit random. In the original story, it was the child of a Peter from another universe. As long as those spiderweb gods didn't run around everywhere and they stopped the ritual from happening, there wouldn't be any risk of Shathra breaking the seal. Probably. A huge thank you to Ansha June for the Lantern Corps oath. Shathra first appeared in 2002's The Amazing Spider-Man Volume 2, Issue 46. Her first appearance was just as an entity that specifically fought against spider totems. However, after Spider-Verse, she was retroactively changed into a multiversal-level hive queen, codenamed Spider-Wasp. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Rebirth of the Wasteland. It all began with a flash of lightning from a dark cloud. Not a zombie, but a god of thunder. To be precise, it was Spider-Man, holding the Mjolnir, but without his mask. Everyone already knew that the dead Spider-Man was Peter Parker, which was why it was even more shocking to see Peter Parker reappear in this world. The old and decayed Baron Zemo watched everything quietly. A lot had happened over the past few days. First, Magneto was dead, or so some said. In any case, Magneto's territory had changed owners. Old Man Hawkeye, with his necromantic lock-on eye patch, announced that he was taking over Hulkland and Magneto's territory, declaring himself the new lord. In his own words, America's Midwest and West would once again be under the protection of the Avengers. How many Avengers could there possibly be? The answer was, surprisingly, quite a few. First were Peter and Deadpool, who had come to help temporarily. Their first step was to help Hawkeye deal with his old enemies, his former teammates from the Thunderbolts. These were the people who had betrayed the Avengers, which allowed Red Skull to get his hands on internal data from the Avengers base. These included the size-shifting Atlas, the bootleg Captain Marvel, Moonstone, and the villain codenamed Mach X. After that, he really did find a few old-timers who were willing to come out of retirement, such as the only forgivable former Thunderbolt, Songbird, his former apprentice Kate Bishop, the second Black Widow Yelena Belova who was living in Florida, the X-Men survivor Forge, and Vision's daughter, Viv Vision. Of course, there was also Old Man Hawkeye's daughter, the new Spider-Woman, Ashley Barton. The girl originally planned to give herself the codename Spider-Bitch, which was a choice no one could quite figure out. Logan chose not to come out of retirement, but he dared to show his claws to the people who came to his house demanding protection money, so perhaps that was a good thing. In any case, this Twilight Avengers team had been formed. For now, they had no plans to go east to find trouble with the Red Skull. Instead, they were focused on taking care of the problems in the west. As for the Red Skull, he wouldn't make a move until the giant Mjolnir hovering over his head was gone. Because of this, Peter and the others were able to sweep through this world so quickly. He smashed open the old Weapon X research facility beneath the Rocky Mountains. Inside were a minor villain named Avalanche and an army of Hydra soldiers. The Twilight Avengers charged in and quickly took care of the enemies. As one of the main culprits who had infiltrated the Thunderbolts as Citizen V, Zemo was simply shot with a barrage of arrows by Hawkeye. They also found an unexpected surprise, the super soldier serum that Hydra had painstakingly researched for 45 years and finally managed to replicate. In Universe 616, Hydra could practically mass-produce the stuff. Finally, there was only one last thing to do. A few days later, on the outskirts of New Babylon, formerly New York City, Peter walked into the ruins of the old Baxter building. In the basement of this place, an old Hulkbuster armor was parked. More importantly, this place was the key to understanding the future of this universe. If this universe's HERBIE had a barely functional time machine, it meant that this universe's Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman had died in a chaotic time stream. If not, it meant that they would one day return. But Peter wasn't here for that. He was here for one thing, the Ultimate Nullifier. The Ultimate Nullifier is a powerful artifact in the Marvel Universe that can erase an entire universe. To be more precise, anything it's aimed at will be erased. This was originally Galactus's private collection, but the Fantastic Four stole it and brought it back to Earth to use against Galactus. If he could get his hands on that, then whether it was for a future Galactus invasion or for the Twilight Avengers of the Wasteland to protect themselves, they would have a powerful trump card. After all, Peter now knew what had happened in this universe and would be leaving soon. After he left, they would have to fight countless villains on their own, so they would need some kind of last resort. Or perhaps, could this universe be turned into a base for the future Spider Alliance? Peter muttered to himself as he walked through the Baxter building. The Wasteland, especially the West Coast, had been hit by the Red Skull's nuclear bombs, resulting in a certain level of nuclear radiation. But this level of radiation wasn't lethal. The villains who wanted to perform the Web of Destiny ritual and hunted inheritors across the multiverse were very afraid of nuclear radiation. In other words, building a base here would effectively protect against the inheritors' invasion. From the attitude of the Web gods, they didn't know the inheritors' specific weaknesses, they were simply fighting them with their own strength. So, building a base here had its advantages, the villains were weak, the population was sparse, the locals wouldn't refuse to have the area rebuilt, and it could resist the inheritors' invasion. Foreigner detected. Seeing the old robot HERBIE, Peter sighed. Reed and Sue wouldn't be coming back through time to save this world. Thank you for everything you've done for my universe. Old Man Hawkeye hugged Peter and waved one last time. He took the ultimate nullifier that Peter handed him and asked, "Are you really not going to take that hammer with you? That's the hope this universe's Thor left for you. Anyone who is willing to bear that responsibility can lift Mjolnir." Peter didn't intend to take Mjolnir with him. This universe probably needed it more. Besides, the power of Venom plus the Iron Spider suit was more than enough for him in the current Universe 616. What's more, if I really need this hammer one day, you guys wouldn't stop me from using it, would you? Hawkeye laughed heartily. You're welcome to come back and visit anytime. I will. Maybe one day I'll bring a lot of friends to this wasteland, Peter said with a smile, handing the last box to Hawkeye. Oh, by the way, this is for Ashley. She'll find this useful. Watching the two figures disappear into a dimensional rift, Hawkeye opened the box in confusion. Inside were a web shooter and the formula for web fluid. Where in this big wasteland would you find buildings tall enough to swing from? On the other side, Deadpool was chatting and laughing with Peter. You think the spider in that ring will actually glow? With a flash of light, the two of them returned to the Baxter building in Universe 616. As soon as they were back, the fully armed Avengers aimed their weapons at Deadpool. Deadpool. Surrender your weapons and come in for custody immediately. Deadpool looked at Peter. Are you serious? Yeah. Peter took a pair of handcuffs from out of nowhere and put them on him. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Just from looking at it, quite a few people are still alive in the wasteland. The Wasteland universe will have some more content later, but it won't be a dungeon to grind. It will be repurposed into a hub for the Spider-Men and a refugee camp for the multiverse. Was the foreshadowing in the last chapter too heavy-handed? I feel like a lot of people don't like the web god's setting and plot. Next, it's time to return to the main universe. Kraven and Vulture are already on the schedule. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, A Familiar Face. Under the watchful eye of the Avengers, a disarmed Deadpool happily went on his way, seemingly without any complaints. Peter looked at Deadpool with a bit of curiosity, then took off his Iron Spider suit and handed it to Tony Stark. With an entire Iron Man suit to collect data from, the geniuses would have enough to keep them busy for a long time. How long was I gone this time? About 5 hours. Why? No, nothing. This time, Peter had been in another universe for about half a month, but only 5 hours had passed in the 616 universe. This seemed to imply that the flow of time was different in various universes, but something about it felt off. He thought for a moment, feeling incredibly exhausted, so he had Venom turn into his suit and said his goodbyes to the Avengers scientists and read. I'm a little tired, so I'm just going to head home. Oh, Peter. Reed, who was busy receiving data, seemed to realize Peter was about to leave. Johnny said if you ever have time, you should stop by the Baxter building. He wants to thank you. I'll remember that. After watching Peter leave, Tony's attention returned to the data. Let me see, Peter said the Avengers and other heroes in that universe were all wiped out. How did they do it? Zemo infiltrated the Thunderbolts. Wasn't Zemo dead? It seemed he needed to send a report to the Captain and Nick Fury. Meanwhile, as Peter was leaving, his spider sense rang out. He looked toward a nearby rooftop, where Madam Web, Julia Carpenter, was standing and waiting for him. Peter quickly web-zipped over. He knew this Riddler had something to tell him, and it was a good thing because he had a lot of questions for her, too. I'm glad the tremors in the Web of Destiny have settled. Madam Web started with a riddle, completely ignoring Peter's current state of exhaustion. Any tremors in the Web of Destiny must be avoided until the day of necessity arrives. What day of necessity? Peter had enough of the riddles and directly asked what he wanted to know. What are the Web Warriors? Are they gathering to fight Shothra? Madam Web was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. After a while, she asked, Is there anything you don't know? I don't know what I don't know. Peter yelled, exasperated. For example, the day of necessity you mentioned is something I completely don't know about. The day of necessity is January 15, 2024. On that day, the Web of Destiny is destined to collapse. But whether it results in a new beginning or eternal silence depends on the efforts of the spider totems. Peter was silent for a long time, completely thrown off by the surprisingly precise information. He scratched his head and asked, January 15, 2024, in our universe. Of course, in this universe. So, even if we remove the remaining 3 months of this year, we still have a full year of 24. That means we have 10 years before the Web of Destiny collapses. Peter, who had been mentally drained by Anansi, finally breathed a sigh of relief. We have plenty of time to solve this problem. 10 years. I suggest you prepare early. You cannot rely on any of the Avengers for the end of the Web of Destiny. They cannot connect to it. You can only rely on the other spider totems, even the ambitious Web of Life and Destiny. Madam Web explained the truth about the Web Warriors. When a spider totem's perception can transcend a single universe, they will catch a glimpse of Shothra. Every spider totem knows that Shothra is an unbeatable enemy. So, they chose to gather allies and create more super Spider-Men whom they call the Web Warriors, to increase their chances of victory against Shothra. Peter scratched his head. Okay, I get it. I'm going home to rest now. Is there anything else? I came to answer some of your questions, nothing more. He basically didn't solve any of his confusion, other than telling him that Shothra would break free in 10 years. Peter waved goodbye and web swung toward Queens. Earth 51821, the Web Warriors' headquarters. Anansi, who was already pitch black and now emitting black smoke from being electrocuted, returned to the Pantheon at the team's headquarters. As a price, one of the spiders split from Karn had died. These things were single-use. With one teleportation, our light beast is almost at its limit. The Black Suit King Spider-Man, also known as the God of the Symbiotes, walked over and shook his head, looking at the giant spider in the large cocoon. Next time, we'll have to find another universe with a Karn and catch a new one. How was the multi-universal lightning? It was all right. I almost died, but luckily I didn't. Anansi smiled. I'm not like that universe's Thor. I'm the god of stories. As long as stories don't fade and people remember the name Anansi, I can live forever, even without followers. The only condition is that he doesn't run into the Sorcerer Supreme or Shothra. It's also a good thing you didn't go. Otherwise, he could have severed all of your symbiote's connections to you, and you would have been exiled from your own universe. After Anansi said this, the Black Suit King Spider-Man was silent for a while before letting out a hollow voice. That might have been for the best. Anansi didn't say anything else. As the most mentally stable of the Web Warriors, not having his mind corrupted by a symbiote, the Phoenix Force, or the Spider Virus, he had to think about what to do next. All in all, the Web Warriors couldn't casually cross the multiverse, as that would weaken the Web of Destiny's endurance. But given the kid's personality, he wouldn't bring that hammer into his own universe. So, the next time Peter Parker goes to other universes, his strength will be about the same as it was today, or maybe a little stronger. What about the safety of the air? The reality barrier of the 616 universe is temporarily unbreakable from the outside. It's easy for them to get out, so there's no need to worry about them being invaded by other multiverses. After Anansi finished speaking, he thought carefully again and finally decided what the group should do next. Find someone to bring back a few more cons. Also, we need to speed up our actions. The heir will definitely choose to form his own web warriors, or whatever he calls it. When that happens, the two teams with different ideologies will definitely fight each other. We have to hurry and expand our ranks to compete with them for members. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, A Good Day in New York. Good morning, New York City. The lottery of the dead yesterday. Oops, wrong channel. In the afternoon sun of New York, light reflected off the glass facades of skyscrapers and onto Spider-Man's black suit. The second week of October had arrived, and everything seemed to have settled down. The hurried events of September were gone, and Peter was finally enjoying some peace. He felt the pressure of the wind during free fall, then shot a web just before hitting the ground, swinging high into the air. In the distance, a Daily Bugle helicopter was tracking a recent robbery. The Daily Bugle is broadcasting a live report. A security transport truck from Oscorp has been hijacked, and police are in pursuit. Oscorp. Why is it always Oscorp? Peter said this as he quickly arrived at 15th Avenue in Manhattan. He saw a modified heavy-duty truck careening down the road. Several people were standing on the roof of the truck, using some kind of cutting tool to slice open the top and climb inside. A convoy of more than a dozen police cars was in hot pursuit. Good morning, Spider-Man. Good morning, folks. Passers-by shouted to him, and Peter responded in kind before deploying his web wings and gliding toward the truck. He started by kicking a mercenary off the truck, simultaneously firing a web. The mercenary flew high into the air and landed safely in the web. Die, Spider-Man. What's that? It's too windy. Peter easily dodged a rifle volley from another mercenary, webbing the gun and sticking it to the truck's roof. He then dodged a punch. Then you should tell your friend to drive a little slower. Arg. The mercenary Spider-Man pushed off the truck yelled out, but Peter had already fired a web to catch him. He then jumped into the truck through the hole they had cut. As soon as he was inside, a flurry of gunfire erupted. After the mercenaries emptied their clips, they saw a black shield had blocked all their shots, leaving Spider-Man completely unharmed. Next, he extended his hands, and the symbiote instantly transformed into a massive biomass, pinning everyone to the inner walls of the truck. When he retracted the symbiote, they were all firmly stuck to the walls. Sorry, guys, your plan might have worked on last month's me, but this month's me is a new man. Peter shrugged, then looked at the electronic lock on the box the terrorists were trying to crack. Let me see what you're after. Oh, still working on this. First time you've seen a box with a screen and a keyboard, huh? A new generation of single-person aerial combat platform, a flying hoverboard. That's what you were looking for. That's none of your business, Spider-Man. You're right, it isn't. Peter smiled and walked to the hole, showing his face. So, remember to tell the police exactly what you were doing. With that, to the groans of the terrorists, Spider-Man jumped out of the truck. He still had one more thing to do, stop the super heavy-duty truck. He went to the driver's side and knocked on the window. Hello. Bonjour. Seeing Spider-Man knocking on the window, the terrorist driver grabbed the rifle next to him, rolled down the window, aimed it at Spider-Man, and pulled the trigger. Spider-Man dodged, then shot a web to pull the rifle out of his hands. Why won't you talk? Are you shy, friend? Oh, excuse me. Holding the rifle in one hand, Peter used the other to wave his cell phone, gesturing that he had an emergency. Can you let me take this call first? It's important. My apologies. I'm going to kill you. Peter checked his phone, saw it was Harry calling, and answered. Harry's voice was clearly excited. My dad just messaged me and said our secret base is finished, Peter. We're just waiting for you. Why is it so windy on your end? I'm out for a drive. In a convertible. Wait, you don't have a license. Harry realized. Are you being Spider-Man? Yeah, hey, buddy, turn the wheel right. Peter tossed the rifle onto the roof and stuck it there, then grabbed the steering wheel with his right hand to change lanes, narrowly avoiding a car ahead. Why can't you guys avoid rush hour when you're out robbing? Just take the subway. The terrorist driver awkwardly pulled out a pistol from his waistband and fired several shots at Spider-Man. But again, Spider-Man quickly threw it out the window. Hearing the fierce wind and gunshots, Harry asked, should I call you back later? You sound busy. Nah, it's fine. I just need to find a road with less traffic to pull this truck over. Peter said, yanking the steering wheel to make a legal right turn. The terrorist, seeing that both of Peter's hands were occupied, threw a punch at his head, but Peter easily dodged it. The road up ahead is clear. I'll be done in a minute. After telling Harry that, Peter finally let go of the steering wheel. He did a backflip and landed a few dozen feet in front of the truck. Seeing this, the terrorist flooring the gas pedal, hoping to run Peter over with the 100-ton truck. Finally, with both hands free, Peter reached out to the truck. His arm instantly bulked up, and the symbiote's biomass wrapped around the entire front of the truck, forcing it to a stop. "Is your dad coming?" "I'm afraid so." Harry sighed, sounding unhappy. "How soon can you get here?" "Maybe less than half an hour. If nothing else happens on the way." Peter hung up the phone, then used a web to rip off the truck door and hang the terrorist driver on a utility pole. The bystanders who had scattered for cover emerged from every corner, and the pursuing police cars finally arrived. The officer in charge was still Captain George Stacy, a typical NYPD officer with a low rank but who handled all the dirty work. "Thanks for the help, Spider-Man. We really couldn't have stopped this thing without you." "No problem, Captain. I just felt like it was time to get back to being your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Captain Stacy looked a little confused. "Are you planning on taking a vacation or something?" Peter shot a web onto a building and saluted. "Maybe one day, Captain. I'm out." Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Adrian Toombs. On the first floor of the Oscorp Tower, an Oscorp executive saw a balding middle-aged man sitting on a chair in the lobby and frowned in displeasure. "Why is he still here?" "He said he insists on seeing Mr. Osborn." "Osborn doesn't have time to see him." The executive frowned and walked toward the balding man. "Mr. Adrian Toombs, the company has already advised you. I want to see Norman Osborn." The man shook his head and roared from his chair. The executive was about to say something more when he heard Norman Osborn's voice. "How can you be so rude to Dr. Toombs? He is an outstanding scientist." Norman Osborn, dressed in a suit, was on his way to the Emily Osborn Research Center, a project built by his son and Peter Parker. He was surprised to see an acquaintance with whom he had a bad relationship. Norman smiled and walked over, opening his arms as if to hug Adrian. "Long time no see, Adrian. You stole my technology. You used my technology to steal my project." Adrian shot up from his chair and angrily walked up to Norman. Norman raised a hand to stop the employee who was about to rush over, looking calmly at Adrian and maintaining his smile. "You know, Adrian. Oscorp Technology's personal flight platform didn't win the military bid because of your technology. While they're both personal flight platforms, that other one, the Falcon project, has already been proven to have too high a requirement for the pilot and has been mothballed. Your proposal was just an improvement on the previous generation, still asking pilots to fly with wings. Oscorp Technology's proposal is completely new. But I developed the anti-gravity system. I filed a patent." Norman nodded as if it were a matter of course. "I admit, our technologies have some similarities in this area, but that's not enough to prove that Oscorp Technologies used your technology. How about this, we can reach an agreement that the design concepts of the anti-gravity systems in the two products are." He made a circle with his hand in the air. "A case of great minds thinking alike, what do you say? We can finalize this agreement for $5 million. $5 million. You thief. You despicable robber." Norman Osborn maintained his smile. He walked up to Adrian and whispered in his ear, "Yes, but your pathetic little workshop will be ruined by legal fees before you in your lawsuit. $5 million is already a lot for you." When Adrian heard these words, his pale face turned red with blood. He swung his fist at Norman, shouting a string of profanities. The staff and security guards quickly went to restrain him. Norman Osborn, who had been hit once or twice, rubbed his face nonchalantly and left the company with a smile. As for Adrian, he was subdued by security for causing a disturbance and handed over to the police. The NYPD was not gentle either, locking him up with the group of terrorists they had just caught today. As soon as Adrian was locked in, he heard the men complaining that they had been beaten up by Spider-Man again today. He didn't pay attention to any of that, still thinking about what Norman Osborn had said. Norman was right, he couldn't do anything to him. Even if he could win the patent lawsuit, so what? Norman had strong connections with the US government, and even if he won, his proposal would most likely not get the bid. The lawsuit would also require a huge amount of time and money, and he could very well lose everything before he even won. So should he accept Norman's offer? Take the $5 million. It was true that with $5 million, he could pay his lab employees and still have some left over, but it was nowhere near enough to start a new project. What should he do? Adrian let out a deep sigh. The world is full of freaks now. It used to be a world for us organized mercenaries. Even when special forces were deployed, we could still complete our jobs. Now, that damn Spider-Man can stop a heavy truck with just one hand, Yes, this is the era of superheroes and supervillains. Without some kind of superpower, you can't even deal with the Avengers. No superpower. An idea suddenly popped into Adrian's mind, but he didn't say anything. Just then, a seemingly decent police captain walked to the outside of the holding cell, looked at the people locked inside, muttered a few words, and opened the door. Dr. Adrian Toombs. The captain opened the cell door and led him out. Norman Osborn personally called the NYPD and said that you just had a minor disagreement. Your daughter is here to pick you up. A minor disagreement? If it was just a disagreement, why did I have to come to the police station? Adrian sneered internally at Norman Osborn's insincerity. He then walked out of the cell and saw his daughter waiting in the captain's office. I'm so sorry, Liz. Adrian sighed, but his daughter, Liz, just smiled and said it was okay, then thanked the captain, whose last name was Stacy. After they left, Liz told Adrian that Captain Stacy was the father of her friend and that he had been the one to notify her first. I'm really sorry, Liz. Well, since you're my dad, I have to accept it. Besides, you were doing it for our family's good. After seeing his daughter, Adrian buried that bold idea deep in his heart. What was the point? I have a family to take care of. There's no need to go head-to-head with Norman Osborn. With this thought, Adrian suddenly had a change of heart. 5 million is 5 million. Family is more important in the end. So he first called Oscorp Technologies, leaving a message that he was willing to accept the agreement. Hearing this, Liz looked at her father with a hint of surprise. I thought you'd hold out. After all, you've been working on that project my whole life. Maybe Norman was right about one thing, the idea of putting wings on people is outdated. Adrian put his arm around his daughter's shoulder and suddenly remembered something. What was the name of that boy you told me about from school, the one who asked you to the homecoming dance? Harold Lyman. His friends all call him Harry. If he's a good kid, maybe you could bring him home for dinner sometime. It's a common tactic for major capitalists in America to wear down small tech companies and workshops with long and costly lawsuits to get them to give up their patents. Back in the day, the Morgan family sued their competitors for allegedly copying their AC technology, which led their rival to abandon its support for Nikola Tesla. The Morgan family then went on to support Tesla's AC project. Chapter 159, The Webb Base. Officially named the Emily Osborn Research Center, this was actually the secret base of Spider-Man and his professional support team. Of course, it still needed to be disguised as a laboratory. By the time Peter arrived, Harry and Amadeus had already been waiting for a long time. Hey, guys, sorry I'm late. The lab entrance had a brand new palm and voice recognition system. After Peter passed through, he entered a lab that was full of the Osborn flavor. What does that mean? Well, based on Peter's last infiltration of Osborn tech with Felicia, the lab's walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of white hexagonal polymers, and white lights emitted from the gaps between these hexagons. That's the Osborn flavor. Whatever else you could say about it, it definitely had a cool, high-tech vibe. This is the air pollution monitoring station. We can release drones to analyze the composition of air pollution in New York. Over there are the water quality monitoring devices and algae analysis equipment. Unlike the patent bully Norman, Harry's mother, Emily Lyman, was a scientist who focused on ecology and environmental safety. She wasn't just a scientist who pointed out problems, she was a scientist who solved them. When she was still alive, Osborn Tech launched a considerable number of non-profit research projects. After her death, Osborn Tech shut down most of them, leaving only a small portion to appease certain groups and to maintain the company's image. But from Harry's current behavior, it was clear that he was intimately familiar with all of his mother's research projects. Without a doubt, he had always dreamed of restarting the projects she left behind. Meanwhile, Amadeus was busy writing some code on a computer. As he was speaking, Harry seemed to realize something and scratched his head sheepishly. I forgot. This lab is essentially ours. Oh, ours. After being kindly interrupted by Peter, Harry nodded. Our secret base, just like Batman's Batcave, ours should be called, what? How about the web? Amadeus finally spoke. Spiders live in their webs. I think we should pass on that one. It was a good and fitting name, but after the recent baptism of the Web of Gods in the Wasteland universe and the feeling of suddenly switching from a normal American comic setting to a power-creeping one, Peter wasn't interested in the topic. The Web was a good name, he just didn't like it. Seeing that Peter had vetoed it, both of them looked at him, silently asking if he could come up with a new name. Peter thought seriously for a moment, then realized he couldn't think of a good name either. He was also terrible at naming things. So, in the end, they still used the name the Web to refer to their base. So, this is the true form of the Web. As Harry said this, he pressed a button. After a scan of Peter was completed, the four walls began to disengage and recede. There were hidden spaces behind each wall, and the lighting also changed from the extremely bright white of the original space to a normal brightness. The lab tables retracted into the floor, and new equipment rose up. The most eye-catching were the 7 cabinets in the back, each capable of holding a suit, even though, including Venom, Peter only had 4 suits. Besides that, there was a variety of high-tech equipment, 3D printers, scanners, and the like. All in all, it wasn't much different from the Avengers lab. And most importantly, this place belonged only to Peter. What do you think? Maybe we can start by designing some brand new suits for you. Like powerful armor. Holographic camouflage. What do you think, Peter? Peter hesitated. To be honest, ever since he had bonded with Venom, he hadn't considered changing his suit. Venom was already incredibly versatile. For example, after assimilating one of Peter's upgraded suits, it could even mimic its various communication functions and connect to the Avengers network, and Venom himself didn't know how he did it. Furthermore, the symbiote itself had mimetic abilities. Although Venom wasn't particularly good at it, he was great at changing into different colored clothes. If Peter wanted, Venom could become the classic red and blue suit. However, new suits could also be used to test various new gadgets, so Peter thought they could start developing them and then integrate them into Venom. We can also design and manufacture a lot of tools, like drones and remote-controlled robots. Harry finished and looked at Peter. What do you want? I want a motorcycle. One that can drive on walls. Harry was immediately confused. What do you need that for? You know, what if the enemy is in Central Park or some other open area? Peter's request came from experience. His time in the Wasteland universe proved that once Spider-Man was fighting on flat ground, his mobility was cut in half. Most enemies fought in a 2-dimensional space, but he could fight in a 3-dimensional one. If they were both confined to a flat plane, he would be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the spider buggy was too bulky. A motorcycle would be useful both in the wild and in the heart of New York City. There was also a very crucial point. Motorcycles are just cool. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately nodded. You have a point. Just as they were talking, there was a knock at the door. Peter checked the camera and saw that it was Norman Osborn, followed by a scientist Peter found slightly familiar. As Peter went to open the door, he glanced at Harry, who had gone completely silent and was looking down at the system. It seemed the relationship between the father and son was as strained as ever. Peter thought this as he opened the door. Norman stood outside, giving his usual, concerned smile. Peter, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Osborn. Thank you so much for saving Osborn Tech's cargo today. That was an Osborn Tech prototype, it was very important to us. As he spoke, Norman turned and gave a space to the scientist next to him. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. To provide you with better assistance, I have specifically invited a trustworthy and professional scientist. Come and meet Dr. Jonathan Drew. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, The Web Base. Officially named the Emily Osborn Research Center, this was actually the secret base of Spider-Man and his professional support team. Of course, it still needed to be disguised as a laboratory. By the time Peter arrived, Harry and Amadeus had already been waiting for a long time. Hey, guys, sorry I'm late. The lab entrance had a brand new palm and voice recognition system. After Peter passed through, he entered a lab that was full of the Osborn flavor. What does that mean? Well, based on Peter's last infiltration of Osborn Tech with Felicia, the lab's walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of white hexagonal polymers, and white lights emitted from the gaps between these hexagons. That's the Osborn flavor. Whatever else you could say about it, it definitely had a cool, high-tech vibe. This is the air pollution monitoring station. We can release drones to analyze the composition of air pollution in New York. Over there are the water quality monitoring devices and algae analysis equipment. Unlike the patent bully Norman, Harry's mother, Emily Lyman, was a scientist who focused on ecology and environmental safety. She wasn't just a scientist who pointed out problems, she was a scientist who solved them. When she was still alive, Osborn Tech launched a considerable number of non-profit research projects. After her death, Osborn Tech shut down most of them, leaving only a small portion to appease certain groups and to maintain the company's image. But from Harry's current behavior, it was clear that he was intimately familiar with all of his mother's research projects. Without a doubt, he had always dreamed of restarting the projects she left behind. Meanwhile, Amadeus was busy writing some code on a computer. As he was speaking, Harry seemed to realize something and scratched his head sheepishly. I forgot. This lab is essentially ours. Oh, ours. After being kindly interrupted by Peter, Harry nodded. Our secret base, just like Batman's Batcave, ours should be called, what? How about the web? Amadeus finally spoke. Spiders live in their webs. I think we should pass on that one. It was a good and fitting name, but after the recent baptism of the Web of Gods in the Wasteland universe and the feeling of suddenly switching from a normal American comic setting to a power-creeping one, Peter wasn't interested in the topic. The web was a good name, he just didn't like it. Seeing that Peter had vetoed it, both of them looked at him, silently asking if he could come up with a new name. Peter thought seriously for a moment, then realized he couldn't think of a good name either. He was also terrible at naming things. So, in the end, they still used the name the web to refer to their base. So, this is the true form of the web. As Harry said this, he pressed a button. After a scan of Peter was completed, the four walls began to disengage and recede. There were hidden spaces behind each wall, and the lighting also changed from the extremely bright white of the original space to a normal brightness. The lab tables retracted into the floor, and new equipment rose up. The most eye-catching were the 7 cabinets in the back, each capable of holding a suit, even though, including Venom, Peter only had 4 suits. Besides that, there was a variety of high-tech equipment, 3D printers, scanners, and the like. All in all, it wasn't much different from the Avengers lab. And most importantly, this place belonged only to Peter. What do you think? Maybe we can start by designing some brand new suits for you. Like powerful armor. Holographic camouflage. What do you think, Peter? Peter hesitated. To be honest, ever since he had bonded with Venom, he hadn't considered changing his suit. Venom was already incredibly versatile. For example, after assimilating one of Peter's upgraded suits, it could even mimic its various communication functions and connect to the Avengers network, and Venom himself didn't know how he did it. Furthermore, the symbiote itself had mimetic abilities. Although Venom wasn't particularly good at it, he was great at changing into different colored clothes. If Peter wanted, Venom could become the classic red and blue suit. However, new suits could also be used to test various new gadgets, so Peter thought they could start developing them and then integrate them into Venom. We can also design and manufacture a lot of tools, like drones and remote-controlled robots. Harry finished and looked at Peter. What do you want? I want a motorcycle. One that can drive on walls. Harry was immediately confused. What do you need that for? You know, what if the enemy is in Central Park or some other open area? Peter's request came from experience. His time in the Wasteland universe proved that once Spider-Man was fighting on flat ground, his mobility was cut in half. Most enemies fought in a 2-dimensional space, but he could fight in a 3-dimensional one. If they were both confined to a flat plane, he would be at a disadvantage. At the same time, the spider buggy was too bulky. A motorcycle would be useful both in the wild and in the heart of New York City. There was also a very crucial point. Motorcycles are just cool. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately nodded. You have a point. Just as they were talking, there was a knock at the door. Peter checked the camera and saw that it was Norman Osborn, followed by a scientist Peter found slightly familiar. As Peter went to open the door, he glanced at Harry, who had gone completely silent and was looking down at the system. It seemed the relationship between the father and son was as strained as ever. Peter thought this as he opened the door. Norman stood outside, giving his usual, concerned smile. Peter, long time no see. Long time no see, Mr. Osborn. Thank you so much for saving Osborn Tech's cargo today. That was an Osborn Tech prototype, it was very important to us. As he spoke, Norman turned and gave a space to the scientist next to him. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. To provide you with better assistance, I have specifically invited a trustworthy and professional scientist. Come and meet Dr. Jonathan Drew. Chapter 160, Jonathan Drew. Peter was meeting Jessica's father, Jonathan Drew, for the first time. Jonathan was the one who took over the Super Soldier project after Peter's own father. The closest Peter had come to learning about him was when he used his authority to search the Oscorp Super Soldier program and saw Jonathan's name, along with his proposal to use spider genes to treat ALS, though Peter couldn't understand what spiders had to do with treating ALS. On the other hand, since Dr. Jonathan had proposed this idea, it was likely that Jessica had already been diagnosed with ALS. However, based on her current condition, it didn't seem to affect her daily life. It's a pleasure to meet you, Peter Parker. Honestly, I was quite surprised when Mr. Osborn told me that you were Spider-Man. Jonathan smiled as he extended a hand to shake Peter's. He was a rather young-looking man, at most in his early 40s, with thick black hair for a researcher. Like Jessica, her father, Jonathan, was also of Latin descent, though the definition of Latino was a rather mysterious concept. Jonathan Drew's appearance, with his Caucasian skin, slightly indigenous facial features, and occasional Spanish words, marked him as a Latino. Peter was a bit puzzled because Jonathan's words made it sound as if they had known each other before, but Peter was sure that they had never met. Excuse me, have we met? Oh, no, we haven't. But I knew your parents. I was your father's student and his lab assistant. We'd worked together for more than a decade, right up until he left the Savage Strength Project, the one that created the genetically modified spider. Jonathan revealed a connection between their families that Peter had never heard of, and Peter nodded in understanding. Norman glanced at his watch and gave Peter a slightly apologetic smile. Sorry, Peter, I wanted to stay longer, but I have a very important meeting, so I have to go. Wait, Uncle Norman. Peter's words made Norman pause, and he asked in return, oh, wait, you called me uncle. Yeah. You're Harry's dad, so I call you uncle. Is there a problem with that? No, none at all, of course not. Norman smiled happily. Is there something you needed? Don't you want to talk to Harry for a bit? He's really invested in all this, both the base and his mother's work. Norman looked like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head. No, it's okay. Harry wouldn't be very happy to see me. I'll get going now, sorry. With that, Norman left the lab, and after a moment of silence, Peter suddenly remembered something he hadn't asked. I forgot to ask him why those terrorists would want to rob a glider. Actually, I'm quite clear on that. Jonathan said with a smile, carrying a thermostatic container in his left hand. Their real target should have been the radioactive materials used to create the genetic modification tools, but they got the intel wrong and hijacked the wrong truck. Oh, can I go in now? No problem, Dr. Jonathan. Peter led Dr. Jonathan into the Webb State base. Once inside, Harry glanced at Jonathan and sighed. It wasn't because of Dr. Jonathan, but because Norman's last words had upset Harry. But Harry wasn't going to show it right now. All right, kids, don't mind me. Mr. Norman just asked me to be the nominal head of this research center. After all, you're both still high school students. And since I was the one who directly modified the spider that bit Peter, I'm here to monitor his biological signs, and also, Jonathan said as he walked over to a machine and placed the thermostatic container on it. The machine quickly took the container inside, and then a whole terrarium was raised, revealing 7 or 8 spiders about half the size of a palm, moving around inside. 7 or 8. Peter was a bit shocked and went over to the terrarium, asking in disbelief, are these all? Oh, no, they're just candidate specimens. We had to start from scratch after the glass in the exhibition hall broke more than 6 months ago. These are the results of our research so far, but it will take some time to reach the same level as the spider that bit you, Peter. It might take another year or two. Peter understood what Jonathan's muttered year or two meant. All right, unless you feel any physical discomfort, you don't have to worry about me. Jonathan laughed, spreading his hands. I'll just be here to study my spiders. What about the Savage Strength Project? Did Oscorp abandon the military supersoldier project? The new Savage Strength Project will be headed by my colleague, and also your father's student, Kurt Connors. He will be developing a new project. I think he might be more suited for that kind of research. Looking at Jonathan's smile, Peter couldn't help but shiver. What was that? Was the lizard already starting to research genetically modified lizards? Although Oscorp was a big corporation, he probably wouldn't inject himself with a serum, right? Regardless, Peter added the lizard to his watch list, while Harry called him over and asked him in a puzzled tone, how are you so familiar with the new scientist? What if he's a spy sent by my dad? I don't think so. I think Dr. Jonathan is a good person. You can't just assume he's a good person because he developed the spider that bit you. That just means you're a good person. Peter decided to explain. He was also my father's student. Oh, I see. Harry looked like he was finally getting it. So you two knew each other before? Not exactly, but he is also Jessica's father. Jessica's father? Hearing this, Harry was stunned. He never thought that their social circles were so small and that they would just happen to run into someone connected to them. Then, he suddenly thought of a question, what if Jessica comes to visit? She's the head of our detective club. I don't think there'll be a problem. After all, Jessica doesn't even know her father is researching genetically modified spiders, and she never went to him for help, even though she's been investigating Spider-Man for so long. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Sergei Krabanov. Moscow, Russia. Outside the State Duma building, a group of reporters caught State Duma Deputy Sergei Krabanov just as he was leaving a meeting. They swarmed him, eager to interview the political rising star who had only returned to his homeland after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Mr. Sergei, there are reports that some State Duma deputies said, deputies who frequently miss meetings should be disqualified, which is actually a jab at your annual trips and vacations to Africa. What's your take on that? Regarding that, as I've said in previous press conferences, this isn't a deliberate act against any individual. It's simply an action in response to deputies who miss relevant State Duma meetings. I haven't deliberately missed any meetings without following the proper procedures, thank you. After spouting a series of completely meaningless platitudes, Sergei Krabanov opened the door to his car, smiled, and got in. Once the door was closed, he couldn't help but complain to his driver, God, these reporters are so annoying. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't relate, his driver replied, resigned to his boss's complaints. He then passed along a message to Krabanov. Mr. Romanov is waiting for you at your home. Romanov. The boring nobleman. The nobility all died out after 1917. It's been almost 100 years, and some people still can't let go of these things. What a bunch of utterly tedious people. Half an hour later, at Krabanov Manor. Romanov, my friend. Sergei exclaimed happily, embracing the portly broker in front of him. This man was a lobbyist for many oligarchs and interest groups in the country, many of whom could trace their roots back to noble families from the Tsarist era. They had, therefore, formed a covert political alliance. It was plausible that Sergei Krabanov was a member of this alliance, as his family, the Kravanovs, were great nobles during the Tsarist period and a branch of the Romanov dynasty, even holding the title of Grand Duke when the Tsar fell. However, it was unlikely that Sergei Krabanov was a willing member of this alliance, as he was genuinely indifferent to these people who still addressed each other by various noble titles in the 21st century. It's a pleasure to see you, Grand Duke Krabanov, Romanov said, predictably using the noble title he disliked the most. Romanov then accepted a hunting rifle from a servant and presented it to Sergei. This is a hunting rifle with a full crystal body, specially carved by a gem artisan in South Africa, Grand Duke Krabanov. A small token of my esteem. Thank you. I'm sure it will look very nice hanging in my study. Sergei was completely unfazed. He and Romanov then talked about many things. He had initially thought that the broker was there to solicit some investment for someone, perhaps to open a new factory in some city, but after circling around, Romanov suddenly asked an unexpected question. Do you remember your father's illegitimate son, Dmitry Smerdyakov? The traitor who betrayed the country, joined the country's super soldier program, and then defected. Sergei frowned. Why are you bringing him up? He's dead, Grand Duke Krabanov. Sergei let out a long breath. Dmitry was dead. The death of his half-brother didn't surprise Krabanov. After the revolution, his ancestors had moved their entire family to the outskirts of New York, where they built Krabanov Manor. The family lived in New York for more than 70 years, only returning to Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They then used the family's connections to re-enter politics. However, unlike Sergei, who was the legitimate heir and doing very well for himself, his illegitimate brother Dmitry couldn't tolerate life in the declining Russian economy. He missed his life in New York. As a result, after joining the Foreign Intelligence Service, he always harbored thoughts of defecting. After undergoing a series of leftover Soviet-era surgeries, he became the Foreign Intelligence Service's ace agent, Chameleon. He then obtained enough intelligence from the Foreign Intelligence Service and chose to defect. Krabanov disapproved of his brother's actions and had long expected his death. He poured himself a glass of vodka and asked, did the Foreign Intelligence Service find him and eliminate him? No, they didn't. Romanov shook his head and then took out a file, handing it to Sergei. This was given to me by a friend in New York. It documents Dmitry's true cause of death. If you need it, you can keep it. Romanov left, leaving the file behind. Sergei sat at his table and opened the file, reading it carefully. There was almost no detailed information about his brother's true cause of death. Instead, it repeatedly mentioned the existence of a very strange person, Spider-Man. The intelligence, which no one knew who had passed on, described a new American super soldier. His power came from America's super soldier research program and was a product of the famous Oscorp Industries. He was now a new member of the Avengers, and before that, he had had several encounters with Chameleon. In the end, Chameleon died in a very intense battle, and everything seemed clear. Spider-Man killed Chameleon. But there was a problem. It was obvious that someone was using him as a pawn, hoping he would go after Spider-Man regardless of whether he could actually kill him. Sergei would not fall for this kind of plot. He put down the file, stroked his beard, and then got up and left the reception room. As he walked out, his old butler, who had been looking after him from his days in New York until now, asked as usual, Sir, are you still going to South Africa for vacation this winter? South Africa. There are no longer any animals on Earth worth hunting. Ever since I received the super soldier serum, there have been virtually no animals on Earth that I cannot hunt. Sergei shook his head, uninterested. But then he realized something. He returned to the reception room, looked through the file again, and then came back out. Book me a ticket to New York. A private vacation. I'll explain it to the party leader and the president. Dmitry is dead, and I don't know who killed him. Sergei handed the picture of Spider-Man from the file to his old butler. Perhaps this person can tell me who killed Dmitry. Chapter 162, A Late-Night Encounter. Peter had no idea that Adrian Toombs, the future Vulture, had been chased away by Norman, nor did he know that Kraven the Hunter from Russia had arrived in New York. For him, it was a leisurely October, as relaxed as could be. According to old NYPD files on Kingpin's arrest, Fisk Industries cash flow, and the Avengers archive system, we can pretty much confirm that the Natural History Museum Fisk sponsors is a transit hub and money laundering center for illegally smuggled wildlife products. Fisk uses various methods to package these smuggled goods as centuries-old art pieces and then sells them to people who want to buy them. Harry's voice came through Peter's earpiece. This was the Spider Squad's first mission since establishing their base. Harry and Amadeus would provide remote support, while Peter handled the field work. Their goal was to stop a series of asset transfers and money laundering operations that Kingpin had initiated after his imprisonment. After being jailed, Fisk's organization was inevitably contracting, and in the process, many previously untraceable illegal businesses were being exposed. Since the NYPD couldn't keep up with Fisk's corporate schemes, Spider-Man was there to lend a hand. Peter activated his stealth mode and crept into the museum. The main goal was to find evidence that the art pieces were not historical artifacts but luxury goods, preferably ledgers or transaction records. Fisk Tower was still devoid of any useful information, and because of Fisk's self-surrender and his cooperation with the police, they had no reason to search the building. I'm in. Stealth mode didn't hide his voice, so Peter chose to crawl along the ceiling to avoid making a sound. It was past 10 at night. He was theoretically supposed to be in bed, but in reality, he was out fighting crime as Spider-Man. All right, according to the museum's blueprint submitted to the city, you should be headed to. Wait, there's someone in the museum. Peter's sudden message startled Harry. Someone at this hour? Who would be in the museum at this time? Were they about to witness a shady deal in progress? Unfortunately, it didn't look like it. Peter lay motionless on the ceiling, waiting for the person to get closer. It was a Slavic man in a business suit, but surprisingly, his English had no Slavic accent, it was fluent American English. Is this a West African craft? Standing in front of an ivory artifact in a display case, the guest asked with a smile. The docent smiled back. Yes, Mr. Kravinoff. This is a craft from the Ghana region of West Africa, and it depicts the great epic of Anansi, the spider god, bringing stories to mankind. Damn it, Anansi is still after me. Peter muttered an insult about Anansi under his breath and scanned the man's face with his lenses for data analysis. Harry's team then provided a name that shocked Peter. This guy is named Sergei Kravinoff. He's a Russian Duma member. A big shot. He grew up in New York until he returned to Russia at 18. He's 39 now. Kraven the Hunter. What's he doing here? Realizing that another Spider-Man villain had appeared, Peter stayed silent, watching Kraven from dozens of meters away. Harry, meanwhile, pulled up more information about him. Wait, he's also a member of a hunting club and is called the greatest hunter of the 21st century. He's gone deep into Africa to hunt all kinds of beasts alone, which often gets him complaints from animal rights organizations. But he's a Russian. Russia didn't have as many NGOs, so it was logical for him to be here. Hey, Peter, we might have found a smuggling route here. A hunter who frequently goes to West Africa to hunt animals, and illegal, expensive animal artifacts. Yeah, I know, but we don't have any evidence. Amadeus, who had been quietly monitoring the data, couldn't help but add, then why wouldn't Kingpin just smuggle directly from Africa? He's the buyer. Peter didn't dwell on that point. He watched as Kraven asked the docent about a rhino horn artifact before quietly leaving. Now wasn't the time to figure out the relationship between Kraven and Kingpin. He also had no intention of starting a fight here, the more important thing was to find evidence of Fisk's crimes. So Peter slipped into the air ducts, heading toward a more hidden office. Meanwhile, Kraven, who was listening to the docent, heard some subtle movements. He frowned and listened carefully for a moment. The docent asked in confusion, Mr. Kravinoff. Oh, it's nothing. Please continue. Peter moved forward and soon discovered a secret room that wasn't on the blueprints. The problem now was how to open it. The room wasn't connected to the air ducts, so Peter quickly thought of a solution before dropping into a nearby office. What's the situation outside? I've hacked into their surveillance system. Amadeus finished the job in a flash. Harry took over the monitoring screen and observed. No staff nearby, Peter. Can you open it? Haha, it wouldn't be hard to just smash the wall, but that defeats the purpose of stealth. Peter muttered to himself as he looked for a way into the secret room. If there was a secret room, there must be a way to enter from the adjacent room. Peter scanned the area for any hidden mechanisms or entrances. There are no electrical facilities nearby, so the mechanism to open this room must be very simple. It has to be simple, yet something others wouldn't think of. Peter scanned the entire office and his eyes landed on the chair. The position of the desk chair seemed a bit odd. Normally, a chair would be pushed back when someone stood up, and it wouldn't be left in this position if it was put away. The chair in front of the desk looked like it was deliberately positioned for someone to sit in. Peter moved the chair, and the wall beside it rotated open. He walked into the secret room, where he found a list of recent transactions. This is way too easy. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, it's another peaceful day today. Mr. Lyman. Can you answer this question? The math teacher's angry shout immediately woke Harry from his morning nap. After a glance at the problem on the board, he stammered out an answer. It turned out that Harry was quite good at math. He was able to get the correct answer even in his groggy state. His two-person support crew had been busy until after 1 in the morning, and Peter had personally escorted them all the way home to ensure their safety. But it was clear that not everyone was Spider-Man, able to get by on just 4 or 5 hours of sleep and still feel energetic. Today, both Harry and Amadeus were extremely tired. Cindy, who was sitting next to Peter, looked strangely at the two in the back seat. She didn't quite understand why they were so sleepy when Peter was the one who had been out late last night. As she thought this, Cindy looked at Peter and handed him a note. Peter took it, a little curious. He and Cindy hadn't had a proper conversation in a while. Since that kiss, they had barely exchanged more than 3 sentences. But then again, Cindy's conversations with anyone usually didn't last more than 3 sentences, so maybe it was okay. Peter took the note while thinking and was a little surprised by its contents. There were 2 sentences. One was that she wanted to go on patrol with him after school, which wasn't a problem. The other thing that made Peter curious was that Nick Fury wanted to meet him, not in New York, but in Washington, D.C., at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion. Peter thought about it carefully. There was only one possibility: the news of the Thunderbolt's betrayal in the Wasteland universe must have alarmed Nick Fury. Peter tore off a piece of paper and wrote a reply for Cindy while listening to music. Patrol was definitely fine, but since it was Wednesday, the detective club was scheduled to meet, so he would have to stay on campus for a while. As for the trip to Washington, Peter would need a suitable excuse, but that was something for the Black Eye Patch to handle. He finished writing his reply and handed it to Cindy. Just then, the math teacher called on a sleepy Amadeus to answer a question. After reading his note, Cindy gave Peter another unexpected response: she wanted to join the detective club. Very good. The deduction is perfect, but there's no need for such a detailed psychological profile of the suspect. I didn't actually think about that. Jessica Drew took Cindy Moon's analysis with a bit of embarrassment. Cindy's deduction was a little too meticulous. Not that it was professional, but she really wanted to dig into every single detail. She had even written a psychological profile of the suspect based on some of their actions, which was a little alarming. Felicia was also there. She looked at Cindy, whom Peter had brought, with curiosity, then smirked as she read the deduction. I can't find a reason to say no, Jessica. I agree. A perfect deduction. Welcome to the detective club. Jessica smiled as she accepted Cindy's answer, then pulled out a mountain of deerstalker hats and handed one to Cindy. Just then, Felicia moved closer to Peter. I heard that the NYPD received a tip from Spider-Man today, and they raided the Fisk Natural Arts Museum, where they found evidence that one of Fisk's companies was involved in art smuggling. Felicia's words weren't meant to thank Spider-Man for his contribution. She was probably annoyed that he hadn't asked her to join him on such a textbook heist. Peter felt a little helpless. Maybe it's because they weren't hiding it very well, which is why Spider-Man found it. As it turned out, this evidence would only cause Fisk to lose a little money. It wouldn't be enough to take him down completely. To Fisk, an extra few decades in prison didn't make much of a difference. Unless a new, serious federal crime was discovered and the court sentenced Fisk to death, Fisk in prison was no different from Fisk on the outside. For a moment, Peter really wanted to just break into Rikers Island and kill Fisk, but maybe, as Fisk had said the last time Peter had threatened him, Fisk had been waiting for him to do just that. Then, everyone would see a superhero killing a prisoner in his cell, and the public would lose faith in superheroes. No one would know if the hero who appeared so righteous on the surface was secretly a vigilante who would take the law into his own hands and abuse his power. Perhaps this was exactly what Fisk was waiting for. By the way, there was something unexpected on that list from yesterday. Neither the supplier nor the buyer included the name of Kraven the Hunter. Neither his real name nor any aliases could be found. There were even very few Russian clients on the list. Hearing Peter's response, Felicia raised an eyebrow, clearly dissatisfied, then added casually, I hope he can find some evidence that isn't so easy to get next time. All right, yes, sign here, and you're officially a member of our club. After helping Cindy with her membership application, Jessica looked over at Peter and Felicia. What are you two talking about over there? Oh, nothing much, just some news about Spider-Man. Spider-Man. As the days went on, with Spider-Man joining the Avengers, the clues they could gather seemed to be getting fewer and fewer. Jessica looked as if she was about to give up on her investigation into Spider-Man. But it would be strange if she could find anything. Every time they had a meeting, she was analyzing things with an informant in the room. First, it was one, and now it should be. Was it true that of all the detective club members, including himself, only Jessica didn't know that Peter Parker was Spider-Man? Did everyone else, including the newly joined Cindy, actually know? That's a bit of a low blow. So, hey, where are Harry and Amadeus? Peter apologized, scratching his head. They seemed to have been up all night yesterday, and they were really tired all day, so they asked for the day off. They must have been up all night playing video games again. Young people these days, always getting addicted to things like that. The club president grumbled, completely ignoring the fact that she was only 2 years older than them. She seemed very unhappy that Harry and Amadeus were skipping the detective club meeting. Just as Peter was thinking this, she pulled out a USB drive. They're going to miss out on the top-secret information I managed to get today. Peter asked, a little curious, what top-secret information? Information about the Kravinoff Manor in the suburbs of New York. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, is Craven KGB. Kravinoff Manor, also known as Kravinoff Hall, is a historical estate located in upstate New York, nearly 100 years old and abandoned for almost 20. The hall is a pilgrimage site for New York's ghost movie and detective story enthusiasts. This abandoned, massive, Slavic-style mansion sits in a dense forest, isolated from civilization, with only one old, dilapidated road leading to it. Crucially, for decades, no one has ever managed to get inside. Peter had secretly messaged Harry and Amadeus. The two, who were about to leave school, exchanged glances. Kravinoff Manor? Isn't that the surname of the guy from last night? They rushed over, startling Jessica, the upperclassman who was about to share some top-secret information. Didn't you two stay up all night gaming? That's irrelevant, Harry said, tossing his backpack on the floor and pulling up a chair to sit down quickly. Where were you? We were just talking about how no one has entered Kravinoff Manor for decades. Where did that information come from? Peter asked curiously. Jessica shrugged nonchalantly. Because there are absolutely no video or even descriptive records of it. We even went to check it out last year, and we couldn't find a way in. There weren't even any broken windows from homeless people or anyone else. I won't ask why the detective club didn't try to break a window last year. Peter sighed and took the photocopied notes Jessica handed him. In short, the detective club's activity for the day was to speculate on what was so special about the manor. The notes naturally included information on Craven the Hunter himself, his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who had moved to New York. Peter read through it. Craven's great-grandfather was a Russian aristocrat who moved to the United States to escape the revolution. His grandfather returned to the Soviet Union during World War II, donating large sums to help them fight the Nazis. During Craven's father's time, his father, Nikolai Kravinoff, was one of New York's most prominent billionaires, using the family's connections in the city to invest in a wide range of businesses across various industries. However, in the 1980s, Nikolai suffered significant financial losses and sold off most of his enterprises. As Peter looked at this information, he felt a bit confused. Something just didn't feel right. It wasn't about the manor, but the Kravinoff family itself. What was it that felt off? A descendant of a Russian aristocrat who had lived in the US for over 70 years went back to Russia and was able to enter the political sphere without any trouble. No, that wasn't it. Chameleon. He mumbled softly, looking around. Besides Cindy, who looked at him with a slight sense of awareness, no one else noticed his comment. Peter took a deep breath. Others might not know, but Peter knew that the chameleon was Craven's father's illegitimate son, making them half-brothers. The question was, after this family returned to Russia, it was one thing for the older brother to enter politics, but why was the younger brother able to join the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, which had evolved from the KGB, and undergo surgery to get that face that could transform into anyone? A spy who could become anyone would be involved in crucial missions, and their defection would be a huge loss to the intelligence agency. Yet, the Russians were willing to trust the chameleon, a person of Russian descent who had grown up in the United States and might not even truly consider himself Russian. From this one fact alone, a very clear conclusion could be drawn: the Russians trusted these people from the US immensely, even though they had lived in the US for decades, and even though they had initially fled Russia to escape the revolution. There was only one answer. The Kravinoff family, at least starting with Craven's grandfather, must have been with the KGB. It started when his grandfather went to the Soviet Union to make donations. Otherwise, none of this made sense. Of course, this had nothing to do with the issue the detective club was discussing. Harry, of course, presented a theory with many flaws. Kravinoff Manor is essentially a transit hub for smuggling exotic animal products. He goes to Africa on a hunting vacation every year, and that seems completely illogical. So, Sergei Kravinoff must be going to Africa every year for illegal hunting, having the animals made into artworks, and then smuggling them into the US. Jessica naturally raised the obvious question. Then why doesn't he sell them in Russia? Because Americans are richer than Russians. This statement was completely illogical. The luxury goods industry doesn't make money from the poor. Russia has plenty of wealthy oligarchs, and Craven was a member of the Russian parliament. It would be far easier for him to make connections and do this in Russia than in the United States. Moreover, given his status, he shouldn't even be directly involved in such a business. His family or some trusted associates should handle it, while he distances himself from such a gray area industry that could easily be exposed. But having seen Craven at Fisk's Museum of Natural Arts last night and actually finding several trade documents, Harry was even more convinced of his theory. And so, Jessica gave the obvious answer. Insufficient evidence. Pass. Harry, not getting the approval he wanted, sighed. Amadeus hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, maybe it's just simply because he locked the door. Maybe he needs to come back and stay there sometimes. Then why haven't any homeless people or thieves broken in? Harry immediately countered, and then answered his own question. Ah, of course, it's because someone regularly cleans their house. Actually, when we went there last year, we couldn't find any signs of cleaning. Felicia, who had been observing the new student's deductive skills, noticed that Peter hadn't spoken and that Cindy was busy writing something. The yard was very messy. It looked like it hadn't been cleaned in at least a decade. Are you sure? Peter looked at Felicia. You really didn't find any signs of anyone entering? People occasionally come to explore, but we really didn't find any signs of forced entry. Even before Felicia had injected herself with the super soldier serum, a year ago she would have had a very good understanding of burglary. If even she said there were no signs of entry at Kravinoff Manor. Felicia looked at Peter with a hint of curiosity. Do you have any thoughts? No, none at all, Peter quickly shook his head. His clue came from the fact that Chameleon was Craven's brother, which was information not provided in the files. And based on that deduction, the reason why Kravinoff Manor was so mysterious and secure was self-evident, wasn't it? It was a former KGB safe house. Chapter 165, it really was the KGB. After school, Peter let Venom cover his entire body. He and Cindy no longer needed to find a place to change into their suits. Cindy didn't need to in the first place, as she could weave a temporary suit on the spot. I've always wanted to ask, can a suit like that really keep you safe? Peter asked. It's bulletproof, Cindy said, a fact that shocked Peter. Really? Cindy nodded again, pulling different colored threads with distinctly different textures from her fingertips. It can be bulletproof, insulated, conductive, and radiation resistant. Peter knew that Cindy's webs could be insulated and radiation resistant, as it had been mentioned in the comics. But bulletproof was a bit ridiculous. Even in the comics, when Cindy Moon wrapped herself in radiation-resistant webbing, she had to practically cover herself like a mummy to achieve it. Ah, that's cool. Oh, right, could you ask S.H.I.E.L.D. something for me? Peter asked before Venom covered his face. Is Sergei Kravinoff with the KGB? I mean, was he a member of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service? Cindy immediately took out her phone and started messaging. Peter was about to add that she didn't have to be in such a hurry, but he held his tongue. After Cindy finished sending the message, he handed her the earbuds he had prepared beforehand. The base that Oscorp helped me build yesterday is finished. These earbuds can provide some strategic support. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. probably has better stuff, but these are, you know, for spiders to use together. Thanks, Cindy said, nodding as she took the earbuds. Peter was about to say something else, but then an unknown number called his phone. He picked up his phone and looked at Cindy, who directly replied with a name, it's Nick Fury. Is Director Fury that bored? He just called me directly. Peter, confused, answered the phone and heard Fury's voice from the other end. How did you figure out that Sergei Kravinoff was a Russian spy? Ah, I guessed. Guess again, I'm serious. His family's manor has been left untouched for decades, even though no one is officially watching it. That can only mean there are people living and working inside. Nikolai Kravinoff founded numerous profitable but small-scale companies that couldn't form a supply chain, then sold them to others. I know many KGB spies with fake identities like to use different aliases to acquire or start companies to avoid suspicion from receiving funds from their country. Also, when Sergei's great-grandfather left Tsarist Russia, his child would have been in their teens, maybe not even 10 years old. So, he might not have had a strong hatred for the Soviet system and ideology. On the contrary, he probably saw how the Soviets turned Russia into a superpower and defeated the Germans. I know many Russian spies don't necessarily support the ideals of the Soviet Union, but they are great Russian chauvinists, so they would support the USSR. Peter was not supposed to know that the chameleon, Dmitri, was Craven's brother, so he didn't mention it. But after hearing what Peter had just said, Nick Fury was silent for a long time. He cursed under his breath, then asked again, how did you get all that information? It's all on Wikipedia. The Kravinoff Manor has become a famous spot for a niche group. Our detective club's president gave it to us for our club activity today. Nick Fury, who was far away in Washington, couldn't help but rub his temples. What a great talent. Why did he have to be an Avenger? How great would it have been if he had joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? He didn't dwell on it for too long, however, and immediately asked, "Why are you asking about this? You don't know. Am I supposed to know everything?" "Oh, sorry," Peter explained helplessly. "Last night, we were looking for evidence of Fisk's illegal businesses and went to his Museum of Natural Art. But it turned out there was someone touring inside. That person was Sergei Kravenov. It was already 10 p.m., closing time, but they held a special exhibition just for him." "All right, now everything connects." Nick Fury rubbed his temples and remembered there was indeed such a thing. "Yes, I remember now. A Russian super soldier entered the country. Even if he's a tourist, we have to keep an eye on him. But I really didn't pay much attention to that museum." "Super soldier?" "Yes, he and his brother, the chameleon you met, both underwent Russian operations. His brother became a master of disguise and a super spy, while he was injected with a new generation of the super soldier serum. We speculated that he might be here to avenge his brother, but since you didn't kill the chameleon, you don't have to worry about it. But the chameleon died right in front of me, killed by the Punisher." As he said this, Nick Fury realized he hadn't answered Peter's question yet, so he continued, "As for what you asked, Sergei himself has no connection to the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service. But yes, you guessed correctly. S.H.I.E.L.D. has confirmed that his father and grandfather were both KGB spies. And they were never arrested. Arresting KGB spies is the CIA's job. What does that have to do with S.H.I.E.L.D.? The World Security Council even has a permanent Russian seat." Nick Fury's answer was unexpected but reasonable. Whether the CIA knew about the Kravenov family's secret was anyone's guess. However, Peter was now curious about something else. Was Kraven really his enemy? Was he just on vacation, or was he here to find out who killed his brother? Or was he a super soldier who felt he couldn't find a worthy prey and came to New York to vent? Peter was pondering this when Nick Fury directly interrupted his thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be responsible for keeping an eye on Sergei. You don't need to worry about him. We've also reviewed your collaboration with Oscorp, and there are no issues. How do I not know you guys reviewed it? Whatever, S.H.I.E.L.D. loves to do this stuff. It doesn't matter. Then Nick Fury asked his next question. "So what the hell are you planning to do now?" "I'm about to go out with Cindy to see if there's anyone in New York City who needs help." Nick Fury was silent for a few seconds. "Well then, have a great day, Spider-Man." Without waiting for Peter to say anything, Nick Fury hung up. Peter looked at his phone, slightly surprised. He didn't expect Nick Fury to wish him well. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, I Have a Plan." After finishing lunch the next day, Peter and Harry were looking for a place to rest when Harry said something that made Peter shudder. "Peter, I have an idea." In this era before Red Dead Redemption 2 had been released, only Peter could understand the terrifying power of Harry's words. Seeing Peter flinch, Harry was quite confused. "What's wrong, Mun? You don't look so good." "I'm fine, except I think you're about to propose a really bad idea." "How could you say that?" Harry was not pleased. "I think it's a brilliant idea. What if we suggest that Jessica lead the detective club on another investigation of the Kravenov mansion?" "That's probably the worst idea I've ever heard." Peter was silent for 2 minutes, looking at Harry. "Are you serious? If it was like before, when Kravenov, wasn't in New York, it might have been a little safer. But he's here now, and he might even be living there. What if he finds us?" Harry looked confused. "Don't be ridiculous. We're just a bunch of students on an adventure. What could possibly go wrong?" "That's how things always go wrong in horror movies. Horror movies don't have superheroes in them." Harry looked at Peter nervously. With Spider-Man around, what was there to worry about? No matter how strong Kraven was, could he be stronger than Spider-Man? Besides, as Harry had said, people went to the Kravenov mansion every year to explore and nothing bad ever happened. Peter wanted to argue, but unfortunately, sometimes, some unavoidable things just happen. A voice Peter hadn't expected chimed in, curiously joining their conversation. "What are you boys talking about?" Unfortunately, the person who said this wasn't there to help. It was Felicia. She curiously inserted herself into their conversation, and Harry immediately pitched his plan. "I was just thinking that we've never been to the Kravenov mansion, so I was wondering if the club could go again. I'm afraid most of the detective club has already been there. Nobody from your generation of 4 newcomers has been. It would be unrealistic to organize another club event just for that." Peter was about to agree and persuade Harry to drop the idea, but Felicia added, "However, if you're serious about going, I can take you guys to check out the area. Just let me know when." "Great. Thanks, Felicia. I'm going to go ask Amadeus. Oh, and don't listen to Peter. He thinks it's a horror movie set. After hearing this, Felicia looked at Peter with curiosity. Spider-Man is worried about a horror movie set. Yeah, what if it's like Final Destination? Spider-Man can't fight fate. Peter spouted some nonsense, then asked, what do you really want? I want to find out what you're trying to hide. If you're trying to stop your friends from doing something, it means they'll be in danger, and doesn't that mean there are a lot of interesting things there? The two of them walked and talked, while also being careful to not be too close to other students. Peter just laughed after hearing her words and then helplessly warned, be careful, curiosity killed the cat, Felicia. If you're really worried about curiosity killing the cat, you could always try to satisfy the cat's curiosity. Felicia smiled. Trust me, anyone who owns a cat knows that the way to get them to stop causing trouble is to tire them out first. Peter watched Felicia leave, not sure if her last comment was unintentional or if she was deliberately being suggestive. What do you think? Peter seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually asking Venom. He knew it was a pointless question, though, because Venom didn't really understand complex human social interactions, even though he observed them every day. No problem. Because no one can beat us. The Hulk or Thor might be a little upset about that. We've already beaten a Hulk. A Hulk from a parallel universe isn't as strong as the one in the main universe. Peter sighed, but then Venom actually gave him a very valuable suggestion. If there's really danger, just clear it out beforehand. That's right. Since Harry's plan was disguised as a student adventure, it would definitely happen on a weekend during the day. So, he could just go to the Kravinoff mansion and scout the area beforehand to see if there were any dangers. If Kraven was really there to avenge his brother or had some other secret, Peter's spider sense would definitely be able to pick up on the danger, and he could take care of it in advance. The worst-case scenario was Kraven finding him, and the two of them getting into a fight. Peter could just run away, although he didn't think Kraven could beat him. Of course, it would be even better if he could convince Harry not to go, but he suspected Harry was serious about solving the problem. Hey, Peter. Gwen appeared from behind and patted Peter on the back, looking at the distant Felicia. Who was that? Felicia Hardy. A student from the detective club. A professional thief. A kind of benevolent thief who only steals from bad people. Gwen said, oh, and then reacted. Why is it that every so often, a pretty girl appears around you after you became Spider-Man? Maybe you should be asking why there are so many superheroes and anti-heroes at our school. I guess she counts as an anti-hero. Listening to Peter's tone, Gwen realized this wasn't the time to tease him. She looked at Peter with curiosity. What's wrong? Something on your mind? I told Harry and Amadeus about my identity because Harry's dad is Norman Osborn. Really? Peter was interrupted by Gwen and could only shrug. Yes, but that's not important. Mr. Osborn offered to support Spider-Man with Oscorp technology, and then we found a mansion that might be the home of some dangerous person, and Harry wants to go check it out. And you're worried about his safety? Peter nodded. I can't talk him out of it. It's actually very simple. Gwen smiled. Liz told us that her dad wants her boyfriend to come over for dinner. If Harry knows, he won't be thinking about the Kravinoff mansion anymore. Peter looked at Gwen and asked, so, what do you need me to do? Why do you think I need you to do something? It's always been this way since we were kids. Gwen shrugged. We have band practice after school today. Do you want to come and listen? Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Venom's Sharp Review. I don't like them. Venom delivered his sharp review of the Midtown High Girls Band. While on a routine patrol over Manhattan, Peter responded helplessly, I told you, you should have hidden. You can't stand music anyway. I can stand music. I like John Denver. Yeah, well, you can't stand rock music. Gwen and MJ's band played straight rock, and a symbiote like Venom was basically a goner if he heard them play. The volume and style of the music would send him into a state of near death for half a day. That's why. I don't like them. I don't like any of them. Okay, so next time something like this happens, you better hide. You have to stay away from loud car horns and rock concerts. Do not choose a mate from among them. I do not like them. How did the conversation get here? Are you sober, Venom? That black-haired female is very good. She trusts you and is very quiet. I'd rather not hear you talk about this. Let's focus on the patrol. Peter swung through the city, but Venom didn't let up. He continued to chatter. That silver-haired one is also good. Although she doesn't completely trust you, she likes me, or at least, she likes you when you're wearing me. Peter sighed helplessly. Even if I wanted to choose someone, it's my business. Why are you getting involved? We are partners. But I'm the one looking for a girlfriend, not you. Peter grumbled to himself as he swung past a giant billboard for the Daily Bugle. Sure enough, J. Jonah Jameson was once again spouting his "Spider-Man is a menace" theory. Since Fisk was sent to prison, we've seen that New York's crime rate has not decreased, it has actually risen. What does this prove? It proves that Spider-Man and his friends acted without a proper plan to deal with New York's crime situation. The arrest of one so-called crime lord was of no help to New York. It's possible that Fisk wasn't even a root cause of New York's crime in the first place. Jameson leaned into the camera, spitting at the audience. Spider-Man always calls himself New York's friendly neighborhood hero, but what's the reality? He's always putting his neighbors in danger. Actually, New York just has some dangerous neighbors, Jameson. But whatever, I know you're a good guy, so I'll let it slide for now. Just as Peter finished speaking, a call came in. To his surprise, it was Mary Jane. He answered, and her voice was a little incoherent. Oh my God, Peter, you won't believe what just happened. Sounds like something really good happened, right? Standing outside the Daily Bugle studio, Mary Jane smiled and nodded. Something had just happened that would change her life. Remember how you suggested I write about the rhino instead of the interview? J. Jonah saw my report on the rhino, and you can't imagine how happy he was. Wait, happy? Peter landed on a large billboard, a little confused. Are you sure J. Jonah Jameson was happy? It sounds strange, but it's true. J. Jonah cheered and stood up, and he introduced me to Robbie, the editor-in-chief, and everyone else around him. When Jameson realized a journalist dared to uncover the truth and discuss social issues, he was so impressed and proud of his company and his new employee that he immediately decided to change the Daily Bugle's broadcast for the day. He dedicated several minutes to telling the rhino story. He also announced that he would sponsor Mary Jane until she graduated college. If she chose to major in journalism or communications, the Daily Bugle would hire her directly, as long as J. Jonah Jameson was still the boss. He said that in this day and age, it's becoming harder and harder to find a journalist who is willing to report impartially instead of just intentionally stirring up people's emotions. He said that if I stick with it, I might become a great investigative journalist. Peter naturally offered his congratulations. Congratulations. Mary Jane was silent for a few seconds before her voice became a little reserved. Thanks. I mean, thanks for suggesting I report on the rhino. None of this would have happened without you, Peter. Thank you. No, you made the choice, didn't you? I just told you about it. You were the one who decided to drop the interview and write about the rhino instead. Peter didn't take credit. After all, it was Mary Jane who had written the report and given it to J. Jonah Jameson. Speaking of which, Mary Jane's voice trailed off a bit. Looking at J. Jonah Jameson in the studio, who was holding her report and his own article, she smiled and asked Peter, "You still owe me a dinner. Are you free tonight?" "Huh? Oh, sure. You pick the restaurant. I should be free tonight. Are you busy?" "Not really. There might be some emergency at the lab." "Oh, right. I forgot you're an intern at the Baxter building. I'll text you the restaurant location later." After Peter hung up the phone, Venom once again offered his sharp review. "That red-haired one. I don't like her either." Yeah. "Who do you like?" "She also plays rock music. It is very noisy." Peter put his phone away and looked at J. Jonah Jameson on the giant screen. Having finished his daily rant about Spider-Man, he moved on to the next report. In an era where superheroes and supervillains perform like circus clowns, most people only focus on their fights and ignore who they really are. For example, why does a bad person become a bad person? I can't deny that a significant number of bad people are born evil. They are psychopaths who seek to commit crimes. But some supervillains are products of our society itself. Take Alexei Mihailovich Sitsovic, codenamed the Rhino. An ethnic Russian who underwent painful body modification to achieve bulletproof skin. He became the Rhino not because he was a fearsome gangster or a psychopath, but because no one but the villains extended a helping hand to him. As always, J. Jonah Jameson's furious rant reminded the city of the truly valuable work a journalist could do. Peter listened to Jameson's broadcast for a while, and Venom didn't say a word. Finally, Peter stood up to leave. Sometimes, a little noise can lead to good things, can't it? Chapter 168, It's actually possible to have a normal meal. Why didn't you change your clothes? That's how they do it in the movies. Looking at Peter, who had only taken off his suit, which was actually Venom, Venom sounded confused. According to the movies, it would be normal for Peter Parker to get himself cleaned up, put on some nice clothes, and even spray on some cologne. Peter's only reaction to this was exasperation. I'm just going for a meal, not a date. Two humans of different genders eating together. Your statement is illogical. Just keep it down. We still need to go check out what Craven is up to tonight. Ignoring Venom's gossip, Peter just fixed his hair and opened the restaurant door. To his surprise, just like their last time at a cafe, Mary Jane hadn't chosen an expensive Italian restaurant. This time, it was a pizza place. Pizza time, Peter muttered, quoting a famous Spider-Man line that probably no one would understand. He pulled open the door, and Mary Jane was sitting at a window seat, waiting for him and looking at the menu. Peter, surprised, sat down and greeted her. "Hey, sorry I'm late." Peter pulled out a chair and sat down. "You haven't ordered yet?" "I actually just got here." Mary Jane smiled and pushed the menu toward Peter. "And I wasn't sure if you had any dietary restrictions." "Other than eggplant and durian, I pretty much eat everything." "Thank goodness no one in America puts those two things on pizza." Peter said this while looking at the menu. Although American pizza was much more varied than Italian pizza, it was still a bit simple compared to some of the creative versions in Asia. He just ordered a standard Hawaiian pizza, then handed the menu back to Mary Jane, sat back, and took a deep breath. "You're nervous. You seem a little tense." Mary Jane, after ordering, looked at Peter, who was staring out the window. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing, I'm just a little worried. The last time we had a meal, Rhino showed up, rampaged down a whole street, and a car got thrown right at us." "Sorry, I shouldn't be talking about this now." This was exactly what Peter was worried about. This was the Marvel Universe, and he was a superhero, and even if he wasn't, who knew when some random lunatic would show up and ruin everything? Although his spider sense hadn't reacted at all yet, Peter was still on high alert. In fact, he was even more alert than usual. His fight with Anansi in the Wasteland world had made Peter unable to trust his spider sense completely. Anansi had simply shut his spider sense off, so he couldn't sense if he was about to be attacked. So he had to use all 5 of his senses to be aware of his surroundings. "You're a bit too sensitive." "I'll admit, ever since these superheroes appeared, our lives have changed." As Mary Jane said this, she seemed to remember something and suddenly changed the subject. "Do you know Phil Sheldon? The best photographer for the Daily Bugle?" Peter vaguely remembered hearing that name somewhere but couldn't place it. Was he some obscure Marvel hero or villain? He started photographing these superpowered people after the Fantastic Four defeated the Mole Men. He's taken photos of the X-Men, the Punisher, and the Avengers. After the Avengers showed up, he said he was going to write a book for these superpowered people, a biography-like book for these Marvels. Peter remembered. This person was the protagonist of the seminal Marvel work Marvels. However, he wasn't a superpowered person, just an ordinary human photographer. I remember now. I often see his name in the corner of photos in the Daily Bugle. So, did he say something? We live in this era, this world. Some people hate the Marvels, thinking they've changed our world. Some people choose to deny that they even exist, believing the Battle of New York was a conspiracy. Of course, a lot of people are excited, and more than one person loves to wait in the coffee shop in front of Grand Central Station to see the Avengers deployed from the Avengers Tower. After a short speech, Mary Jane finally said what she wanted to tell Peter, but no matter what, we live in this world, and the Marvels are part of our world. That seems different from what I'm worried about. It's different, but acknowledging and adapting to this new world and learning how to safely survive in it, instead of complaining about the inconvenience they bring to your life, is a much more important mindset. Peter looked at Mary Jane's smile and nodded subconsciously. Mary Jane then changed the subject. "So, let's talk about something more lighthearted. How are you and Gwen doing?" Question mark. How are we doing? You're not a couple. Peter was silent for a moment, looking at Mary Jane's question as if it were a matter of fact. He then asked, "Wait, is that what you think, or is that what everyone thinks?" "I don't know what other people think, but you two seem to have a good relationship." "Yeah, we were classmates in middle school and neighbors for 3 years, but we're not a couple. At least not right now." Mary Jane nodded after hearing that and didn't say anything more. After chatting for a while longer, they finished dinner. Peter paid for the meal and called a taxi for Mary Jane. Before she got in, she asked Peter one last question. "If I need you to help me take pictures again, will you agree?" "No problem, as long as I have time." Mary Jane smiled sweetly. "If your pictures are good enough, I'll treat you to another meal." After watching Mary Jane leave, Peter let out a sigh of relief. He had already told Uncle Ben and Aunt May that he would be home late, so he might as well use this opportunity to investigate the Kravinoff manor and clear the way in advance. Venom, of course, had to start chatting again. "Nothing happened today." "Yeah, nothing happened at all." "That's a good thing." "What about it?" Peter asked this while finding an empty alley and starting to climb a wall. Venom answered. "I think that was a date." "Whatever you say, buddy." Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Kravinoff Manor. The Kravinoff Manor wasn't a very suitable place for Spider-Man. Just as the detective agency's files had described, the entire manor was built inside a small nature park, surrounded by dense woods. There were no other buildings for several kilometers, and the trees were only about 5 to 9 meters tall, which made it almost impossible for him to use his high mobility swinging. Luckily, Peter also had a stealth suit. An old mansion, hiding an unknown secret. This place practically screams to Americans, "Hey, this Russian's house is suspicious. Maybe there's nothing wrong with it at all, and it's just a smoke screen. Venom, what do you think? We'll tear it down. Why do I even bother asking you?" Peter sighed and continued to observe. His tactical goggles immediately caught sight of a figure moving quickly through the forest. After zooming in on the image, Peter saw someone he hadn't expected to see, but perhaps should have. Black Cat quickly approached Kravinoff Manor. Just like last year when she wasn't yet the Black Cat, the place looked gloomy and dark. She looked around, threw a stone over the wall, and when there was no resistance, she leapt over herself. There were actually more than one building in the manor, but Black Cat didn't check every one. Instead, she went directly to the front door of the main house and tried to pick the lock. The feel of the lockpick told her the lock was open, but the door wouldn't budge, which meant the lock wasn't what was holding it shut. Black Cat scanned the door with her new goggles, then placed a small device on the door. "You don't really believe that Sergei Kravinoff is the main buyer or seller behind Fisk's luxury animal smuggling, do you?" Spider-Man's familiar voice came from behind her. Black Cat smiled, turned around with her hands behind her back, and looked at Spider-Man, who was hanging upside down from a web line attached to the eaves. She said with a hint of teasing, "Why not? Maybe a little boy can have some insight. If you really want my insight." Peter flipped down and moved closer to Felicia. "It's that you shouldn't get close to this place. What are your hands doing behind your back? Avoiding being tied up in a web by a spider?" Felicia said as she pressed herself against the door. "Since you're here, it means there's danger here, right?" "What is it?" "It's..." Peter sighed helplessly. "This might be a former Soviet secret base. The Kravinoff family has been KGB agents for 2 generations. Black Cat nodded thoughtfully but then asked with uncertainty, "Is that it? That shouldn't be a big deal for you, right? You could just go tell the CIA or the FBI. Sergei Kravinoff might have been injected with a supersoldier serum." "A Soviet supersoldier serum?" Hearing Black Cat's question, Peter seemed to realize something and quickly reached for Felicia, but she was fast. She opened the door, immediately slipped inside, and locked it securely behind her. Peter tried to open the door with no luck. He picked up the electronic device she had dropped on the ground and quickly analyzed it. It was a lockpick that used a momentary short circuit. He didn't have the equipment to repair it and use it again right away. He had only remembered that Felicia's father was killed because of the Hydra supersoldier serum, and he had forgotten that he was the one sent by the CIA to steal the Soviet version. The combination of the KGB and the supersoldier serum was bound to affect her state of mind and make her want to investigate even more. "We'll just break down the door. What's the point of an infiltration then?" Peter complained about Venom's unreliable idea and looked around the mansion. There had to be another way in. If the front door wasn't an option, he would try somewhere else. Inside the mansion, Black Cat adjusted the brightness on her tactical goggles and cautiously looked around. The entire mansion didn't seem to have anything special about it. A large central hall had a circular staircase leading to the second floor on each side. She walked quietly and stopped in front of a rug in the middle of the hall. 3 shadows were cast on the rug. Black Cat turned and looked above the door. Through a transparent domed window directly above the mansion's entrance, the faces of 3 Slavic warrior statues on horses, holding swords, were clearly visible in the moonlight. The shadows on the rug were from those 3 statues. Felicia let out a sigh of relief and took a step forward. She stopped and looked down at her feet, then took out her grappling hook and shot it at the ceiling. She quickly moved herself to the top of the ceiling, but the expected explosion or automated turret didn't happen. Instead, 3 consecutive shots of 3 rows of massive crossbow bolts each shot out from the walls on either side and embedded themselves in the opposite wall. Who still uses such old-fashioned mechanisms? Using her grappling hook to descend, Felicia looked around. It seemed the entire interior of the mansion was filled with such traps and mechanisms. But since the loud noise hadn't brought anyone out, it meant the place had been abandoned for a long time. The glass was high strength, and the doors were essentially giant electronic mechanical locks, which explained why no homeless people could get in. It seemed Peter Parker had overestimated this place. But no matter what, this was a place for people to live. It was impossible for there to be too many traps in the living areas. If these traps were set by Kravinoff before he left America, there must be a safe route. If they were set afterward, it meant they were hiding something here. The scan results showed that no one had walked on the surrounding floor for a long time, proving that no one was living in the manor. As for a safe route, the high-precision analysis device could also indicate where various mechanisms were hidden. Black Cat cautiously continued to move, following the trap-free circular staircase to the second floor. On the rug in the central hall, the moonlight cast 4 shadows. Black Cat initially thought it was Peter watching her from outside, but when the fourth person stood up, the muscular silhouette was clearly not Peter Parker. She instinctively rolled to dodge a pounce. It seems we have an unwelcome guest in the house. The speaker was a Slavic man with no Slavic accent. He wore nothing on his upper body except for a jacket made of lion's skin. On his lower body, he seemed to be wearing a pair of shorts and shoes made from several lionesses' hides. He pulled a short spear from his back and smiled at Black Cat. "Hello, miss. You can call me Kraven the Hunter." Chapter 170, The Hunter's Battle. The English version of the Russian word Kravenov is Craven, and his self-proclaimed title as the Hunter was a perfect match for his gear. A Russian super soldier. Felicia immediately realized that she was no match for him. Even setting aside the enhancements from the super soldier serum, she couldn't match his physical prowess or combat training. Thankfully, she had a teammate. All she had to do was wait for Spider-Man to attack, and everything would be fine. Professional, sharp, and well-equipped. "Miss, you don't look like an ordinary burglar." Kraven, like an anachronistic caveman, lunged at the Black Cat with a short spear. She dodged nimbly, only to see Kraven touch a railing on the second-floor mezzanine. Instantly, she saw spikes shoot out from the floor, forcing her to backflip to avoid them. Kraven, using his enhanced strength, leaped and swept his spear horizontally. Just after dodging the traps, the Black Cat raised her forearm to block the blow. Kraven, who had expected to take her down with that one blow, was stunned when his spear snapped. "Are you an American super soldier? From S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Pentagon? You guess." The Black Cat smiled, not wanting to talk any more with Kraven. Kraven, however, was direct, throwing the broken spear at her lower body, which she once again nimbly dodged. But it didn't matter. His target was never the Black Cat herself. Another trap was triggered, and the Black Cat barely dodged a crossbow bolt. She looked at Kraven, unable to believe that anyone would install so many traps in their house. However, Kraven didn't seem to want a prolonged fight. That attack was just to buy him time to escape. He quickly ran to the end of the corridor, rotated a suit of medieval armor, and slipped into a secret passage. What kind of person fills their house with traps? While complaining about Kraven's style, the Black Cat activated the infrared camera on her tactical goggles, trying to pinpoint Kraven's location. She had no intention of chasing him directly. If Kraven had fled, he was definitely prepared. She was better off finding what she came for first. But she quickly found that all her electronic devices were useless. When all modern equipment was rendered useless, there was no doubt that the most primitive and direct methods were the most effective. A round object suddenly appeared at Felicia's feet. She was shocked, stepped on the railing, and leaped down to the floor below. A flashbang's intense light went off behind the Black Cat, and as she landed, another identical flashbang appeared at her feet. She managed to cover her eyes in time, but the flashbang also caused temporary deafness with its high decibel sound. The continuous bright light prevented her from regaining her vision quickly. Felicia moved along the path she had memorized, knowing that Kraven was waiting for her nearby. But she didn't expect it to happen so fast. Something struck her leg, and then something else hooked her back, hoisting her up. Felicia breathed a sigh of relief. As the flashbang's light faded, she opened her uncomfortable eyes to see Spider-Man crouched on the ceiling. "What took you so long?" "Well, their chimney had a lot of traps, so it took me a little while." "Be careful, his mansion is full of traps." "Yeah, I know." Peter, of course, knew. He also knew that all of his suit's electronic functions were blocked once he entered the building. Fortunately, besides infrared vision, Peter had other ways to track someone. He let the symbiote take over his vision and shared the view. With that special vision, he could sense the heat radiating from all living things. This biological infrared vision was much more reliable and convenient. Kraven was moving quickly. His movement speed was very fast, and then he stopped. Peter's spider sense went off, and he looked at the ceiling he was crouched on, cursing silently. He immediately jumped, wrapped his arms around Felicia's waist, and landed on the ground. The moment he landed, he realized he had landed in a bad spot. His spider sense went off wildly, so he quickly grabbed Felicia and jumped onto the wall. The mansion's ceiling actually opened to both sides, scattering lime powder onto the floor. The spot where Peter had just been standing collapsed, revealing a row of iron spikes. Phew. Felicia, who had been moved multiple times, experienced standing on a wall for the first time. She looked at the floor and ceiling, then wrapped her arms around Peter's neck. "He's a weirdo, isn't he? Don't you think something is a bit strange?" After carefully observing his surroundings, Peter raised a question. Felicia looked at him. "What?" These traps are too weak to harm us. A lot of these could have been set up to be more lethal, like replacing the crossbows with shotguns, or the lime powder with poison gas. Felicia looked at Peter carefully. You have such dark thoughts when you wear this suit. What does this suit have to do with it? Peter sighed, then, holding Felicia, he landed on the floor and said loudly, I'm sorry, Mr. Craven, we didn't mean to offend, if you agree that we are not your enemies. Peter had concluded that Craven, the hunter, might not be an enemy after deducing his KGB background. After all, there were precedents. For example, Craven in the '94 Spider-Man series wasn't a bad guy. But he couldn't be sure, which was why he was here tonight to investigate. To his surprise, curiosity had gotten the better of the cat, and Felicia had come to investigate on her own. And while he was finding his way in, the two of them had already started fighting. With a crisp click, the lights in the entire mansion came on. Craven, in his hunter's outfit, walked out and stood on the second-floor staircase, looking at them. Then you'll have to have the young lady you're holding explain why an American super soldier is trespassing in my home. Peter quickly let go of Felicia, understood what Craven was asking, and quickly explained, her super soldier serum was stolen. Craven's expression instantly became very animated. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, okay, the title will be Craven. It was a good thing that Craven was not, in fact, a villain. His official identity was a Russian State Duma deputy. There was no need for him to act so cheaply and come all the way to New York just to be a villain. He even invited Peter and Felicia into his study for a serious talk. I received a message in Russia from New York, claiming that my half-brother died at the hands of Spider-Man. Craven served the two young people a drink each in his study. As it happens, I had some business to attend to in New York, so I made some inquiries. From the intelligence I gathered, Spider-Man doesn't have a record of killing any criminals. Well, he did have a record, if you counted Carl King. Felicia was a little confused by Craven's words. Who was Craven's brother? But you were there, so maybe you can tell me how my brother, or perhaps it's more appropriate to call him Chameleon, died. Are you planning to avenge your brother? Craven paused for a moment before handing the two their drinks. As soon as Peter took his, Venom made a conclusion. No poison. Vodka. I don't drink, thank you. No poison. I know. Vodka is still a bit too strong for me. After Peter refused the Russian-style drink, Craven took the glass back with a hint of regret. Felicia took a small sip out of curiosity, then pushed it aside in disgust. How could a drink be so harsh? As for revenge, it depends on the circumstances. My brother betrayed his country. If he was killed by an agent of the Foreign Intelligence Service, I wouldn't say a thing. If he committed a crime in America and was killed by the CIA or American law enforcement, I would wonder if he felt any remorse. Craven finished the vodka Peter hadn't touched in one gulp, then added one last possibility. But if he was killed by someone else, I want to know who that person is and why they killed him. If it was for money or to silence him, Craven might seek revenge, but not now. Peter recounted Chameleon's actions without mentioning the Punisher, that he had disguised himself as an ordinary person to carry out an assassination, which resulted in the ordinary person being killed instead. And so, a long pursuit across the country began. Craven was silent for a while after listening. All he did was drink another glass of liquor, then looked at Felicia. So, what's your purpose for coming to me? I want to know about the Soviet super soldier serum. Felicia cut Peter off and stared intently at Craven. Is the super soldier serum you were injected with a Soviet original, or was it? That's a matter of national security, miss. With all due respect, even if you weren't with the American government, I couldn't tell you. Craven thought for a moment, then cautiously added, however, I do know of a person who once tried to steal the super soldier serum from my country, but unfortunately, he failed. Felicia's body stiffened, and Peter sighed. Wasn't this an obvious way of telling him that she had a connection to the cat? But it seems that he did manage to steal some of the super soldier serum, which is now unaccounted for, right? Craven laughed, then seemed lost in thought. After a long moment of silence, Felicia took the initiative and offered a clue. He didn't steal the super soldier serum in the Soviet Union, he stole it in Hungary. Hungary was a Soviet satellite state during the Cold War, but that didn't mean the Soviet Union would place its super soldier serum there. This whole thing was suspicious. Craven made a note of this, then looked at Peter. He now knew the purpose of the master thief, but what about Spider-Man? What was the reason for an Avenger to be intruding on his property? The other day, while I was fighting crime, I unexpectedly saw you at the Fisk Natural Arts Museum. And then the SHIELD files mentioned your connection to Chameleon. Craven nodded again, which meant Spider-Man was worried that he had come for revenge, so he came to scout him out. Of course, he didn't see him as an enemy, otherwise, there would have been no need for them to talk. Craven frowned, pondering the things the two had said, which seemed to have no problems. These things were actually quite important pieces of intelligence. The key was how to use them. Craven thought for a while before Peter was the first to ask a question. So what about you, Craven? What did you come to America for? Craven was taken aback by the question, then smiled and explained. Part of the reason is, of course, for my brother Dimitri. But the other part is for work, kid. I came here for you, or to be more precise, for the Avengers. Craven poured himself a third drink. In this day and age, superpowered individuals have entered the world stage. Everyone needs superpowered individuals. Especially you guys. You Avengers have formed the most powerful superpowered organization since World War II, and it's not for things like racial equality. Do you know how much of a shock that's been to the entire world? Roughly, America suddenly has the most powerful team of superpowered individuals in the world, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. launched a second one. This has greatly rattled other countries. Almost every country with a little bit of influence is creating its own Avengers team. The Eastern powerhouse is preparing the Celestial Guard, we Russians are planning to set up a Winter Guard, and even the British have started a project called Excalibur, hoping to have a team of superpowered individuals. Peter almost immediately objected without thinking. But the Avengers isn't an American team. Then you should tell them that the Avengers don't represent America and see if they believe you. Craven shrugged. It was the truth. No one cared that there was an African king in the Avengers. It was an American team, and everything was controlled by the American government. Craven's purpose in coming to New York was a simple one, to figure out what the Avengers were, how their team operated, and what could be learned from them. Upon hearing this, Peter suddenly had an idea. A bold plan that could solve both of their problems appeared in his mind. I have a suggestion, Mr. Craven, that might satisfy us all. Peter offered a surprising response. Are you interested in a tour of Avengers Tower? Chapter 172, the U.S. Avengers. So, are you still planning on convincing your friends to come here and risk it? Craven might give them a very enthusiastic welcome. Felicia asked casually as they left the main gate of the Kravinoff estate. She was actually more interested in what her father had encountered in the Soviet Union. It was clear from Craven's words that Walter Hardy had been in contact with the Soviet super-soldier serum research project and might have even tried to sneak into a secret former Soviet base to steal a sample of the serum. If Walter Hardy had succeeded back then, he might not have run into trouble. However, Peter didn't see it that way. Based on the information he had, it was highly likely that the entire theft was a Hydra scheme, a way to use the Soviet super-soldier serum to push a long-shelved weapons upgrade plan in the US. So, regardless of what happened, it seemed Walter Hardy couldn't have escaped his fate. What about Felicia? Why wasn't Felicia a target for Hydra? Peter suddenly realized there was an inconsistency in the whole affair and asked, have you noticed anything strange happening around you? Are you worried that I've been targeted by Hydra, or already have been? Felicia thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, I haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary yet. Besides, it's pretty safe around me because you're here. No matter what, Hydra wouldn't try to take down an Avenger so quickly. Since they're still in hiding, it means they want to stay that way. As long as Hydra was lying low, they would turn a blind eye unless Felicia uncovered something truly explosive. Also, since the Defenders League had destroyed a U.S. military illegal human experimentation base, which had no official connection to Hydra, Hydra was happy to let them take the fall. In fact, if not for that one super-soldier serum vial with the Hydra logo on it, Walter Hardy's death might never have been linked to Hydra, which had been publicly gone for decades. Instead, everyone would have believed it was a U.S. military cover-up. It must be said that Hydra was truly skilled, all the bad things they did became plausible when pinned on the U.S. military. Maybe the U.S. government really is like that. Harry, even though it's not dangerous around here right now, I think it's better that he doesn't come, just in case. Besides, the girl he likes is inviting him over for dinner in a few days. Once he hears that, he probably won't be in the mood for an adventure anyway. Peter said, looking at the Kravinoff estate in the distance. The old mansion looked mysterious and eerie under the moonlight. Craven didn't immediately agree to Peter's invitation. Instead, he said he needed to consult with someone who had the authority to make a decision and suggested that Peter also have a serious talk with the Avengers leaders so they could communicate first. Other than that, the one thing that concerned him most was the whereabouts of the chameleon's mask. But Peter didn't know where it was. He really had no idea. On this same night, the events sparked by Craven were not the only things happening. Colonel James Rhodes, War Machine, was urgently summoned to the Pentagon. Waiting for him was General Ross, the former leader of the Hulk containment team. He was in a conference room watching footage of the Hulk's immense power during the Battle of New York. Sir. It's ironic, soldier, Colonel Rhodes. General Ross sighed and turned off the video. In just one day, a monster can become a hero. What do you think of your friend Tony Stark and his colorful friends? Are you trying to talk about the Avengers' illegal or overreaching actions? I'm more concerned about the Avengers of other countries, while we have no Avengers. General Ross didn't say anything more. Rhodey walked over and opened a report that showed that all 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, except for France, were starting to form their own official superhero teams. However, the Avengers were not an official team. In fact, this group, which was almost entirely made up of American citizens, didn't even consider themselves subject to the US government. When President Ellis asked the official in charge of superhuman affairs, "How many superheroes do we have?" the response was, "We only have War Machine. We only have War Machine, Colonel Rhodes." General Ross finally stood up and handed another file to Rhodey. Rhodey saw the file's cover, which read, US Avengers Program, but he didn't take it. Instead, he gave his own answer. If America is under attack, I believe the Avengers will protect us. And if America isn't under attack? Ross's words made the air grow colder. He slapped the file on Rhodey's chest, forcing him to take it. You're a soldier, Colonel Rhodes. You know what a soldier's duty is. Take a good look at the people inside and pick a team you need. You will be the leader of the US Avengers. General Ross left without another word. Rhodey took the file and opened it, looking at the dozen or so files. He had no idea the US government was hiding so many superhumans outside of S.H.I.E.L.D. The son of a scientist who, after his father was assassinated by an unknown killer, fell into a vat of a special substance and became one with it, turning into a pure energy being that couldn't coalesce without special equipment. A young man who became a living ball of lightning in a subsequent military gamma experiment. A young high school student who allegedly found alien technology and got an alien battlesuit. And another one with the American flag seared onto his armor and a red cape, who called himself Citizen V, a robot. And these were the most reliable people in the whole file. My God. Rhodey muttered to himself as he walked out of the Pentagon. He activated his War Machine armor and flew into the sky. He opened a private communication channel with Tony Stark, feeling exhausted. He told his old friend some things that didn't violate the non-disclosure agreement but were likely to be made public soon. Tony, I know you're probably not up yet, but listen, buddy, you, more specifically, the Avengers, are in big trouble. Today's update will be a little late, sorry. Yesterday was also pretty late. Chapter 173, Avengers Meeting. How much longer until our pajama boy gets here? On the top floor of the Avengers Tower, Tony asked how long it would be until Peter arrived. Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, who couldn't understand why a meeting was even necessary, just wanted to get back to his lab. He should be here soon, shouldn't he? He's a student, right? Is there any meeting that he absolutely has to attend? This meeting can't happen without him. Look, even the Hulk is here, sitting on the floor, waiting for everyone to arrive. Tony gestured to the Hulk, who was indeed sitting on the floor. That should tell you how much of a hassle today's meeting is going to be. Stupid meeting, stupid things, the Hulk offered his sharp commentary. Just be patient, everyone. It was Captain America who finally smoothed things over. If Tony is being this serious, then it must be something important. He was right. If Tony Stark was being this serious, something big must have happened. Wearing his black suit, Peter landed smoothly in the courtyard outside and came inside. As soon as he entered, Tony snapped his fingers, and a series of holograms appeared, making everything look normal from the outside. Then, one by one, protective walls rose up, trapping everyone inside. Of course, they weren't really trapped, the Hulk was there, after all. Peter looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Seeing that they were all equally clueless, Tony began to explain. Don't look so surprised, kid. I'm just doing what you told me to do. I've turned off Jarvis, activated the full-scale defenses, and cut off all electromagnetic signals, except for the arc reactor in my chest. And all of this is for... Tony took the super soldier serum vial out of the safe and placed it on the table. Captain America instantly stood up. Hydra. That's right, Cap, surprise. Tony smirked sarcastically. Hydra is still alive. They haven't been idle during the 70 years you were asleep. This vial was stolen from Eastern Europe by one of Peter's friends. It's Hydra's legacy from the former Soviet Union. And guess what they did with this Hydra serum after it was smuggled into the United States? They called it Soviet serum and turned it into Soviet serum for illegal human experiments. What does that tell you? Tony's analysis hit Captain America like a sledgehammer. He let out a sigh that everyone could feel the pain of. Hydra has already infiltrated the United States. And there might be more than one of these projects, Peter added. The spider that bit me, the symbiote on my body, these are all new super soldier projects being researched by the US military, and there's a high probability that they were spearheaded by HYDRA. Even the Hulk understood now. Bad guys went into a bad country and did even worse things. And it gets even more complicated. Cap, remember your old friend, the Human Torch? His body disappeared, and then it reappeared decades later. And when our little Spider-Man went to Madripoor, he was standing with Weapon X, another US military super soldier program. In this absolutely secure environment, Tony came to a very clear conclusion. The country's entire super soldier program is compromised. Or to put it more bluntly, every super soldier created by this country, unless they're an accidental result like Peter, could be a Hydra soldier. Captain America was silent for a long time. It wasn't just him, everyone in the room was silent for a while. Hank, however, seemed to have remembered something. Wait, S.H.I.E.L.D. also has its own super soldier program. That's not safe either, Tony said with a sense of helplessness, then took out a stack of photos. Remember the Thunderbolts? Fury didn't trust us, so he went solo. But it seems like not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but others don't trust us either. Rhodey sent me these. The Pentagon is recruiting for its own Avengers. Captain America took the photos and looked at Tony, signaling for him to continue. Jack Hart. They call him Jack of Hearts. His father, Philip, invented a highly efficient liquid fuel called Fluid Zero. A certain company decided to steal it, killed his father in front of him, and pushed him into the fuel. After the explosion, he became a pure energy being and needs a containment suit to survive. He has been under the military supervision. After introducing the person in the first photo, Tony showed the second one, a completely yellow lightning bolt, but in a human shape. Miguel Santos. A maintenance worker at a Gamma lab in Arizona, an electrician. He was maintaining an electrical box during the Gamma explosion that created the Hulk and mutated into a living lightning bolt. Some call him Living Lightning, others just call him Zach. He's been locked in an insulated room since '03. The third photo was of a black armored suit flying in the sky. Chris Powell. He was just a kid when he accidentally got his hands on a suit of alien armor. The US military took him from his corrupt cop father and spent over a decade training him to be a killing machine. Darkhawk. How American. And finally, Citizen V, Peter finally spoke up. Is that Zemo? Captain America looked at Peter, and Peter explained, in another world, Baron Zemo pretended to be the hero Citizen V and joined the Thunderbolts. He eventually incited the reformed villains to steal superhero data and then killed everyone. My suit transmitted all the data to Jarvis. Tony immediately chimed in. And I've isolated a portion of Jarvis's database until I can be sure that no one can modify Jarvis's programming. But this Citizen V is a robot developed by the US military. At least for now, it's not a living person. Captain America sighed once more. Zemo had died 70 years ago. He had seen Zemo die. But HYDRA was still alive, Jim Hammond was still alive, and even he himself was still alive. Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place, Captain America murmured, understanding Tony's point. He stood up and looked at the Avengers. If we want to completely destroy HYDRA, we need to find all of its heads. Besides the people in this room, anyone could be a member of HYDRA. I need each of you to carefully find the people we can trust. If it can cut off one head and two more shall take its place, then we will cut off all of Hydra's heads. Chapter 174, Harry's Lucky Day. Captain America gave the highest directive for countering Hydra. Every Avenger should seek out their own contacts, assemble teams and forces to investigate every corner of the country for Hydra-affiliated businesses. After today's meeting, they were not to share their investigation results with each other to prevent all the leads from being wiped out if Hydra discovered their efforts. As for the other matter, both Tony and the captain agreed. On one hand, Captain America, having just woken up from World War II, had no ill will towards the Russians. He was even quite friendly with them, as they were allies when he was in the ice. On the other hand, Tony had no problem letting the Russians annoy the US government. So the invitation from the Avengers had been sent out, and now they were just waiting for Kraven to accept. With that, Peter was temporarily free again. If they needed someone to investigate Hydra, there really wasn't much for him to do. It wasn't that he couldn't find people. For example, the Defenders, Felicia, or even Oscorp, which had contracted a portion of the Super Soldier program, were all good places to investigate. But for the most part, he didn't need to take the initiative to investigate. Everyone else would surely come to him if they found something related to Hydra, with the exception of Oscorp. Although he didn't know why, Norman Osborn seemed to trust him immensely, and he had the highest level of access to Oscorp's systems. But just like with the military base incident, Hydra was probably very deeply hidden, and there was a high chance that even Osborn himself was unaware of Hydra's presence, aside from a few select researchers. Regardless, it was now Saturday. Facing a new weekend, Peter sighed in relief. This October was certainly less busy than September, and he felt much more relaxed. However, just because he didn't have school didn't mean he had nothing to do. Harry pulled him away from his busy Spider-Man life for a very simple reason: his dinner date with Liz that evening. When he heard the news yesterday, he was immediately excited and asked Peter what he should prepare. "What do you think of the suit I wore to the homecoming dance?" "You mean the green one?" "Just wear something normal, dude." Based on that conversation, Peter had to go shopping for clothes with Harry again. In the same old clothing store, Harry tried on several suits in a row: purple, red, and yellow. He just refused to pick a black or white suit. Even a blue one would be fine. What's with this sense of style? Did you ask what her family is like? You have to make a good impression on them. Harry looked confused. Liz thought my green suit was great, though. What about her parents? Did you find out what they like? Under Peter's speechless gaze, Harry finally had a look of realization. He then explained his situation to Peter. Liz's mother passed away a long time ago. Her father raised her and took very good care of her. Unlike Norman Osborn, who only showed coldness and criticism toward Harry after his wife's death, as if he didn't think his son had any redeeming qualities. Understanding Harry's unspoken meaning, Peter nodded. "So, did she ever tell you what her father's personality is like?" "He's a very detail-oriented person. He pays close attention to the details of his daughter's daily life and worries if she's having any trouble. Sometimes Liz complains that he's a little overprotective. So, you need to reassure her, old man. You need to at least prove that you're a reliable person, and preferably an honest one." Peter looked helplessly at the pink suit Harry was wearing. He was genuinely puzzled as to why such a thing existed. "Do you think wearing something like this will make Liz's dad feel like you're a person he can trust?" No. You even said that as a question, dude." Peter sighed in exasperation. Harry, being a good sport, finally chose a very serious-looking suit. The only drawback was that it made him look like a salesman. After a long while, the two finally picked out the clothes. Harry left the store, satisfied but nervous. He then looked at Peter. "Since it's still early, why don't we activate the Spider Squad? Crime doesn't happen every day, Harry." Harry looked at Peter with an incredulous expression. "What parallel universe are you from? This is New York. Is there no universe where New York goes a day without crime?" "That would probably be a universe where it's still called New Amsterdam." As the two talked, they arrived at the secret base. Dr. Jonathan was still here, raising his genetically modified spiders. It was hard to call it research, it was more like Dr. Jonathan using a pair of tweezers to grab other insects and toss them onto the spider webs. "Oh, hey, Peter, Harry. You guys are here." "Morning, Dr. Jonathan. How are the spiders doing?" Peter asked casually, and Dr. Jonathan took off his goggles to reply. "They're looking great, Peter. The genetically modified spider that bit you in Silk, both the injection of the venom and the spider's programmed genes were not up to par for human testing. Theoretically, that spider was too terrifying for the human genome. Most people would have died from a complete genetic breakdown, and the lucky ones would have experienced severe mutations. You and Agent Silk are special, lucky cases." The spider's powers were essentially a choice made by the spider totem, something Peter had actually mentioned to Dr. Jonathan. But unfortunately, Dr. Jonathan was a steadfast scientist, and he flatly rejected a conclusion that science could not explain. As for where Madam Web's spider abilities came from, Dr. Jonathan's science couldn't explain that, either. "So, the spiders I'm breeding are different from the previous generation. Their modified genomes are more compatible with the human genome. I'll also turn their venom into a serum and use Vita-rays to promote gene fusion. It'll be much safer and more efficient, though I have no idea how to do it yet." As he said this, Dr. Jonathan finally realized what was happening. "Oh, my apologies. I'll get out of your way. The Spider Squad is heading out, aren't they?" Chapter 175, The Friendly Neighborhood Hero Strikes. "Peter, there's a robbery on 35th Street. And the police can get there in 2 minutes. The robbers don't have firearms and haven't taken any hostages. It's temporarily very safe. I'll go check the situation first." Harry sat in front of the computer, compiling all the police reports received by the NYPD for Peter. A recent shoplifting incident made him think Spider-Man would have to make a big show, but Peter easily deduced from the dispatch information that the police were capable of handling the case. Still, just in case, Spider-Man would arrive at the scene first. Then, another intercepted 911 call appeared on the control panel. This one might be more important. There's a fire at the East Side Pier of Manhattan Island. The New York City Fire Department has been dispatched. I can't get there faster than them. The fire trucks and ladders can get there without any obstructions. What's on fire at the pier? A warehouse. Yes, a department store warehouse. I'm checking. Oh, it's just some plastic toys from across the Pacific. No risk of explosion. Hold on. Manhattan Precinct 2. This is Spider-Man. The burning warehouse belongs to a department store and contains plastic toys. Okay, thank you. No, you are the real heroes of New York. Stay safe. Different types of fires require different extinguishing methods. Providing timely information is an effective way to handle a situation. What truly amazed Harry was that Peter was practically a living map of Manhattan. He had memorized the locations of almost all the police stations and fire departments in Manhattan. Combined with the program he designed, he could quickly analyze which incidents needed Spider-Man's help and which the police or fire department could handle on their own. Spider-Man didn't need to respond to every siren or every 911 call. Not all calls are highly dangerous. New Yorkers can take care of themselves, as long as there aren't any supervillains. There's an armed robbery in Harlem. A foreign tourist has been taken hostage, and the police are on their way. I'll be right there. During the day, Harlem, if you didn't look closely, was no different from other parts of New York. As long as you didn't enter the slums or gang-infested buildings, and didn't deliberately avoid or stare at the gangs, you wouldn't get into trouble. Unfortunately, some foreign tourists didn't know this and wandered into Harlem. However, this wasn't necessarily dangerous, as local gangs were unlikely to harm outsiders. But if the police got involved, a confrontation between the gang and the police could be very risky. Drop the gun. 2 patrol officers aimed their 9mm handguns at a gangster who had taken a foreign tourist hostage. They were in a standoff, but the gangster, holding a gun to the hostage's head, immediately yelled, "Stay back. If you come closer, I'll shoot." The 2 police officers, who were holding their guns, saw Spider-Man slowly descending on a web from high above. They exchanged a look, and one of them put his gun on the ground and raised his hands, walking closer. "All right, let's talk, okay? I said don't come any closer. Don't be so shy." A glob of webbing encased the gun and the robber's entire right hand. The men instinctively pulled the trigger, but it was no match for the reinforced layers of webbing. Spider-Man flipped and landed in a standard superhero pose, then, humming the melody of his old theme song, he shot a web to grab the man's hand and yanked him over. He gently kicked the man's calf to trip him, tied up his feet with webs, and hung him from a nearby lamppost. And just like that, we have a fresh new hanging robber. Oh, my goodness, it's Spider-Man. The terrified tourist's fear instantly turned to delight. He grabbed Peter's hand, expressing his excitement. "I can't believe I get to see an Avenger this close. And you saved me. Oh my God, can I take a picture with you?" "Of course, sir. But please be careful next time. The parts of New York that aren't tourist attractions can be quite dangerous." After taking a picture with the tourist, the 2 patrol officers handcuffed the robber's hands. With Peter's help, they ripped off the webbing and confiscated the gun. One officer was in charge of taking the captured robber to the car, while the other expressed his gratitude to Spider-Man. "It's a good thing you were here, Spider-Man. Otherwise, we would have had to wait for a sniper to get into position, or worse, just shoot the guy without being able to guarantee the hostage's safety." "I'm not a fan of administrative leave," the officer said helplessly, pointing to a convenience store nearby. "See, my partner and I just parked to get a coffee, and when we came out, we ran into a robbery. And this kind of thing hasn't been uncommon these past few years." "That sounds pretty bad." "It is. Unless a Republican president gets elected this year, things won't get much better. Of course, even if Ellis doesn't get re-elected, New York will probably still be a Democratic stronghold, and our budget has been cut year after year." "Who are you voting for, Spider-Man?" As it turns out, no matter where you are in the world, politics is a topic men love to discuss. But Peter didn't take the bait. He just shot a web, getting ready to leave. "I'm afraid I can't say, officer. Public figures have to avoid controversial political statements. Goodbye." The officer watched Spider-Man leave, tipped his hat, and returned to his patrol car. As for Peter, who was swinging away, he received 2 pieces of good news. The fire at the pier was mostly under control, and the police had successfully resolved the robbery on 35th Street. However, once he was back in Midtown, the hottest news, the election, inevitably came into his view. The Daily Bugle and J. Jonah Jameson were, as usual, offering their opinions. Entering October, the seemingly clear election has taken an unexpected turn. Ever since the illegal human lab under the Hudson River was exposed, both parties have been accusing each other of being the mastermind behind it. Without a doubt, no politician wants to take the blame, but this has created a crisis of confidence in the government of Matthew Ellis. In the latest polls, his approval rating has been steadily declining. When it came to the election, even J. Jonah Jameson's tone became calm, but the things he was saying were not calm at all. But, the October surprise has only just begun, and Matthew's troubles might just be starting. Just now, the official Avengers account released a message stating that they have decided to invite Sergei Kravinov, a member of the Russian State Duma who is currently visiting New York, to tour Avengers Tower. Captain America, inviting a Russian to tour Avengers Tower. Oh, I can guess with my toes how much of a battle the two sides are going to have. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, It's a Small World. The October surprise refers to the fact that in a U.S. election year, something unexpected and dramatic always seems to happen in October, greatly affecting the polls. For example, the illegal human experimentation project of the U.S. military being exposed, or the Avengers inviting a Russian to visit. This led to a question Americans were very curious about: which party does Captain America, the symbol of the American dream, truly represent? I don't side with either. On the top floor of the Avengers Tower, Captain America, already overwhelmed by the Hydra situation, threw his shield in the training room. In just 1.5 seconds, he sliced through all 3 automated turrets while performing a beautiful backflip to dodge a barrage of gunfire. This was his answer to Janet and Tony, who were interested in gossip like this. Really? I heard that the Republican Party was planning to invite you to be a presidential candidate, Captain. Steve Rogers was stunned by Janet's question. If Tony had said it, he would have thought it was a joke. But coming from Janet, it meant that many people must have actually thought so. The captain sighed and expressed his true feelings. If I were to run for president and get elected, the first thing I would do is find all the financial backers of my party and beat them up. The captain said bluntly. If you ask me, both parties are a pile of, no, 2 piles of dog shit. The only difference is that you have to choose the one that smells less. Janet and Tony both let out a small whoa. This was the first time they had ever heard the captain curse, and in such an offensive way. It seemed the Hydra incident had truly taken a toll on the captain. All right, Mr. Sergey should be arriving soon. We should go meet him. Although the idea of Kraven visiting the Avengers Tower was Peter's, Peter didn't intend to get involved. On the contrary, he had other things to do. This was also something that Kraven had triggered. The fact that Kraven wasn't a villain made Peter think of the Kraven from the '94 Spider-Man series, which gave him a bold idea: this 616 universe was a brand new one. In other words, anything was possible, and he had to consider all possible scenarios. For example, in the movie Spider-Man: Homecoming, Liz's father was the Vulture, Adrian Toomes. Although the Liz in this world had a normal skin tone, he couldn't rule out the possibility of the plot being jumbled. So, Peter specifically talked to Harry about Liz's father, but all he found out was that the man was a scientist. Harry himself didn't even know what Liz's dad did for a living. Peter decided to see if he could somehow confirm that Liz's father was indeed the Vulture in this universe, just by chance. If not, everything was fine. If he was, then he would need to see if he had already become the Vulture. If not, Peter would try his best to prevent it. I can't access the Avengers systems yet, and I can't explain why I'm investigating a classmate's parents. In the base provided by Oscorp, Peter saw information about Liz's father and sighed helplessly. It was indeed Adrian Toomes, the Vulture. Hold on, hold on. There had been no record of a supervillain named the Vulture, which meant he hadn't become the Vulture yet. Peter started looking into Adrian Toomes' resume and breathed a sigh of relief when he found nothing wrong. The one thing he hadn't anticipated was that the reason he couldn't find anything was because this was an Oscorp system, and an AI named Green Goblin had automatically filtered out the relevant information, preventing Peter from getting the correct details. Meanwhile, Harry had arrived at Liz's house. He nervously knocked on the door and watched a balding middle-aged man open it. You must be Harry, right? I'm Liz's dad, Adrian. Hello, Uncle Adrian. Harry took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous. He didn't see Liz, and he was a little worried about the middle-aged man's attitude. Adrian didn't seem to mind, but he couldn't help but frown as he looked at the young man in front of him. There was something about the young man's expression that reminded him of a very unpleasant person, Norman Osborn. He remembered Norman Osborn giving a speech at his daughter's school, saying that his son attended Midtown High School. It can't be, right? Feeling suspicious, Adrian smiled and led Harry into the house. He then looked at the flowers in Harry's hand and chuckled. I'm sorry, we don't have any vases. I don't think there's anywhere for you to put those flowers. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's okay. Liz went out to get us some drinks, and I haven't finished dinner yet. Can you give me a hand, young man? Eager to prove himself, Harry didn't care that he was wearing a suit. He rubbed his hands together and agreed. He immediately went to the kitchen and clumsily helped Adrian. Adrian casually asked, "What do your parents think about you dating?" My father never cares about me. He only cares about his business. My mother, if she were still alive. I don't know. She passed away when I was very young. I can only remember a few things about her. Seeing Harry's sad expression, Adrian was a little moved and seemed to understand something. He shook his head. It looks like you don't like your father very much. He I don't know. Sometimes I feel like he might love me, but I can't feel it. He just cares about his business and doesn't care about me or my mother's legacy. Is this kid Osborn's son? Maybe, but Adrian couldn't see that he was a bad kid. In fact, he was the complete opposite of that guy, Norman Osborn. He had already given up on trying to fight Osborn to the death, so even if this kid was Norman Osborn's son, why would he carry that grudge to the next generation? Dad, I'm back. Liz returned with the drinks, and she was surprised to see Harry helping in the kitchen. How could you make a guest help out? Trust me, honey. This kid got to work as soon as he heard he could help. I just realized that none of Peter's friends have both parents. Chapter 177, Wings of Flight. That was a very nice dinner. Adrian was quite satisfied with Harry, apart from the fact that he might be Osborn's son. But even with that, Adrian had made peace with it. After dinner, he left his daughter to chat with Harry and went back to his garage to admire his work. Adrian Toombs was once a name of great importance. He had developed a bionic individual flight apparatus called a Falcon, which was successfully adopted by the U.S. military special forces. However, the Falcon gear later proved to have many flaws. Most of the pilots the military had painstakingly trained died in combat missions, and the high cost of the Falcon's manufacturing and training made the losses unacceptable. In the end, only one old set of Falcon equipment remained, and the last surviving pilot, Sam Wilson, had retired. As for the second-generation Falcon he had poured his heart and soul into, it also failed to gain the favor of the U.S. military. If his equipment had just been rejected by Oscorp on the basis of cost-effectiveness, Adrian wouldn't have been so angry. But what was more infuriating was that Oscorp had stolen the anti-gravity system from his equipment and given him no compensation. A strange noise came from behind him. Adrian turned and saw Harry standing awkwardly by a metal shelf with a wrench in his hand. Adrian smiled kindly. What's wrong, kid? Liz told me you were an inventor, so I wanted to see what you've invented. I'm very interested in this kind of stuff, Mr. Toombs. Harry said this as he walked over to the second-generation Falcon suit. Wow, are those wings? Can it really fly? Right now? Not really. It needs a huge amount of electricity, which would drain my family's power bill. Adrian smiled and explained why the large wings were just sitting there. Then he sighed helplessly and sat down. We're not doing so well financially, so I was hoping to use this equipment to bid on the military's next-generation single-person aerial mobility platform. Unfortunately, it failed. Oscorp's plan was favored by the military, so this thing became useless. Oscorp. Did Oscorp compete fairly? Harry suddenly asked this question, and Adrian looked at him with great surprise. Why would you ask that, kid? Because, well, you know, there are always rumors. Harry hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to reveal that he was Norman Osborn's son. He decided against it. Instead, he looked at the wings and said half-jokingly, even if you can't sell it, maybe you could use it for something else. Like, you could try putting on these wings and becoming a superhero. Adrian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. It's not that simple, kid. This is just a flight platform. I haven't built the corresponding exoskeleton armor or weapons yet. And I don't have the money for it. Adrian looked at the wings that might never fly again, a helpless smile on his face. Besides, I don't know how to fight. I don't think I have what it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome America's protectors, the American Avengers. The next day, Adrian, who was brainstorming new ideas and sending his resume to Stark Industries and other companies in hopes of finding a new job, turned on the TV and saw a ridiculous piece of news. The Pentagon announced in Washington that it would form the American Avengers, a team of superheroes with the same authority as the Avengers but who would operate under the authority of the U.S. government and whose every action would be endorsed by the government. The Pentagon spokesperson even proudly declared that America has its own superhero team before any other country. It was all so incredibly stupid. Adrian didn't know what the people at the Pentagon were thinking. Perhaps the Avengers and the government didn't see eye to eye and had a lot of conflicts, but at least before, the conflicts weren't public or intense. The Avengers were still considered by many to be America's superhero team, even after Black Panther joined. But now, the Pentagon had created its own superhero team, and not only that, they had the gall to call it the American Avengers. This could only prove one thing: the U.S. government was desperate to prove to the world that they could protect America from superpowered individuals. They had even revealed the real identities of all the members, to show that, unlike masked vigilantes, these superheroes were legitimate and compliant. So what about the Avengers? What about the even more mysterious S.H.I.E.L.D.? Was the government trying to tell Americans that the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be trusted? It was a really foolish move. But Adrian frowned as he sipped his coffee. The Pentagon official was introducing the American Avengers, and Adrian was most interested in a soldier named Chris Powell. The introduction said he had mastered some kind of alien technology, a pure black high-tech suit. But what caught Adrian's eye most were the giant black wings on the back of the suit. He remembered what Harry had said yesterday. Those wings could perhaps create a superhero. Adrian suddenly became intrigued. With nothing to do, he took out a pen and paper and started designing a suit and weapons for his bionic wings, planning a complete upgrade for a brand new superhero. He was unemployed for now and wasn't planning on building his own independent lab anymore. Just then, he received a phone call. "Hello, is this Mr. Adrian Toombs?" "Yes, it is. How can I help you?" The voice on the other end of the line was a pleasant surprise. "Hello, I'm Aldrich Killian, CEO of Advanced Idea Mechanics. We saw your resume." "I'm sorry, but I don't think I've submitted a resume to your company." Amid Adrian's confusion, the person on the other end chuckled. "Actually, we learned about your situation with Oscorp and submitted a request to the US military to review your designs. Although the military didn't select your design, we are very impressed with your talent. AIM is a company that has a deep partnership with the Pentagon, and we would like to invite you to join us to help us compete with Stark Industries and Oscorp." "Oh, Killian seemed unfazed by Adrian's hesitation and offered more information. "Did you see today's news? The American Avengers?" Yes. The robot named Citizen V is an AIM product. Of course, Citizen V is the name it took when it joined the hero team. Internally, we call it the Super Adaptoid. Does that prove our technological capabilities? If you're interested in joining AIM, you can come in for an interview tomorrow, Mr. Toombs. Chapter 178, SHIELD Headquarters. Peter and Harry had been texting. Peter learned the details of Harry's dinner at Adrian's house and that there seemed to be some tension between Adrian and Oscorp. However, Adrian didn't seem to be in any immediate danger. The Vulture's wings had already been developed, and Peter asked Harry to keep an eye on them. Harry, who was very interested in the wings, readily agreed. Of course, Harry didn't realize that his future potential father-in-law might become a supervillain. He was actually keeping an eye on his own father. Peter put his phone away and looked at the Quinjet landing on the Avengers Tower. The rear door opened, and Peter walked inside, where Cindy was already waiting. It was Sunday, the day they had agreed to go to the Triskelion, SHIELD's headquarters in Washington. The Triskelion was located on Theodore Roosevelt Island in the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., and was the only public SHIELD base. This was a rather strange choice of location. After all, SHIELD was technically a department under the United Nations, but their headquarters was in Washington, D.C., not New York, which showed the extent of the U.S. government's control over SHIELD. To some extent, it also showed how deeply Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD. "I really wish this was my only job today, taking two energetic superpowered teenagers on a field trip. This kind of life suits me better." The person flying the Quinjet was Hawkeye, Clint Barton. He complained helplessly, hoping to liven up the atmosphere a bit. As a SHIELD agent, Cindy wasn't much of a talker, making the past few minutes quite awkward. He hoped Spider-Man would be more talkative. Peter walked over to Hawkeye and unceremoniously sat down in the co-pilot's seat. "Really? The Thunderbolts are that relaxed?" "Hard to say. Anyway, there hasn't been much going on lately." Now that he finally had someone to talk to, Hawkeye was able to relieve some of his boredom. He said while flying the plane, "Ever since you and your strangely dressed friends blew up the base under the Hudson River, the world seems to have quieted down. In reality, the problems with that research base were even bigger than they appeared. At the time, Nick Fury had left the situation in New York to Spider-Man because SHIELD had more pressing matters to deal with. He didn't expect Spider-Man to completely uncover a Hydra nest, a whole security company, an entire experimental system, alien life forms hidden by the US military, and a fully developed Erskine serum. And, of course, the discovery of Dr. Octopus. Otto Octavius was now, at least on the surface, an undeniable wanted criminal for illegal human experimentation. However, that was probably just for show. The US military would likely not hand him over. Fury was fuming, believe me. During the Level 8 agent meeting that day, his whole face was black. Level 8 agents were the absolute top brass of SHIELD. Only leaders of various branches and departments could obtain Level 8 clearance. They were the true pillars of SHIELD. Agent Coulson was only promoted to Level 8 after the Battle of New York when he was given the mission to assemble the bus team, and Hawkeye also only got Level 8 clearance after becoming the leader of the Thunderbolts. But Peter was more concerned about another question. Nick Fury's face was black. Blacker than usual. Barton laughed, and Peter, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, asked another question that was on his mind. What about Rhino? Did he join the Thunderbolts? No, I don't think so. We couldn't convince him. Can you imagine? Neither Nat nor the psychological experts in SHIELD could persuade him. He lives in his own world with his own set of logic. You either agree with his logic, or you can't communicate with him at all. But overall, he's not a bad person, just a little weird. With the Quinjet flying at supersonic speed, Washington quickly came into view. The Triskelion was getting closer and closer. Before landing, Hawkeye gave them a special reminder. Even though you probably wouldn't do it, I still recommend you don't take off your mask. I definitely won't, but is there a reason? Just like the idiots in the Pentagon created the US Avengers, many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. believe that the Avengers initiative, proposed by Director Fury, shouldn't have been allowed to operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. They are eager to get all the information about the Avengers and a way to counter them. Hawkeye said while landing the Quinjet. So remember, not everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is your friend. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. is full of enemies, Peter thought to himself. He then watched as the rear door opened. No one was there to greet them. Cindy stood up and looked at Peter. I'll take you to Fury. Have you been here before? I've been here a few times for training. At least I know my way around. The only thing that stood out on their journey was the curious stares from passers-by. Most S.H.I.E.L.D. agents showed a very clear curiosity about Spider-Man. Peter's spider sense went off from time to time, sensing that many people held a certain degree of malice toward him. Of course, most of the malice wasn't strong, it felt more like they were thinking about how to deal with Spider-Man if they had to. Peter didn't pay any mind to it. He took an elevator that his future self might have to jump out of and went all the way to the top floor to Nick Fury's office. Cindy opened the office door with her iris scan, and the two of them walked in to see a very laid-back Nick Fury with his feet up on the desk, eating an orange, and looking at some documents. You're here. What's the situation at the Hudson River? Peter asked, a little confused. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. No. No first-hand reports. You didn't have Agent Silk with you. Nick Fury kept his feet on the desk and looked at Peter. Is that an alien, life form from the Arizona desert that the Pentagon found? To be honest, Nick Fury didn't think the black suit Peter was wearing looked like an alien. Peter scratched his head and decided to talk to Nick Fury about the symbiote first. Yeah, I call it Venom. It didn't really have a name before. How many of its kind does the Pentagon have? Nick Fury quickly got a reply from Peter Parker. There are 5 in total. They came from a planet called Clintar. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, A Brief Introduction to Symbiotes. Peter once asked Venom about its home planet. After all, Clintar, the home of the symbiotes, was a very important location. Peter wondered if this world could be a bit safer, maybe this universe didn't have null. The answer was the opposite of what he wished for. Symbiotes come from a distant planet called Clintar. I think that's the right way to understand it. Symbiotes can't speak until they bond with an intelligent host, so it can only give me a general idea or show me some memory fragments. Peter scratched his head. Even in Nick Fury's office, he didn't take off his mask. Nick Fury couldn't analyze Peter Parker's expression to determine if what he was saying was true, but he was willing to trust his gut feeling that Peter Parker wasn't lying. Symbiotes are a very special life form. Except on their home planet, Clintar, they must bond with a higher life form to function stably. On Earth, they need to bond with at least a vertebrate to be stable, otherwise, their molecules will be in a constant state of instability, making them more vulnerable to harm. For symbiotes on their home planet, their minds are shared through a hive-like collective consciousness. But once they leave their home planet, this sharing is temporarily interrupted. Most symbiotes are affected by their hosts, but this effect usually only appears in creatures that have bonded for more than 48 hours. For example, if Venom were to leave me now and bond with another creature, the new host would not only be able to use my combat skills through Venom but might also be influenced to become more like me in personality. He can use Venom to create more Spider-Men. Nick Fury finally became interested. He knew about Reed Richards' research on these creatures and had gotten similar results, but he didn't really understand their other characteristics outside of the research. Did it tell you why it came? Listening to Peter Parker explain the basic characteristics of symbiotes, Nick Fury didn't focus on those details. Instead, he asked about something more important. Peter understood what Nick Fury was getting at and continued to speak. Well, Venom isn't really sure why it came. It seems like it came here by accident, but its 4 counterparts didn't. The other 4 symbiotes were exiled from Clintar because they violated Clintar's law, pretty much the only law. Nick Fury nodded, motioning for Peter to continue. How about I just let Venom come out and speak for itself? It probably knows more about this. Spider-Man's body changed. The black suit became a viscous, living biomass, roughly the size of the Hulk, with fangs and sharp teeth. It touched its head, which was nearly hitting the ceiling, and then decided to sit cross-legged. Nick Fury's face didn't show any change, but he put a hand under the table. Cindy seemed a bit startled, but her spider sense told her there was no danger. Venom mimicked Peter's action, rubbing its chin, and then opened its mouth and stuck out its long tongue. What do you want to ask us? I'm most concerned with whether you were the first of your kind to arrive on Earth, or if more of you alien slimes will come to Earth. The chances are very slim. Clintar is on the edge of the universe, in the coldest, darkest place, and very far from Earth. It's almost impossible for a symbiote to get here naturally. Unless you humans listen to those guys and intentionally go to Clintar. Nick Fury picked up on the key point in Venom's words. You mean, your counterparts might try to take humans to your planet? Why? Because they're insane. They want to release Null. Nick Fury's face was full of question marks. What's a Null? Null is our creator, our maker, an ancient god. He created our ancestors, enslaved us, stripped us of our minds, and used us to spread his chaos and darkness, conquering one world after another. Venom's slightly slurred accent made its story somewhat amusing. Nick Fury put his feet down and spoke. Is this Null very powerful? I don't know. You don't know how powerful your god is. Venom answered honestly. In Null's time, no one was his opponent, so we don't know how strong he really is. With no opponents, they couldn't judge his strength. That's why the symbiotes themselves didn't know how powerful Null was. Nick Fury looked at the being in front of him that answered every question and asked, so, how did you defeat Null? We didn't. We just imprisoned him. Well, then tell me how you imprisoned him. Null, controlling his most powerful servant, invaded a planet. But that planet had its own protector, who struck Null's servant with lightning. So Null's consciousness became trapped in his servant's body, and his own body became an empty shell. Our ancestors took the opportunity to gain their freedom, and they became a prison at the planet's core, trapping Null inside. He struck him with lightning. Nick Fury was intrigued again. Can you identify which planet that was? Venom shook its head. Null's loyal servant, the symbiote dragon Grendel, and Null's consciousness were disconnected. Their consciousness didn't enter the symbiote's consciousness network, so the symbiotes didn't know if Null was on Earth. But if it was on Earth, the identity of this protector was obvious, Thor, who loved Earth more than Asgard. Unfortunately, Thor was rarely on Earth. Otherwise, he could just ask him. So, those 4 of your kind are the outcasts of your species, and they want to free the god you imprisoned. So your planet decided to exile them. How did you end up with them? They were worried they'd get hungry on the way. Question mark. I couldn't beat them, so they caught me to be their emergency food. Nick Fury sighed and shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand, and Venom turned back into a suit. Peter was about to say something about Thor, but Nick Fury just waved his hand and sighed. All right, I'll have Hawkeye give you 2 a tour of the Triskelion. I need to think about what I just heard. Chapter 180, My name is Riot. In an underground natural park in Washington, D.C., Dr. Octopus had stopped his experiments on the symbiotes because it was becoming pointless. In a way, he was starting to doubt the possibility of a perfect symbiotic fusion. But the existence of Spider-Man once again proved him wrong. Spider-Man was able to perfectly fuse with the first symbiote they stole and displayed an unprecedented, powerful force. Coupled with Spider-Man's tendency to meddle and the connection between his spider and Oscorp, Octavius had to consider the possibility of Spider-Man interfering with his revenge on Norman Osborn. Therefore, collecting combat data on Spider-Man was now the most crucial task. The problem was, there didn't seem to be an opponent strong enough to push the black-suited Spider-Man to his limits. Of course, developing weapons against symbiotes was another option, but preparing for both was the safest bet. But the question remained, how did Spider-Man achieve a perfect fusion with the symbiote? Otto Octavius first thought of Spider-Man's immense vitality or his spider serum. Unfortunately, even with the enhanced soldiers provided by the US military or the half-finished soldiers from the Viper Security Company's Savage Strength program, they still failed. In other words, the problem wasn't vitality. So, what did Spider-Man do differently? Otto Octavius thought for a long time, even forcing himself to think from the perspective of a good person like Spider-Man, and finally came to a possible conclusion. That weekend, he shut down his lab and released the strongest, most active of the 5 symbiotes, the black specimen, putting it in a container with a new test subject, waiting for it to briefly fuse with the subject. But this time, after the fusion, Otto didn't take any samples for analysis. Instead, he turned on his loudspeaker, walked over to the containment pod, and looked at the viscous creature before him. I went through the military's previous experimental data and found a problem. They never seemed to treat you and your kind as true intelligent beings. They didn't think you had sentience, but rather that you were primitive organisms. But now, it seems that may not be the case. Otto adjusted his glasses with a tentacle and watched as the symbiote before him continued to play dumb, sticking out its tongue and pretending to be a simple monster. Otto didn't waste any more time. He held his phone up to the containment pod, which was playing a video of Spider-Man using the symbiote to take out all of the Viper Security Company's armed personnel in one go. As expected, the creature reacted. It watched the images on the screen, not only showing a capacity for observation but also speaking in a clear human voice. Traitor. You can talk. He can talk. I am merely in control. You tried to enslave us, but we already have a master. The pure black symbiote said, extending a tentacle and vibrating rapidly against the containment pod. The incredibly strong transparent shield instantly shattered, and the symbiote emerged. You could have gotten out this whole time. Of course, but there was no need. The black symbiote walked to the jars containing the other symbiotes. As it was about to reach out, it seemed to realize something, turned around, and stuck out its tongue at Dr. Octopus. It could sense that this man was very smart, but being smart was never the most important thing. The most crucial part was that this man seemed to understand how to deal with it. Humph, perhaps you're one of the smarter ones. I don't understand why you don't choose to leave here. What are your plans? We are influenced by our first host, the symbiote roared, revealing its reason. According to your human calculations, after 48 hours of fusing with a human, our personality and way of thinking are influenced. And we are most heavily influenced by the first host who exceeds that time. Look at the hosts you've given me. Scumbags, villains, failures, and even cripples. Dr. Octopus finally understood why the symbiotes were unwilling to fuse with the test subjects and were constantly killing their hosts. The hosts were not worthy. Otto was silent. However, you might be an exception. We not only get influenced by our hosts, but we also greatly amplify their desires, turning what they want to do but are too afraid to do into action. The symbiote licked the corner of its mouth. I understand what you want. You want powerful soldiers, right? I can give you that, as long as you provide suitable hosts. But once a host was provided, whether the resulting super soldier was truly a soldier or just the symbiote was no longer so clear. The military certainly didn't want ambitious, alien organisms. They wanted super soldiers who would follow orders, just like Spider-Man. Sigh, why was Spider-Man the perfect template for a super soldier project? But I can't be sure if I can truly trust you. This room is equipped with high-frequency sonic emitters and flamethrowers. I'm not afraid of you. Otto adjusted his glasses with a tentacle. You need to prove your worth. The symbiote thought for a few seconds and smiled. How can I prove it? Help me test Spider-Man's combat ability. The guy I just showed you. The symbiote was stunned for a moment, then burst into a fit of laughter. Dr. Octopus frowned. Was this funny? Even if you didn't ask, I would have killed that traitor. They betrayed our master. The symbiote said, reaching out and grabbing the test tube containing the green and red symbiotes. It held the tube with 2 fingers and handed it to Dr. Octopus. Take this one. Give him a worthy host, and he will take care of that traitor. Dr. Octopus looked at him for a long time, then took the test tube and asked, so, what should I call you? After all, you are all symbiotes. The one you're holding is Lasher, the symbiote said, pointing to the red test tube. This one is Phage, and the purple one will be Agony. There was only one left. The symbiote said, pulling out a test tube and preparing to abandon its host body. But before it left, it licked its lips and gave itself a name. My name is Riot. With that, the head of the test subject was bitten off and disappeared, leaving only Riot, who had been stuffed into the test tube. Otto tidied up the lab, but at that moment, he saw a piece of intelligence from the U.S. military system. Spider-Man had also arrived in Washington. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 181, Symbiote Raid on S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm a little curious about something. Did you not join the Avengers because you're a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, or because you almost took down the entire helicarrier under Loki's control and wiped out the Avengers from 8,000 meters in the air? Hawkeye, who was leading Peter and Cindy on a tour of the Triskelion, felt his world crumbling after hearing this question. Can't this kid ask something normal? I guess they just figured a person with no superpowers wouldn't be useful. Hawkeye said nonchalantly, you've got a billionaire with a charger in his chest, a 100-year-old ice pop, a big green dude with no clothes on, a couple that can get big and small, a human spider, and a god. Peter, still not convinced, continued to press the issue, but you're really amazing. You almost single-handedly wiped out all of S.H.I.E.L.D. You're right. Under Loki, I almost single-handedly wiped out all of S.H.I.E.L.D., but under Nick Fury, I can't take down more than a few enemies, so can you please stop talking about it? Faced with Peter Parker's relentless focus on the provable fact that he almost single-handedly wiped out S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye regretted ever trying to make small talk. Today was for taking the kids on a tour, not for being tormented by them. He just wanted them to let him off the hook. Okay, though I really want to know how you did it. Oh, right, do you know Bullseye? Peter quickly changed the subject, who's better, you or him? Benjamin Poindexter. Hawkeye finally found a topic he could answer, that's hard to say. Let's put it this way, both of us can use almost anything as a weapon and hit our targets 100% of the time, but I'm better with a bow and arrow, and I prefer to take high ground to attack. It's hard to say, kid, but S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't choose to recruit him when he was a National Security Agency agent, which just proves that Nick Fury doesn't think he can replace me. Alright, this is the S.H.I.E.L.D. cafeteria. The three of them walked into the Triskelions' cafeteria, which was probably the most unremarkable part of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Just as Peter was about to say something, he clutched his head and exchanged a look with Cindy, noticing the alertness and worry in her expression. What's wrong? Hawkeye reacted immediately, realizing something might be wrong. He unfolded the collapsible bow from his waist, but he didn't have any arrows. He just held the bow as a warning, looking around. Cindy shook her head, and Peter asked cautiously, we sense danger, but we don't know where it's coming from. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. be transporting some supervillain? S.H.I.E.L.D. has its own special prisons for villains, they wouldn't pass through the Triskelion. Hawkeye said as he pressed the miniature microphone on his ear, requesting a search of all personnel entering and leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. He then offered an unreliable suggestion to the two, you two stay here and grab a sandwich or something. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. check for risks, at least until I can get my arrows. Peter watched Hawkeye leave and asked his question, feeling confused, do you think he's not letting us get involved because he's worried about Nick Fury losing face? Cindy thought about it but didn't know how to answer. Peter then looked at the cafeteria. His spider sense was not weakening, instead, it was getting stronger, giving him a very unsettling sense of urgency. Just as he was about to ask Cindy about her family, his spider sense rapidly amplified. The two of them jumped backward in unison, dodging an attack from the floor below. The enemy that tore through the floor and burst into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was, without a doubt, a symbiote. Most of this symbiote was green, with several large whip-like tentacles on its back. It stood over 2.5 meters tall, and its shoulders and above were made of a viscous red biomass, with a ferocious and terrifying expression. Oh. Venom let out a sigh of admiration. Do you know who he is, Venom? Never mind, I'm sure you do, but you can't say it, since he doesn't have a name. Peter realized this halfway through his sentence, so he simply asked the thing in front of him, hi, I'm guessing you're not a friend, are you? You're so grotesque. Can you be a little friendlier? Maybe we can grab a bite to eat in the cafeteria. The only thing we will devour is you, you traitor. I am Whiplash. Whiplash roared his name, only to find his arm wrapped in some kind of web. He looked at Spider-Man's constantly changing mask lenses as if they could express emotion, he was confused. So why did you introduce yourself after you finished talking? Peter yanked Whiplash toward him, hitting him with a Lushan rising dragon punch to the face, followed by a flying kick to the chest. Whiplash stumbled backward several steps, looking at that same species, in front of him with a puzzled expression. He had clearly bonded with a healthy and strong soldier, so why was he seemingly weaker than this garbage in terms of strength? Is its host so special? I suggest we run away. Run. Are you kidding? Peter pointed at Whiplash, he seems to be all talk. Are you saying you feel other symbiotes have arrived? No. Whiplash saw the traitor still talking to himself and, in a rage, turned his arm into a long, thick whip and lashed out. Peter simply grabbed it and gave it a hard pull, dragging Whiplash toward him, then slammed him against the wall. Thank goodness it wasn't lunchtime, and there weren't many people in the cafeteria. Whiplash, who had just been smashed into the wall, was completely dazed. What just happened? Cindy, notify S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to evacuate and prepare weapons against symbiotes. Peter said, shooting a web to tie up the tentacles on Whiplash's back. He then leaped forward and started pummeling the guy, I'll hold him off. Don't worry, he shouldn't be a match for me. I'm not a match for you. Whiplash's first reaction to hearing this was pure anger. He roared, grabbed Peter who was punching him, and slammed him hard into the ground. However, his arm was grabbed, and he was the one who was slammed to the ground. Yeah, you're not a match for me. Isn't it obvious? Chapter 182, Battle with Riot. Riot roared in frustration, especially as he was being beaten relentlessly. He couldn't understand how this useless being, this reserve food he had captured, had become so strong, so terrifying. But Riot's not-so-clever brain quickly put the pieces together. It wasn't the useless being who was strong, it was his host. Not only that, but the host hadn't taken control of his body. Maybe he couldn't, or maybe he didn't want to, but in short, this wasn't a worthless black symbiote that had taken over a human body, it was a powerful native being enhanced by a symbiote. And this being was hitting him, again and again. The immense power raining down on his head left Riot dazed and confused. This was too much. Feeling the terrifying power of the human, Riot finally unleashed his own. But instead of knocking out Spider-Man, he broke through the floor to escape. After punching through several floors, Riot and Spider-Man fell to the ground. By now, the S.H.I.E.L.D. evacuation broadcast was on, and agents were retreating from the area. Riot sprouted a large number of biological whips from his back, lashing out at the agents who hadn't gotten away yet. Peter immediately intervened, shooting out webs from his hands while Venom sprouted tentacles from his back, trying to block as many whips as possible. But the symbiote whips created by Venom were far fewer than Riot's. 4 of them managed to become blades and pierce the bodies of 4 tactical agents. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The 4 whips didn't just pierce the shield. Agents, symbiote biomass spread from them, instantly engulfing the 4 agents. They, too, became monsters covered in symbiote, though they were smaller and needed to be connected to Riot by a whip. Peter's eyes widened. What the hell is that? He hadn't read many comics, but wasn't Riot supposed to be a guy who got one-shot by anti-venom? How did he have this move? You didn't think I was called Riot just because I'm good with whips, did you? Riot said, then paused, thinking for a moment before grinning with his sharp fangs. Yeah, I am good with whips. All kinds of whips. Let them go. Peter used his superior strength to pull Riot back and landed another punch. Riot was furious that the worthless symbiote had found such a powerful host, and even more so that it was subservient to his will. He roared, "You coward. Make him come out. Let the coward come out. Is he talking to me?" Venom seemed to realize something and became a bit flustered. Peter asked, "Are you afraid of him?" "Now." "No." Venom instantly let go of the tentacles that were holding back Riot's whips, snatched the weapons from the controlled soldiers, and transformed into a symbiote form even larger than Riot's. He roared at Riot, the immense sound making Riot a little unsteady. He looked at the tall and fierce Venom and, in a fit of jealousy, let out a roar just as loud. "You stupid idiot. I'm far stronger than you now. I'm not a coward." Venom charged forward, taking large strides, and kicked Riot. "I am Venom. And I'm far beyond you now." Riot, who was kicked a great distance, let out a cackling laugh. He took advantage of the distance to unleash his whips, piercing more and more shield agents and turning them into his puppets. Venom awkwardly said, "Oh," then charged at Riot, his back tentacles holding 4 assault rifles. He fired a series of shots at Riot, the bullets making his symbiote surface extremely unstable. Then, Venom roared and leaped high, his hands morphing into claws, and he slashed a huge wound across Riot's chest. Riot was stunned, then burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Is that it? Is that it? You found such a powerful host, and all you can do is make your claws sharp." Riot mocked him mercilessly, then pulled one of his controlled symbiote soldiers and fused it into his own body. His tentacles then turned into a cannon and he pointed it at Venom's jaw, firing bullets made of human bones one after another. Venom awkwardly dodged them, then simply swung his fists and started pummeling Riot. Riot summoned his controlled minions, and they all swarmed Venom. Venom roared, tearing them apart one by one, but there were too many of them to deal with. Riot turned his arm into a blade, ready to finish him off. But at that moment, a figure fell from the large hole they had made. Cindy, with a mask covering her face, kicked Riot away. The kick dazed Riot for a moment, but he quickly realized that this girl was a superhuman, too. "Isn't this a perfect host?" Riot lunged at Cindy, but an arrow flew past him. Riot, who had read human memories, smiled disdainfully. A bow and arrow. What could a bow and arrow do? In the next moment, an incredibly sharp, high-frequency sonic blast echoed among the symbiotes. The whips Riot had used to control the others all snapped due to the sound waves. Both Venom and Riot showed signs of immense pain, but Venom was able to quickly retreat into Peter's body, while Riot was met with Spider-Man's iron fist. "Just like every time, these superhumans always need a little surprise in the end," Hawkeye said as he walked over, bow in hand. But Riot was already being pummeled by both Spider-Man and his webs. Peter grabbed the sonic arrow and punched Riot in the face again and again. For some reason, Riot was incredibly tough and still hadn't collapsed. It wasn't until he fell onto a manhole cover that he quickly separated from his host and escaped down the sewers. Peter opened the manhole cover, but there was nothing inside. He dropped the sonic arrow down, but there was still no sound from Riot. A symbiote causing a riot in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Peter looked at Hawkeye. What does Nick Fury say? Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Nick Fury's Fury. A large group of high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. officials, including Level 8 and some Level 7 agents, stood before Nick Fury's desk. Fury's confidant, Agent Sitwell, who was responsible for direct communication between other agents and Fury, was reporting on the current situation. This bald agent would later be pulled out of his car and thrown away by the Winter Soldier, but for now, he was just an ordinary bald guy. S.H.I.E.L.D. teams have sealed off Roosevelt Island. No one can enter or leave. We've reviewed the footage and verified the identities of the agents who were turned into symbiotes, but... Nick Fury sighed in frustration. If the Pentagon would just hand over their experimental data, we'd know where that thing came from. The atmosphere in the office instantly became tense. Sitwell said nervously, Director, the Pentagon said, well, the Pentagon said. Maria Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s deputy director and the only level 9 agent, took over. The Pentagon said that all the symbiotes have escaped from the research facility at the bottom of the Hudson River. They don't have any research materials to give S.H.I.E.L.D. and are refusing to cooperate with our investigation. Everyone heard Nick Fury's helpless sigh. He covered his one eye with his hand and, after a few seconds of silence, began calling out names. Hill, Barton, Sitwell, and Coulson, stay behind. The others left with a sense of relief. After the door was closed, everyone waited outside, listening to Nick Fury's furious outburst from inside. We are S.H.I.E.L.D. There is nothing we can't investigate. The Pentagon tells us to back off, and we back off. When the hell did S.H.I.E.L.D. become like this? Hearing Nick Fury's roaring, both the people being scolded in the office and those listening outside felt that something big was wrong. But Nick Fury's outburst was far from over. Last month, the housing information for our newly recruited superhumans was leaked, and we still haven't figured out what went wrong. And this month, the damn Pentagon can just piss all over S.H.I.E.L.D. Is every single S.H.I.E.L.D. division a damn failure? Every single S.H.I.E.L.D. branch a damn failure? The source of the Pentagon's Soviet supersoldier serum and how Jim Hammond ended up in Southeast Asia, no one has been able to submit a report on any of it. You're all failures. Useless. MI6 graduates. Sir, isn't that a little harsh? Harsh your mother's head. Amidst the sound of what was likely a vase shattering, there was a moment of silence before Nick Fury's voice suddenly appeared in the hallway. What are you all still doing here? Get the hell out. A large group of prominent intelligence heads scattered. After confirming no one was listening outside, Nick Fury painfully held his head and began assigning tasks. Hill, immediately prepare to negotiate with the Pentagon. If they start making any protests, sanctions, or any other nonsense, shut them down. Barton, get your team ready. If the clowns the Pentagon has been recruiting try to interfere, you handle them. Hit them hard. Sitwell, interface with all national intelligence agencies within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s framework. Notify all intelligence cells embedded in foreign intelligence departments to steal any information they can get their hands on. Fury gestured wearily as he spoke. After everyone had left, only Agent Coulson remained. Coulson, your bus team is to stop all current missions immediately. Get your people ready to analyze what's special about this damned son of a bitch and if we can find them. Coulson nodded repeatedly, his hands in front of him. No problem, sir. Just one thing, we don't have a sample. They took all the samples with them when they escaped. We do. We have Spider-Man, Fury sighed. Figure out a way to persuade him and Agent Silk to join this operation. It shouldn't be too difficult. Understood, sir. Peter Parker was thinking about the recent battle. Most of the agents controlled by Whiplash weren't dead, except for the one he possessed and the 2 agents he absorbed into his body to use as bullets. The others were unharmed. Regardless, Nick Fury was undoubtedly furious. The Pentagon's experimental creature had possessed a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and caused a ruckus at the Triskelion. Nick Fury would not stand for it. Even though he knew that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was full of Hydra agents and a host of other problems, he couldn't tolerate this. But this had nothing to do with Peter for now. The other side didn't know his real identity, but they would definitely find out that Spider-Man was active in New York. There was no doubt that he would eventually run into the symbiote named Whiplash in New York. The only thing that left him confused and on high alert was that Whiplash hadn't been released by Dr. Octopus's control method, it seemed to have escaped on its own. Did that mean the other 3 symbiotes had also escaped? If so, based on the name Whiplash, the other 3 should be Riot, Agony, and Phage. In the original 616 comic universe, they were Venom's children, but here, they were clearly not, just the same species. There was a high probability that they were looking for the symbiote dragon Grendel, which Thor had knocked unconscious with his hammer. But the problem was, not only did they not know where Grendel was in some corner of Northern Europe, but there was no such thing as a mutual attraction between symbiotes. How were they supposed to find it? Most likely, they would come up empty-handed and then show up in New York to fight him. After thinking all the way back, he finally returned to the lounge, handing an ice cream cone he brought back from the dilapidated cafeteria to Cindy. The ice cream came from the automated ice cream machine, which, fortunately, hadn't been damaged in the battle. Free cold drinks from S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. cafeteria has free, unlimited food. I was wondering if the Hulk came to eat here, they would go bankrupt. Normally, if an Avenger comes to freeload, we'd have Stark pay for it. Phil Coulson smiled as he walked into the lounge, looking at the 2 Spider-Men inside. Change of plans. I'm taking you back to New York. Chapter 184, the first collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. Guys, Spider-Man is going to be working with us for a while. Coulson delivered the exciting news to the bus team, and the entire team became excited. Peter had already met most of them, but Coulson still introduced everyone. Team leader Phil Coulson, a decorated S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. According to him, his resurrection on the SHIELD helicarrier was due to an LMD, not anything else. Peter hadn't even heard about the Tahiti project, which was a crucial plot point in the original Agents of SHIELD series. Field Agent Grant Ward, a Level 7 SHIELD agent, considered one of SHIELD's top agents, second only to Black Widow and Hawkeye in field skills. However, he was probably a Hydra agent. Peter had hinted at this to Coulson, and he didn't know if Coulson and Fury had picked up on it and investigated further. Pilot Melinda May, a former field agent who was now just a regular Airbus pilot, or so it seemed. Biologist Gemma Simmons, who, along with teammate Leo Fitz, made up the team's science division. And finally, Skye, from the Inhumans, a group Peter had never heard of until now. Her real name was Daisy Johnson, and she probably didn't even know that yet. The arrival of an Avenger was met with more cheers from the team members, but Coulson quickly stopped their celebration. An alien symbiote has infiltrated the Triskelion, and Director Fury is very, very angry. We need to solve this problem with Spider-Man's help. Simmons, you're in charge of studying the symbiote. Work with Fitz to see if you can develop a way to detect them. Skye, you'll monitor the network and search for any information on the symbiote. Coulson then saw the bewildered looks on his subordinates' faces. Skye was the first to voice her confusion. Sorry, but what exactly is a symbiote? Oh, hold on. I'll let it out for a bit. Peter motioned for Coulson and Cindy to stand back, then let Venom take over, transforming into a Hulk-sized biomass monster. Venom grinned, said hello to the startled agents, and explained, an alien creature that looks like me. Oh, and they usually eat brains. Then they watched as the giant symbiote shrunk back into the normal-sized Spider-Man. Sorry, it's not very good at talking. They're a gelatinous alien species that can coexist with a host and are very powerful. Their only energy source is phenethylamine, so the symbiotes will hunt for human brains. Just keep an eye out for any reports of headless bodies. Phenethylamine. Simmons expressed her confusion. Then why don't they just eat chocolate? Because they're the bad guys, and Venom is the good guy. Peter said, using his webbing to hook a test tube and hold it in his hand. He then allowed a part of Venom to emerge, letting Simmons cut it off with surgical scissors and hand it to her. In any case, these things are very dangerous, so be careful. Okay. Skye raised an eyebrow after watching Simmons take the test tube away. I'll go sit at my computer now. Sir. Ward looked at Coulson, curious about what he should do now that everyone else was busy. What should I do? If you have time, teach the two Spider-Men some combat techniques. Meanwhile, after falling into the sewer, Whiplash was hit again by one of Spider-Man's sonic arrows. Losing his ability to move, he was carried by the sewer water into a river, where he found and possessed a fish, beginning to move quickly. He was looking for a way back, but having lost a high-intelligence host, and with the memory of the fish affecting him, Whiplash's own mind became unstable, and his memories became distorted. Following a familiar scent in his memory, he arrived near a human settlement. He then left the fish and slowly crawled onto the shore. The small green clump of symbiote entered the sewer system again and silently began searching for its brethren. I need a powerful host, a being who can stand on par with Venom's host. Otherwise, I will never be able to defeat that damn traitor. At this very moment, Adrian Toombs arrived at the AIM headquarters in Washington. He was given a tour of AIM's core facility by Killian, the president and creative director. Not only do we create powerful robots like the Super Adaptoid, but we also contract with the military to restore the super soldier serum. Honestly, almost every military corporation is researching it. Adrian asked with a hint of curiosity, everyone has ideas about it. No, but everyone can get a lot of research funding from it. Adrian nodded, and then followed Killian to the Super Adaptoid maintenance facility. The robot, which had been painted blue and was adorned with what looked like an American flag, was made of a special liquid metal. The maintenance process was very complicated, and Adrian could only understand a portion of it. He watched for a while from the window before leaving. After a day of observation, he was basically certain that AIM was a large and financially strong company with the approval of the US military. What was more important was that they were willing to fund his previous project in New York, or, more specifically, the anti-gravity device in his bionic wings. There was only one small problem. I already signed an agreement with Oscorp regarding the patent for the anti-gravity system. Oh, that's not a problem. We've looked into the patent issue. The agreement with Oscorp only states that both parties acknowledge that there is no plagiarism between their respective anti-gravity technologies. They are two different systems. It does not conflict with you redeveloping and upgrading your own system based on your equipment. Killian smiled. Are you satisfied with our company now, Mr. Toombs? Oh, yes, thank you. I'm very satisfied. Adrian rubbed his bald head. Can we sign the contract now? Of course, Mr. Toombs. After signing the contract with AIM, Adrian took a deep breath. He looked at the unfamiliar sights of Washington, feeling that it was all a bit surreal. Now the most important thing was to buy a plane ticket and go home to tell Liz the good news. In his excitement, he didn't notice the manhole cover beneath his feet, tripped over it, and nearly fell to the ground. Adrian quickly shook his head, picked up his bag, and prepared to call a taxi to the airport, completely unaware that a small puddle of green, viscous goo had latched onto the heel of his shoe. Chapter 185, Rapid Progress. You stole my technology. And you used my technology to snatch my project away. Adrian felt a turmoil in his chest. The fury of that day resurfaced, and he saw Norman Osborn's hideous face again, only this time it was constantly deforming and twisting. You thief. You shameless robber. Norman's face transformed into some kind of monster, a terrifying, green creature that roared and grinned as it lunged at him. Ah. Adrian jolted awake from the nightmare and turned on the bedside lamp. He looked at the empty bed where his wife used to be and wiped his face. He had a new, well-paying job and no longer needed to care about that damned Osborn. Why was he still having these dreams? Adrian looked at the clock. It was just past 4 a.m., still very early. He frowned, wondering what to do, but then, he shook his head. For some reason, Adrian felt a mix of vexation and endless energy. After a moment's thought, he decided to get out of bed and continue designing and improving his wings. The overall structure was mostly finished, he just needed to make some minor adjustments. Adrian had never felt his thoughts flow so smoothly. He quickly finished redesigning the wings. He then checked the time and, after making breakfast for his daughter, loaded the unfinished wings into the back of his old Jeep, covered them with a tarp, and drove to the new lab AIM had equipped for him. He should have waited for the researchers to arrive before starting work. But he was full of energy and couldn't wait. He began to modify and charge the wings himself. When the AIM researchers arrived at the lab and saw the scene, they were all stunned. The half-finished bionic wings mentioned in the report were now complete and strapped to Adrian's back. The old man smiled happily at the dumbfounded young people and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you think it's beautiful?" "Yes, Mr. Toombs, but it wasn't supposed to be finished yet." "It's true that it wasn't finished before today, but now, it is." Adrian smiled and activated his wings. With the low hum of the anti-gravity engine, his feet successfully lifted off the ground. The surrounding researchers involuntarily gasped in awe. They saw no energy being released by a propulsion system. This wasn't an anti-gravity device created by the thrust of an engine, but a genuine device that made a person float using a pure gravity generator. In reality, the wings themselves weren't moving at all, the wing design was simply Adrian's personal preference. Haha, it's a success. I did it. Just as he finished speaking, the wings emitted a series of black smoke and then fell off completely. The researchers rushed to check on Adrian. Fortunately, he was unharmed, just slightly pinned down. But the researchers were all incredibly excited. This meant that the anti-gravity engine was feasible and a success. AIM had a keen eye, found an excellent scientist, and achieved a scientific breakthrough. The researchers cheered, and Adrian laughed. They worked all morning, and Adrian had never felt so good or so happy. He continued to work and laugh with his colleagues until noon. They all ordered pizza and beer for lunch. After the meal, Adrian was picking his teeth with a toothpick when his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Norman Osborn. So, with everyone watching, he answered the call. "Mr. Toombs, I never thought you would be so despicable, stooping to use a child to get back at me." "Fuck you, Norman," Adrian swore. He had never felt so good. "Our business is our business. What does it have to do with the kids? The kid didn't even tell me he was your son, and I don't care if he is. He's a good kid, much better than you asshole." Norman Osborn on the other end of the line was completely unprepared for that response and was at a loss for words. But Adrian wasn't done yet. "Use a kid to get back at you? Do you think everyone is like you? You think everything can be used for your own gain, everything is an attack on your business? You think your son's dating life is some kind of plot against you? Not everyone is like you, thinking of their children as pawns to be used for profit, you scumbag. Besides, why would I need to get back at you? I found a new backer who isn't afraid of yours. I can continue my research on my anti-gravity engine, and I can provide technological support to superheroes. That'll make your kid so jealous. Go make your pathetic money." After insulting Norman Osborn, Adrian felt a sense of euphoria he had never experienced. He had never felt so comfortable, being able to curse out Norman Osborn so thoroughly. It was incredibly satisfying. Norman Osborn on the other end was left completely confused. Was Adrian Toombs really this kind of person? He hadn't seen it before, but it didn't matter. If he was, then he didn't have to worry about Harry being deceived. After all, the man had zero emotional intelligence and couldn't possibly pose any threat or scheme against Harry. On the contrary, he had to worry that Harry might learn bad habits from this guy. As for the researchers in the lab, they had heard the conversation, but since this was their first time meeting Adrian, they didn't know what his personality was like before. They just assumed this was how their new leader was. That Norman Osborn is a disgusting capitalist. I admit, his products are cheaper than mine, and I couldn't compete with him. He stole my technology, and there was nothing I could do. But so what? Adrian laughed happily, grabbed a can of beer, opened it, and cheered with his new colleagues. Let him go make his stupid money. Everyone, we are creating the future right here. Creating the future. Woohoo. Inspired by Adrian's enthusiasm, the researchers all grabbed beers and celebrated with him. Norman Osborn was nothing. They had created a real anti-gravity engine. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, A Leisurely October. The last week of October had arrived. Peter was sitting in chemistry class, spinning a pen in his hand. After their trip back from Washington, the Airbus team had gone into hiding to investigate and analyze where Whip might have gone. There were simply too many possibilities. Whip might have returned to his lab, or he might have already arrived in the vicinity of New York. Peter had already warned Matt and his friends that a terrifying alien monster was in New York and to be on their guard. But besides being vigilant and waiting for the SHIELD team to find a way to detect Whip, there seemed to be no other options. How was dinner? Feeling bored, Peter decided to ask Harry for an update. Harry scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It was pretty good. I think Liz's father likes me. He might have figured out who I am. But he didn't seem to have a problem with it, which is way better than my dad. You still need to be careful with that wing he's researching, or that anti-gravity system he's working on. Peter sighed helplessly. He couldn't exactly tell Harry that his future father-in-law was likely to become a villain. After all, Harry himself was also at risk of becoming one. That kind of experimental high-tech is the easiest to get stolen. If it really gets stolen, it'll be a huge mess. I'll keep an eye on it. But Peter, don't you think New York could use a superhero who can fly? Peter was silent for a moment. He glanced at the teacher, who wasn't paying attention to them, then sighed and asked, "Are you talking about yourself?" Could I? I don't know, but my advice is no. Peter sighed, and to his surprise, Harry simply ended the conversation without another word. When the class ended, Harry's phone rang right on cue. Peter looked over as Harry said his dad was calling him and left the classroom. Peter then looked at Amadeus, who hadn't said much. "Hey, man, are you okay? You haven't said much lately." "Me? I'm fine." Amadeus didn't feel left out. Although he had been completely sidelined up to this point, it didn't change the fact that he existed. He was just confirming that he was still alive. A while later, Harry walked back in. Peter asked worriedly how it went. Harry just smiled and shrugged helplessly. How should I put it? It's pretty much the same as before. Nothing's changed. Our relationship has always been like this. Alright, guys, do you have anything to do after school today? If not, let's stick to the original plan. I might have some classified missions, but I haven't gotten the notification yet. Peter shrugged. Let's just stick to the original plan. For some reason, Adrian still felt incredibly hungry. He had already eaten a lot for lunch, but he couldn't suppress his appetite. So, he notified his researchers to leave early at around 4 in the afternoon, then found a fast food restaurant and started feasting. He had been eating for almost an hour, ordering thousands of dollars worth of fried chicken and burgers, but he still wasn't full. Adrian, feeling confused, called the waiter over for another order. He paid for everything he had ordered so far and even left a tip, then continued to eat ravenously. Meanwhile, the fast food restaurant owner had secretly called the police. They suspected this guy was a mutant whose power was an insatiable appetite. Back when Magneto was officially labeled a terrorist, one of the members of his Brotherhood of Mutants, a guy named Blob, had a similar ability. But Adrian had no idea. He himself was getting more and more confused about why he could eat so much. Had something gone wrong with him? Just as he was pondering this, armored vehicles and armed agents from the Mutant Response Division, MRD, the official U.S. government agency for monitoring mutants, surrounded the entire restaurant. Adrian finally realized what was happening. He looked outside, then at the waiter in the restaurant. I'm sorry, sir. The way you were eating was a little scary, and according to regulations, we have to notify the MRD. The waiter stuttered, but Adrian felt a sudden surge of anger for some reason. He tried his best to suppress his rage, asking the waiter, word by word, did I pay? Yes, you did, sir. Did I leave a tip? Yes, you did. The waiter nodded frantically. You gave a full 10% tip. And you still think I'm some kind of mutant freak? Adrian roared and stood up, grabbing the waiter by the neck and lifting him up. As he did this, he couldn't believe it himself. What was wrong with him? How was he so strong? Was he really a mutant? Sir, get down. Sir, get down. The MSRD agents immediately rushed in. Adrian threw the waiter aside, and with a series of rapid shots, a dozen tranquilizer darts hit Adrian. He staggered and fell to the ground. The MSRD agents immediately rushed over and put a mutant gene inhibitor around Adrian's neck. But unfortunately, Adrian's current strength wasn't from the X gene. It was from an alien symbiote. The green and red-headed symbiote instantly covered Adrian's entire body, then lifted an MSRD agent and bit off his head. Now that's a meal. Whip said, stretching its limbs, then impaled all the other MSRD agents to death. This almost 50-year-old man was still not the host it wanted, but unfortunately, it was in Spider-Man's territory, and it didn't have time to be picky. But wings that won't make a loud sound. That's a good thing to have. Whether it was Venom or Spider-Man, they were both strong, but neither of them could fly. Whip licked its lips at the thought. It pulled a dead MSRD agent that it had just stabbed with its whip, bit off his head, and ate it. After getting a sufficient dose of phenethylamine, it leaped out and began to speed toward Adrian's lab. Tonight, Whip would fly. Adrian Toomes would become the Vulture, along with Whip. Chapter 187, Vulture Symbiote. Fitz, these symbiotes are incredible. They can fuse with inorganic matter and expand their own volume dramatically, Simmons said, looking at a venomous cross-section under a microscope. It's the first time I've seen a living organism that can exist at both a molecular state and as a coherent entity. They are simply amazing. And meanwhile, I have absolutely no clue. Fitz, a professional recruited by Coulson, encountered a problem he couldn't solve for the first time. These alien organisms have almost no special radiation signals or energy signatures that we can detect. They can hide perfectly. I haven't found a way to detect them yet. If I had a complete symbiote, I might be able to make some progress. Meanwhile, Skye was searching for traces of the Whiplash online. She wasn't foolish enough to watch every security camera in New York, and besides, the target might not have even gone to New York. So she chose the same method as Peter, searching for keywords related to supernatural deaths and crimes to see if they were connected to the so-called Whiplash. Bored, she ordered a pizza, the standard American work lunch. Then everyone heard Skye's scream. Ward was the first to rush out, pistol in hand, ready for a potential enemy, but he quickly realized it was just Skye's outburst. The mixed-race girl was so frightened that she was on the floor, gasping for breath, pointing at her computer. Realizing what had happened, Ward immediately went to the computer, saw the bodies on the screen, and rewound the footage. He watched as a bald white man stood up in a fast food restaurant, bit off an MSRD agent's head, and started a killing spree. Coulson walked over with his gun raised, but seeing there was no danger, he lowered it. "Did you find the target?" he asked. "Yes, sir." And Skye was scared. That person, he just bit off someone's head. Still on the floor, Skye ran her hand through her messy hair and stood up, defending herself. Anyone would be scared seeing something like that, okay. Coulson gave a comforting nod and then instructed Ward, inform Spider-Man and Silk. The Whiplash symbiote they're looking for has appeared. Skye, can you continue to track Whiplash's movements? I'll try. I hope there won't be any other similar incidents. At the web base, Harry, who was helping Peter, was surprised when the system received an unknown message. He asked curiously, where did this message come from? It's from S.H.I.E.L.D., Harry. I'm helping them track a symbiote, just like Venom. Soon, the bloody security footage appeared on the screen. Peter frowned, not showing much discomfort, but Harry was silent for a long time before letting out a shocked, "Oh my God. That's Mr. Adrian. Adrian Toomes. Liz's father. Are you sure, Harry? The footage is too blurry, I can't be sure." Harry tried to deny it, but after a moment, he reluctantly admitted the truth. "No, there's no doubt. That's Mr. Adrian. How could he do something like this?" "Calm down. It's possible he's just being controlled by the symbiote. The Mr. Adrian you know wouldn't do this, right?" Peter said this while quickly moving towards the location where Whiplash was heading. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team had provided Adrian's route from yesterday. Luckily or unluckily, he had indeed gone to Washington yesterday. If they counted from the moment he boarded the plane yesterday, Whiplash had been with Adrian for no more than 48 hours. As long as it was under 48 hours, the fusion of the symbiote and the host wouldn't create a codex, which was what Null was after. In other words, as long as they could rescue the Vulture in time, there wouldn't be any risk, the risk of being targeted by Null in the future, that is. As for rescuing Adrian from Whiplash, that was a given. So, where was Whiplash at this moment? It had arrived at Adrian's lab and, instinctively, used its palm print to open the security door. Whiplash couldn't help but frown. It had been bonded with the old man for too long, over 24 hours. Not only was Adrian being influenced by Whiplash, but Whiplash was also being influenced by Adrian. Luckily, as a superior symbiote, it knew how to guide the host's inner desires to better match its own. Tearing down the warehouse door that contained the modified gravity generator, the wings, Whiplash used the whips on its back to grab the wings and pull them to its front. Soon, the symbiote fused with the wings on its back. Dark green wings spread out, looking like real wings, with every feather clearly visible. For a moment, Adrian's suppressed memories rushed into its mind, making Whiplash falter. It was its first time being bonded for such a long period, and the influence was greater than it had expected. It seemed it needed to satisfy the old man's desires a bit before it could continue. Whiplash let out a strange laugh and then shot upwards, crashing through the ceiling and taking flight. It didn't dare to fly too fast, as it was worried the sonic boom from breaking the sound barrier would harm it. Upon receiving the news, Peter landed on the AIM lab, which now had a huge hole in its roof. He had no idea that AIM was the new company Adrian had applied to, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had also mentioned that the American Avengers robot, Citizen V, was their product. But that was no longer important. Whiplash has left. Can you track where he went? I'm verifying the situation. Harry was clearly in a panic. Peter quickly tried to calm him down and offered a clue. Calm down, Harry. Symbiotes amplify a person's emotions. Can you think of anyone Adrian might have disliked or hated? Disliked or hated? Harry's mind went blank. I got bored and looked into it a bit. My dad stole his previous patent and took his project, this. Peter cut off the communication for 2 seconds, defeated. Oh my God, Norman, I don't know how many times I've said this. Why is it always you? Chapter 188, Vulture's Assault. Norman Osborn was at work. Waking up at 5 in the morning and leaving at 9 at night had become his normal work routine. Unlike trust fund babies like Tony Stark, who could dump all his company affairs on Pepper Potts and not have to worry about a thing, Oscorp was a company that Norman had built from the ground up. Regardless of what anyone else said, he had a love for his company that surpassed his love for his own children. Then, his phone rang. Hello, Peter. What's up? To make a long story short, Mr. Osborn. An evil alien life form has bonded with Adrian Toombs. This alien life form has the ability to push human emotions and desires to the extreme and greatly enhances the human host. I'm worried that Adrian is coming for you, so you need to take shelter immediately. Adrian has been bonded with an alien life form. The U.S. military symbiote project. Having some knowledge of what happened under the Hudson River and being well aware that Peter now possessed a symbiote suit, Osborn quickly figured out the gist of the situation. However, he laughed dismissively. You don't need to worry, Peter. I am perfectly safe. My office. Norman, who had stood up and was laughing as he tried to reassure Peter, didn't finish his sentence. In the twilight, he vaguely saw a huge flying creature heading toward his office in the Oscorp tower. When he saw the creature flap its wings and throw a few green feathers at him, his face changed color, and he instinctively ducked and covered his head. The reinforced glass, which could withstand machine gun fire, was suddenly pierced with several large holes. Norman, still in a state of shock, hung up the phone and called his AI butler. Green Goblin, get ready. The next moment, the reinforced glass was completely shattered. A monstrous figure covered in a symbiote and flapping its wings shrieked and looked at Norman Osborn, letting out a mocking laugh. Prepare to die, Norman. Receive the judgment of the vulture. High-frequency sound waves. Unbearable high-frequency sound waves immediately filled the office. The symbiote on Adrian screamed in pain, slamming him into the wall. Norman covered his ears and bent down, quietly running out of the office. At that moment, he saw Adrian, who was flying wildly around the office. In the midst of the sound waves, Adrian temporarily broke free from the symbiote's control and pleaded with Norman. Help me. I can't get free. Norman watched Adrian's painful plea, hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and walked out of the office. As soon as he was out, he activated the emergency procedure at the door, completely sealing off his office. Thick metal walls dropped down, sealing the entire office. Then, Norman called the Oscorp Technologies exclusive security force. A serious incident has occurred. Yes, I'm classifying it as a Class 1 mutant incident. Immediately send combat personnel here, and prepare plenty of flamethrowers and sonic cannons. Meanwhile, in Norman's office, Riot, who was much stronger than Venom, clearly had a greater resistance to sound waves. In his pain, he shot out feathers and whips, destroying all the speakers in the room, and then regained control of the body. No, he had gained an even better, more complete control of the body. Although it came with some side effects, like his memories merging more deeply with those of the old men, everything was, overall, perfect. Besides a deeper hatred for that human named Norman Osborn, there were no other problems. He would just kill that human then. And so, the vulture spread his wings. Countless dark green symbiote feathers shot out, bombarding the metal wall like an endless machine gun and completely destroying it. He burst out of the room, sniffing for Norman Osborn's scent, and chased him all the way to the elevator. An elevator arrived, and as the doors opened, an entire elevator full of special ops soldiers pointed their weapons at the vulture, ready to shoot. Then, the vulture swung a long symbiote whip, which pierced through the floor and cut the elevator cables. Before the soldiers could react, the entire elevator began to plummet rapidly. But then, with a strange sound, the friction noise of the elevator rapidly falling disappeared. The vulture, who had already turned to leave, turned back and saw the black-suited Spider-Man leaping out of the elevator shaft, holding a length of webbing connected to the elevator. "Long time no see, Riot." Peter said this while narrowing his eyes at the other party. "What, you grew wings and thought you could take me on?" "Oh, long time no see, Venom, or should I say, Spider-Man. It's been about 24 hours, hasn't it?" The vulture laughed manically, then asked a question in return. "What else? Can you fly?" Peter, of course, couldn't fly. In fact, his small talk with the vulture was just a way to stall for time so the special ops team could escape safely. When he sensed that the weight of the elevator in his hand was no longer changing, Peter shrugged and retorted, "Maybe I can't fly, but it's enough to deal with you. You're very arrogant." The vulture spread his wings and continuously shot out feathers. Peter nimbly dodged them with his spider sense and quickly counterattacked. He webbed onto the vulture's chest and pulled him toward himself. Regardless of whether Riot himself was stronger than Venom, Adrian was undoubtedly inferior to the SHIELD agent from yesterday in terms of physical fitness, so in this fight, Peter actually had a strength advantage. Realizing this, Peter decided to close the distance between them. But perhaps because of his symbiosis with Adrian, Riot's intelligence had also been greatly enhanced. "Yes, I can't defeat the Venom Spider-Man in terms of strength, how embarrassing, but I have wings made by a gravity generator." With just a thought, Riot changed the gravity generated by the gravity emitter. In an instant, Peter found that he couldn't hold onto the webbing in his hands. The webbing became very light and soft. He held on tightly to the webbing, but the next moment, accompanied by the vulture's sharp laughter, Peter was lifted into the air. The vulture then smashed through the ceiling and flew up high. "All I need is one turn, and I can send you falling to your death, Spider-Man." Yeah, I know you can fly." Peter nodded as if it were a matter of course. "That's why I brought a friend. How about you meet Johnny Storm?" Before he could finish, a scorching wave of heat hit the vulture in midair. "Here's Johnny." Chapter 189, The Human Torch vs. Vulture. As a great superhero, you first need to realize that you are never fighting alone. The Avengers, the Defenders, the Fantastic Four, and the X-Men are just a few of the many heroes who always fight alongside you. When dealing with a typical enemy, you might call for backup to add to your numbers. But against a symbiote, you absolutely, positively must call on the Human Torch, Johnny Storm. After all, he's hot enough, he can burn at 6,000 degrees Celsius. What symbiote could withstand that? Seeing Vulture, who was visibly alarmed, the Human Torch rushed toward him, yelling, "Here's Johnny." This scared Vulture so much that he turned and fled. Meanwhile, Peter, to avoid accidentally harming Venom, retracted the symbiote and took a moment to listen to another one of Venom's critiques of the Human Torch. "I don't like this guy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of overly enthusiastic people either." By the way, was he just making a Shining reference? Letting go of his web, Peter quickly dropped between the skyscrapers and swung toward the battle. Johnny was in the middle of a heated fight. Just his presence caused the dark symbiote to wail in agony and flee. To escape the terrifying fire, Vulture even flew at supersonic speeds. The symbiote on him throbbed and contorted as he broke the sound barrier, but he still chose to run. However, the Human Torch could also fly at supersonic speeds. He quickly caught up to Vulture, wrapped in a wave of heat, and asked, "What's wrong? Is that all you've got? You're just giving up? Come on. I thought you aliens were supposed to be all that. This is it. This is all. Shut up." Although he didn't dare to engage in close combat, Vulture was still very capable of launching his razor-sharp feathers from a distance, and he did so with gusto. Countless sharp feathers flew toward the Human Torch, but he just smiled, tossed a few fireballs their way, and laughed heartily. The fireballs instantly swallowed and engulfed the feathers. This is it. This is all. He had never faced an enemy this easy before. Relying on his familiarity with the high altitudes of New York, Johnny chose to take a detour, then rushed directly toward Vulture, smiling as he pounced on him. The symbiote on Vulture let out a series of wails. Fortunately, Johnny remembered a few key points that Spider-Man had told him. First, the person who was possessed was a good guy, so don't go all out. Second, they needed a complete symbiote for analysis and experimentation to find a way to track down the others. So, he chose to gradually increase the heat. Vulture, or more accurately, the Whiplash symbiote on Vulture, let out a painful wail. It could feel itself slowly withering and dying. In desperation, it shrieked, trying to express its pain. The Human Torch contained his flames and warned Whiplash, "I suggest you leave this old man's body immediately. Otherwise, you'll be completely incinerated." "You won't. You're a hero, aren't you? You wouldn't kill someone, would you?" Johnny raised an eyebrow and showed Whiplash what precise control meant. He directly spread his flames over the surface of the symbiote, carefully controlling the temperature to avoid burning the host inside. Whiplash wailed again, then fell to the ground. Johnny finally let go, watching a puddle of listless symbiote lie on the ground, trying to crawl away. Peter finally arrived on the scene and had Venom grab Whiplash. "Can I eat it?" No. Not unless you can eat it and still get its memories to tell us where the other three are." Peter shrugged helplessly, put the captured Whiplash into a test tube, and looked at the unconscious Adrian. The middle-aged man had only fainted, and his physical condition was still good. Peter nodded, stood up, retracted Venom, and extended his hand to Johnny. "Thanks for the help, Johnny. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to handle it so easily." "No problem, Spidey. The next time you run into one of these alien monsters, you can always count on me. The Human Torch can handle them." Johnny smiled and shook Peter's hand, then reminded him, "If you have time, come visit the Baxter building. There's a lot of cool stuff there, and I can give you a tour." "I will, if I ever get some free time." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Manhattan, a gray-black symbiote giant stood on a rooftop. With its superhuman vision, it witnessed the Human Torch's complete dominance over Whiplash. "Do you need to go save your kind?" Dr. Otto Octavius asked, but Riot, who was attached to him, simply replied, "No. They didn't choose to kill Whiplash, they just captured it. That is an opportunity." "An opportunity? You mean, you'll let them analyze Whiplash to find a way to locate you, and then you'll just wait for them?" "Something like that." Riot chuckled, then revealed its true purpose. "We are not the first symbiotes to visit your planet. If they really find a way to find us, they won't just find us. They will surely find more dormant symbiotes left on this planet." Otto Octavius was immediately on guard. "What are you planning to do?" "What am I planning?" Riot rubbed its chin and grinned. "What does it matter? Aren't you humans the ones pursuing our power? If so, why are you so wary of finding more symbiotes?" With Riot's laughter, it quickly left Manhattan with Otto Octavius, diving into the Hudson River and into a small submarine. As the symbiote left Otto's body, he returned to being a disabled man, crippled by Lou Gehrig's disease. The huge contrast made Otto feel intensely uncomfortable. Riot then emerged again. "You miss being whole, don't you? Then don't interfere with us. Help us, and you'll be able to walk again. What about the Human Torch? He'll just burn you to death." Riot didn't seem to think there was a problem at all. It just snickered. "Don't worry. High temperatures won't be a problem for long." Chapter 190, Riot's new target. Liz arrived at the hospital accompanied by Harry. Outside the hospital, only Peter and Johnny Storm were waiting for the family to arrive. Inside, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s bus team had temporarily taken over the ward, where Simmons was examining Adrian Toombs. "How is my dad?" "His vital signs are all normal, he's just very exhausted. The fusion with that alien life form took a heavy toll on his stamina," Simmons, who was posing as a doctor, explained Adrian's current condition. "But other than that, everything is fine. However, the patient may have some psychological issues that need to be addressed, so you'll need to be mindful of that. Can we go in and see him?" "Of course, no problem." Liz breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and walked into the ward with Harry to see her father lying on the hospital bed. When Simmons came out, she wanted to discuss some things with Peter, so she looked apologetically at Human Torch. "I'm sorry, Mr. Storm, but we have some work-related matters to discuss. Due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidentiality policy, so." "I understand, sweetheart. If you want to talk after you're done, I'll be outside." After Human Torch left, Simmons looked down, organized her thoughts, and then looked at Peter. "Spider-Man, this might sound a bit presumptuous, but could you provide us with a blood sample?" "May I ask why?" "Dr. Adrian's cells, especially his blood cells, have undergone some strange changes. The symbiote's molecular structure has weirdly fused with his cells. It hasn't changed his cell structure, but it's more like, it's become a component of the cell, similar to a cell membrane or something. This change is gradually fading, though, so I was thinking, maybe your cells." Peter instantly understood what Simmons was talking about. This was one of the symbiote's characteristics. Once a symbiote and host were fused for more than 48 hours, they would form a permanent symbiotic relationship. This didn't mean the symbiote was locked to the host, but rather that the symbiote would store the host's consciousness in its hive mind network, making it a part of the network. This imprint was called a codex. At the same time, a part of the symbiote's residue would permanently remain in the host's body, even after the symbiote detached or died. The former characteristic allowed dead symbiote hosts like Eddie Brock and Eugene Thompson to be resurrected through the symbiote's hive mind in the comic event, King in Black. The latter allowed for the creation of new, special symbiotes, such as Anti-Venom, which was created from the fusion of Mr. Negative's powers and the residual venom in Eddie Brock's body after he had lost the symbiote. The strange phenomenon Simmons observed was clearly the beginning of the Codex formation due to Adrian's prolonged fusion with Lasher. Of course, no problem. Peter nodded, but then thought of something and immediately added, but I have 3 conditions. My blood must be destroyed after the research is completed and not kept. I don't want to see a bunch of Spider-Man clones in front of me one day. Simmons, thinking Spider-Man was being a bit dramatic, nodded. She didn't think S.H.I.E.L.D. would do such a thing. But Peter wasn't worried about S.H.I.E.L.D. He was worried about Hydra, which was operating in the shadows of S.H.I.E.L.D., especially their bus team's agent Ward, who was a Hydra sleeper agent. Should I use this opportunity to set a trap and expose Ward's true colors? Peter began to seriously consider this. Meanwhile, Grant Ward was going about his normal day. As a Hydra agent, there wasn't much for him to worry about. The bus team's purpose was to assist the Avengers and clean up their messes. During this time, he didn't need to do anything but act like a normal S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. When the time came, he would submit his reports, and the intelligence on Coulson and his teammates would naturally be delivered to Hydra. He sat in the car, monitoring the parking lot for any suspicious individuals. Suddenly, a shifty-looking figure in the distance caught his attention. He frowned, pulled out his gun, and cautiously approached the person. As he got closer, the figure became clearer, a normal, burly black man holding a bag of drugs. But Ward didn't let his guard down. He pretended to put his gun away and walked past as if he were just a passerby. The burly man, as expected, was up to no good and reached out to grab Ward. Ward locked the man's wrist, twisting his arm behind his back. He pointed his gun at the man's head and asked sternly, "Tell me, who sent you?" "What?" No, don't kill me." "I asked who sent you. I just wanted to steal some money for my drugs. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Ward held the man down and watched him for several seconds. After confirming that he wasn't lying, he shook his head. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his leg. He quickly turned to look, but the burly man was still on the ground, afraid to get up. Ward pulled up his pants leg and, after confirming there was nothing there, returned to his car. After a while, Simmons came down with a briefcase, smiling and signaling to Ward. Ward opened the car door for her. "Looks like you had a successful haul." "Yeah, I didn't expect Spider-Man to be so cooperative. But he did ask us to destroy his blood after we're done with the tests, so I'll have to explain the situation to Coulson." As Simmons began her call to Coulson, Ward nodded. "All right, I'll remove the task of stealing Spider-Man's DNA sample from the report for now." When they got back to the bus, Coulson took possession of the blood sample, insisting that every future experiment had to be conducted with the entire team present. Otherwise, it would be locked in a safe. After confirming that he had no chance of getting the sample, Ward chose to go back to sleep. He had a long-lost dream, a dream of the day he was recruited out of juvie by his mentor, the Hydra spy, the Clairvoyant, a S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 agent named Garrett. He wasn't dreaming. The gray-black symbiote emerged from Ward's body. Riot took form in an instant. After reading Ward's memories, he was quite surprised, then chose to fall silent and receded back into Ward's body. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, The Signal. Okay, let's see what we can do. Gemma Simmons looked at the symbiote Whiplash, which was sealed in a containment unit after its rampage last night. She pushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead and put on her glasses. This new life form fascinated her. She had never seen such a peculiar creature before and was extremely excited. She started by scanning the symbiote in the containment tank, beginning with an electronic analysis of its entire body. The entire bus team was busy with their own tasks. Due to Coulson's rules, they all had to be present for any experiments. Simmons was happily analyzing Whiplash's molecular structure, while Fitz had already started analyzing the active symbiote samples from Spider-Man's blood and some of the characteristics from Whiplash, hoping to find a way to capture a long-range signal. That's odd. After working on his computer for a while, Fitz looked up in confusion and mumbled, "The symbiote in Spider-Man's blood isn't showing any activity, but this one, is it called Whiplash? He's sending out some kind of special electromagnetic signal, and it's a cyclical, rhythmic signal." You mean he's calling his allies? Ward asked while punching a sandbag. Fitz thought about it and shook his head uncertainly. I'm not sure, but if he is, that might be the most troublesome scenario. Or, we could just catch them all at once, Ward said, shrugging after punching the sandbag. He lost control of his force, and the sandbag flew back and hit his head, making everyone laugh. Ward shrugged helplessly. What? I'm just telling the truth, aren't I? They're just a bunch of alien slimes that are afraid of fire and sound waves. We'll just take care of them all. Can you trace who he's sending the signal to? No, this electromagnetic signal is very strange. In theory, a symbiote doesn't have a diffusion device, and according to the signal's decay rate, it can't transmit very far. Theoretically, unless another symbiote is nearby, it can't receive the signal. Fitz said, his brow furrowed, as if he had discovered something. Wait, something seems odd. Whiplash isn't sending the signal horizontally. He's sending it straight up. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all looked up, at the thick ceiling. There was actually a much simpler way to find out Whiplash's purpose. They could have someone bond with it and just ask it. But that method was too risky and unethical, so no one had brought it up. Ward offered his blunt suggestion. So, they're asking aliens for help. Spider-Man said these guys are traitors to their own kind, and their purpose is to find their god. I don't think their own kind will be coming. At this point, Coulson suddenly thought of something. He pondered for a moment before looking at Fitz. Are these unique, repetitive signals? Yes, it's a repeating broadcast, like a fixed message. We haven't been able to decipher it yet. Can you search for other similar frequencies on Earth? Fitz, of course, knew what Coulson wanted. He nodded, tapped a few times on his tablet, and said, I've connected to all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research satellites for a simultaneous scan, but as I said before, the signal's decay rate isn't strong enough for the instruments to detect. Maybe they can detect it themselves. Align all the satellites' analysis equipment to the Nordic region. Fitz stopped and looked at Coulson, who gave him an innocent look. What? Can't you do it? It wasn't that he couldn't do it. Fitz shook his head helplessly, grabbed the tablet, and began to adjust S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, strengthening the signal capture over the Nordic region. Coulson looked at the map for a while before looking at Fitz again. Fitz then used astronomical telescopes in the Nordic region in conjunction with the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites to capture a repeating signal from a chaotic mess of electromagnetic signals, looking at Coulson in surprise. Spider-Man told Director Fury a story about a symbiote god who was defeated by lightning. If these symbiotes came to Earth to find their god, and their god was defeated here by lightning, then that god was most likely Thor, and the likely location of the symbiote god's defeat was in the Nordic region. The next steps were clear. Midtown High School. Peter received a special phone call from Tony Stark. He was a little surprised but answered the phone, and Tony's voice came through. Hey, kid. S.H.I.E.L.D. found something special, and they're sure they should tell you about it. Okay, I'm listening. What did they find? They found a symbiote signal in the Nordic region, and it's most likely not from the ones you've been catching. Tony was halfway through his sentence when Peter realized what they had found. He quickly left the hallway, made sure no one was around, and asked, wait, what did they find? We don't know yet. To be safe, S.H.I.E.L.D. has invited the Avengers and the Fantastic Four to go see what it is. Maybe they can deal with it directly just in case. No, absolutely not. Peter's head was spinning. He sighed helplessly and repeated what Venom had told him to Tony. If a symbiote dies, its consciousness returns to their collective consciousness network. If they really find Null's symbiote dragon, killing it will send Null's consciousness back. Then, an entire planet of symbiotes will become his army and invade the universe. Tony on the other end was stunned for a moment, then let out an oh, but it was unclear if he had taken it in or not. In any case, Peter let out a helpless sigh. Okay, should I ask for a day off from school? What? Of course not. Tony bluntly explained why Peter wouldn't be coming. Don't you have school? What I mean is, you don't need to come on this mission. Just take care of New York. The Avengers and the Fantastic Four will go and see what the symbiote god is. After hanging up the phone, Peter was completely bewildered. His spider sense hadn't told him if there was any danger yet, but this whole situation seemed to be screaming danger. So he decided that after school, he would go find an expert on the subject to ask for advice. Chapter 192, A Visit to the Sanctum Sanctorum. At 177A Bleecker Street in Manhattan's Greenwich Village stands a century-old three-story Victorian brownstone townhouse with a French Baroque architectural design and a mansard roof. The skylight on the roof has a strange tic-tac-toe symbol. Peter landed smoothly on the top of the building, which is the residence of the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange. The Sanctum Sanctorum. Peter landed on the roof and reached for the door leading to the attic. His spider sense tingled just in time. He turned to see Doctor Strange stepping out of a portal he had just opened with his sling ring, landing right behind him. Wong just waxed the floor. You'd better not go in through there. Oh, my bad. Don't apologize, Spider-Man. Strange landed on the ground. If you're here to ask about the time you tore a hole in the multiverse, that was the choice of the web of destiny, and I patched up the tear you made in time, so there's no major issue. No, I'm here to ask you about something else. Peter got straight to the point. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers have discovered Null, the god of the symbiotes, who is sealed on Earth. Strange stared at Peter in silence for 3 full seconds before finally speaking. What? I mean. No, I heard you. What I mean is. Strange sighed in exasperation, opened a portal, and gestured for Peter to follow him. We can talk about this in detail later. Come on in first. So, did we just go from New York to London? Are we at 221B Baker Street? We're still in Greenwich, we just didn't use the front door. I'm the Sorcerer Supreme, not Sherlock Holmes. Strange, who couldn't understand why Spider-Man would connect him to Sherlock Holmes, snapped his fingers, and the two of them instantly appeared in a sitting room. As Strange led the way, he asked in a tone of bewilderment, the Sanctum Sanctorum is surrounded by a perception-altering spell. Unless you already know it's here, most people wouldn't notice it. How did you get in? There's a spell for that. The two of them walked to a pair of sofas. Peter looked at the smaller sofa behind him, sat down, and made up an excuse. I don't know. I was just thinking of looking for you, and I was looking all over Manhattan for a strange building with a mark like the one on your chest before. My spider sense went off, so I looked over and found it. Strange sighed. Fine, it's all the choice of the web of destiny. What more can I say? Strange reached out and opened a portal with his sling ring, putting his hand through it. He waited for a long time, just like Thor waiting for his hammer, then opened it again. Null, found it. A record left by a Sorcerer Supreme from the 6th century AD. They had books in Northern Europe before the 6th century AD. No, but Kamartaj is in the Himalayas, and the Tang dynasty had books. Strange flipped through the records, seemingly to confirm whether Null fell under the jurisdiction of the Sorcerer Supreme, or rather, whether Null was a god. But unfortunately, Null was indeed a god, and not a new god born from faith like Thor. Null was an abstract entity representing the void in the universe, the darkness before creation. In other words, this was definitely within Doctor Strange's jurisdiction. The consciousness of this Lord of the Void is sealed within his creation. As long as he's not killed, his consciousness won't return. Strange seemed to understand what was happening and looked at Peter. So your worry is that the creatures he created will awaken and cause greater destruction. A meteorite carrying a symbiote crashed on Earth, and for decades, these symbiotes have been studied by the US military. But their real goal is to release Null. Peter voiced his concerns. And shortly after we discovered the military was studying the symbiotes, one of them was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as S.H.I.E.L.D. started investigating ways to locate them, it immediately started sending a signal, exposing the ancient symbiote that sealed Null. Strange understood. These guys were trying to awaken the symbiote dragon, Grendel, to wreak havoc on Earth. This would force the Avengers and other heroes to destroy Grendel to protect the planet. But once Grendel was killed, Null's consciousness, which had been separated from the collective consciousness of the symbiote race, would return to the symbiote's collective consciousness network, thereby returning to its body. At that point, the Avengers would have essentially released a powerful cosmic-level abstract entity. While it's true that the taller guys would take care of it, and other advanced cosmic civilizations would be the first to suffer, that's only if they could actually kill Null. If they couldn't, Earth would still be in trouble. So, Grendel couldn't die. That was the most basic rule. Whether the symbiote dragon could be safely captured was another matter. This was the reason Peter came to Strange. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange undoubtedly understood what the symbiote dragon was and how dangerous it was. And if he secretly helped, it would likely be a lot safer. Or maybe a lot more dangerous, but Peter was determined. Either way, it was more reliable than not including Strange. After a brief sit-down at the Sanctum Sanctorum, Peter prepared to leave. Strange immediately jumped up after Peter left and went into the storage room, where he pulled out a large globe and began to cast a spell. Wong, who had just finished waxing the floor, walked out and saw this, and walked over with an exasperated look. I just finished waxing the floor, Strange. I know, Wong. I'm using the Orb of Agamotto to observe the situation. A kid just told me that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers found the location where the Lord of the Void, Null, is sealed, and they plan to go check it out. I have to keep an eye on them. Wong was also stunned. Who? The Lord of the Void, the King in Black, the living. I know. I've been in the library longer than you have. Wong nodded helplessly and looked at Strange with dissatisfaction. You know, Strange. Before you became Sorcerer Supreme, there were never any problems on Earth. Ever since you became Sorcerer Supreme, we've run into all sorts of trouble. Strange rolled his eyes at Wong and continued his divination. Marvel's pantheon is really a mess. There are elder gods, new gods, great old ones, yes, like Cthulhu, celestials, abstract entities, beyonders, and a whole bunch of other things. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, The Avengers in the Arctic. Jan Mayen Island, northern Norway. Amidst the snow, the Avengers arrived at this small island, which, apart from a meteorological station and a navigation station, was only inhabited by polar bears. Aside from Human Torch, Thing, and Hulk, everyone was bundled up tightly. Ha 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 ha, take this, Benjamin. You can't hit me, big guy. The two heaviest heroes in the world, Hulk and Thing, were fighting, or rather, playing, on this island of less than 400 square kilometers. In this uninhabited area, their tussle was, at most, a way to stay warm, and they didn't have to worry about anyone getting hurt. The only ones who might get hurt were the polar bears. Peter must be so jealous that we get to come to the Arctic to play. Janet said, wrapped in a thick down jacket. The weather today was quite nice for the Arctic. There was no massive blizzard, but a clear, sunny day. The sky was clear, everything was beautiful, and there were polar bears in the distance that didn't look very intimidating. And then there was her boyfriend, who was studying polar bear feces. Janet's cheerful expression instantly dropped. I just don't understand why Hank has to connect everything to science. If I were brave enough to try and pet a polar bear, I might, but polar bear feces. Gross. Sometimes you have to be patient with them, January. Standing next to her was Invisible Woman, Susan, who was also wearing a thick down jacket over her suit. That's just how these boys are. If they're not in their lab for a minute, they get antsy. They always have to find something to study to distract themselves. Janet shrugged, a little helpless, then asked curiously, you all came out for this, so what about the kids? Franklin is only 2, right? And little Val was just born. Do you have someone you trust to take care of them? Doom is watching the kids for us. Susan's words left Janet completely stunned. She looked at Susan in disbelief, and after a long hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, Victor Von Doom. Isn't he a bad guy? He was, when he was in America. He's much better now, or maybe not. Susan couldn't quite explain the situation with Doom, so she gave a rough summary. How do I put this? Doom used to believe he was the only one qualified to lead the world, so he did a bunch of things to try and conquer it. Janet nodded as if she understood. And now he's seen the light. No. He said he's realized that the world isn't worthy of his leadership yet, so he went back to his home country of Latveria, with the plan to make it the most powerful country in the world. He's waiting for the world to realize he's the one who's qualified to lead them, and then they'll accept his leadership. Isn't he still a psychopathic villain? But our relationship has definitely improved. He's the one who named Valeria, and he's also her godfather. So I think it should be fine to leave her with him. Janet looked at Susan, speechless. She couldn't understand the relationship between the Fantastic Four and Doom, and the more she thought about it, the weirder it got, so she just gave up. In the distance, Tony, who was waiting for the shield submarine, wasn't wearing a thick jacket. Ever since the Battle of New York, he had been locked inside his armor almost all the time. He had just opened his faceplate and was teasing the captain. Did you miss this place, Cap? The bunk you slept in for nearly 70 years isn't far from here. Hard to say. I don't really remember much. Captain America said, looking up at the old aircraft carrier that was flying towards them. Fury's here. At this moment, on the helicarrier. We've arrived, Coulson. Has the destruction protocol been initiated? Good. The Spider-Man blood samples need to be destroyed immediately. Everyone witnessed the destruction. Excellent. After giving Coulson instructions to destroy the Spider-Man blood samples through his headset, Fury guided the helicarrier to slowly descend into the water. The new helicarrier that Stark had designed for Project Insight wasn't in use yet, so Fury was still using the old one. Of course, this wasn't the same SHIELD helicarrier that Hawkeye had single-handedly taken down. That old thing had been completely scrapped long ago and was probably lying in some dock somewhere. Clint, how are our amazing friends doing? Enthusiastic. You can't find a hotter man on Earth than that kid. Hawkeye shrugged helplessly, then asked with a hint of concern, is this really a good idea, though? What do you mean, Agent Barton? Bringing a human son to an icebound evil god isn't a good idea, sir. Hawkeye reminded him, maybe we're bringing him because the enemy is afraid of fire, but that doesn't mean the enemy doesn't want to thaw out. That's why I have them on standby. Get the helicarrier ready to dock. This was a trap. Not just Spider-Man, but Nick Fury had also come to the same conclusion. This was a conspiracy by the symbiotes, with the goal of reviving the symbiote god. After communicating with Peter, Nick Fury had assembled the smartest minds on Earth, Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Hank Pym, and Bruce Banner, who was currently the Hulk. He hoped they could find a way to permanently imprison the symbiote dragon. Since Jan Mayen Island didn't have a pier for a large aircraft carrier, it took a lot of effort to dock. After a good amount of work, Nick Fury finally got it stabilized and was ready to welcome the scientists. "I hope you've already located our target, Fury." "I have, Dr. Richards. That's why I've gathered you all here," Fury said, bringing up an analysis image on the SHIELD helicarrier. Based on the analysis, the symbiote is located 200 meters below the glacier, in the permafrost. "So I need the Avengers to help break through the ice." Tony nodded matter-of-factly and added, "So you get to do nothing while we help you drag the thing out, and then SHIELD can take over everything." "That's a pretty easy job you've got there, Fury." "I've got the most difficult job, Stark, and none of you can do it, so stop your complaining." "What's the most difficult job? Let's hear it." Nick Fury looked at Stark with his one eye and smiled. "Dealing with the protesting environmental groups." Chapter 194, Grendel. In the Arctic glaciers, a green giant and a yellow rockman were ferociously smashing the ice. Faced with this act that was sure to draw protests from environmental groups, Nick Fury calmly sipped his coffee in the helicarrier's command center, watching the drone footage. The Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the Thunderbolts, almost all of Earth's most powerful heroes, had gathered there as a precaution. With each punch from the two powerhouses, chunks of the glacier at the source of the signal fell into the sea, exposing a massive creature sealed within the ice. It was a colossal, jet-black being, curled up in the permafrost. The symbiote that covered its body was also frozen solid, motionless, yet it exuded a vibrant, living energy. If this thing straightens out, its full length could exceed 30 meters, with a wingspan of about 50 meters. The good news is we've seen bigger things before. "The Chitauri Leviathan carriers were larger than this," Tony Stark said, as he and the Human Torch flew to the sides and began to shoot energy beams, cutting the massive black dragon out of the glacier. The thing then took over the transport. Hulk didn't like doing non-destructive work. "So, what does SHIELD plan to do with this thing?" "We'll lock it up on this helicarrier, suspended outside of New York. The helicarrier will be stationed near New York, just in case." Captain America thought this plan was incredibly stupid. Why would you put a potential nuclear bomb right at your doorstep? If this thing has been sealed in the ice for centuries, why don't we just leave it here? If our enemies came here to wake it up, then they undoubtedly have a way to do so. Since they have a way to wake it up no matter what, we should try to keep the situation as contained as possible. Nick Fury calmly stated his, or rather, SHIELD's, philosophy: all dangerous items should be under SHIELD supervision. SHIELD must control all unstable factors, and even if SHIELD can't actually control these things, the surveillance it provides can give people a sense of security. Faced with a terrifying alien enemy, SHIELD's job wasn't to protect the people but to make them believe they were being protected, since the aliens knew that the people of Earth actually had no defense. "You want to end the war before it even begins?" Captain America asked, saying helplessly, "How do you know this isn't exactly what the enemy wants?" "Just like with Loki, they might be hoping you'll bring this thing to New York. We have no means of fighting Asgardians. They are as powerful as Kryptonians. But we have ways to deal with symbiotes. High temperatures and sound waves are effective weapons against these alien slimes. If necessary, this helicarrier can self-destruct. But it would be best if it didn't, since SHIELD's goal was to permanently seal the thing, not kill it. So the rest is a matter for the scientists. Without thawing this guy out, come up with a way to permanently seal it." Nick Fury then looked at the scientists behind him. "All right, gentlemen, get to work." From a literary and mythological perspective, Grendel refers to an ancient giant in Norse mythology that appears in the epic poem Beowulf. The epic also features a fire-breathing dragon, but it is unnamed. Reed Richards made a serious analysis while circling the ice block, then returned to his analytical instruments. If the historical records are true, this creature has been trapped in the ice for 1,500 years, but it still has a heartbeat. It's alive. This is incredible. Considering we already have one old popsicle on our team, I wouldn't call it a miracle, Reed. Tony, in his armor, walked in holding an ice core. He impatiently placed the core in the instrument for analysis. It's strange. This ice core shows no unknown components at all, and it was right next to the thing. This means that although the dragon is still alive, it's not engaging in any metabolic activity. Nothing is being expelled, and there's no molecular exchange at all. For 1,500 years, there has been no molecular exchange. This implies that it can control its own molecular structure from leaking out. In theory, that means this creature isn't in a state of cryogenic freezing, its consciousness can still control the molecular structure inside its body. But how is that possible? Hank Pym concluded hesitantly. Although Captain America survived being frozen for 70 years, he was in a state of low metabolism. It didn't mean he had stopped metabolizing altogether. But this creature before them had gone beyond the current biological definition of life. No matter who it was, they couldn't deny that this monster was beyond their understanding. It was very strange. Just then, a heavily bundled up Bruce Banner walked into the lab, rubbing his hands together. "Sorry, guys, the Hulk was having a little too much fun." "What were you talking about?" "We were just talking about how our super old popsicle survived," Tony said, while also asking Hank, "Any brainwave activity?" "None. Considering the unique nature of symbiotes, I suspect the host dragon inside is dead, and only the symbiote is still alive. The necessary sustenance for a symbiote is phenethylamine. If it was in an extremely low temperature state, the symbiote inside could have eaten the dragon's brain and then entered a state of cryogenic hibernation, which might have allowed it to survive until now." Hank offered a relatively reliable analysis, and Reed agreed, adding, "If that's the case, then its current state is the best form of containment. According to the information Spider-Man provided, symbiotes can't bond with a corpse. By sealing it inside a corpse, it has no host and is powerless." Everyone agreed with this point of view. Only Bruce Banner, after looking at the results of their research and listening to their discussion, put on his glasses and asked a curious question. "Guys, aren't we studying the creator of the symbiotes? What they call the god of symbiotes? Why are you analyzing that thing with methods you would use for a regular symbiote?" Chapter 195, The Hunt Begins. Tuesday was a quiet day. With the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, and the Thunderbolts all gone to salvage Grendel, Peter was pretty much the only hero in New York. Oh, and there was Coulson's bus team. Peter was still unaware of the sinister plot being hatched. The 4 symbiotes who wanted to awaken Null didn't kidnap Venom for emergency food. Instead, they needed a codex. Normally, when a symbiote dies, its consciousness returns to the Clintar collective consciousness. But that's only under normal circumstances. If they found Grendel, then Null's consciousness inside Grendel would have priority over the Clintar collective. So, as long as they were close enough, if they killed Venom or any host he had bonded with for over 48 hours, their codex would not go to Clintar, but to Grendel. Null, upon receiving the codex, would then awaken. Afterward, the symbiote dragon Grendel would return to Clintar, awaken their master Null, and control all the traitors, thus resuming the Black King's conquest of the universe. Unfortunately, their plan went awry. First, they crashed in the Arizona desert, where there were no hosts to bond with. Then, they were captured by the US military and experimented on for decades, only to be released recently. And of course, the sacrificial Venom was the first to be released and bonded with an incredibly powerful host. Now, there was no doubt that none of them could defeat Spider-Man plus Venom in a one-on-one fight. So, they had to execute their backup plan. Since Null could accept any codex, Riot's own would suffice. All he needed to do was parasitize a decent host, wait 48 hours for the codex to form, and then either he or Spider-Man would die in a grand battle. As long as a death occurred, Null would be revived. But before all that, Ward, who was monitoring Spider-Man's activities from the SHIELD bus, took a sip of coffee before suddenly standing up. "Fitz. Your detector is beeping," he shouted excitedly. The bus team had stayed in New York because the other symbiotes left behind by the military's experiments were still unaccounted for. They had to remain and continue to scan for symbiote signals on the east coast of North America. To their surprise, they actually got a hit. Now they could round these guys up for good. What if the US military objects? Are you kidding? When has SHIELD ever backed down from the Pentagon? In an emergency, SHIELD even has the authority to bypass the US president and directly command the military. "Let's do this. Contact Spider-Man immediately and tell him we found other symbiotes," Coulson ordered. "These symbiotes may have already found hosts and bonded with them, so be careful of potential counterattacks from the enemy." "Fitz, are the anti-symbiote weapons ready?" "They're ready. I've adjusted the sonic emitter based on the Shocker's gauntlets," Fitz said as he took out a gun barrel attachment about 5 centimeters in size. "Use the battery magazine, pull the trigger, and it will emit a hyper-frequency sonic blast. Just remember not to shoot people." "Piece of cake," Ward said, taking the attachment and putting it on his sidearm, a confident smile on his face. A few minutes later, on the bottom of the Hudson River, in the former Hydra lab, Dr. Octopus had pumped the river water out of a few still functional labs. He started the generators, ready to begin his experiments again. He planned to make this a lab of his own. The accident in the Hudson River had served as a warning. The US military was unreliable, and they might even be hiding some truly terrifying secrets. Moreover, these symbiotes were not just simple parasites, as the military believed. They might be planning a full-scale invasion of Earth. Given this, he had to have a backup plan. While making a deal with Riot, Dr. Octopus also began his research on the symbiotes. Focusing on the 2 symbiotes he had, Extreme and Phage, Dr. Octopus had already fully investigated the unique abilities they possessed, in addition to the basic symbiote abilities that Venom also had. The purple symbiote, Extreme, could secrete highly corrosive acid capable of eating through most metals. Of course, it could also spray acid in its symbiote form. It was also incredibly agile, greatly enhancing its host's agility. The yellow symbiote, Phage, was the opposite. It was extremely tough, forming a thick, durable armor that could withstand anti-tank rounds. Its strength could be enhanced to a level where it could contend with the Hulk or the Thing. Of course, this wasn't the limit of its abilities. Phage's true power, as its name suggests, was to gain the special abilities of a creature simply by consuming its DNA. This was similar to how a symbiote gained its host's abilities after bonding and forming a codex. However, Phage's ability acquisition was temporary and not permanent, so it couldn't permanently gain the abilities of whatever it consumed. But this research was only the beginning. Otto Octavius's true goal was to design a way to permanently control a symbiote. He yearned to regain his ability to walk, and symbiotes seemed to be the most secure and effective means of doing so. Unfortunately, Otto Octavius couldn't achieve this just yet. He had a concrete plan to create a chemical that could neutralize the symbiote's unstable molecules, but just as he was in the middle of his experiment, the base's remaining alarm system went off. What's happening? Seeing Spider-Man in a diving suit on the monitor, along with a rapidly descending SHIELD submarine, Dr. Octopus let out a roar of unparalleled fury. Spider-Man. You again. The two symbiotes began violently thrashing in their containment units. Was this the symbiote's plan? Dr. Octopus wasn't sure, but he gritted his teeth, grabbed Phage's container, and opened it. The yellow symbiote immediately covered Dr. Octopus's body. When Agent Ward and Spider-Man opened the lab door, they saw a terrifying symbiote monster standing in the lab, waiting for them. Hello, Spider-Man. I think it's time to get rid of you, you annoying pest who's always getting in my way. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Hunting the Octopus. Long time no see, Doctor. Do you really love the bottom of the river so much? Or are you a new species, a giant freshwater octopus? Shut up, Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus, who had been enhanced and possessed by the consume symbiote, angrily extended his alloy tentacles toward Spider-Man. Otto Octavius was feeling an unparalleled sense of freedom at this moment. He looked at his limbs, which he could move again, with a happy smile, then extended his hand toward Spider-Man and made a choking gesture. The mechanical tentacles behind him followed suit, aiming directly for Spider-Man's neck. But Consume couldn't enhance the host's agility. I have to say, Doctor, if you have to use your hands to control each of your tentacles, why don't you just turn your limbs into tentacles? Nimbly dodging Dr. Octopus's tentacle attacks, Spider-Man quickly approached him and shot a web at his face. Or did you discover a new math formula, where 4 plus 4 equals 4? In that case, we might as well get rid of the 4 plus 4. But Dr. Octopus quickly found a new way to use his limbs. For example, he could use his hands instead of his mechanical tentacles to rip the web off his face. This didn't stop Spider-Man from getting in front of him and punching him in the face. However, even with venom fused to him, Peter's punch to Dr. Octopus's face still made a dull thud. Peter couldn't help but shake his hand and instinctively asked, "Why does hitting you feel like hitting a horror movie monster? Is your face made of titanium alloy, too? I am invincible." Dr. Octopus, whose will had been amplified by the symbiote, roared and used his mechanical tentacles to sweep at Peter and send him flying. Peter, quick-witted, used a web to grab the remaining purple container, threw it to Agent Ward, who had just rushed in, and was then slammed into a wall by the mechanical tentacles. "Don't worry about me, get the symbiote out of here." Peter hugged Dr. Octopus's tentacles without a care in the world. "Don't worry, this isn't my first time fighting an octopus. Last time, neither of us had a symbiote." Ward immediately nodded, ready to return to the SHIELD submarine. But as he held the container, he glanced at the storage room and felt confused. Weren't there supposed to be 4 symbiotes? Even with the one on Dr. Octopus, there were only 3. Where did the other one go? He didn't have time to think about it. Ward was the first to leave the lab, leaving Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man to continue their fight. Spider-Man held on to Dr. Octopus's tentacles. This time was different from the last. Dr. Octopus, with the symbiote on him, was much tougher. Peter was about to throw Dr. Octopus and his tentacles, but an unexpected thing happened. The tentacles burst with a huge amount of energy, and in turn, threw Spider-Man out. Peter was shocked. He was almost certain that Dr. Octopus didn't have such powerful strength before. While his own strength was no match for the Doctor's tentacles back then, he didn't have the Venom symbiote on him. Now, his strength had been greatly enhanced by Venom. "It looks like your new friend can not only enhance you, but also your tentacles. Or did it just enhance your tentacles?" Peter, who had just pulled himself off the wall, shrugged and asked about the whereabouts of the last symbiote. "So, Doctor, it seems you're one friend short. What are they trying to do? What are they trying to do? The question seemed to awaken Otto instantly. His 4 tentacles began to dangerously and meaninglessly flail around. Amidst this flailing, a tentacle accidentally triggered a device, and a violent sound wave appeared, causing both Venom and the consumed symbiote on Dr. Octopus to enter a state of severe molecular instability. Venom, unable to withstand the high-intensity sound waves, immediately retreated into Peter's body. After a moment of helpless disorientation, Peter looked at the pained doctor and chose to amplify the sound. Anyway, Venom was already hiding inside his body. And if Consume retreated into Dr. Octopus's body, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar, making it easier to catch. Peter, braving the sound waves, walked over to an empty container, picked it up, and approached Dr. Octopus. At this moment, Consume was already shaking and in immense pain. Seeing the container in Peter's hand, it hesitated, but Peter simply grabbed the symbiote from Dr. Octopus's body and pulled it off little by little, forcibly removing Consume. Under the sound waves' vibrations, the symbiotic relationship between the symbiote and the host became quite unstable, so Consume was indeed pulled off Dr. Octopus bit by bit and sealed in the container. Peter then turned off the sonic emitter and used his webs to tie up Dr. Octopus. That's surprising, Doctor. I thought you would put up a good fight. Peter looked at the supervillain who could be considered Spider-Man's arch-nemesis in any universe and asked with a hint of confusion, why did you surrender so easily? Did something I say have anything to do with it? Of course, Spider-Man. No matter what, I am still an Earthling. Otto Octavius gasped for air, looking at Peter. You must notify the Avengers. These symbiotes could be related to an alien invasion, and the Avengers must be prepared. Ah. You're a little behind on the news. We already know about this, Doctor. It was very brave of you to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Peter said, scratching the back of his head helplessly. Dr. Octopus was shocked for a moment, looking at Spider-Man in disbelief. You already knew. Yeah. After all, I already have a symbiote friend, and he's a good guy. We also caught a symbiote, and we even know why these symbiotes came to Earth. The Avengers are already dealing with it. The only problem now is, where did the symbiote that you lost go? Can you tell us, Doctor? Dr. Octopus just stood there in a daze, completely unable to comprehend what had happened, so Peter could only sigh helplessly. So, what's that saying? Thanks for your help, Doctor.